Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 1839 to Chapter 1923. In ancient times, the devil race invaded the divine world. The entire divine world was plunged into misery and suffering. Countless living beings joined forces to fight against the devil race. My Sun-Moon alchemy sect was naturally the first to bear the brunt. That battle was extremely tragic. My Sun-Moon alchemy sect, from the sect master to the odd job disciples, all died in battle. They were killed by the devil race. I was the only one who survived. I placed their corpses in the space of the first 8 floors of the pagoda and collected their true spirits. As long as I can prove my Tao and become an emperor, I can bring them back to life and let my Sun-Moon alchemy sect reappear in the divine world. The hemp-robed old man said slowly. There was a trace of excitement and fanaticism in his eyes. However, hundreds of millions of years have passed. The defensive array of the first 8 floors has been damaged. So, once you enter, you will destroy the balance and cause those corpses to turn into ashes. However, they died in the hands of an extremely powerful devil saint. Their bodies have the devil Tao origin energy. So, once their corpses turn into ashes, the devil Tao origin energy will gather and form a terrifying storm. Those storms are naturally a test for you. If you can't even withstand the storm formed by the devil Tao origin energy, how can you obtain my inheritance? So, those who can come to the 9th floor are those who have passed the test. As for whether you can obtain my inheritance, it will depend on your fortune and luck. The hemp-robed old man explained what had happened in the first 8 floors. Everyone finally understood, but they were still skeptical. Xianxia could also feel the sincerity of the hemp-robed old man's words. It didn't seem like he was lying. However, Xianxia felt that there was something wrong with the old man's words. As for what the problem was, he couldn't pinpoint it. Prove your Tao and become an emperor? Senior, you are really bold. I admire you greatly. We are willing to help you complete your obsession. It is our honor to be your last disciple. Huang Xuanzong said respectfully. You are not bad. The hemp-robed old man looked at Huang Xuanzong and smiled with satisfaction. Say. Senior. I know that my strength is low and I have no hope of obtaining your inheritance. Senior, can you let me out? Suddenly, someone asked. His voice was filled with apprehension. Among the crowd, some of them looked at the hemp-robed old man with anticipation. They were scared out of their wits by the scene in the first 8 floors. No matter what the hemp-robed old man said, they were unwilling to believe him. You want to leave? Could it be that you look down on my inheritance? The old man in the linen robe said with an indifferent smile. His voice was very calm. No. How would I dare? It's just that this junior knows that he's stupid, and no matter how hard he tries, it's useless. I don't want to waste Senior's time, so I want to leave this place. I hope Senior can help me. That person was a young man with the cultivation of 8th revolution semi-sage realm. He was dressed in a white robe and looked extraordinarily handsome. However, he was incomparably respectful and nervous in front of the old man. Xianxia could sense that this young man was probably a genius expert from a great clan or holy ground. He wasn't any weaker than Xiaorui and Ironheart Ape. Xianxia also wanted to see how the old man would deal with this. It seems that you don't want to help this old man complete his obsession. What a pity. The hemp-robed old man sighed. No. Junior doesn't dare. Senior, please grant my wish. The white-robed youth hurriedly denied. Whoosh, however, before he could finish his words, a black light suddenly shot out from the old man's palm. It instantly shot towards the white-robed youth. His entire body trembled, and his eyes were filled with incomparable horror. His entire body instantly turned into ashes. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. An 8th revolution semi-sage realm peerless genius died silently just like that? Everyone shuddered in their hearts. If you're not willing to help this old man complete his obsession, then there's no point in keeping you alive. Is there anyone else who wants to leave this place? The old man in the linen robe said indifferently, as if he didn't care at all about killing an ant. His gaze swept across the crowd calmly. Senior, you must be joking. How could we possibly want to leave this place? That's right. We'll definitely help Senior complete his obsession. To be able to obtain Senior's inheritance and become Senior's last disciple is a fortune and opportunity that we can't even dream of. Everyone shuddered. The horror in their eyes hadn't completely faded away. They hurriedly said with incomparable respect. At this moment, everyone's heart was incomparably cold. At this moment, they suddenly realized that this old man in the linen robe was not a kind person at all. If they didn't do as he said, they were afraid that everyone would die here. At this moment, no one dared to think about whether there was any conspiracy. They only thought that surviving was the most important thing. Even Lin Shi, Xiao Rui, Tai Xingyuan, and Huang Xuanzong's faces were slightly pale. So ruthless. Ling Xiao didn't show it on the surface, but he sneered in his heart. Whether this old man in the linen robe was a Hunyuan elixir saint or not, he wasn't a kind person. Moreover, Ling Xiao could see a trace of crazy obsession in his eyes. That's good. You guys can start moving. As long as you can obtain this old man's inheritance, each of you will have a fortune. Moreover, this old man will also send all of you away safely. The old man in the linen robe smiled slightly and returned to his benevolent appearance. Yes, sir. Everyone respectfully bowed to the old man in the linen robe, then turned around and slowly dispersed. Since there was no way to leave, they could only search for the inheritance as the old man in the linen robe said. Some people with a good mentality were even a little excited. After all, this was the inheritance of a peerless elixir saint. If they could really obtain it, the position of elixir saint in the future would be expected. After all, this old man in the linen robe was terrifyingly powerful. If he really wanted to kill, he could probably kill everyone in the blink of an eye. Perhaps, he really wanted to choose a successor. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, everyone flew in groups of 3 to 5 towards the memory stars they had chosen. At this moment, Lin Shi flew towards Ling Xiao and Jin Sei with an old servant. Palace Master Long, Saintess Jin Sei, may I have the honor of forming a team with you? Lin Shi smiled slightly. Her face was beautiful, her skin was like jade, and she looked very charming. Her figure was graceful, her curves were exquisite, and her waist was like a water snake's waist, exuding a myriad of emotions. Ling Xiao glanced at Jin Sei. Seeing that Jin Sei didn't object, he nodded and said with a smile, sure. It's our honor to have such a beauty like Fairy Lin Shi join us. Palace Master Long's mouth is really sweet. I wonder how Palace Master Long thinks we should search for the memory stars? Ling Xiao, Jin Sei, and Lin Shi stood under the starry sky. The stars before them were dazzling, like a dazzling river of stars. It was extremely beautiful. If it weren't for the presence of the old man in sackcloth, who made everyone feel the danger and urgency of the 5 elements, the beautiful scenery before them would have been enough to make them feel relaxed and happy. To be honest, I have no idea how to find the memory stars. Perhaps we'll only know after we try. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. In the starry sky before them, all the memory stars before them looked extremely similar. They were sparkling and resplendent, containing mysterious spiritual ripples. They contained the boundless inheritance of the Origin Pill Saint. Although Ling Xiao didn't know the old man's intentions and why he wanted so many people to search for his inheritance, Ling Xiao didn't believe that the old man really wanted to choose a successor. There had to be some scheme behind this, but Ling Xiao hadn't discovered it yet. Swish, Ling Xiao and the other 2 turned into streaks of light and shot into the depths of the starry sky. They didn't join the others. Instead, they chose a remote corner in the depths of the starry sky. There were 3 connected stars there. They looked dazzling and weren't far from each other. They wanted to try and see what was in these memory stars. I'll refine this star. Lin Shi chose one of the stars and smiled at Ling Xiao and Jin Sei. She immediately flew towards the star. Ling Xiao and Lin Shi each chose a star and began to refine it. What a strange star. It's completely made of spiritual energy? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He looked at the star in front of him and felt somewhat surprised. This was because he could sense that this star wasn't a real star, but a manifestation of spiritual energy. It looked like a real star. Ling Zhao's soul could sense that the memory star before him had an extremely powerful memory ripple sealed within it. I'd like to see what's in this memory star. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, his soul shone with resplendent light. It erupted in an instant and enveloped the memory star before him. Rumble, the power of Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was incomparably strong. Although his cultivation was only at the second revolution, his primordial spirit wasn't any weaker than a ninth revolution half-saint. Although the memory star contained a powerful sealing force, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit easily penetrated it and saw a bizarre and variegated scene. The blue sea was clear, and the clouds were faintly discernible. There was an immortal mountain floating above the sea. There were pavilions and towers on top of it. There were immortal cranes and spirit apes. It looked like a paradise. There were powerful figures flying around. It seemed like this was a sect with a deep foundation. Master, I still can't master the 3 mountains mirroring the moon quenching technique. Why don't you demonstrate it to me again? In a palace on the immortal mountain, a handsome young man was hugging the arm of a long-browed old Taoist. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Primordial chaos, you little bastard. You didn't pay attention when I was teaching. Now you remember? The long-browed Taoist scolded with a smile, but his eyes were full of affection when he looked at the young man. Is this young man the primordial chaos pill saint when he was young? In that case, this immortal mountain is the Sun Moon Elixir sect? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. His primordial spirit entered the memory star. It was like entering a world as a bystander and seeing the scene in the memory. Master, I'm begging you. If you don't teach me and I lose in the competition, won't I embarrass you? Primordial chaos begged with a pitiful look in his eyes. All right. I really don't know what to do with you. Watch carefully. I'll only demonstrate it once. If you can't learn it, don't blame me. The long-browed Taoist was pestered by primordial chaos and could only agree with a bitter smile. The 3 mountains mirror the moon quenching technique. The so-called 3 mountains are heaven, earth, and man. They gather in the primordial spirit and reflect in the way of the heavens. The 3 mountains mirror the moon quenching technique is to use the power of the 3 mountains to merge the primordial spirit with the way of the heavens. Only then can one understand the true meaning of quenching and refine supreme divine elixirs. As the long-browed Taoist spoke, he began to demonstrate the 3 mountains mirror the moon quenching technique. Buzz, the void trembled. Flames spread out from the palm of the long-browed Taoist, exuding a vast and mysterious aura. It was as if the spirit of fire had blended into the void. A formless chi was condensed from the world and the long-browed Taoist's body, making the flames in his palm seem to have become more and more spiritual. Ling Xiao could see that the long-browed Taoist's quenching technique was very smooth and extraordinary. It seemed to be in harmony with the way of the heavens and earth. It had a different rhythm and beauty. The 3 mountains mirror the moon quenching technique? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The long-browed old Taoist had imparted the primordial 3 mountains moon reflection quenching technique to Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao had been taught by example, allowing him to gain an extremely deep understanding of it. He finally realized that the 3 mountains mirror the moon quenching technique actually involved the origin of the way of the heavens. It was a technique for refining supreme divine elixirs and was incomparably precious. It turned out that the memory star contained the scene of the primordial chaos pill saint learning the 3 mountains mirror the moon quenching technique. After a long while, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of understanding in his eyes. The star in front of him was still resplendent, but Ling Xiao had already obtained the 3 mountains mirror the moon quenching technique, so this memory star became slightly dimmer. At the same time, Lin Shi and Jin Se also woke up. Fairy Lin Shi, Jin Se, what memories did you obtain? Ling Xiao recounted the memories of the 3 mountains mirror the moon quenching technique he obtained, then looked at Lin Shi and Jin Se curiously. I obtained the Phoenix Cryempyrean pill condensation technique. This Phoenix Cryempyrean pill condensation technique uses the divine beast Phoenix's sound waves as a foundation. It resonates with the way of the heavens and forms an extremely mysterious power, Lin Shi said slowly. She told him all the techniques she had obtained from the memory star without holding anything back. I obtained the yin-yang cauldron refining technique. Jin Se said indifferently, her voice still incomparably cold. The 3 mountains mirror the moon quenching technique, the Phoenix Cryempyrean pill condensation technique, and the yin-yang cauldron refining technique. These are all supreme techniques that have long been lost in the ancient times. How did we obtain them so easily? This is unbelievable. She was a genius of the Pill Seal Mountain, so she had a certain understanding of these three great techniques. They were all techniques that had been lost since ancient times, and now, she had actually found them in the Hunyuan Dan Saint's memory star, which made her extremely excited. They had absorbed the memories of the memory star and were like incarnations of origin. They had personally learned these techniques and naturally had an extremely deep impression of them. Although the primordial chaos alchemy saint was an alchemy saint of his generation, rumor has it that his martial arts talent was also extremely strong. He once created a supreme holy technique that shocked the ancient times. I'm afraid these memories are an irresistible temptation for everyone. Ling Xiao said slowly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Boom, at this moment, a great battle suddenly broke out in the distant starry sky. Dazzling divine light bloomed. The genius experts who were originally united against a common enemy began to fight over a memory star that they had taken a fancy to. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement, but their eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was as if in an instant, they had become united against a common enemy and began to fight over a memory star. They were all beneficiaries and had obtained great benefits from the memory star. They were so excited that they forgot everything and began to join in the fight for the memory star. From the memory star, they had not only obtained powerful alchemy knowledge and secret alchemy techniques, but more importantly, they had also obtained the divine skills and supreme secret techniques that Pill Saint Hunyuan had left behind. These saint techniques that pointed directly to the origin of the great Tao naturally made everyone scramble for them. They did not hesitate to fight over them. This is the memory star that I have taken a fancy to. Why should I give it to you? Why? Because my fist is bigger than yours and my strength is stronger than yours. If you want to die, go ahead and try. You are simply robbers. This memory star is mine. None of you can touch it. Boy, I think you are tired of living. Everyone, stop fighting. We should be united against a common enemy. How can we kill each other here? Do you all want to die here? Under the starry sky, the sound of quarreling rang out, accompanied by a fierce battle. When everyone saw the things in the memory stars, it was as if they had gone mad. Their eyes turned red and they all wanted to take the secret techniques in the memory stars for themselves. They really don't know what's good for them. Whether or not they'll be able to escape from the 9th floor of the pagoda is another matter, yet they've actually started fighting amongst themselves now? What a motley crew. Lin Shi looked at the crowd in the distance, shook her head and sneered. Don't worry about them, but I have an idea. A wisp of wisdom flashed through Ling Zhao's eyes as he slowly said, since those memory stars are the memories of the origin essence Pill Saint, then perhaps we can discover the origin essence Pill Saint's goal and even his weakness from those memories. This is our only chance. Otherwise, once his inheritance is obtained by someone else, I'm afraid we'll really be powerless. You're right. Let's refine those memory stars as soon as possible and see if we can find some useful clues. Jinsei also nodded calmly. Next, Lin Shi and Jinsei continued to refine the memory stars in the starry sky. However, the appearance of those memory stars was extremely similar and there was no pattern to follow. Wanting to find useful clues was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Ling Xiao did not choose to refine the memory stars one by one. Instead, he turned into a stream of light and wandered through the starry sky. These memory stars, or rather, the memory fragments of the origin essence Pill Saint would be more appropriate. However, why would they appear in the 9th floor of the pagoda? Why would the origin essence Pill Saint extract these memories? What secret is there that I don't know? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he strolled through the air. Simply refining the memory stars would be a waste of time. Ling Xiao chose to carefully observe the differences in those memory stars in an attempt to find a pattern. Ling Xiao always felt that the way to break out of this situation was in these memory stars. There were too many things in this pagoda that Ling Xiao could not understand. Even the content that the origin essence Pill Saint had explained before was very far-fetched in Ling Xiao's opinion. He tried to find the truth behind the layers of fog. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt the wordless heavenly book tremble slightly. His footsteps came to a halt. This is only a dark starry sky. There's nothing here. Why would the wordless heavenly book react? Ling Xiao thought to himself as his brows furrowed slightly. He was currently at the edge of the resplendent starry sky. The stars here seemed very sparse, and there was a large expanse of darkness between each star. Ling Xiao was now in between the two stars. He tried again. When he stood in front of the two stars, the wordless heavenly book didn't react at all. Only when he stood in the dark space between the two stars did the wordless heavenly book react. Moreover, the reaction was incomparably strong. Is there something strange about this place? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, his soul spread out silently towards the dark space. At the same time, he even used his mind realm to envelop him and the space within a few meters of him. Crack, Ling Xiao's heart suddenly trembled. He could not see anything in the dark space with his naked eyes. However, in his mind realm, a black star appeared in front of him. The black star exuded an extremely powerful and dark sealing power. It looked extremely evil. It was actually the power of the demonic Tao origin. This memory star is different from the others. It looks like it was deliberately sealed by someone. Is there some unspeakable secret hidden in it? Ling Xiao thought curiously. Ling Xiao's mind realm enveloped this area. From the outside, no one could see what Ling Xiao was doing. This was also the reason why he released his mind realm. Otherwise, his little tricks would have been discovered by the old man in linen robes. Ling Xiao still felt a little insecure. At the same time, he silently used the heaven-shrouding secret technique. I'd like to see why you sealed this memory star. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. He suspected that this memory star was most likely sealed by the primordial chaos pill saint himself. Buzz, Ling Xiao's palm was enshrouded in light. He slowly patted the void and at the same time, he patted the dark star. Suddenly, a majestic devouring power erupted from Ling Xiao's palm. The powerful seal on the black star began to loosen under the effect of the heaven-shrouding secret technique. There's hope. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He immediately continued to use the heaven-shrouding secret technique to devour the powerful seal on the black star. Moreover, Ling Xiao was devouring the seal on the star in his mind realm. In addition, he had used the heaven-shrouding secret technique. No one discovered what he was doing at all. Crack, finally, a crisp sound was heard. The seal on the black star was completely opened. I'd like to see what kind of unspeakable secret you're hiding. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. His majestic primordial spirit power instantly surged into the black memory star. Heaven and earth were shattered and stars were falling. The void was filled with a layer of bloody light, which looked extremely demonic. Everywhere was filled with a strong smell of blood. Broken limbs and corpses of various races could be seen everywhere. It was like purgatory in the human world, filled with killing intent. In this bloody world, a celestial mountain floated above the void. It was surrounded by a layer of powerful enchantment. Black light filled the air, as if countless demons were hiding and attacking the enchantment crazily. On the celestial mountain, countless disciples of the human clan were filled with fear and despair. The enchantment was on the verge of collapse. They knew the consequences of the enchantment breaking. The entire Sun-Moon Elixir sect would be turned into a land of death. No one would survive. On the peak of the celestial mountain, a long-browed Taoist with white hair and a beard was sitting cross-legged. A handsome young man was kneeling in front of him. However, the long-browed Taoist did not seem to be in a good state. The corners of his mouth were full of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with disappointment. He was on the verge of death. This is the hidden memory of the Hunyuan Elixir Saint? Ling Xiao was shocked. He was like a passerby in this world. He could tell at a glance that the young man kneeling in front of the long-browed Taoist was the Hunyuan Elixir Saint. The Hunyuan Elixir Saint's aura was extremely powerful. His cultivation had reached the sage realm. The long-browed Taoist in front of him was even more unfathomable. Although he was severely injured, a trace of fluctuation from his body was enough to shatter the void. Ling Xiao was shocked. He vaguely felt that he had touched the deepest secret of the Hunyuan Elixir Saint's heart. This black memory star hadn't been erased. It had just been sealed in the deepest part of his consciousness. If it hadn't been for the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to discover it. However, the scene in this memory star made Ling Zhao's expression turn extremely serious. Master, is the realm of the gods really finished? Is there no hope for the human clan? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The Hunyuan elixir saint knelt in front of the long-browed Taoist. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent and unwillingness. Fool, you're really a fool. This time, the demon emperor had made his move. The 9 great imperial emperors and 72 saint kings had invaded the divine realm at the same time. The Empress of Life had already died, and the human race no longer had any hope. After this battle, my Sun Moon Alchemy sect will disappear forever in the river of time, but you still have hope. Listen to me, quickly leave the divine realm and preserve your strength. You have the potential to become a martial monarch, so don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Long Eyebrow Taoist said slowly. He looked at Hunyuan Alchemy Saint with a kind gaze. Master, I can't accept this. That old thief Song Qing defected to the demon race. If it weren't for his sneak attack, how could you have been seriously injured? I must kill this traitor who betrays his master and destroys his ancestors. Primordial Chaos Alchemy Saint roared furiously. His voice was filled with bone-deep hatred. Saint King Songqing was one of the 72 saint kings under the demon emperor. He was also a demon clan spy who had been lurking in the Sun Moon Alchemy sect for a long time. He was the junior brother of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect master, Long-Browed Taoist, and one of the 2 great saint kings of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. It was precisely because of Saint King Songqing's counterattack that the Long-Browed Taoist was severely injured and many saint path experts had died. That was why the Sun Moon Elixir sect had fallen into such a desperate situation. Rumble, at that moment, the boundary outside the immortal mountain trembled even more. A young man in a dark green Taoist robe stepped into the void and stood in the middle of countless demon gods. He wore a jade crown on his head and was extraordinarily handsome. However, his face was indifferent, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He was Saint King Songqing. Senior brother Long Eyebrow, surrender. As long as you surrender, be loyal to the demon emperor, and refine elixirs for him in the future, the demon emperor said that he can protect the Sun Moon Elixir sect. I know that senior brother has a strong temperament, but do you really want the Sun Moon Elixir sect's legacy to end and billions of disciples to die here? Saint King Songqing said indifferently. His voice reverberated through the void like the divine voice of the great Tao, exuding an ethereal and mysterious nomological fluctuation. Songqing, I was wrong about you. Long Eyebrow Taoist's eyes flashed sharply. He stared at Long Eyebrow Taoist and sneered. You have followed me since you were young. I took you in as a disciple on behalf of my master and imparted you with divine powers and Tao techniques. I hoped that you would bring glory to the sect, but I didn't expect to raise an ingrate. I only hate that I didn't see your true colors earlier. Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, then kill me. As a human, we will never subdue demons. Sun Moon Elixir sect, why would we shrink from a fight? Long Eyebrow Taoist's voice reverberated like endless heavenly thunder. It was grand and majestic, reaching the ears of every disciple and elder of the Sun Moon Elixir sect. Everyone's blood was boiling. Their eyes were filled with incomparable madness as they roared in a low voice. Sun Moon Elixir sect, why would we shrink from a fight? Sun Moon Elixir sect, why would we shrink from a fight? Sun Moon Elixir sect, why would we shrink from a fight? Everyone's voices reverberated through the sky. Everyone had the intention to fight to the death. What a pity. Senior brother, although you have treated me well, we are on different sides. Since you are unwilling to surrender, I can only kill you. Sun Moon Elixir sect will be removed from the name from today onwards. Saint King Songqing said indifferently with a trace of pity in his eyes. Rumble, a green ancient sword appeared in his hand. When he lifted it up, it was as if countless rays of divine light converged together. Primordial mist permeated the air as countless gods and devils roared within the sword light. In the end, they converged into a monstrous sword light that slashed down from the sky. The sword was too dazzling and dazzling. It illuminated everyone's eyes as if it had enveloped the entire immortal mountain. Crack, a crisp sound rang out. In an instant, the incomparably powerful boundary exploded. All the disciples of the Sun Moon Elixir sect inside the boundary could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. They had activated the boundary with their life force. When the boundary was broken, many of them suffered a powerful backlash. Idiot, you can't leave even if you want to now. Long Eyebrow Taoist glanced at Hunyuan Alchemy Saint and could not help but sigh. His eyes were filled with bitterness and sorrow as he closed them slightly. He could not bear to see the scene of the disciples of the Sun Moon Elixir sect being slaughtered, but he was powerless to stop it. However, what Long Eyebrow Taoist did not see was that Hunyuan Alchemy Saint's eyes were bloodshot. His entire body was instantly enveloped in an extremely dense blood light that slowly spread out like a sea of blood. Master, I will never let the Sun Moon Elixir sect be destroyed. Never. Primordial Chaos, you, Long Eyebrow Taoist opened his eyes. Seeing Primordial Chaos Alchemy Saint in front of him, he could not help but tremble. His eyes were full of shock. Master, since you're about to die, why don't you lend me your blood essence and help me kill the devil race? A cold and emotionless voice sounded, containing a bone-chilling wave. Although it was Primordial Chaos Alchemy Saint's words, it was not his voice at all. Primordial Chaos Alchemy Saint stood up, and the terrifying aura around him skyrocketed. Behind him, a blood-red light rose, as if opening up a mysterious world of blood in the endless void. At this moment, there was no trace of clarity in his eyes. They became scarlet and bloodthirsty. He took a step forward and slapped the top of Long Eyebrow Taoist's head. Boom, the vast essence blood in Long Eyebrow Taoist's body suddenly rushed into Primordial Chaos Alchemy Saint's body, causing the world of blood behind him to grow larger and more real. His aura also skyrocketed in an instant. This is the eternal world of blood? Idiot, you're really an idiot. Why do you have to do this? Since that's the case, let Master lend you a final helping hand. Long Eyebrow Taoist's eyes were full of sorrow, but he did not resist at all. In the end, there was a trace of kindness in his eyes. Then, his body emitted an extremely terrifying aura wave. The essence blood in his body and the last remaining life origin in his body instantly rushed into Primordial Chaos Alchemy Saint's body like a huge river. Like a flying butterfly flying into a flame, Long Eyebrow Taoist's life origin bloomed brightly like a meteor. Boom, in an instant, the entire sky above the immortal mountain was illuminated by the mysterious light of life. No one could describe the long-browed Taoist at this moment. It was as if he had merged with the way of heaven and become an omnipotent master. Although he knew that his soul might scatter and his real spirit might be annihilated, he still had no regrets. The vast light illuminated Primordial Chaos Alchemy Saint's ferocious face, making him look even more evil at this moment. This is the eternal world of blood? Impossible, how can you know the eternal world of blood's technique? You're my senior brother's most valued disciple. He can't possibly pass the eternal world of blood to you. Saint King Songqing's indifferent expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, what shocked him was yet to come. After devouring the long-browed Taoist's blood essence, the Hunyuan Alchemy Saint's aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had broken through some kind of limit. He was not much weaker than Saint King Songqing. All of you will become this emperor's food. The Origin Alchemy Saint licked his lips. His eyes were scarlet and bloodthirsty. He did not show any emotion at all. He radiated with a vast smell of blood, as if he was the origin of the way of blood. He was extremely terrifying. Rumble, the majestic blood world spread out. The immortal mountain that was originally filled with auspicious vapors was now shrouded by a boundless bloody light, turning into an evil and bloody mountain. All the disciples of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect fused into the bloody light at this moment. Their essence blood and life source were sucked dry, completely disappearing into the sea of blood. The Sun Moon Elixir sect disciples were stunned. They never thought that they would not die at the hands of the Devil Clan, but actually die at the hands of the Primordial Chaos Pill Saint, and in such an evil and strange way. Origin Alchemy, you betrayed your master and ancestors. You'll die a horrible death. Origin Alchemy Saint, you don't deserve to be a disciple of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. What's the difference between you and Songqing? You're the biggest sinner of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Origin Alchemy sect, you destroyed the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. Sect Master Changmei, open your eyes and take a look. This is the peerless genius of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. This is the Origin Alchemy Saint. Ha ha ha, All the disciples and elders of the Sun-Moon alchemy sect went crazy. They cursed and roared incessantly. They were in complete despair. The Origin alchemy saint's terrifying figure was reflected in the boundless bloody light. It was as if a giant demon of the way of blood had been born. Not only the people of the Sun-Moon alchemy sect, but many experts of the Devil clan were also terrified. Origin alchemy saint, go to hell. Saint King Xianxia sensed the surging aura of the Origin alchemy saint. His eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of fear. He roared angrily and pounced on the Origin alchemy saint. The eternal world of blood was too terrifying. Everything happened in an instant. The Origin alchemy saint, whom Saint King Xianxia did not take seriously, actually made him feel fear. He wanted to kill the Origin alchemy saint at all costs because he knew that if he could not kill the Origin alchemy saint, he would die. Rumble, the ancient green sword bloomed with boundless sacred light. Vast great path nomological laws gathered and wrapped around the ancient sword like divine chains of order. Finally, it turned into an eternal sword light that pierced through the heavens and earth. It slashed down on the Origin alchemy saint. Saint King Xianxia felt that this was the strongest moment of his life. This sword was enough to severely injure or even kill a Saint King. You're too weak. The Hunyuan alchemy saint said indifferently. His voice was hoarse. The sea of blood that filled the sky rushed into the sky at this moment and gathered in his palm. It was like a blood-red sun that rose up with a loud bang and collided with the green sword light. Rumble, the eternal sword light, which seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth and shatter the heavens, shattered with a loud bang. It was silently submerged in the endless blood light. What? Saint King Xianxia's eyes were filled with disbelief. His entire body was trembling. He said that you're going to die. All of you are going to die. The Hunyuan pill saint said calmly. His voice sounded extremely strange and evil. The vast blood world suddenly exploded at this moment. It was vast and mighty, as if it had enveloped the entire divine world. The demon clan experts who followed Saint King Xianxia, whether they were weak demon god kings, powerful demon saints, or supreme saints, were all covered by the eternal world of blood. They could not resist at all and were instantly turned into a part of the blood realm. Only Saint King Xianxia was still struggling. However, as the Origin alchemy saint's aura skyrocketed, Saint King Xianxia's eyes were filled with despair. Origin alchemy saint, you dared to cultivate the eternal world of blood. You sold your life, your primordial spirit, your true spirit, and everything else to him. You'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death, Saint King Xianxia roared angrily. However, the blood light that filled the sky surged and swallowed him in an instant. A peerless Saint King fell just like that. In front of Ling Xiao seemed to be a world of blood, filled with despair, evil, darkness, and various other negative presences. However, there seemed to be a pair of mysterious eyes that could see through the bloody light and through the endless space and time, seeing him. This eternal world of blood is too strange. Ling Xiao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. When he woke up from the memory fragments, there was still a lingering fear in his heart. The Origin essence alchemy saint's cultivation should be in the saint realm, or at most in the great saint realm. However, after he used the eternal world of blood, he instantly possessed supreme power comparable to a Saint King's. He even easily killed Saint King Xianxia. Even though the Origin alchemy saint had devoured the long eyebrow Taoist's blood essence and remaining life origin, the eternal world of blood was too strange and terrifying. Buzz, a blood-red rune appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, exuding an extremely strange fluctuation, and was about to merge into Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Ling Xiao had been looking through the memories in the memory star, and at the same time unconsciously refining the Origin alchemy saint's memory fragment. He had not expected to condense a rune of the eternal world of blood. Ling Xiao could feel that this blood-red rune was extremely strange, and it was actually the cultivation method of the eternal world of blood. He instinctively felt that this blood-red rune was not simple, and he must not let it merge into his primordial spirit. The wordless heavenly book suddenly bloomed with an extremely bright light, and in an instant, it swallowed the blood-red rune. Boom! Although the blood-red rune was swallowed by the wordless heavenly book, it suddenly bloomed with an infinite amount of light. The blood-red light spread out, as if it was about to rush out of Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, forming a vast blood realm, and devouring everything. The wordless heavenly book shone brightly, and an ancient and mysterious fluctuation bloomed. The vast divine sound of the great Tao filled the air, and a series of divine chains of order emerged, entangling the blood-red rune, and began to slowly refine it. Xianxia had never seen the wordless heavenly book so nervous before. It was as if the blood-red rune was extremely terrifying, and the wordless heavenly book had to deal with it with all its might. However, in the end, the blood-red rune was still suppressed by the wordless heavenly book. Yes, it was suppressed, because the wordless heavenly book could not completely refine this blood-red rune. What secrets does the eternal world of blood contain? Xiao's heart trembled, and his face turned ugly. Although the wordless heavenly book had suppressed the blood-red rune, it seemed like the rune was a ticking time bomb. If it managed to escape the suppression of the wordless heavenly book, it would be a big joke. Xiao did not want to become like the primordial chaos pill saint. Although he possessed extremely powerful strength, it was as if his consciousness had sunk into hell forever. His entire being no longer had a trace of clarity, and he was like a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. That kind of state, just thinking about it made people shudder. No wonder the Hunyuan pill sage sealed this memory. It turns out that Long Eyebrow Taoist and the entire Sun Moon pill sect didn't die in the hands of the devil race, but in his own hands. Xiao sighed in his heart. Although he did not know what had happened after Primordial Chaos Alchemy Saint had killed Saint Songqing, it was obvious that Primordial Chaos Alchemy Saint could not accept it. Even if he had done it for revenge, he could not accept that he was the executioner who had destroyed the entire Sun Moon Alchemy sect. This is already something from ancient times. I didn't expect the enmity between the human race and the devil race to have been entangled for countless eras. They are really old enemies. However, how did the primordial chaos pill saint live until now? Xiao began to think. He recalled the scene when he first saw the primordial chaos pill saint. Although the primordial chaos pill saint's chi and blood were monstrous, and he seemed to have a strong vitality, in fact, his life source had already dried up. His entire body was filled with the aura of death, just like a corpse that had been dug out from an ancient tomb. Or, the primordial chaos pill saint has already died? In this way, many things can be explained clearly. However, what kind of existence is he, and where is this 9-story pagoda? Xiao's thoughts flickered. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have grasped some key point. He was about to peel away the layers of fog and see the truth hidden behind the fog. Xiao's eyes flashed. He did not choose to stay here for long. Instead, he went to a memory star next to him. As he looked at the memory fragments, he secretly pondered and investigated. Buzz, a strange wave of energy spread out from Xiao's body, silently spreading to the surroundings. At the same time, Xiao also saw the memory fragments in the memory star. Primordial chaos, this is the Sun Moon Elixir sect's treasure, the Sun Moon Elixir scripture. I hope you can work hard to cultivate and become a peerless elixir saint, bringing the Sun Moon Elixir sect to greater heights. In an ancient palace, Long Eyebrows Taoist handed an ancient scripture to the primordial chaos pill saint. Sun Moon Elixir scripture? Xiao's body trembled, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Could it be so coincidental? In the memory star that he had randomly chosen, it was the scene of Long Eyebrows Taoist passing the Sun Moon Elixir scripture to the primordial chaos pill saint. Although the primordial chaos pill saint did not say what his inheritance was, among the billions of memory stars, Xiao thought that it was most likely the supreme inheritance of the Sun Moon Elixir sect. The Sun Moon Elixir scripture was probably the supreme inheritance of the Sun Moon Elixir sect. So, this starry sky is actually, Xiao's heart trembled. At the same time, he finally discovered the secret of this starry sky. Rumble, at this moment, the starry sky trembled, and billions of stars bloomed with bright light at the same time. An ancient and vicissitude voice sounded in the void, with endless emotions and joy. My inheritance already has an owner. It was the voice of the primordial chaos pill saint. Whoosh, a stream of light traversed the starry sky, and the old man in linen clothes appeared in front of Xiao instantly. He looked at him with a hint of satisfaction. What? The primordial chaos pill saint's inheritance has already been obtained? Damn it, why isn't it me? Who's so lucky? Everyone was extremely shocked and began to discuss. Each of them had different expressions. Some were jealous, some were shocked, and some were curious. However, they were soon swept up by a mysterious force, gathered from all directions in the starry sky, and appeared in front of the primordial chaos pale saint. When they saw Ling Xiao, they were momentarily stunned. It's him? The War Hall Master of the War Hall, Long Out Yen? No one expected that the person who obtained the primordial chaos pale saint's inheritance would be Ling Xiao. This guy's luck is too good, isn't it? Lin Xi's eyes widened as she looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief and muttered softly. Long Out Yen, how did he get the Hunyuan alchemy saint's inheritance? Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan's faces were ugly. They looked at Ling Xiao with jealousy and unwillingness. They were very clear about the glory of the Sun Moon Elixir sect in ancient times and the strength of the Hunyuan Elixir Saint. They originally thought that with their talent, they might be able to obtain the inheritance of the Hunyuan Elixir Saint. What's your name? The Hunyuan Alchemy Saint looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I'm Long Out Yen, a disciple of the War God Hall. Greetings, Lord Hunyuan Alchemy Saint. Ling Xiao smiled and bowed to the Hunyuan Alchemy Saint. You already have a sect? But it doesn't matter. Since you've got my inheritance, you'll be my disciple and the sect master of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. As for the War God Hall, you'd better leave. Kneel and acknowledge me as your master. The Hunyuan Alchemy Saint frowned slightly but said indifferently. Lord Hunyuan Alchemy Saint, I already have a sect. Although I've got your inheritance, I don't want to betray my sect. Please grant me my wish. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, but his voice was firm. So, you're not willing to be my disciple and the sect master of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect? The Hunyuan Alchemy Saint's eyes flashed and his voice turned cold. Long Out Yen, you must be out of your mind. Why aren't you kneeling and greeting your master? Lin Shi looked at Ling Xiao with some disappointment as she hurriedly shouted. Everyone could feel the chilling intent emanating from the Origin Chaos Alchemy Saint. Xiao Rui and Ironheart Ape sneered coldly. They were overjoyed that Ling Xiao was so ignorant of the situation. They wanted the Origin Chaos Alchemy Saint to kill Ling Xiao with one palm and take them as his disciples. Long Out Yen, you're really infuriating. This Hunyuan Alchemy Saint seems to be out of his mind. Can't you agree with him first? It won't do you any good to anger him. Lin Shi grumbled angrily to Ling Xiao through voice transmission. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Ling Xiao said to Lin Shi through voice transmission as if he didn't care. Lord Primordial Chaos Pill Saint was unruly this time. He didn't know how to respect his seniors at all. He was just lucky. He doesn't deserve to be your disciple. Xiao Rui cupped his hands and bowed to Hunyuan Pill Saint. That's right, I can testify as well. Lord Primordial Chaos Pill Saint, this child has no talent in alchemy. I'm afraid he can't inherit your alchemy legacy at all. Ironheart Yuan's eyes flashed as he stood out and said. The atmosphere instantly became a little strange. No one expected Ling Xiao to reject the Hunyuan Pill Saint. What was even more unexpected was that Xiao Rui and Ironheart Ape would jump out. These two fellows seemed to be the ones who wanted to obtain the Hunyuan Pill Saint's inheritance the most. A bunch of ignorant fools, blinded by profit. Could it be that you guys really think that he's a Chaos Essence Alchemy Saint? Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Not Hunyuan Alchemy Saint? Everyone couldn't help but tremble, stunned by Ling Xiao's words. Hunyuan Alchemy Saint is a figure from the ancient times. Even the great emperors of the ancient times can't live until now. Do you really think that a mere saint has such a long lifespan? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Finally, he looked straight at Hunyuan Alchemy Saint, his eyes deep in calm. Not bad, not bad. I haven't seen such an interesting young man in a long time. What else do you want to say? Just say it all. Hunyuan Alchemy Saint wasn't angry. Instead, he looked interested as he looked at Ling Xiao. You're actually dead, right? Ling Xiao stared at the Hunyuan Dan Saint and said something that shocked everyone. Although you seem to have boundless vitality and powerful vitality, in reality, your life force has long since dried up. Your entire body is filled with the aura of death. Although I am very curious about what kind of existence you are indeed dead. Ling Xiao's voice was incomparably calm, but it caused everyone to feel a chill that penetrated their hearts. Hunyuan Alchemy Saint was dead, then who was the old man in linen in front of him? Everyone could feel that the old man in linen in front of them wasn't a spirit-body remnant soul at all. Even if it was a remnant soul, it was impossible for him to live from ancient times until now. The old man in linen in front of them was indeed a living being with flesh and blood. Everyone couldn't help but look at the old man in linen with a trace of fear in their eyes. Even Xiao Rui and Ironheart Yuan's expressions changed. They were frightened by Ling Zhao's words at this moment. How could they still care about Hunyuan Alchemy Saint's inheritance? Although they had suspected that the old man in linen had a purpose before, after refining those memory stars, they were attracted by the various magical powers and had forgotten the danger here. Now, they suddenly woke up. It turned out that the danger had never been eliminated. If what Ling Xiao said was true, then what was the old man's purpose? Compared to their own lives, the so-called inheritance, so-called opportunities, and fortune were just fleeting clouds. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be able to detect the situation in my body. I'm really getting more and more curious about you. However, this doesn't mean anything at all. Perhaps I used some secret technique. The world is so big. There are many things that you don't know. Boy, you really don't want to be my disciple? Hunyuan Alchemy Saint smiled slightly. His voice sounded ethereal. However, his expression was very cold and indifferent. It looked very strange, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. Everyone knows that Hunyuan Alchemy Saint is an expert in both alchemy and martial arts. Not only is his attainment in alchemy extremely high, but his combat strength is also extremely strong. However, very few people know that Hunyuan Alchemy Saint is also a heart saint. If I'm not wrong, this 9-story pagoda is transformed from your heart realm, right? Ling Xiao didn't directly answer Hunyuan Alchemy Saint's question. Instead, he continued to talk to himself. However, as soon as his voice fell, Hunyuan Alchemy Saint's eyes revealed a strange sharpness. Ling Xiao felt as if he was being stared at by some ancient fierce beast. Heart realm? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The content of Ling Zhao's words was too terrifying. However, after thinking about it carefully, everyone actually believed Ling Zhao's words. Only if the 9-story pagoda was Hunyuan Alchemy Saint's heart realm could they explain all of this. Only then could they explain the strange power and how they were inexplicably pushed to the 9th floor. Then, they saw Hunyuan Alchemy Saint under the starry sky. It turned out that Hunyuan Alchemy Saint was the real mastermind behind the scenes. Origin Pill Saint took a deep look at Ling Xiao. His gaze was extremely deep, as if he could see through the depths of Ling Zhao's heart. There was a cold and mysterious power. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect you to be able to sense that the 9-story pagoda is a heart realm. I'm really more and more curious about you. You're only a second revolution half-saint. How did you sense that this is a heart realm? It seems that you're qualified to inherit all my inheritance. Origin Pill Saint looked at Ling Xiao with great satisfaction and continued, as for you saying that I'm dead, I understand your doubts, but you don't understand my strength. If I don't want to die, even God can't take me away. I still want to rebuild the Sun-Moon Alchemy sect, climb to the top, and then destroy the devil race to avenge my Sun-Moon Alchemy sect. Boy, I admire you. Are you really not going to take me as your master? Origin Pill Saint seemed to be extremely stubborn. He insisted on taking Ling Xiao as his disciple. As for everyone, they were even more confused. At this time, they seemed to be unable to tell whether Ling Xiao was right or Origin Pill Saint was right. But in any case, the scene in front of them revealed a kind of strangeness. You're not Origin Pill Saint. If I'm not wrong, you're Origin Pill Saint's obsession, right? Unfortunately, you don't know it yourself. Even after so long, you believed that you were still alive. But did the Sun-Moon Alchemy sect and Long Eyebrow Daoist really die in the hands of the devil race? Ling Xiao sighed softly. There was a trace of sympathy in his eyes as he looked at Origin Pill Saint. Origin Pill Saint's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, "How do you know my master is Long Eyebrow Daoist? They died in the hands of the devil race in the ancient catastrophe. I'll definitely avenge them. I definitely will. They didn't die in the hands of the devil race. They died in your hands." Ling Xiao said calmly, but his words were like a sudden clap of thunder, instantly shocking everyone to the extreme. Whoosh, a light flashed between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. In an instant, a bright light screen appeared in the void. A mysterious scene appeared on it. It was everything that Ling Xiao saw in the Black Memory Star. Everyone's body trembled. Their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The Origin Universe Alchemy Saint's eyes instantly turned blood red. Rumble, the starry sky trembled violently. When everyone saw the primordial Origin Alchemy Saint use the eternal world of blood to kill Long Eyebrow Taoist and devour his essence blood, the endless world of blood enveloped the entire Sun Moon Alchemy sect and slaughtered all the disciples of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. Everyone was in disbelief. What? Did Primordial Chaos Pill Saint really kill his master? The Sun Moon Pill sect was also destroyed by him? How is this possible? Didn't they say that the people of the Sun Moon Pill sect all died in the hands of the Devil Race experts? Sigh, the Origin Chaos Alchemy Saint did it for revenge. Didn't he kill Saint King Sanqing and many Demon Clan experts in the end? I don't think Long Eyebrow Taoist would blame him if he knew about it in the underworld. Everyone discussed animatedly. They looked at the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint with complicated expressions. Although everyone admitted that the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint had no choice but to kill the Devil Race experts in the end, Long Eyebrow Taoist and everyone from the Sun Moon Alchemy sect died in the hands of the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint. It could be said that the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint was the real murderer. It turned out that the revenge that the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint had been longing for was just a joke. This is impossible. This is impossible. Master and the Sun Moon Alchemy sect were destroyed in the hands of the Devil Race. That person is not me. It's definitely not me. Who are you? Where did you get these memory fragments from? The Origin Universe Alchemy Saint seemed to have gone completely mad. He stared at Ling Xiao with bloodthirsty eyes. Origin Universe Alchemy Saint, I'm afraid that you can't accept your own actions. That's why you sealed this memory, right? I also saw it by accident. You should be able to tell if this memory is real or fake. Ling Xiao said slowly. His expression was very calm. However, he was extremely vigilant in his heart. The powerful energy around him was concealed. The wordless heavenly book and flipping sky seal were ready to be used at any time. After all, the news that Ling Xiao released was too explosive. It could simply deny everything that the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint knew. No one could guarantee that the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint would not suddenly attack. Rumble, the aura around the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint became extremely terrifying. The hearts in all directions were shaking violently. The bright star seemed to shatter at any time. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. The energy in his body was extremely unstable. His face revealed an expression of incomparable pain and struggle. It was as if he was recalling something. Ha ha ha. It turns out that I really died long ago. It turns out that my so-called waiting for so many years was a joke. It turns out that I'm the murderer who killed the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. Ha ha ha. The Origin Universe Alchemy Saint's eyes were filled with incomparable pain. It was as if a dusty memory had been opened. His entire body was trembling violently. Boom, the majestic chi and blood in his body began to slowly dissipate at this moment. The majestic vitality also receded like the tide. His entire body was filled with a deep layer of death chi. It was a kind of lethargy that came when one's life had come to an end. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable fear. They all scattered in all directions, afraid that they would be affected by the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint. This kind of obsession no longer has any meaning to exist. You should rest in peace. Ling Xiao sighed softly and said slowly. The so-called Origin Universe Alchemy Saint in front of him was actually an obsession. Perhaps he wanted to rebuild the Sun Moon Alchemy sect, or perhaps he wanted to find a successor. Perhaps he had other motives. However, all of these were built on the bone-deep hatred. However, now that the dusty memory had been opened by Ling Xiao, the obsession that the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint had persisted in all this time seemed to have no meaning to exist at all. His life had also come to an end. Boom, the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint suddenly raised his hand and grabbed. Immediately, the stars in the sky shook. Billions of stars gathered in his palm and finally formed a bright sun that emitted incomparably brilliant light. Long Out Yin, from now on, you are the sect master of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. All the inheritance here belongs to you. The Origin Universe Alchemy Saint's entire body seemed to have turned into a bright rain of light. However, before he disappeared, a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. Then, he pointed at the center of Ling Zhao's eyebrows. The bright sun instantly flew into the center of Ling Zhao's eyebrows. All the inheritance of the Origin Universe Alchemy Saint and the Sun Moon Alchemy sect? Everyone could not help but tremble. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at the bright sun. That dazzling sun was formed by the countless stars in this galaxy. It contained the Hunyuan Elixir Saint's lifetime inheritance. How could they not be envious? They had never thought that the Hunyuan Elixir Saint's obsession would not only not vent his anger on Ling Xiao, but also give his lifetime inheritance to Ling Xiao. This filled their hearts with jealousy and unwillingness. They had refined some memory stars before, so they knew how amazing and terrifying the inheritance in those memory stars was. The inheritance of alchemy from the ancient times, various peerless elixir recipes, the Hunyuan Golden Pill and the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Pill created by the Hunyuan Elixir Saint were enough to make a saint go crazy. Whoosh, that dazzling sun instantly entered between Ling Zhao's eyebrows. Its speed was extremely fast. Even if they wanted to fight for it, there was no chance at all. Long Out Yin, hand over the Hunyuan Elixir Saint's inheritance. Those inheritances should be shared with everyone. You can't hog them alone. Huang Xuanzong's eyes were extremely cold as he looked directly at Ling Xiao and said. Boom, powerful auras erupted one after another. Under the dark starry sky, the eyes of many experts turned red as they surrounded Ling Xiao. That's right. The Hunyuan Elixir Saint's inheritance belongs to everyone. Hand it over quickly. Long Out Yin, don't fail to appreciate our kindness. Don't be delusional to become enemies with so many people. Otherwise, no one can save you. Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan also took a step forward. Their eyes were extremely cold as they stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. Hand it over. Long Out Yin, Xuanzong's holy son, young Master Xiao and young Master Tai are right. We also have a share of the Hunyuan Elixir Saint's inheritance. In my opinion, just kill him directly. Capture his primordial spirit and search his soul. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Everyone berated one by one. The greed in their hearts had completely taken the upper hand. They also knew that Ling Xiao had the flipping sky seal and his combat strength was extraordinary. He could even kill a 9 Revolution half-saint directly. However, the Hunyuan Elixir Saint's inheritance was too amazing. They did not believe that Ling Xiao could defeat thousands of people. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would not dare to offend so many experts. Ling Xiao's gaze instantly became extremely cold. He glanced at the crowd and said, the Hunyuan Alchemy Saint's inheritance is mine. If you don't want to die, then come at me. These people were really short-sighted, Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Did they really think that the Primordial Chaos Pill Saint was dead? If the Primordial Chaos Pill Saint had died, then the heart realm of the 9-story pagoda would have dissipated long ago. In other words, the mastermind was still there, but they were already impatiently fighting for the inheritance of the Primordial Chaos Pill Saint. Ling Xiao had no intention of reminding them. It was a good opportunity to use these people to test what the mastermind behind the scenes was. You are really biting the hand that feeds you. Ungrateful. Have you forgotten who protected you with the cyclic sky seal? That's why you were able to come to the 9th level. Otherwise, you would have died in the first few levels. Lin Shi sneered. On the 7th and 8th levels, Ling Xiao had used the flipping sky seal to protect hundreds of people. Otherwise, they would have died in the strange bone ash storm. Hearing Lin Shi's words, the faces of the several hundred people immediately revealed an extremely awkward expression, not daring to look Ling Xiao in the eye. But there was still someone who sneered and said, protecting us, we're naturally grateful in our hearts. But the inheritance of the Primordial Chaos Pill Saint should also belong to us. Him handing it over has no effect on him. I think he clearly wants to take it all for himself. That's right. If you don't hand over the inheritance of the Primordial Chaos Pill Saint today, you can forget about leaving here. Everyone was already blinded by greed now. How could they still care so much? In order to obtain the inheritance of the primordial chaos pill saint, even if they had to kill Ling Xiao, they would not hesitate. Moreover, as long as they killed Ling Xiao, who would know that they were ungrateful? Among those who were protected by Ling Xiao, many people's eyes revealed a trace of obscure killing intent. Clang, a resplendent sword light traversed the firmament, as if splitting heaven and earth, instantly separating Ling Xiao from the crowd. Xianxia held an ancient sword in her hand. Her gaze was cold, and her temperament was indifferent. She swept a glance over the crowd and said indifferently, "Those who dare to attack the former, die." Among the thousands of experts, only Lin Shi and Xianxia chose to stand on Ling Xiao's side, while the others stood on the opposite side of Ling Xiao. They would not give up until they obtained the inheritance of the primordial chaos pill saint. "Everyone, let's attack together and kill Long Outyen. I swear on the reputation of the Five Elements Saint sect that as long as I obtain Long Outyen's primordial spirit and search his soul, I will share the inheritance of the primordial chaos pill saint with everyone." Huang Xuanzong's gaze was extremely cold as he roared. "Good. Kill him. Kill." Everyone sneered. Their eyes were overflowing with killing intent, and the terrifying aura around them rose, causing the dark void to tremble violently. A trace of worry appeared in Lin Shi's eyes. Although Ling Zhao's flipping sky seal was very strong, there were thousands of experts here, and many of them had flawless saint treasures. Could Ling Xiao really defeat so many people? Xianxia's gaze was extremely sharp, as bright as a sword light. Sword essence rose around her, and the ancient sword in her hand hummed as if it was ready to explode with a thunderous attack at any time. "Very well. Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wish," Ling Xiao said slowly, and there was no trace of emotion in his voice. He suddenly raised his head, and his two bright eyes were majestic and mysterious, as if they could pierce through the void in front of him. Rumble, the flipping sky seal suddenly rose into the sky and turned into a black mountain. It was ancient and majestic, and it was extremely terrifying. It suppressed the experts. Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack. Golden divine light rose around him, and the sound of a dragon's roar shook the void. Streaks of purple gas filled the air, and behind him, there were 3,000 worlds. Ling Xiao waved his invincible fist and attacked the experts in front of him. Although he was only a second revolution half-saint, the invincible aura that filled the air made everyone's expression change. They felt as if they were facing an invincible saint. "Everyone, use your saint treasures and follow me to stop the flipping sky seal. As long as we can stop the flipping sky seal, Long Outyen will definitely die." Huang Xuanzong's eyes flashed as he roared. Whoosh, the five-colored divine light filled his palm, and the Five Elements void-breaking shuttle exuded a powerful saint aura. It flew toward the flipping sky seal, and the divine chains of order traversed the void. The power of the Five Elements reinforced and restrained each other, as if it was going to imprison the flipping sky seal directly. Xiao Rui and Iron-Hearted Ape seemed to have discussed with Huang Xuanzong before. Xiao Rui took out a golden long spear, and the spear's shadow covered the sky. It turned into a spear light that could penetrate everything, and shot toward the flipping sky seal. Rumble, the void trembled violently. Apart from the three of them, the other high-level sage-to-be's eyes were blazing as they took out their powerful holy treasures. In an instant, the dark starry sky was completely illuminated. Divine light surged like an ocean. Dozens of powerful holy treasures traversed the sky and blasted towards the flipping sky seal. Although they said that they wanted to kill Ling Xiao, they were still extremely cautious. After all, the flipping sky seal was well known throughout the divine world. It was a top-notch holy treasure and was known as one of the strongest holy treasures below the ultimate emperor weapon. It had drunk the blood of countless sages. Therefore, they took out their powerful holy treasures and wanted to stop the flipping sky seal. At the same time, all of them rushed towards Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They wanted to be the first to kill Ling Xiao and then capture his primordial spirit. The 9-story pagoda seemed to be isolated from the void saint world. It called itself a space. The holy badge was useless here. If one died here, his primordial spirit would not be able to escape. This was the perfect opportunity for them to capture Ling Zhao's primordial spirit and search it. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao left the illusionary saint world immediately after killing him, all their efforts would have been in vain. Boom, dozens of powerful holy treasures blasted on the flipping sky seal. Terrifying divine light gushed out and drowned the flipping sky seal in an instant. It was like a chaotic explosion. Endless divine light spewed out. The terrifying fluctuation seemed to be able to crush everything, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The flipping sky seal and dozens of powerful holy treasures collided in the void. Every collision was like an avalanche, setting off monstrous waves of divine light. Long Out Yen, die. Huang Xuanzong's eyes were blazing as he pressed his palm down towards Ling Xiao. 5-colored divine light spewed out from his palm. The palm print was like a huge wheel that covered the sky. All the energy in his palm turned into nothingness. It looked extremely terrifying. This was the unique skill of the 5 Elements Saint sect, the 5 Elements Heavenly Wheel. Good timing. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he felt the terrifying aura around Huang Xuanzong. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling as he punched towards Huang Xuanzong. The fist imprint was ancient and mysterious. Chaotic qi lingered around it. When the fist landed, it was as if the illusory image of the 3,000 great worlds appeared. Gods, devils, ghosts, living beings, and all other things appeared behind Ling Xiao, making him look like an invincible celestial emperor. Crack, when the fist and the palm collided, a blazing divine light suddenly exploded. Ling Xiao and Huang Xuanzong both retreated at the same time. Ha ha ha, again. Ling Xiao's gaze was ice cold as he stared at Huang Xuanzong and punched out again. How can your physical body be so strong? There was a trace of shock in Huang Xuanzong's eyes. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 2nd revolution semi-sage realm. However, his fist attack was equally matched with Huang Xuanzong's. Huang Xuanzong had even used the peerless holy technique, 5 Elements Heavenly Wheel. However, he didn't gain any advantage over Ling Xiao. This was unacceptable to him. After all, he was already at the 9th revolution semi-sage realm. He was the leader of the 5 great holy sons of the 5 Elements Saint sect. He had always thought highly of himself. Apart from a few monstrous geniuses, no one in the same realm was his opponent. He didn't expect that a 2nd revolution semi-sage Long Out Yen would be able to fight him to a draw. There are still many things that you can't imagine. Ling Xiao's gaze was blazing. He instantly let out a long roar that shook the clouds. His entire body soared into the sky. Using the secret teleportation technique, his speed was extremely fast. He instantly passed through several experts who were rushing towards him and punched out at Huang Xuanzong. Boom, the terrifying fist imprint seemed to be able to obliterate everything. It collided with Huang Xuanzong in an instant. This time, Huang Xuanzong was a little absent-minded. He was actually sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. And you too. Since you want the inheritance of the chaotic essence Pill Saint, then exchange it with your lives. Ling Xiao's gaze was incomparably cold. In an instant, it fell on Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan. A stream of light flashed under his feet. A chaotic mist pervaded the air. His fists intertwined like 2 golden divine dragons and pressed down on Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan. Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan couldn't help but change their expressions. They didn't expect that Long Out Yen would be so terrifying without the flipping sky seal. This made both of them tremble with fear. However, Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. Thousands of people wanted to besiege Ling Xiao, but he used the secret teleportation technique. In an instant, he was tens of thousands of meters away. He shuttled through the crowd as if he was walking on flat ground. No one could catch his figure. Many of the attacks missed. Long Out Yen, go to hell. Xiao Rui gritted his teeth. In an instant, his golden long spear flew back to his palm like a stream of light. Then, a terrifying saint aura erupted. He stabbed the spear towards Ling Xiao's chest. Tai Xingyuan also called back his purple long staff. His whole body exploded with terrifying power. He raised his long staff and chopped towards Ling Xiao. Suppress. Ling Xiao's gaze was incomparably calm. It was as if he didn't put these 2 powerful saint treasures in his heart. He shouted softly. In an instant, 9 streams of light flew out from his body. They transformed into 9 ancient tablets filled with chaotic qi. They went towards Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan. Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet? How can this Long Out Yen be so lucky? Legend has it that there are 81 Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablets. It's also a set of top-grade saint treasures. It's not weaker than the flipping sky seal. Everyone's eyes turned red. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Previously, there were rumors that Long Outyan had a heavenly Tao primal chaos tablet. However, most of them hadn't seen it. Now that they saw Ling Xiao taking out 9 heavenly Tao primal chaos tablets, it made them feel unbalanced. They were filled with jealousy. Boom, the 9 heavenly Tao primal chaos tablets bloomed with dazzling light. In an instant, they blocked the golden long spear and purple long staff. Light flashed under Lin Zhao's feet. He directly traversed through the void and appeared in front of Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan. Then, he punched with both fists. Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan couldn't dodge. Their faces were ugly. They could only desperately roar and use all their cultivation to resist. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan's arms suddenly broke. Then, they exploded into a bloody mist in the void. Both of them staggered back. Their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Kill him. Everyone's eyes were red. Taking advantage of the time when Ling Xiao was fighting with Huang Xuanzong, Xiao Rui, and Ironheart Ape, they finally formed a huge circle and surrounded Ling Xiao. After that, they all roared and charged towards Ling Xiao, thousands of experts. Most of them were high-level half-saints. Only a small portion of them were low-level half-saints. If so many experts fought with all their strength, they could even contend against a true saint. Rumble, the dark starry sky was completely illuminated. It was as if endless waves were surging and converging into a huge tornado. Ling Xiao was in the center of the storm. The terrifying attacks from all around surged toward him, as if they would drown him at any time. Whoosh! Ling Xiao instantly turned into a dazzling stream of light, using a secret teleportation technique to soar into the sky. However, the divine light that filled the sky gathered above his head like a huge net, as if trying to pull him down from the sky. Break! Ling Xiao said softly. His gaze instantly became incomparably sharp, calm and deep. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Rumble, translator, Transin editor, Transin the flipping sky seal, which had been entangled with dozens of holy treasures, suddenly released a terrifying emperor's might. It swept across the sky and broke through the divine light. It turned into a streamer and appeared above Ling Zhao's head. Heaven and earth shook violently. The terrifying waves from the flipping sky seal swept out in an instant and annihilated the storm in the sky. Ling Xiao held the flipping sky seal and shot up into the sky like a celestial emperor pulling up a heavenly pillar. Then, he pressed down on the thousands of experts below. What kind of power is this? Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were filled with horror. The joint attack of thousands of experts and dozens of holy treasures was unable to seal the flipping sky seal. The flipping sky seal still rushed out. The power emitted by the flipping sky seal made all of them feel fear from the depths of their souls. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jin Sei and Lin Shi, who were fighting with several experts, were also affected by the fluctuations. They flew backward at the same time. Fortunately, they were at the edge of the battlefield and were not injured. Jin Sei and Lin Shi's battle strength was also very strong. However, everyone's target was Ling Xiao. No one targeted them, so they were not in any danger. After feeling the terrifying power of the flipping sky seal, they were slightly relieved. This was the peerless treasure, the flipping sky seal. It could kill a saint. How could a group of experts resist it? Master, I have found the location of the behind-the-scenes manipulator. He hid so well. If it were not for your battle, I'm afraid we might not have been able to lure him out. Thunder Spirit King's voice sounded in Ling Zhao's mind. Very good. I want to see who would set up such a huge game of chess in the primordial Chaos Pill Saint's mystic realm. Ling Zhao's gaze was incomparably sharp, and his entire body emitted an extremely dangerous fluctuation. Whoosh! Ling Xiao held the flipping sky seal in his hand and radiated a dazzling light. The flipping sky seal expanded in the void like a black sun, extremely dazzling. In an instant, it blasted into the depths of the dark void. What is Long Outyan trying to do? Everyone was stunned. When they felt the terrifying aura of the flipping sky seal, they had already given up the idea of attacking. They thought that Ling Xiao would kill them all. Some of them even began to despair. However, to their surprise, Ling Xiao did not target them. Instead, he held the flipping sky seal and launched a thunderous attack into the depths of the void. Crack, terrifying divine light bloomed. This time, Ling Xiao directly activated the full power of the flipping sky seal. It directly pierced through the void. The void exploded with a loud bang, and cracks appeared in the void, as if leading to another world. "What is that?" someone exclaimed. His entire body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In the distance, in the void that was blasted by Ling Xiao, an extremely terrifying sea of blood appeared. The sea of blood churned and emitted an evil and terrifying fluctuation of power. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard, causing everyone to tremble. The sea of blood churned and condensed into a blood-red demonic face. It looked extremely ferocious and evil, and it stared directly at Ling Xiao. "Lowly ant, you can actually discover me?" A cold voice resounded in the void. It was like a thunderclap, rumbling loudly. "Who exactly are you?" The primordial chaos pill saint's obsession has already disappeared. Logically speaking, the heart realm of the 9-story pagoda should have been broken. However, you are controlling everything behind the scenes. If I'm not wrong, the fact that the primordial chaos pill saint's obsession could survive until now has something to do with you, right? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he stared at the blood-red demonic face and asked. "What? It's the mastermind behind the scenes?" Everyone was shocked. Even Huang Xuanzong, Xiao Rui, and Tai Xinyuan's faces turned extremely ugly. They were still thinking about how to compete with Ling Xiao for the inheritance of the primordial chaos pill saint. However, they did not expect that all of this was a trap, a huge conspiracy. "Lowly human, I'm getting more and more curious about you. With your cultivation base, you can actually detect all of this. It seems that you have a secret on you. Well, when I capture all of you, I'll naturally be able to obtain your secret." The blood-red demonic face laughed sinisterly. Its voice sounded a little creepy. The monstrous blood chi spread out, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. "This is the eternal world of blood?" The eternal world of blood is the demon clan's superpower that the primordial chaos pill saint cultivated. Legend has it that it is extremely ominous. I didn't expect it to give birth to such a freak like you. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. He saw the last scene in the sealed memory of the primordial chaos pill saint. The primordial chaos pill saint unleashed the eternal world of blood and massacred everyone. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Sun Moon Pill sect or the experts of the demon clan, they all died in the eternal world of blood. Ling Xiao did not expect the eternal world of blood to exist and give birth to such a terrifying freak. The demonic face gave Ling Xiao the feeling that it was comparable to a supreme saint. It exuded a vast and terrifying aura. It was extremely strange. "Ignorant humans, how can you understand the greatness of this seat? I am immortal and indestructible. I control the heavens and the myriad of worlds. All living things are just food for me. You won't be surprised." The blood-red demonic face sneered and instantly pounced on Ling Xiao and the others. Rumble, the sea of blood surged violently. The terrifying blood light instantly covered the dark starry sky. It seemed as if the world in front of everyone had turned into a blood-red world. The aura of the blood-red demonic face was extremely terrifying. It was as if it wanted to devour everyone. The sea of blood surged violently. In an instant, rays of blood-red light appeared from within, forming many blood-red demonic shadows. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. They pounced towards the crowd from all directions. The boundless blood sea rose with surging waves, emitting a strange crimson light. Mysterious crimson demonic shadows flew out from the blood sea, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. The blood-red demonic face stared at Ling Xiao, its eyes filled with cold murderous intent. It opened its mouth and shot out rays of blood-red light, forming an extremely powerful blood-red vortex that swallowed Ling Xiao. "I'd like to see what you are." Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were sharp. The flipping sky seal buzzed in his palm. Powerful saint aura burst out and shrouded his entire body. Swoosh, Ling Xiao leaped into the sky, holding the flipping sky seal in his hand. He unleashed the ultimate power of the flipping sky seal and pressed it down on the crimson demonic face, boom, streaks of black light rose from the flipping sky seal. They were like black lightning, overbearing and majestic. They contained the power to destroy evil and kill demons. Suddenly, the sea of blood in the sky collapsed and crashed into the demonic face. The demonic face suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. It was as if it could not withstand a single blow. It was no match for the flipping sky seal at all and turned into ashes. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he did not dare to relax. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger behind him. Without hesitation, he used the secret skill of teleportation and appeared tens of thousands of feet away in an instant. Boom, at Ling Zhao's original position, a huge crimson wave rose to the sky. The crimson light rose and condensed, forming a gigantic demonic face, which was full of mockery. "And, you will never understand my greatness." The demonic face sneered. In an instant, hundreds of millions of crimson demonic shadows emerged from the blood sea and pounced on Ling Xiao from all directions. Bang! 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 Translator, trans and editor, trans and the flipping sky seal formed a huge saintly way boundary around Ling Xiao. The crimson demonic shadows crashed into the boundary and exploded, causing ripples to appear on the boundary. At the same time, the crimson light was extremely strange. It seemed to have a mind of its own and wanted to drill into the boundary. Crack, however, black lightning rose around the flipping sky seal and struck the crimson light into nothingness. However, the others were not as lucky as Ling Xiao. A sea of blood pervaded the surroundings. Blood-red demonic shadows rose up one after another. These blood-red demonic shadows were extremely strange. Not only were they extremely fast, but they also contained a kind of fluctuation that could make people lose their minds. Several experts of the semi-sage realm were pounced on by these blood-red demonic shadows in an instant. The essence and blood in their bodies immediately dissipated. Their entire bodies fell into the sea of blood, and not even their bones remained. These crimson demonic shadows are afraid of the power of Yang astral force. Everyone, use your fire and lightning Dao skills to attack. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a divine light, and she shouted loudly. Rumble, everyone immediately calmed down. Their eyes were full of monstrous fighting spirit. One after another, they performed powerful magic. Flames and lightning filled the sky and shrouded the crimson demonic shadows. Sure enough, as Lin Shi had expected, although these blood-red demonic shadows were evil and strange, they were afraid of the power of Yang. Under the power of the lightning and flames, they were reduced to nothingness. Roar! Roar! However, before everyone could rejoice, their hearts sank again. They saw that after the crimson demonic shadows disappeared, the sea of blood boiled, and the heavens and the earth shook. Unexpectedly, more demonic shadows condensed from the sea of blood and then pounced on everyone. It was as if they could never be killed. The sea of blood was the source of life for these crimson demonic shadows. Damn it! What the hell are these crimson demonic shadows? Why can't they be killed? An extremely ugly expression appeared on someone's face as he spoke in a somewhat discouraged manner. Although these crimson demonic shadows were not so strong that they could not contend with them, they were constantly resurrecting in the sea of blood. At this rate, everyone's cultivation would be exhausted sooner or later. At that time, they would probably become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. More pressure was on Ling Zhao's side. Almost all of the crimson demonic face's attention was on Ling Xiao. It was as if there was something on Ling Xiao that attracted him and made him want to kill him. Rumble, streaks of blood-red light collided with the flipping sky seal like cannonballs and exploded like fireworks. However, there were traces of strange blood qi that kept trying to corrode the insides of the flipping sky seal like corpses. Master, this is not good. These streaks of blood light are extremely strange. They can actually corrode holy treasures. At this rate, even if the flipping sky seal is a top holy treasure, it will be damaged. We have to find a way to get out of here. Thunder Spirit King's anxious voice sounded in Ling Zhao's heart. The crimson demonic face's strength was too terrifying. Ling Xiao did not know what kind of existence it was. It could actually control the bloodway origin. The corrosive power was so terrifying that even the flipping sky seal could not withstand it. Thunder Spirit King, you just pierced through the void and opened the eternal world of blood. Are you confident that the flipping sky seal can break the 9-story pagoda and open the barrier between the void saint world and the 9-story pagoda? Ling Xiao asked. This was the most important question. It was because of the barrier between the 9-story pagoda and the void saint world that the holy badges between everyone's eyebrows could not be used. Therefore, if they died here, they would really die. If they could open the barrier, even if they were killed by the sea of blood, they would have a chance to escape with the help of the holy badges. It's difficult. However, we can give it a try. If we activate the Extreme Emperor's power of the flipping sky seal, we might be able to break the barrier of the 9-story pagoda. However, the most important thing is to find the real body of the Crimson Demonic Face. Thunder Spirit King said slowly. The real body of the Crimson Demonic Face? He has indeed hidden himself well. However, does he really think that the eternal world of blood alone can keep me here? Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were extremely deep as he looked at a place in the depths of the blood sea. There seemed to be a mysterious fluctuation that the wordless heavenly book yearned for and looked forward to. Although Ling Xiao could not sense it, he believed that the wordless heavenly book senses could sense that the real body of the Crimson Demonic Face was there. Swoosh, just as another demonic shadow pounced on Ling Xiao instantly activated the flipping sky seal and shot up into the sky. Streaks of golden thunderbolts flashed around him and shattered all the demonic shadows. Rumble, translator, trans and editor, trans and the flipping sky seal shone brightly and dazzlingly. It floated above the boundless blood sea like a towering mountain. Ling Xiao stood on the flipping sky seal. With a thought, the flipping sky seal rumbled across the sky and crashed into the depths of the blood sea. I would like to see if you are a human or a ghost. Ling Xiao's voice was extremely cold and there seemed to be a blazing sword radiance flashing in his eyes. Rumble, the blood sea began to boil violently. Blood-red waves rushed to the sky and swept toward the flipping sky seal, as if to block its path. The blood-red demonic face looked flustered and exasperated. Its eyes were filled with viciousness and anger. It seems like I found the right place. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The flipping sky seal buzzed and vibrated. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from it. A vast emperor's aura erupted. Chaotic chi rose, as if it was going to suppress the heavens. It contained an unstoppable and invincible aura. The sky was filled with crimson light. The flipping sky seal was like a stabilizing needle. It pierced into the depths of the blood sea. The blood sea on both sides dispersed and exploded with terrifying waves. It was suppressed into nothingness by the flipping sky seal. At this moment, the power of the flipping sky seal seemed to have increased by 100 or 1,000 times. The blood-red demonic face was flustered and exasperated. This is not a holy treasure. This is Extreme Emperor's aura? The blood-red demonic face stared at Ling Xiao in disbelief. There was even a hint of greed in its eyes. Crack, it seemed that some kind of restriction had been broken. In the depths of the blood sea, brilliant light shone. Great Tao petals danced and runes circled around. The Tao rhymes were ethereal and mysterious. A bright ball of light appeared. It was red like blood. It was like a flesh fetus. It vibrated continuously as if it was nurturing some kind of terrifying creature. A blood-red devil fetus. When Ling Xiao saw the devil fetus, a solemn expression appeared on his face. The blood-red devil fetus was too terrifying. Blood-red runes flashed as if it was the origin of the eternal world of blood. Every time it beat, it would devour the surrounding energy. However, the flipping sky seal's attack had broken the heart realm of the 9-story pagoda and connected the eternal world of blood and the void saint world. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. The saint badges between everyone's eyebrows began to shine brightly again. The 9-story pagoda collapsed and everyone appeared in the origin mystery realm again. Ha ha ha. We're out? We're finally out. Let's get out of here quickly. What kind of monster is that? Ask the sages of the sect to come and kill the demon. Everyone who had been bitterly battling the Crimson Spectre suddenly discovered that the 9-story pagoda had shattered, and they had left the mysterious world. Immediately, their faces became wild with joy. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, no one cared about the battle anymore. They all turned into streams of light and flew out of the primal chaos secret realm. You all deserve to die. A cold and furious voice exploded in the void. Rumble, a resplendent blood-red sun rose into the sky, emitting an incomparably terrifying light. It bobbed up and down in the sea of blood. There seemed to be an incomparably mysterious blood-red figure within it, emitting an aura that made one's heart tremble. The demonic face was thoroughly enraged. It did not expect the cyclic sky seal to be so terrifying that even the heart realm of the 9-story pagoda could not withstand a single blow and collapsed so easily. Most importantly, Xianxia had found the location of its real body, which made it even more furious. The blood-red sun suddenly pressed down, and streaks of blood-red demonic light shot towards the crowd, containing an aura that could destroy everything. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they all fled in all directions. However, in the face of such terrifying power, they did not have the slightest chance to escape. They were instantly shot by the blood-red demonic light, and then their entire bodies exploded. They were swept into the sea of blood and merged into it. Buzz, however, silver holy badges lit up, and in an instant, their primordial spirits were swept up and directly left the void saint world. Although many people did not die under the blood-red demonic light, they were scared out of their wits and chose to commit suicide, leaving the void saint world. You all go, don't worry about me. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Lin Shi and Jin Se, asking them to leave first. Lin Shi and Jin Se had powerful sage treasures on them, so it was not a big deal. Originally, they were still a little hesitant, but after hearing Xiao's words, they nodded and instantly turned to fly out of the primal chaos secret realm. Damn it! Now that this bastard is dead, the primal chaos pill saint's legacy is really going to end. Huang Xuanzong, Xiao Rui, and Tai Xingyuan looked at Xianxia with hatred. They were extremely unwilling to accept this, but they did not dare to stay any longer. At this moment, Xianxia was being targeted by the blood-red demonic fetus. Streaks of blood-red light, like divine chains of order, traversed the void and formed a huge blood net, sealing Xianxia and the flipping sky seal in it. Aren't you afraid that I will also commit suicide? Xianxia looked at the blood-red demonic face with interest, and his eyes were filled with a strange light. You can try. I didn't make them stay, not because I can't, but because I don't want to. However, I can still do it if I try my best to make your primordial spirit stay. And of the human clan, since you dare to ruin my plans, you shall pay with your life. The blood-red demonic face seemed to be on the verge of rage. The murderous intent in its eyes was like the sea, boiling and surging, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Is that so? Then give it a try. Xianxia said calmly, and his eyes became sharper. At the same time, he felt that the wordless heavenly book was getting more and more excited, as if the blood-red demonic fetus in front of him was very important to the wordless heavenly book. However, Xianxia was still very cautious, because he still could not figure out the background of the blood-red demonic fetus. Rumble, the blood-red demonic face flashed and instantly integrated into the blood-red demonic fetus. Streaks of divine chains of order soared into the sky, bursting out terrifying and dazzling fluctuations, and shot toward the vital parts of Xiao's body. Thunder Spirit King felt the terrifying fluctuations of the blood-red demonic fetus, and he also began to fight desperately. Streaks of lightning burst out, and the flipping sky seal and the blood-red demonic fetus fought fiercely. Every time, terrifying fluctuations of divine light burst out, like stormy waves. Kill! Xiao's eyes were like iron, and the terrifying aura around him burst out. Once again, he activated the Extreme Emperor's power in the flipping sky seal. In an instant, the heavens and the earth cracked, and chaos rose. It was like the scene of the creation of the world, causing the void to tremble violently. With Xiao's current cultivation, he could only activate the Extreme Emperor's power of the flipping sky seal about 3 times. After that, his cultivation would be exhausted, and it would be difficult for him to continue. This was the last time, but also the most powerful attack of the flipping sky seal. Crack. The crimson demon fetus seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying attack. A crack appeared on it, and the blood-red runes exploded. Blood spilled out, shattering the surrounding void. How can you burst out such a powerful force? The crimson demon face turned pale with fright. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he tried to escape by riding the bloody light in the sky. Xiao's face turned pale, but his eyes were extremely bright. The flipping sky seal flashed and stopped the demon fetus. Xianxia used the secret skill of teleportation and came directly in front of the crimson demon fetus. He slapped the demon fetus and began to use the secret skill of devouring to devour the power of the crimson demon fetus. Xianxia suddenly looked to the side and found that the crimson demon fetus was empty. There was not a trace of energy in it. At the same time, he felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Immediately, the surrounding space trembled, and an extremely obscure blood-red light exploded before his eyes. In an instant, an extremely terrifying demonic face appeared. Then, it laughed coldly and directly charged into the space between his eyebrows. "Ant, you've been fooled. When I devour your primordial spirit, I'd like to see if your flipping sky seal magic treasure can still protect your primordial spirit." The demon face sneered. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he had already entered Xianxia's sea of consciousness. It turned out that he had used the golden cicada shedding its carapace technique. On the surface, he had lured Xianxia to chase after him, but in fact, the energy in the demon fetus had been hidden. Once Xianxia was distracted, he would launch a killing blow. Speaking of which, the demon fetus was very depressed. Originally, with its strength, killing a half-saint was no different from killing an ant. Even if it had a holy treasure, it would be useless. However, the flipping sky seal was not an ordinary holy treasure. It could burst out with extreme emperor's might, which made the demon fetus very wary. Therefore, he had to use this trick. But now, the demon fetus had entered Xianxia's sea of consciousness. In his opinion, Xianxia had no power to resist. "Are you so sure that you can defeat me?" Xianxia's expression was extremely calm. There was not a trace of panic on his face. Instead, there was a trace of sarcasm in his voice. Rumble, Xianxia's sea of consciousness began to tremble. The blood-red light that was spewing out of the devil fetus actually dissipated into nothingness. An ancient heavenly tome hovered in the air, radiating with a dignified, mysterious, and ancient presence. It protected Xianxia's soul firmly. This is the wordless heavenly book." The devil fetus trembled violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. "How could you possibly have the wordless heavenly book? Why is this chaos treasure in the hands of an ant like you?" The devil fetus finally began to panic. He was even a little flustered. The aura emitted by the wordless heavenly book made it instinctively feel fear. Without even thinking, it wanted to escape from Xianxia's sea of consciousness. "Since you're here, then stay," Xianxia said indifferently. Boom, the wordless heavenly book flashed and sealed off the demon fetus escape route in an instant. Mysterious rays of light fell from the wordless heavenly book, as dazzling as jade. However, to the devil fetus, those rays of light were like deadly poisons. They instantly pierced into the devil fetus and began to devour the energy within the devil fetus. "Lowly ant, I don't accept this, I don't accept this," the devil fetus roared wildly, his eyes filled with terror. However, no matter how much he screamed, threatened, or even begged for mercy and submitted to Xianxia remained unmoved. His gaze was indifferent. Rumble, under the imprisonment of the wordless heavenly book, the devil fetus could not resist at all. The vast blood-way origin energy in his body was integrated into the wordless heavenly book. However, the devil fetus' understanding of the blood-way origin energy was also absorbed and refined by Xianxia. What exactly is this devil fetus? How can it possess such terrifying power? Xianxia was a little shaken, his eyes filled with disbelief. As he devoured the devil fetus, he realized that the wordless heavenly book seemed to be perfected again. The majestic blood-way power was endless, as if it was the gathering of the blood essence of billions of living beings. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Even with the wordless heavenly book's terrifying devouring power, it still took a few days to completely refine the devil fetus. This devil fetus is a monster nurtured in the eternal world of blood? I never thought that I would break the obsession of the Origin Chaos Pill Saint and release such a monster. After Xianxia had completely devoured the devil fetus, especially the majestic primordial spirit power of the devil fetus, Xianxia understood a little. It turned out that the Origin Chaos Pill Saint had used the Blood Emperor's supreme technique, the eternal world of blood, to save the Sun Moon Pill sect. However, he had no way of controlling the power of the eternal world of blood. As a result, He had devoured the Long-Brow Taoist and everyone in the Sun-Moon Pill sect. After that battle, the Origin Chaos Pill Saint had awakened from his chaotic state. When he recalled what he had done, he was devastated. He hurriedly built the Origin Mystery Realm, left behind the legacy of the Sun-Moon Pill sect, and hid it in the heart realm of the 9-story pagoda. However, what the Origin Chaos Pill Saint did not know was that his life had completely disappeared because of the eternal world of blood. All that was left was his obsession to revive the Sun-Moon Pill sect and find a successor. As a result, the devil fetus of the eternal world of blood had trapped itself in a cocoon. Although it had devoured the life of the Origin Chaos Pill Saint and gained intelligence, it had been trapped in the eternal world of blood because of the Origin Chaos Pill Saint's obsession. It was because Xianxia had solved the mystery that the Origin Chaos Pill Saint's obsession had disappeared. That was how the devil fetus had been born and what had happened afterward. Could this devil fetus be the will left behind by the primordial blood emperor? Otherwise, why would such a monster appear in the eternal world of blood? Xiao's heart shuddered. He had also received the legacy of the eternal world of blood and understood the power and terror of the eternal world of blood. However, when he thought of the Origin Chaos Pill Saint's fate, he found it hard to accept. He absolutely could not cultivate in the eternal world of blood. Otherwise, he was afraid that something ominous would happen. The Sun-Moon Pill Scripture and the Origin Heart Pill Scripture. Is this the complete legacy? Xiao slowly opened his eyes. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. The Sun-Moon Pill Scripture was the peerless legacy of the Sun-Moon Pill sect. It contained the supreme technique of the alchemy Tao. The Origin Heart Pill Scripture was the life's essence and wisdom of the Origin Chaos Pill Saint. Although it was not necessarily comparable to the Sun-Moon Pill Scripture, it contained the Origin Heart Pill Scripture. It was also extremely precious. These two supreme classics of the alchemy Tao were now in Xiao's hands. Everyone had already left the immemorial mystery realm. This mystic realm had been completely destroyed. Although the devil fetus had been killed by Xiao in the end, the sea of blood had drowned everything. The magnificent buildings left behind by the Sun-Moon Elixir sect had also disappeared into the sea of blood. The last traces of the Sun-Moon Alchemy sect and the immemorial mystery realm alchemy saint had also disappeared. Only the inheritance had not been severed and had fallen into Xiao's hands. The immemorial mystery realm alchemy saint was also a tragic figure. He had deep feelings for the Sun-Moon Alchemy sect and the Long-Eyebrow Taoist, but in the end, the Sun-Moon Alchemy sect and the Long-Eyebrow Taoist had been destroyed in his hands. As a result, he could not accept this fact and his obsession had remained. To a certain extent, the immemorial mystery realm alchemy saint could be considered as an alternative to achieving immortality. Xiao sat cross-legged in the immemorial mystery realm. The Sun-Moon Alchemy Sutra and the Immemorial Heart Alchemy Sutra, the two supreme classics, had been integrated into Xiao's primordial spirit. His primordial spirit had become increasingly clear and had a mysterious Tao rhyme. These two supreme classics not only contained the mystery of alchemy Tao and heart Tao, but also the immemorial mystery realm alchemy saint's lifetime comprehension. After Xiao had refined these two supreme classics, it was as if he had obtained the immemorial mystery realm alchemy saint's lifetime experience. His attainments in alchemy Tao had also improved by leaps and bounds. Many elixirs seemed to be at his fingertips. Many alchemy Tao principles that he had previously found obscure were now easily understood. It's time to leave. Xiao slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of mysterious light flickering in his eyes and a strange Tao rhyme pervaded his entire body. Although the immemorial mystery realm seemed to be incomparably dangerous, it contained monstrous opportunities and fortunes. Xiao had devoured the devil fetus. Not only had he obtained these two supreme classics and comprehended the origin of alchemy Tao, but he had also obtained the blood way origin power in the devil fetus. The accumulation of the half-saint realm was of great use to achieving immortality. The true meaning of the holy way comprehended in the half-saint realm had hope of condensing a Tao fruit after achieving immortality. The stronger the accumulation, the more Tao fruits condensed, and naturally, the stronger one's strength. Whoosh, Xiao leaped up and turned into a stream of light, flying out of the immemorial mystery realm. Outside the primordial chaos mystic realm, Lin Shi and Jin Se stood side by side, looking at the entrance of the mystic realm, waiting for Xiao to come out. You're finally out. Where is the blood sea devil fetus? After seeing Ling Xiao come out, Lin Shi's eyes revealed a trace of joy as she hurriedly walked up and asked. I've already destroyed the blood sea devil fetus. Let's leave this place quickly. The pill talisman ceremony is about to begin. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Alchemy and talisman ceremony? Long Out Yin, what does the pill talisman ceremony have to do with you? Are you going to participate in the pill talisman ceremony too? Lin Shi glanced at Ling Xiao suspiciously. Ling Xiao was stunned. He could not help but laugh bitterly. He had forgotten that his current identity was Long Out Yin and not Zhao Ritian. He had almost been exposed. Ha ha ha. I also heard about it from him. The alchemy talisman ceremony is a grand event in the divine world. Who doesn't know about it? Let's leave the void sacred world first. Ling Xiao chuckled. If you want to participate in the pill talisman ceremony, you can come to Taishan City to find me. Xianxia suddenly raised her head and said faintly. All right. If there's a chance, I'll definitely go and take a look. Ling Xiao said with a smile. However, he was instantly excited. It turned out that Xianxia was really in Taishan City. This meant that even if he left the void sacred world, he could still see Xianxia again. Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and Lin Shi returned to the starting ground together. At the starting ground, the blind old Taoist carried the crippled monk on his back and continued to shout in the square. The only difference was that there was now a little monk beside him who was carrying a banner. After seeing Ling Xiao, the little monk's face suddenly revealed an extremely happy expression. However, Ling Xiao secretly transmitted a message to him, telling him not to come over for the time being. Although the little monk was a little confused, he obediently agreed. Ling Xiao bid farewell to Lin Shi and Xianxia. After watching the two of them disappear into the void sacred world, he walked towards the little monk. Eh? Boy, you really obtained the inheritance of the origin alchemy saint. However, it seems that things didn't go so smoothly for you this time. Is there going to be a bloody disaster? Come, come, come. Let this old Taoist tell your fortune to ward off evil spirits. I guarantee that you will be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. The blind old Taoist's nose twitched slightly as he suddenly said with a little surprise. Do you have a dog's nose? How can you know what I experienced in the origin secret realm? Old man, you tricked me again. There was a demon fetus in the origin secret realm. I almost died at the hands of the demon fetus. Ling Xiao said with an unfriendly look as he stared at the blind old Taoist. Demon fetus? After listening to Ling Xiao's story, the blind old Taoist's face revealed a trace of surprise and also a little dignified. It seems that at the end of the era, all kinds of monsters have jumped out. Even the Blood Emperor of the ancient times left behind a backup plan. Boy, since you obtained the inheritance of the origin alchemy saint, you must have also obtained the cultivation method of the eternal world of blood. Remember, don't cultivate the eternal world of blood. The blind old Taoist warned in a very solemn voice. What is the eternal world of blood? Ling Xiao asked curiously. In the ancient times, the ancestor of the blood world, the Blood Emperor, died in battle. However, he left behind the cultivation method of the eternal world of blood. The Blood Emperor had already cultivated the blood doctrine to the peak of perfection. Anyone who cultivates the eternal world of blood will encounter misfortune and backlash. Legend has it that the Blood Emperor wanted to use the eternal world of blood to revive. Therefore, even the true sages don't dare to touch the eternal world of blood. The blind old Taoist said slowly. The eternal world of blood has such a terrifying origin? All right. However, you have to remember that the origin secret realm this time doesn't count. Your information was inaccurate and almost got me killed. The next time I come to the void sacred world, you have to tell me more about the ancient sage's secret realm. Ling Xiao said as he stared at the blind old Taoist. The blind old Taoist's identity was not simple. Cripple Monk was the founder of the Wisdom Temple and was a figure from the ancient times. The blind old Taoist was very likely to be one of the ancient sages. Ling Xiao naturally did not want to let go of such a person who knew the inside of the void sacred world so easily. Rascal, you are simply too greedy. The blind old Taoist was so angry that his beard was in a mess. I don't care. Who asked your information to be inaccurate? Huineng, are you going to continue cultivating with senior wisdom, or are you going back with me? Ling Xiao snorted and looked at the little monk as he asked. The founder has already passed the Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra to me. I will go back with you. The little monk said with a smile. All right. Ling Xiao and the little monk left the Void Saint Realm. This time, we actually stayed in the Void Saint Realm for more than 10 days. We almost missed the alchemy talisman ceremony. Fortunately, we came back in time. In the secret chamber, Ling Xiao and the little monk opened their eyes. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. Tomorrow was the alchemy talisman ceremony. This time, he spent a long time in the chaotic secret realm. Although the process was extremely thrilling, in the end, Ling Xiao still gained a lot. In the herb garden, he obtained 9 origin sacred herbs. In the Saint Liquid Galaxy, he condensed hundreds of origin elixirs. In the core of the 9-story pagoda, he obtained the inheritance of the alchemy saint and the sun and moon alchemy clan. To put it bluntly, Ling Xiao was now a powerful alchemy saint. With the lifetime experience and understanding of the alchemy saint, Ling Xiao's level of alchemy had also reached an unimaginable level. Ling Xiao lived in the Apricot Blossom Tower, but he could feel that the atmosphere of the entire Taishan city had become a little tense. The city defense matrix of Taishan City was called the Taishan 9 Heavens Matrix. At this moment, it was completely activated. The entire Taishan City was dazzling. It was surrounded by 9-colored divine light. It looked like a heavenly palace. There were 9 worlds surrounding it, mysterious and unpredictable. The Taishan 9 Heavens Matrix was very terrifying. It was set up by several great ancestors of Alchemy Seal Mountain. Even if a real saint dared to rashly enter it, there was no doubt that he would die. The Taishan 9 Heavens Matrix was activated at this moment. It could also be seen that Alchemy Seal Mountain attached great importance to this alchemy talisman ceremony. In Taishan City, talented cultivators from all the heavens in the divine realm had almost filled up the inns in Taishan City. Although there were many alchemy grandmasters and even extraordinary figures like the alchemy saints, there were also many talented cultivators with powerful cultivation who came here to broaden their horizons and see if there were any alchemy grandmasters and talisman grandmasters who were worth recruiting. Originally, Zhao Ritian became a 9-star alchemy grandmaster in one fell swoop and became famous throughout Taishan City. However, in the past half a month, Zhao Ritian had not appeared. Coupled with the fact that more and more alchemy and talisman masters had entered Taishan City, Zhao Ritian was gradually forgotten by everyone. Many alchemy geniuses and talisman geniuses had appeared in the world. They had become popular candidates for the champion of the alchemy talisman ceremony. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. The atmosphere was very lively. Everyone was guessing who would be the champion of the alchemy talisman ceremony. Ling Xiao naturally did not care about this. Although he had returned from the void sacred world, he did not come out of seclusion. Instead, he continued to cultivate in the secret chamber and digest the Hunyuan alchemy saint's inheritance. The next day, the bright sun shone through the sky and fell on the earth, dyeing Taishan City pure gold. Clang! 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 A total of 9 ancient and melodious bells rang out, which immediately alarmed everyone in Taishan City. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement as they rushed to the center of Taishan City. The city lord's mansion in the center of Taishan City was where the ceremony of alchemy and talisman would be held. Ling Xiao and the little monk also left the secret chamber. They immediately saw Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan outside the secret chamber, who were already very anxious. Brother Zhao, you have finally come out of seclusion. Lu Wenlong immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ling Xiao. His eyes were full of surprise. Zhao Ritian, you sure can keep your composure. There are many alchemy geniuses in this alchemy talisman ceremony. I am afraid it will not be so easy for you to win the championship. Lu Qingwan also said with a smile. It doesn't matter. They are all useless people. The champion of alchemy in this alchemy talisman ceremony will definitely be me. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His expression was very calm, but his voice revealed a strong fluctuation of confidence. You are just bragging. My brother, Lin Shi, and Xiao Rui all have hopes of winning the championship. This time, the personal disciple of our Mount Alchemy Talisman Master has also come out of seclusion. He is the favorite to win the championship this time. You have no hope. Lu Qingwan curled his lips and said. Brother Zhao, my sister is right. You may have hopes of defeating Lin Shi and Xiao Rui, but the disciple of the Mount Alchemy Talisman Master is really strong. He has the same peerless talent as Lin Shi, but he also has a kind of origin source flame. Although he is only a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, he can refine a supreme divine pill. Lu Wenlong said seriously. Origin source flame? What kind of origin source flame is it? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. In the immortal realm, there were the divine flame, saint flame, and origin source flame. The divine flame and saint flame were already considered very powerful, but the origin source flame contained the origin of the great Tao, and even had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. All origin source flames were born from heaven and earth, nurtured by the sun and moon, and formed by fate. If one could obtain an origin source flame, it would be extremely beneficial for one to become a saint. Number 301st on the origin list, Shantian origin source flame. Lu Wenlong said slowly. It can actually be on the origin list? It is indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao nodded. Although the origin source flame was born from heaven and earth, there were a total of 360 kinds of origin source flames since ancient times. The Shantian origin source flame was ranked number 301st on the origin list, which was indeed extremely extraordinary. In addition to the Mountain Master's disciple, there is another person you need to pay attention to. He may be your strongest opponent other than the Mountain Master's disciple. Lu Wenlong suddenly said. Oh, who is it? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Ling Xiao. Lu Wenlong said seriously. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he almost thought that he had heard wrongly. His eyes widened as he looked at Lu Wenlong in disbelief. The person I'm talking about is called Ling Xiao. Brother Zhao, you don't know, but Ling Xiao is naturally close to fire, and his attainments in alchemy are extremely high. He also became a 9-star alchemy grandmaster in the Dan Talisman College by refining the 5 elements divine pill, but did you know? The time he took to refine the 5 elements divine pill was less than half of yours. Lu Wenlong said with a solemn expression, and his eyes were filled with incomparable amazement. Cough, cough, cough. The person you're talking about. Ling Xiao is actually so powerful? It seems that I really need to see it for myself. Ling Xiao coughed lightly, and his expression was a little strange. Although there should be quite a few people who share the same name as him in the immortal realm, the sudden appearance of such a genius in alchemy made him somewhat uneasy. Ling Xiao even had some suspicions about the origins of this person called Ling Xiao. You will naturally see him during the Dan Talisman ceremony later. Brother Zhao, look. He is Ling Xiao. Lu Wenlong said with a faint smile. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes as he saw a figure coming out of a small courtyard. Lu Wenlong quickly said. Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head, and when he saw the figure, his face revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. It was a young man wearing a reddish-gold armor. His body was slender and strong, and his face was extraordinarily handsome. His entire body was surrounded by blazing flames. There was a flame mark between his eyebrows, which added to his mysteriousness and majesty. On his shoulder, there was a small red bird. Although it looked very ordinary, it had 3 legs. Its eyes were extremely intelligent, and it was looking around curiously. When the young man saw Ling Xiao, his eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Ritian? Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao and the young man said at the same time. Who else could the young man in the reddish-gold armor be other than Zhao Ritian? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with shock, excitement, and complicated emotions. He had never thought that he would meet Zhao Ritian here. Wasn't the gate of the realm of God closed? Why would Zhao Ritian appear in the realm of God? Ling Xiao also realized that Zhao Ritian's cultivation was higher than his. He had already reached the 7th revolution half-saint. If Zhao Ritian had come to the realm of God, then how were his parents and the people from the Changsan sect? Ling Xiao had many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Zhao Ritian. However, he knew that now was not the time. You two know each other? Lu Qingwan asked curiously. She did not notice the slip of the tongue between Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. She did not know that the two of them had unintentionally revealed each other's real names. Cough cough. Of course, I know Master Ling Xiao. Master Ling Xiao's talent is extraordinary. He is one of a kind. I, Zhao Ritian, am ashamed of my inferiority. Ling Xiao coughed softly and looked at Zhao Ritian with a faint smile. Zhao Ritian also reacted. He understood the importance of the relationship between the two of them. He knew that their real identities could not be revealed. Instantly, he laughed and said, Master Zhao is right. Zhao Ritian is a peerless genius that I, Ling Xiao, have never seen in my life. He is the #1 person in the realm of God. I, Ling Xiao, am just a speck of dust. How can I be compared to Zhao Ritian? Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed with hostility as he thought to himself, damn it, this bastard dares to take advantage of me? How can I let him have his way? What are you talking about, Master Ling? Your martial arts talent is exceptional. We are of similar age, but you have far surpassed me. I, Zhao Ritian, am like a firefly compared to you. How would I dare to compete with you? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Grandmaster Zhao, you're the one who's being polite. Not only is Grandmaster Zhao's talent unparalleled, but he is also handsome and elegant with an extraordinary bearing. I, Ling Xiao, admire Grandmaster Zhao the most. The smile on Zhao Ritian's face stiffened. He clenched his teeth and said, I, Zhao Ritian, am not as good as Ling Xiao. I, Ling Xiao, am nothing compared to Zhao Ritian. For a moment, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian started to compliment each other. Lu Wenlong and Lu Qinghuan both widened their eyes in disbelief. What's wrong with these two people? Since when did they become so humble? Lu Wenlong and Lu Qinghuan knew Ling Xiao well. They knew that although he was humble on the surface, he was extremely arrogant. He did not even care about the disciple of the Mount Dan talisman, so how could he compliment Zhao Ritian? Zhao Ritian, on the other hand, was a genius in alchemy. He was naturally close to fire, and the time he took to refine the 5 elements Saint Pill was much shorter than Ling Xiao. Such a person should be very proud. How could he say that he was inferior to Ling Xiao? Moreover, the compliments between the two of them made Lu Wenlong and Lu Qinghuan blush. They were really shameless. They were simply praising each other as peerless geniuses that were rarely seen in the world. Lu Wenlong and Lu Qinghuan did not know that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were impersonating each other. Otherwise, they would have a different expression. Grandmaster Zhao, Grandmaster Ling, can the two of you stop for a moment? The alchemy talisman ceremony is about to begin. Let's hurry to the Castellan mansion. Lu Wenlong said with a bitter smile. All right. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They stopped complimenting each other. Zhao Ritian, the gate to the realm of gods is already closed. How did you get here? Ling Xiao asked Zhao Ritian telepathically. Humph. What can you do about it? So what if the gate to the realm of gods is closed? I, Zhao Ritian, am the chosen one. I have my own way to enter the realm of gods. You, on the other hand, have only reached the 2nd revolution half-saint after all these years. How disappointing. Zhao Ritian said with disdain. It seems like you have entered the realm of gods through other means. If I'm not wrong, it must be the spiritual body in your body that guided you, right? I'm getting more and more curious. What is the spiritual body in your body? Aren't you afraid that it will take over your body one day? Ling Xiao asked curiously. He felt a little more at ease. The gate to the realm of gods was still closed. Since Zhao Ritian had entered the realm of gods through other means, the people from the Changsan sect should not be in any danger for the time being. Who are you? Pfft. You're not a plaything. Second Master will never take over my body. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. Ling Xiao, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you impersonate my name? Zhao Ritian was furious and asked in an unfriendly manner. Second Master? You've hidden it well. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Zhao Ritian, you know that my identity cannot be exposed. But you're different. You, Zhao Ritian, are destined to be famous across the universe. I'm borrowing your name to build up your reputation. Think about it, if you, Zhao Ritian, become the champion of the alchemy talisman ceremony, you'll become a genius that shakes the entire divine world. Really? Zhao Ritian was suspicious. However, he quickly regained his senses and said angrily, "Don't try to fool me. Did you make too many enemies in the realm of gods? Is that why you're using my name to hide from them? I heard that the War God Shrine has a War God Shrine Master called Long Out Yin. That's you, right? Aren't you embarrassed? You even tricked your cousin." Zhao Ritian did not hide his disdain for Ling Xiao. Cough cough. Of course not. I'm just building up my reputation for Out Yin. Cut the crap. What's your motive for coming to the alchemy talisman ceremony? Let me tell you, I'm definitely going to be the champion of the alchemy talisman ceremony. Don't even think about snatching it from me. Ling Xiao coughed awkwardly. The champion of the alchemy talisman ceremony? Are you worthy? Who else can be the champion other than me, Zhao Ritian? Ling Xiao, I will definitely defeat you in this alchemy talisman ceremony. Let's wait and see then. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. To be honest, he did not have any enmity towards Zhao Ritian. Speaking of which, Zhao Ritian had helped him before. It was just that Zhao Ritian was a little stubborn. He always wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, but in the end, he always lost miserably. This was almost becoming Zhao Ritian's resentment. Let's wait and see then. Humph. Zhao Ritian snorted coldly. Lu Wenlong and Lu Qinghuan did not know about the telepathic conversation between Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. The two of them were full of smiles. They thought that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had a good relationship. The four of them soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was an important place in Pill Talisman Mountain. It dominated the entire Taishan city, so it occupied a vast area. Ancient trees towered into the sky, pavilions and palaces stood in great numbers. It was filled with dazzling light and looked extraordinary. At the very center was an enormous plaza. It was paved with white jade and divine stones, and it was suffused with faint clouds and mist. It looked ethereal and peaceful. In the sky above the square, there were many huge stone platforms floating. They looked very ancient and were covered by a mysterious array. It was impossible to see what was inside. At this moment, there were many people in the square. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and were exuding a strong sense of confidence. There were more than 10,000 people in the square. Ling Xiao could see that there were no less than 10,000 alchemists and talisman masters who were preparing to participate in the Pill Talisman ceremony. There were also tens of thousands of other experts who came to watch the ceremony. Most of these people were said to be experts. Although most of them had concealed their aura intertwined and filled the square with a powerful aura. Brother Lu, how do we compete in this Pill Talisman ceremony? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wenlong and asked. Zhao Ritian also looked at Lu Wenlong curiously. Although he was eager to participate in the Pill Talisman ceremony, he did not know the specific rules. He could only wait for Lu Wenlong to explain. Lu Wenlong smiled and said, there are a total of 3 stages in this Pill Talisman ceremony. However, the first 2 stages are just tests and eliminations. The Pill Talisman Dao and Pill Talisman Dao are in the 3rd stage. Only those who pass the first 2 stages are qualified to enter the 3rd stage. The first stage is the illusionary heart formation. Alchemists and talisman masters have high requirements for the strength of their primordial spirits and heart. There are more than 10,000 alchemists and talisman masters here. Not everyone can participate in the final test. The illusionary heart formation is a stage to test the strength of their primordial spirit and heart. There are various illusions. Only pass the illusionary heart. Only when you pass the illusionary heart formation. The second stage is small world. The minor Pill Talisman world is a secret realm of our Pill Talisman mountain. It contains all kinds of precious divine herbs, half-step divine herbs, and even origin divine herbs. There are also all kinds of powerful divine beasts and treasures of heaven and earth. However, it is also very dangerous. All alchemists and talisman masters must enter the small world. Everyone will be given a different list. They must collect all the primordial spirit herbs on the list to pass the stage. The 3rd stage is a competition between Pill Talisman Dao and Pill Talisman Dao. It is also the most important part of the Pill Talisman ceremony. After listening to Lu Wenlong's explanation, Ling Xiao nodded. The 3 stages did not sound complicated. The first two stages were eliminations, and the third stage was the real competition. The most important thing is that I heard that the prize for this pill talisman ceremony is very precious. They might give out an origin source flame as the reward. Lu Qingluan suddenly said. The origin source flame? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's eyes suddenly lit up. The origin source flame was extremely precious. Not only did it contain the origin source power of the Great Path, but if one could fully comprehend it, it would be equivalent to having an additional fruit of the way after becoming a saint. Moreover, the origin source flame had a very strong offensive power, which posed a great threat to saints. Even alchemy sages attached great importance to the origin source flame. Ling Xiao had never imagined that the Pill Talisman Mountain would actually dare to offer the origin source flame as a reward. It seems like Pill Talisman Mountain has really put in a lot of effort this time. Ling Xiao said softly. Ling Xiao, I will definitely be able to enter the third stage. However, you better not be eliminated in the first two stages. That would be too boring. Zhao Ritian snorted coldly and sent a telepathic message to Ling Xiao. Don't worry. If you won't be eliminated, I won't be eliminated either. Even if you are eliminated, I won't be eliminated. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Rumble, a vast and majestic aura was emitted from the void. In an instant, a bright light burst out. 3 divine rainbows descended from the sky and landed in midair, exuding a powerful and unparalleled saint aura. They were 3 old men with white hair and beards. Their auras were extremely powerful and their eyes were blazing. They were like 3 bright suns floating in the void. They were 3 sages, the one in the middle was Master Wine. Of the 2 elders beside him, one was chubby and had a smile on his face, while the other was extremely skinny. He looked very serious and did not like to smile. The chubby elder is the city lord of Taishan City, Tai Yunzi, a member of the Tai family. The skinny elder is Xiao Hong, the law enforcement elder of Pill Talisman Mountain. Xiao Hong is a member of the Xiao family and is Xiao Rui's great-grandfather. Lu Wenlong sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao, introducing the identities of the 2 people. The Tai family and the Xiao family? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He suddenly felt 2 unfriendly gazes. Looking into the distance, he saw Tai Xingyuan and Xiao Rui standing in the distance. Both of them looked a little gloomy, and there was a hint of murderous intent. If you dare to provoke me, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Everyone, I am Tai Yunzi. On behalf of Pill Talisman Mountain, I welcome all the alchemists and talisman masters. Not only the entire Taishan City, but even Pill Talisman Mountain is honored by your presence. This year's Pill Talisman ceremony is the same as before. It is divided into 3 stages, namely the illusory heart matrix, the small Pill Talisman realm, and the final alchemy contest and talisman contest. Tai Yunzi stood in the air with a warm smile on his face. He looked very gentle. He smiled at the crowd and explained the rules of this contest. However, Tai Yunzi and Lu Wenlong said the same thing. He just gave a more detailed introduction of the illusory heart matrix and the small Pill Talisman realm. As for the third stage, it was very simple and crude. With the help of various herbs and treasures collected in the second stage, whoever refined the highest quality elixir or talisman would win. This time, the champion of the alchemy contest will not only have the opportunity to enter Pill Talisman Mountain to comprehend the origin of the alchemy contest, but also have the opportunity to obtain a flame of origin. The champion of the talisman contest will not only have the opportunity to enter Pill Talisman Mountain to comprehend the origin of the talisman contest, but also obtain a copy of the talisman scripture. In the future, the alchemy saint and talisman saint will be just around the corner. Tai Yunzi said with a smile. Boom! Everyone was in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with excitement, and their eyes were bloodshot. The origin flames were formed from the origin of the Great Path. There were a total of 360 known origin flames in the universe. Someone had compiled them into the origin ranking. Anyone who could obtain an origin flame would have a much greater chance of becoming a saint than others. If a saint could obtain the origin source flame, not only could he comprehend the great Tao origin in it, but his combat strength would also be stronger than an ordinary saint. The origin source flame was fatally attractive to alchemists. If a 9-star alchemy grandmaster could obtain the origin source flame, he could easily refine powerful saint elixirs. The charm scripture must be a supreme classic left behind by the great emperor of talisman Taoism. Even if it was just a copy, it must contain supreme emperor's power, far surpassing that of an ordinary saint technique. It was naturally a supreme treasure for a talisman master. When the crowd heard that the champion of the alchemy talisman ceremony would receive such a precious reward, they were all excited. They rubbed their palms and couldn't wait to sweep through the crowd, break through the 3 rounds, and become the champion. In addition to the champion, the top 10 also received various precious rewards such as elixirs and saint treasures. However, compared to the origin source flame and the copy of the charm scripture, they were much inferior. Brother Lu, do you know what kind of origin source flame the alchemy talisman mountain will give out? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Wenlong and asked. I'm not very sure either. This is the reward set by the mountain master, but it's definitely not as good as the celestial origin source flame of the mountain master's disciple. Lu Wenlong said slowly as he looked at a place in the distance. Surrounded by a group of genius men and women, an elegant and extraordinary man stood. He looked gentle with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He was dressed in white and looked like an elegant young master in a chaotic world. He had an outstanding bearing. He's the mountain master's disciple, Shuabufan. Lu Wenlong said slowly. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he nodded and said, a 9-revolution half-saint, a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, and also a 9-star talisman grandmaster. This person's talent is not inferior to Lin Shi's. I wonder if he will participate in the alchemy competition or the talisman competition? Brother Lu, how are you compared to him? Shuabufan should be participating in the grand alchemy competition, because I suspect that the origin source flame was reserved for him by the mountain lord. Although I really don't wish to admit it, his attainments in alchemy indeed surpass mine. Lu Wenlong sighed softly, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Oh? To be able to make Brother Lu feel inferior, this Shuabufan seemed to have some ability. However, the origin source flame is reserved for him. I'm afraid that might not be the case. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. That's right. That flame source, Zhao, cough cough. Ling Xiao, am taking it for sure. Zhao Ritian said with a proud smile. Ling Xiao ignored Zhao Ritian. However, he despised the Pill Talisman Mountain's actions. The so-called origin source flame as a reward was actually reserved for Shuabufan. Perhaps the Pill Talisman Mountain was also planning to use this Pill Talisman ceremony to make Shuabufan famous. If I'm not wrong, Lin Shi is probably participating in the Tao of Talismans competition, right? Ling Xiao said indifferently with a hint of mockery in his eyes. That's right. It's impossible for the sect to let them both suffer. Lu Qingwan also said helplessly. Rumble, at this moment, a bright light bloomed. On the square in the distance, an ancient stone door slowly opened. Light filled the air, and a somewhat distorted mysterious passage appeared. Everyone, the illusionary heart formation has been activated. After walking through the illusionary heart path, you will reach the entrance of the small pill talisman realm. There, you will receive the list of treasures that you need to collect. As long as you can collect the required items within the corresponding time, you will be able to enter the final competition. Alright, I won't say much. Next, it will depend on your ability. Tai Yunzi smiled faintly. Swoosh. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, a look of determination appeared in everyone's eyes. One by one, they leaped into the sky and flew towards the illusionary heart formation. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He saw a woman wearing a veil and a cloak beside Lin Shi. Both of them flashed and flew towards the illusionary heart formation. Ling Xiao was a little excited. That woman must be Jin Sei. Just as he was about to enter the illusionary heart formation, he was stopped by Zhao Ritian. Ling Xiao, why don't we make a bet? Let's see who will leave the illusionary heart formation first. If you lose, you have to agree to one of my conditions. Zhao Ritian transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao with a provocative look. Not interested. Ling Xiao waved his hand impatiently. He did not even look at Zhao Ritian. Immediately, he flew towards the illusionary heart formation, wanting to catch up with Jin Sei's figure. Humph. I knew you were afraid. Ling Xiao, this time I will let the world know that I, Zhao Ritian, am a peerless genius. I will defeat you ruthlessly. Zhao Ritian mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with pride. In the entire square, other than the audience, many alchemists and talisman masters quickly entered the illusionary heart formation. Ling Xiao walked through the stone door. Before his eyes was a dazzling light. Immediately, he saw a grotesque and variegated space world. There was a faint mist in the surroundings. Even the void was slightly distorted. Rays of light looked very soft and dense, changing into various strange scenes. It was hard to tell if what was in front of him was an illusion or reality. Buzz, Ling Zhao's majestic primordial spirit power spread out. Under the perception of his primordial spirit, the mysterious space in front of him finally became clearer. Ling Xiao could see that in the distorted space, there was a faintly discernible path that led to an unknown direction. What a strange illusionary heart formation. It can actually change according to one's thoughts? Ling Zhao's eyes shone with a strange light. Although his heart was as calm as an ancient well and his will was incomparably firm, a person's heart was the most difficult thing to subdue and the most difficult thing to predict. This formation could follow one's heart and change into various mysterious scenes. Ling Xiao walked forward slowly. Step by step, he was very determined. At the same time, he could feel a strong primordial spirit power coming from the side. It should be from other experts. However, everyone was very cautious. After testing each other, they quickly avoided each other. Rumble, the light in front of him suddenly bloomed. It was like a celestial flower. Mist filled the air and a lady in red appeared. Her hair was white like snow and her face was unparalleled. Her eyes were filled with deep affection and she was looking at Ling Xiao silently. Xianxia? Buzz, right at this moment, Ling Xiao's heart realm trembled slightly and emitted a majestic heart force. The Xianxia in front of him instantly disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao stood on the spot with a complicated expression on his face. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, I know this is an illusion, but can't you let me see the Xianxia for a while longer? Ling Xiao knew that this was because he cultivated the great empty heart charm scripture and his heart realm was too strong. Therefore, the illusionary heart formation did not have much effect on him. Following that, Ling Xiao encountered all kinds of mysterious illusions. Mountains of blades, seas of fire, seas of mulberry fields. He even saw his parents, Ling Xiao, Long Hanyan, and the people from the longevity sect. Although he knew that these were illusions, Ling Xiao would stop for a moment every time. Although it had only been 10 years since he came to the divine realm, Ling Xiao felt as if it had been a long time. Seeing those familiar faces again, even if he knew that it was an illusion, Ling Xiao still had mixed feelings. I will definitely master enough power. So strong that no one can shake me. So strong that I can protect all of you. Ling Xiao said slowly in his heart. His gaze also became incomparably determined. Whoosh, in the end, he took a deep breath and slowly walked forward along the illusionary heart path. No matter what illusion or realm it was, it could no longer stop him. The bright light in front of him spread out and the clouds gradually thinned. When Ling Xiao stepped through a door of light, he saw an ancient stone platform in front of him. Ling Xiao knew that he had walked out of the illusionary heart formation. Ling Xiao, you have really disappointed me. You don't know, right? I only used half an incense to walk out of the illusionary heart formation. Originally, I thought that even if you were not as good as me, you wouldn't be too far behind. At least, you would be able to walk out in half an incense's time. I didn't expect you to use 3 incenses' time to walk out. Zhao Ritian's smug voice rang in Ling Zhao's mind. Ling Xiao saw that Zhao Ritian, who was in the distance, had a smug look on his face. Other than Zhao Ritian, Lin Shi, Xue Bufan, Lu Wenlong, Lu Qingluan, Xiao Rui, Tai Xingyuan, Huang Xuanzong, and a few other people that Ling Xiao knew had already come out. There were also more than a dozen unfamiliar middle-aged and old men. Ling Xiao was actually ranked in the dozens in the illusory heart formation alone. Xiao Rui, Tai Xingyuan, Huang Xuanzong, and the others who had a grudge with Ling Xiao revealed a trace of disdain in their eyes when they saw Ling Xiao. It took him the time for 3 incense sticks to burn to walk out of the illusionary heart great array. Although it was not bad, it was still far inferior to them. This made them look down on Ling Xiao even more. Ling Xiao didn't care about this. Anyway, as long as one could walk out of the illusory heart grade array within a day, they would be considered to have passed. It didn't matter who came out first or last. If Ling Xiao were to charge at full speed, he might not be any slower than Zhao Ritian. However, when Ling Xiao saw the smug look on Zhao Ritian's face, he couldn't wait to punch him. Brother Zhao, Master Ling is indeed very strong. He is the first person to walk out of the illusionary heart grade array. He is slightly faster than Shuabufan. Lu Wenlong said slowly. His eyes were filled with amazement. On the other hand, Shuabufan, who looked extraordinarily refined, had his eyes fixed on Zhao Ritian. His eyes shone brightly. Although he looked relaxed, Ling Xiao could still see a hint of seriousness in his eyes. The speed of charging out of the illusionary heart grade array, to a certain extent, represented the strength of one's primordial spirit and the firmness of one's will. Shuabufan had never thought that there would be someone faster than him. In front of everyone was the entrance to the small elixir talisman realm. Master Jiao sat cross-legged at the entrance of the small elixir talisman realm. His expression was calm and his eyes were slightly closed. It wasn't until a day later that Master Jiao slowly opened his eyes. His deep gaze fell on everyone. Swoosh, a light flashed in his palm. Immediately, a rain of light fell. It was gorgeous and dazzling. It turned into thousands of resplendent jade talismans and accurately landed in everyone's hands. The list in the jade talismans contains the various medicinal herbs and heavenly treasures that each of you has to collect. You have 1 day. If you can collect all the treasures on the list in 1 day, you will pass the second round. However, the small elixir talisman realm is filled with dangers. Not only are there various powerful demonic beasts, but there may also be dangers among you. Collecting treasures requires you to be both intelligent and courageous. You must accurately face the dangers that you need to solve the problem. If you really encounter danger, crush the jade talisman and you will be teleported out of the small elixir talisman realm. However, if you crush the jade talisman, it means that you have failed the second round and will be completely eliminated. I wish you all good luck. I hope that you can all pass the second round and participate in the real battle of alchemy and talisman Dao. Master Jiao said slowly to everyone. Rumble, as soon as his voice fell, resplendent talisman runes filled the air. A powerful array was activated. A mysterious spatial aura filled the air. The door of the small elixir talisman realm opened behind him. Zhao Ritian, the small elixir talisman realm is filled with dangers. If you die in there with your ant-like cultivation, it will be too boring. I hope you can live a little longer. Only then can I crush you in the third round of the alchemy Dao competition. Xiao Rui said coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao. Almost all the people who had passed through the first stage of the illusionary heart grade formation were high-level semi-sage experts. They were either alchemy grandmasters or talisman grandmasters. Only Ling Xiao was a second revolution semi-sage expert. So, he was very conspicuous. Xiao Rui was already very hostile to Ling Xiao. At this moment, he naturally mocked him without holding back. Brother Xiao, what's the point of bickering with an ant? I think he is so scared that he doesn't even dare to enter the small elixir talisman realm. Tai Xingyuan also sneered. That's right. Brother Xiao is thinking too highly of Zhao Ritian by treating him as an opponent. Huang Xuanzong's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. For a moment, the two geniuses of the 4 major clans and the saint of the 5 elements saint sect actually showed hostility towards Ling Xiao. This made everyone's gaze become subtle. Ling Xiao, you bastard. How did you provoke so many people? I'm going to be screwed over by you. Zhao Ritian's face darkened. Although he knew that the 3 of them had formed a grudge with Ling Xiao, he was still very unhappy when he heard them calling him Zhao Ritian. Ling Xiao ignored Zhao Ritian. Instead, he looked at the 3 of them and said coldly, you don't have to worry. I will definitely enter the small elixir talisman realm. Moreover, I will smoothly pass the second round of the assessment. As for the 3 of you, don't die in the hands of others. That would be too regretful. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he didn't even look at the 3 of them. He kept the jade talisman in his hand and walked into the void passage. His figure quickly disappeared. In front of him was an ancient mountain range. The mountain range was undulating, and the end couldn't be seen at a glance. Xianxia appeared in the mountain range. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and the withered leaves on the ground were very thick. Everywhere exuded an ancient and savage aura. Roar, a powerful beast roar came from the mountain range, causing the surrounding ancient trees to tremble slightly. Leaves couldn't help but fall down. Xianxia released the power of his primordial spirit and roughly sensed it. The small pill talisman realm was very vast. Although Xiao's primordial spirit could cover a radius of 10,000 miles, he couldn't sense the end of the small pill talisman realm. 10,000 miles away, there were lakes, plains, swamps, and also a desert with rolling yellow sand. This small pill talisman realm still retained some ancient aura. Apart from powerful demonic beasts, Xiao didn't sense any other living creatures. Divine spirit fruit, 3-inch snake grass, blackwood spirit vine, 1,000-leaf flower. Xiao took a closer look at the list of spirit herbs recorded in the talisman. There were actually more than 100 types of spirit herbs. Although most of them were divine herbs and could be considered as supplementary herbs, there were 9 half-step divine herbs and 1 origin divine herb. It wasn't so easy to find these 100 kinds of herbs in a day. Although everyone's list is different, I'm afraid that many people will find the same herbs. At this time, it's better to take the initiative. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be eliminated. Xiao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Entering the small pill talisman realm was a random teleportation. It was also to prevent people from forming groups that would be disadvantageous to others. Therefore, no one else appeared beside Xiao. However, Xiao didn't intend to find Lu Wenlong and the others. Instead, he decided to collect the herbs he needed first. Light spirit wood grain flower, dragon tiger grass, mist spirit fruit. It seems that these ordinary divine herbs aren't difficult to find. Xiao's primordial spirit spread out and immediately saw that there were many divine herbs in the mountain in front of him. Although half-sage herbs were rare, there were many ordinary divine herbs. Whoosh, Xiao leaped up and rushed into the mountain. He immediately began to collect all kinds of divine herbs. On Xiao's list, there were more than a dozen divine herbs. Xiao found traces on this mountain. In addition to the divine herbs on his list, Xiao didn't let go of the other divine herbs and began to collect them. There are numerous treasures in this minor pill talisman world. Looks like it shouldn't be difficult to gather all the medicinal herbs on the list. Xiao thought to himself. He had already swept through the surrounding 3 mountains and found more than 30 kinds of divine herbs that he needed. He even found 2 half-step divine herbs. Roar, suddenly, Xiao heard a powerful beast roar coming from the valley ahead. The earth trembled, and the mountains shook. It was as if 2 demonic beasts were fighting. The aura was extremely shocking. Judging from its aura, it's at least a half-saint demonic beast. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. Xiao's eyes flashed, and he instantly retracted his aura, moving stealthily towards the valley in front of him. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were usually guarded by powerful demonic beasts. Furthermore, Xiao also felt a trace of a familiar aura from the cloud valley ahead. It was like the fluctuation of spiritual herbs, but also like the aura of demonic beasts. It was very strange. Whoosh, when Xiao snuck into the cloud valley, he immediately saw the 2 demonic beasts in the midst of a fierce battle. One was a black python as thick as a bucket. Its scales were sharp, and its demonic aura was monstrous. There was a golden crown on its triangular head, and its eyes were full of bloodthirsty light. The black python was entangled with a huge white tiger that was hundreds of feet tall. The white tiger's hair was pure white without any impurities. However, there were traces of blood seeping out at this moment, dyeing its white hair red. On the other hand, the white tiger looked extremely ferocious. It bit down on the black python with its bloody mouth, and the 2 formed a stalemate. It's actually 2 demonic beasts at the peak of the half-saint demonic beast. Could it be that they want to perish together? Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of a strange expression. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a good opportunity to reap the benefits of others. The black python and the huge white tiger should be savage beasts. Their bloodlines were extremely shocking. However, the 2 seemed to be fighting with real fire. Neither of them wanted to give way. The black python was almost entangled with the huge white tiger, and the huge white tiger was also swallowing the black python's bloodline in large mouthfuls, the aura of these two demonic beasts became incomparably weak. Buzz, a strange light lit up in the valley, and it couldn't help but attract Ling Xiao's attention. It was a purple grass, and its entire body was suffused with purple light. It was like a purple sun, and its emerald green leaves were extremely thin and long, like an orchid. However, there were mysterious dragon scales on its surface, like dancing purple dragons. This is the purple sun dragon-tongue orchid? Ling Xiao couldn't help but tremble. His eyes revealed a trace of incomparable surprise. The purple sun dragon-tongue orchid was a sacred origin medicine. Unfortunately, it wasn't the sacred origin medicine on Ling Xiao's list. However, it was said that the occipital bone of the purple sun dragon-tongue orchid contained a trace of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. It could be used to refine the purple sun sacred pill. A purple sun sacred pill could help a half-saint realm expert pass through a nirvana tribulation. Moreover, it could also enhance the strength of the body. Therefore, Ling Xiao was incomparably surprised. This purple sun dragon-tongue orchid was very important to him. Gotcha. At this moment, the giant white tiger let out a mournful cry. It was actually the first to be unable to withstand the entanglement of the black python. Its huge body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Hiss, the black python's eyes were cold and bloodthirsty. It opened its mouth and hissed. In an instant, it swallowed the white tiger's blood essence. The black python was originally about to be bitten into two by the white tiger. Its injuries were extremely serious. However, after it swallowed the white tiger's blood and flesh, its injuries began to improve. Boom, a sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The blood essence in his body rose, and he threw a punch at the black python. The black python's strength was extremely strong. If he waited until it recovered its strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill it or even snatch the purple sun dragon-tongue orchid from its hands. As the saying goes, take the enemy's life when they are weak. Ling Xiao's terrifying physical strength erupted. His fist was vast and unparalleled. It was as if the heavenly emperor wanted to destroy the starry sky. It contained the power to crush everything. The black python also felt the terrifying power contained in this punch. Cold killing intent filled its eyes. In an instant, it opened its bloody mouth. A black vortex erupted from its mouth. It contained an extremely powerful devouring power. It was as if it wanted to devour Ling Xiao's fist and Ling Xiao himself. Rumble, this seemed to be the black python's innate ability. It contained an extremely terrifying devouring power. When it sensed a life and death crisis, it erupted with extreme power that could devour the heavens and the earth. Ling Xiao's gaze was incomparably cold. In the face of the black python's innate ability, his expression didn't change at all. The terrifying fist print fell as if 3,000 macro worlds were crushing down at the same time. Puff, Ling Xiao's fist punched into the black python's mouth. The terrifying devouring power exploded with a bang. Ling Xiao's fist print directly penetrated the black python's head and blasted its entire head into a bloody mist. Bang, the black python's huge body directly smashed onto the ground and died. The flesh and blood of these two demonic beasts actually contained such a vast amount of heaven and earth essence. It seems that their bodies are full of treasures. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue in wonder. The black python's snake scales were incomparably tough. If it hadn't opened its mouth to devour Ling Xiao probably wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily with one punch. These black python scales could be refined into powerful defensive treasures. The snake meat contained a rich amount of heaven and earth essence that wasn't inferior to an ordinary half-saint pill. After all, the black python and the white tiger had reached the peak of the half-saint realm. If both of them hadn't been injured, it would have been very difficult for Ling Xiao to kill them. Ling Xiao put away the black python and the white tiger's corpses. Then, he walked to the center of the valley and carefully put the purple sun dragon-tongue orchid into a jade box. With the purple sun dragon-tongue orchid, Ling Xiao's cultivation would be able to advance further after refining the purple sun saint pill. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two figures came across the sky like lightning and swept into the valley in an instant. It was a young man and woman in purple robes. The woman had a pretty face and black hair like a waterfall. Her figure was very tall and her skin was sparkling like jade. She seemed to have an extraordinary temperament. the man looked heroic with sharp eyebrows and sword-like eyes. He was incomparably vigorous. The cultivation of these two people had reached the 6th revolution half-saint realm. They looked somewhat similar, like a pair of brother and sister. The purple-robed woman sized up the situation in the valley. Her gaze landed on Ling Xiao, and she said coldly in a condescending manner, "Earlier, we heard that 2 demonic beasts were fighting. Their corpses should have been taken away by you, right? Hand over the demonic beast's corpse and the treasures in the spirit spring, and we'll let you go." The place where the purple sun dragon-tongue orchid grew was a spirit spring. Even now, there were still remnants of the Saint Medicine's aura, so the purple-robed woman could easily sense it. "What demonic beast's corpse?" "I don't know. If there's nothing else, please leave. I don't have time to waste here," Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was very calm. He only glanced at the two of them indifferently and planned to leave the valley. Whoosh, flowing light flashed under the purple-robed man's feet, blocking Ling Xiao's path. "Friend, it seems that you really don't put us in your eyes. If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us for being rude." The purple-robed man glared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "You're welcome? How do you want to be rude? What does it have to do with you what I get in the valley? If you want to fight, then think about the consequences. I never leave anyone alive." Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he stared at the purple-robed man. "Arrogant. Big brother, I'll capture him and search his soul. I'm not afraid that I won't be able to find the treasures in the valley." The purple-robed woman's eyes turned cold and revealed a trace of killing intent. Whoosh, the purple-robed woman exuded a majestic holy path true intent. A purple soft whip appeared in her palm and shook violently in the void. It was like a long purple snake, lashing down at Ling Xiao at lightning speed. The purple whip looked extremely extraordinary. When it was unfurled, the purple scales on it were like the scales of a snake, containing a sharp cold light. If one was hit by this whip, it was likely that one's flesh would be torn apart in an instant. The purple-robed woman saw that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 2nd revolution half-saint realm, so she didn't put him in her eyes at all. Her attack was extremely vicious. "Search his soul? You really don't know what's good for you." Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. He stood on the spot and didn't dodge at all. Instead, he stretched out his hand to grab the purple soft whip. "Idiot." The purple-robed woman couldn't help but sneer when she saw Ling Xiao grab the purple soft whip with his hand. Although this purple soft whip wasn't a perfect holy treasure, it was a top-grade half-saint treasure. It was made from the scales of the purple-scaled snake king that had lived for more than 1,000,000 years. Moreover, it contained the original spirit of the purple-scaled snake king. In the future, it might even be promoted to a holy treasure. Even a 9th revolution half-saint wouldn't dare to use his physical body to resist the purple soft whip. In the eyes of the purple-robed woman, Ling Xiao was simply courting death. However, the next scene caused the purple-robed man and the purple-robed woman's expressions to change involuntarily. Bang! Ling Xiao's seemingly ordinary hand directly grabbed the purple soft whip. Then, a surge of divine power surged over. Not only was the purple-robed woman unable to pull the purple soft whip, but Ling Xiao actually pulled it over abruptly. Slap! Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably calm. He grabbed the purple soft whip and directly swung it out. It was like a purple lightning bolt, directly hitting the purple-robed woman's face. The purple-robed woman couldn't dodge in time. She was even a little stunned by Ling Xiao's attack. In an instant, a bloody mark appeared on her face. Moreover, the unparalleled divine power transmitted to her face, causing half of it to be smashed in an instant. "Second sister." The purple-robed man's expression changed. His eyes instantly turned red, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Elder brother, kill him for me. Kill him The purple-robed woman suddenly screamed. Her eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. At this moment, she hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Her face had been smashed by Ling Xiao, which simply drove her crazy. She even forgot to think about how Ling Xiao, a mere 2nd revolution half-saint, could withstand the purple soft whip head-on. She just wanted Ling Xiao to die. Boom! The purple-robed man swung his sleeve, and his entire body soared into the sky. A purple soft sword emitted a clear sword cry. In an instant, countless sword lights converged in the void and enveloped Ling Xiao. The purple-robed man's sword essence was very extraordinary. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th revolution half-saint realm, this sword technique gave him the power to fight against a 7th revolution half-saint. Get lost. It was a simple punch, but it contained invincible fist intent. It was as if all the stars in the sky would be annihilated by this punch. Previously, when Ling Xiao took the purple scale soft whip, the purple-robed man did not feel how strong Ling Xiao was. However, this punch made his expression change instantly. His eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. It was as if he was an ant facing a divine dragon. How is this possible? You are only a 2nd revolution half-saint. How can you be so strong? Who are you? The purple-robed man roared, and his face was extremely ferocious. Bang! Ling Xiao did not answer him at all. The invincible fist print swept across the void, like a bright sun blooming. The sword light that filled the sky was directly reduced to dust under this punch. Ling Xiao's punch did not lose its momentum and directly collided with the purple scale soft sword. The terrifying fist print broke the sword light, and the bright runes exploded. In the end, the purple scale soft sword could not withstand the power of Ling Xiao's punch and directly exploded into pieces. Puff! The purple-robed man looked as if he was struck by lightning. His chest suddenly collapsed, and countless ribs were broken. He spat out blood and was directly sent flying. If it were not for the purple scale soft sword, Ling Xiao's punch would have blown him up. You are Zhao Ritian? The purple-robed woman seemed to have thought of something and could not help but scream. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Zhao Ritian? When the purple-robed man heard this name, he could not help but tremble. Zhao Ritian was considered famous in the entire Taishan city. It was not only because he was a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, but more importantly, because of his combat strength. It was rumored that his combat strength was extraordinary. Although he was only a 2nd revolution half-saint, he had the strength to fight with a mid-level half-saint or even a high-level half-saint. Thinking of the domineering punch just now, the purple-robed man suddenly had no intention to fight in his heart. Seeing Ling Xiao walking toward them calmly, the purple-robed man and the purple-robed woman could not help but tremble. Second sister, let's go. The purple-robed man spat out blood as he rushed to the purple-robed woman and grabbed her. Buzz! A dazzling rune blossomed from his palm, instantly wrapping around the two of them and disappearing from Ling Xiao's sight. Teleportation Saint Rune? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. He had originally wanted to make these two stay here forever, but he had not expected them to be so decisive, directly taking out a saint talisman. The saint talisman was incomparably powerful. It could shift the void and contained the power of the origin of space. This meant that there was a powerful talisman master behind these two. He was at least a 9-star talisman grandmaster or even a talisman saint. Ling Xiao did not take them to heart. He turned around and left the valley. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, light flashed on the bank of a clear small lake, and two figures appeared. They were none other than the purple-robed man and the purple-robed woman. Big brother, I can sense that there's definitely an origin source sacred medicine in that valley. Are we just going to hand it over to that Zhao Ritian? The purple-robed woman's eyes were filled with unwillingness. What else can we do? Zhao Ritian's combat power is extraordinary. We are no match for him. If I didn't use the life-saving talisman that my master gave us, we might have died in his hands. However, since he dared to offend our house of Ziyang, we are no match for him. Master will definitely be able to kill him. The purple-robed man said coldly. That's right. Let's go find my master. That bastard Zhao Ritian, I will definitely ask my master to kill him. The purple-robed woman hated Ling Xiao to the core. Her face became even more twisted and ferocious. All right, let's go. The purple-robed man and the purple-robed woman leaped up and flew into the distance. Ling Xiao was still searching for various spiritual herbs in the mountain range. The small pill talisman realm was an ancient secret realm. It contained all kinds of precious treasures. The list given to everyone by the pill talisman mountain contained more than 100 kinds of treasures. It was very difficult to collect all of these treasures in a day. Many of the treasures on the lists overlapped. Therefore, there were constant conflicts between them. Ling Xiao saw a few rounds of fighting in the mountain range. However, Ling Xiao did not participate in those fights. He chose to avoid them whenever he encountered them. It was not that Ling Xiao was afraid of them. Instead, Ling Xiao felt that meaningless fighting would only waste time. He needed time to find the hundreds of medicinal herbs that he needed. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was very powerful. In addition, he had obtained the inheritance of the Hunyuan Pill Saint. It could be said that he knew all kinds of ancient spiritual herbs like the back of his hand. In half a day, Ling Xiao had collected more than 90% of the various spiritual herbs that he needed. These semi-sage herbs all contain rich fire attribute energy. They usually grow in the depths of deserts or volcanoes. It seems that I need to go to that desert to take a look. Ling Xiao stood on top of a mountain. The mountain wind was blowing and the clouds were drifting around him. He stared at the vast desert in the distance and muttered to himself. Ling Xiao had already collected more than 90 of the hundreds of spiritual herbs. There were only 3 semi-sage herbs left and 1 origin sacred herb left. The 3 semi-sage herbs were the red flame jade ginseng, the heavenly fire divine wood, and the red scorpion root. They were all semi-sage herbs of the fire attribute. Ling Xiao had already searched the entire mountain range but did not find these 3 herbs. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to go to the desert in the distance to take a look. There was a majestic flame aura there. These 3 semi-sage herbs should be there. As for Ling Xiao's origin sacred herb, it was too strange. Ling Xiao had not discovered anything about it until now. Whoosh, Ling Xiao leaped up and passed through the mountain peaks, flying towards the desert. However, when Ling Xiao flew past the outermost mountain, his eyes flashed and he stopped in his tracks. What a familiar aura! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and landed on the mountain peak. This mountain peak was tens of thousands of feet high. It looked very ordinary and did not seem to have any spiritual herb's aura. It was the boundary between this mountain range and the desert in the distance. However, Ling Xiao felt that there was a powerful demonic beast in the mountain. He even detected a trace of a strange fragrance from the demonic beast's body. Why is the aura of the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower on a demonic beast? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he instantly flew towards the mountain peak. The stalagmite Holy Spirit flower was the most precious origin sacred herb on Ling Xiao's list. It was a stalagmite that had been growing for hundreds of millions of years. It had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and nurtured spirituality. It was incomparably precious. On the mountainside, there was a towering ancient tree rooted on a huge rock. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree were sparse, and its bark was mottled like an old dragon. As the mountain wind blew, it made a rustling sound. A huge black bear was lying on top of the rock. The sun shone on its body, making it feel warm and comfortable. Its simple and honest face was full of enjoyment. Boom, however, its breathing was like thunder. Every time it breathed, it would make a loud rumbling sound. The ancient tree trembled slightly as if it had felt the terrifying blood and chi of the black bear. There were no demon beasts or even insects in the area around it. The aura of the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower was coming from the black bear. That aura was very faint and ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. However, Ling Xiao's perception was very sharp. He sensed it. The black bear must have come into contact with the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. Bang! When Ling Xiao descended from the sky and landed directly in front of Black Bear, there was a loud bang, which gave Black Bear a huge fright. Black Bear immediately scrambled to his feet with a blank expression on his face, which made him seem charmingly naive. Human? You dare to disturb my rest? You're really hateful. Do you believe that I won't kill you with one slap? The black bear looked at Ling Xiao with an unfriendly expression. It spoke human language and raised its fat paw to show off its power. The black bear's aura was very powerful. It had also reached the peak of the semi-sage realm. Its blood and chi were rising. Its breathing was like thunder. Even the other demon beasts at the peak of the semi-sage realm didn't dare to provoke it. The black bear's explosive power was too strong. Even a lion or tiger of the same level would be killed by a slap of the black bear's paw. Black Bear, have you seen the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. However, his eyes were fixed on the black bear. Sure enough, the black bear's face changed. Its eyes became scarlet. Its body emitted a murderous aura. It stared at Ling Xiao and said, "How do you know about the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower? Human, you dare to covet my treasure. It seems that I'll have to teach you a good lesson today." When the black bear stood up, although it was only about 10 feet tall, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the aura of this black bear was extremely terrifying. Its blood and qi were incomparably powerful. It was even more terrifying than the black python and white tiger that Ling Xiao had encountered before. The black bear's face was full of hostility. It was full of hostility towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was speechless. He had wanted to test the black bear monster to see if it knew the whereabouts of the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. However, it seemed that the black bear monster had a one-track mind. Not only had it seen the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower before, it had even treated it as its own treasure. "Black bear, if you obediently bring me to the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower, I will not kill you in exchange. How about it?" Ling Xiao. "Human, you have successfully angered Lord Bear. Lord Bear will let you know the consequences of offending Lord Bear." The black bear stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. The black bear exuded an extremely terrifying blood and qi. In an instant, the void trembled violently. It raised its huge bear paw and slammed it down towards Ling Xiao. The black bear was like a black whirlwind. Its speed was extremely fast. When the bear paw fell, it was like a black curtain that covered the sky. It was as if there was no way to dodge. Although the black bear looked very clumsy, it was as fast as lightning when it attacked. If one underestimated the black bear, they would suffer a great loss. Ling Xiao was also surprised by the black bear's speed. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he chose to punch out, roar. Ling Xiao's blood and qi surged. A faint dragon's roar filled the air. At the same time, a purple light bloomed. It was as if there was a bright purple divine sun above his chest. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He activated the terrifying divine power around him and exploded with a terrifying punch. The fist and palm collided. Instantly, the void trembled violently. A violent explosion sounded. Ling Xiao and the black bear trembled violently. They could not help but retreat. "Oh? Human, you're not bad. You can actually block this bear qi. Come, come, come. Fight with me for 300 rounds. There was a hint of surprise in the black bear's eyes. His face was full of eagerness, and his battle intent rose. He roared and charged towards Ling Xiao again. The bear paw was very large. It contained an extremely terrifying power. It was like a metal rock. Even a half-step saint treasure would be smashed into scrap metal by the black bear. Ling Xiao activated the terrifying physical strength around him to fight the black bear. The black bear's physical strength was simply the strongest Ling Xiao had ever seen in his life. Bang! 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 Ling Xiao and the black bear fought fiercely. The man and the bear seemed to be in a real fight. Their blood and qi surged. Every time they collided, an extremely terrifying fluctuation would erupt. The surrounding mountain rocks flew everywhere. The earth trembled violently. Several towering ancient trees in the surroundings were blasted into powder. The dragon's roar around Ling Xiao's body was endless. His eyes also became more and more dazzling. Every time he collided with the black bear, Ling Xiao's blood and qi surged. Each punch was stronger than the previous one. Ling Xiao's physical body was extremely terrifying due to his complete divine dragon body and the over 1,000 tribulations indestructible saint technique. So far, he had never met an expert who could compete with him in terms of physical strength. This black bear was indeed very strong. However, after hundreds of rounds of fighting, the black bear could not hold on any longer. Although the black bear's explosive power was very strong, it lacked patience. After all, with such a terrifying physical body, every attack would explode with all its strength. After a long time, the black bear felt a little tired. Ling Xiao's fist landed on the black bear's nose. Immediately, the black bear was in so much pain that it was about to cry. It grimaced and even gave up resisting Ling Xiao's fist. It began to cover its head and scurry away. "Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Human, I admit that you're stronger than me. Stop." The black bear cried as it begged for mercy. Bring me to the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower, and I'll let you go. How about it? Ling Xiao said with a smile. However, he did not relax his attacks at all. His fists were unparalleled and landed on the black bear's body. Although the black bear had thick skin and thick flesh, it was still beaten by Ling Xiao until it trembled all over and blood flowed out. Good, good, good. As long as you let me go, I'll bring you to the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. The black bear did not have a shred of integrity. It did not even hesitate and nodded its head like it was pounding garlic. It immediately agreed. Ling Xiao's final punch sent the black bear flying. After that, it also stopped. Eh? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He saw that the huge rock that the black bear monster had been leaning on had been blown to smithereens by the shockwaves of the battle. However, that rock was not damaged at all. It was very strange. Boom! Ling Xiao's fist landed on the huge rock, producing a metallic sound. The rock was extremely hard, and Ling Xiao's fist did not even leave a mark on it. This is the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. The black bear monster said hurriedly, his eyes filled with nervousness. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would shatter the rock. What did you say? Ling Xiao could not believe that this extremely hard rock was the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. The black bear monster said helplessly, this is indeed the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. However, this guy is too cunning and has a very hard shell. I can't do anything to it. A few years ago, I found this stalagmite Holy Spirit flower when it was about to open the stone layer. However, it was very sensitive and I couldn't open the stone layer, so I couldn't get the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He had not expected that the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower he had been looking for would be hidden in such a hard rock. Let me try. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The sky-swallowing sword hummed and appeared in his palm. In an instant, it turned into hundreds of millions of sword lights and slashed at the rock. Clang, sparks flew and the void shook violently. The sky-swallowing sword was extremely sharp and had merged with Ling Xiao's divine soul. The power of this sword was not weaker than a flawless holy treasure. However, although sparks flew, only a few white marks were left on the rock. There was no sign of it shattering. It's useless. The stalagmite Holy Spirit flower is too cunning. I can't do anything to it. The black bear monster said helplessly. Can't you do anything? I don't think so. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Ling Xiao believed that as long as he used the flipping sky seal, with its supreme divine power, he would be able to pulverize the rock. However, if he did that, the stalagmite and the Holy Spirit flower would be completely destroyed. However, Ling Xiao had the powerful inheritance and memory of the Hunyuan elixir saint, so he knew the weakness of the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. The stalagmite Holy Spirit flower was afraid of fire. Of course, ordinary flames had no effect on the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. At least the Holy Spirit flower was afraid of the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. Ling Xiao planned to use flames to force the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower out. Wang, a golden light flashed in Ling Xiao's palm, and a golden flame appeared instantly. It looked very bright, and there were many halos on it. It contained a power that could devour everything, as if it was hiding a mysterious world. This was the heaven-devouring fire. Ling Xiao's sky-devouring secret technique had reached the sky-devouring divine sea realm. His sky-devouring fire had also become extremely terrifying, far surpassing the ordinary divine fire. It was even comparable to those powerful saint fires. Rumble, the heaven-engulfing fire shone brightly as it burned fiercely in Ling Xiao's palm. Then, it swirled in the air and wrapped around the rock in front of him. Under the roasting of the heaven-devouring fire, the rock did not change at all. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the void was slightly distorted. Golden flames rose, and strange rays of light began to appear on the rocks. It was like a mysterious fog. Roast with flames? I've tried it too, but it's useless. Eh? The black bear saw Ling Xiao using flames to roast the rock and hurriedly said. However, his body suddenly trembled as he saw that under the roasting of the heaven-devouring fire, the rock actually began to undergo a mysterious change. Wang, white spirit mist slowly dissipated from the rock, and the rock actually started to tremble slightly. You're a bad person. Woo-woo. Don't burn me to death. A voice that sounded like a 7 or 8-year-old child came from the rock, and there was a hint of fear in it. Ling Xiao's expression was very calm. He ignored the voice and continued to roast the rock in front of him with the heaven-devouring fire. F***ck. It actually works? The black bear monster widened its eyes, its face full of disbelief. Woo woo woo. Don't burn me. Don't burn me, the voice from the rock sounded again, and this time, the rock also began to tremble slightly. Traces of cracks appeared as if it was going to split open at any time. Come with me. Otherwise, I'll burn you to death. Ling Xiao said calmly. The heaven-devouring fire in his palm trembled slightly and temporarily stopped. Woo woo woo. I'll go with you. Don't burn me to death. Although the voice was somewhat unwilling, in the face of the threat of death, it finally chose to compromise. Kacha, the rock cracked, and a bright light bloomed from it. Clouds and mist drifted, and the void trembled. Faintly, the chi of wind and thunder flashed, and a milky white Dao immortal flower appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It was as if words could not describe the mystery and brilliance of this Dao immortal flower. The dreamlike scene made Ling Xiao incomparably amazed. A rich fragrance filled the air, and the surrounding flowers and plants began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xiao could not help but feel energized, and the Taoist rhyme in his body began to strengthen. This was the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower, Weng. The stalagmite Holy Spirit flower trembled slightly, as if it was very afraid of the heaven-devouring fire. At this moment, it had no way to escape. The heaven-devouring fire formed a huge net of flames around it, binding it within. Come here. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, he reached out and grabbed the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower in the palm of his hand. Although the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower was not inferior to a human's intelligence, it could only obediently fall into Ling Xiao's hand. However, it still said in a childish voice, I can go with you, and I can also give you my flower. I only ask that you leave my roots intact, and I will be able to recover in the future. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At most, I'll borrow a part of your body to refine pills. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and then directly put away the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. The black bear's eyes turned red. It had spent so much time and effort, but it could not do anything to the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower. However, the moment Ling Xiao made a move, the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower obediently surrendered. However, the black bear also knew how strong Ling Xiao was. Although it coveted the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower, it did not dare to snatch it. Since you told me the whereabouts of the stalagmite Holy Spirit flower, I'll spare your life. Goodbye. Ling Xiao glanced at the black bear, turned around, and was about to leave the mountain and fly towards the vast desert in the distance. Wait. Oh, is there anything else you need? Ling Xiao looked at the black bear monster strangely. Human, you're really strong. You're here to look for elixirs, right? I know a place that contains many elixirs. There are even many origin sacred herbs like stalagmites and Holy Spirit flowers. I can take you there, but please do me a favor. The black bear monster said hesitantly. Oh? There's such a place in the small pill talisman realm? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as well. If there were such a place, it would be comparable to an elixir garden. Its value was immeasurable. Ling Xiao might be able to collect all the elixirs he needed in one fell swoop. That's right. That place is called the Sacred Medicine Valley. However, it's covered by a natural formation space. Ordinary people don't know its exact location. I only found it when I accidentally broke into it. The black bear monster said. The Sacred Medicine Valley? Sure, if it's within my ability, I can help you. What's the matter? Tell me. Ling Xiao nodded and said. The black bear monster said happily, although there are endless elixirs in the Sacred Medicine Valley, there's a group of poisonous bee king guarding it. If you want to enter the Sacred Medicine Valley to pick elixirs, you must first kill the poisonous bee king. I hope you can kill the poisonous bee king and give me a pound of honey. How about it? When it mentioned the poisonous bee king, the black bear monster's face was full of fear. However, when it came to honey, its eyes lit up and its saliva almost flowed out. Poisonous bee king? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. His gaze became somewhat dignified. The poisonous bee king was an ancient species. Although it was only the size of a fist, it had extreme speed like lightning. Moreover, its body contained extremely strong poison. Even if a sage-to-bee expert was bitten by the poisonous bee king, his entire body would be paralyzed and he could only wait to be captured. In the end, he would die in the hands of the poisonous bee king. The key point was that the black bear monster mentioned a group of poisonous bee king. There must be a bee king among them. The bee king's strength was even more terrifying. Some had even reached the level of a sage. It was not something ordinary people could contend with. If a group of venomous wasp king were to attack at the same time, even a sage would have to flee pathetically. However, the honey of the venomous monarch bee was also a top-notch heavenly treasure. Not only could it allow a person to be reborn, but it could also increase the strength of the physical body. For demonic beasts, it was even more important as it could improve the bloodline of the demonic beast. No wonder the black bear monster was so excited that it was almost drooling. If it could get the honey of the poisonous bee king, maybe the black bear monster could go one step further and break through to the monster saint realm. How many poisonous bee kings are there in the sacred medicine valley? Xianxia looked at the black bear and asked seriously. Although the poisonous bee king was very strong, the most terrifying thing was still a group of poisonous bee kings. Only when they formed a large group would they be able to unleash an incomparably terrifying battle prowess. A single poisonous bee king could probably kill a black bear with a single slap, let alone soaring cloud. I went in by accident once and was chased out by a group of poisonous bee kings. I met about 100 poisonous bee kings at that time, but I'm not sure how many poisonous bee kings there are in the sacred medicine valley. The black bear monster said honestly. Is there a wasp king among the 100 poisonous wasp kings you encountered? Xianxia asked seriously. I don't think so. The black bear thought for a while and said. It seems like there should be more than 1,000 poisonous bee kings in the sacred medicine valley. Xianxia said slowly. How did you know? The black bear asked curiously. Xianxia smiled indifferently and did not answer the black bear. This was the experience he had obtained from the Hunyuan elixir saint's inheritance. He changed the topic and said, Now, bring me to the sacred medicine valley. All right. Hearing Xiao's agreement, the black bear was instantly excited. When he thought of the poisonous bee king's honey, he could not help but drool. That was a temptation that he could not resist at all. Whoosh, Xiao leaped up and the black bear's body was surrounded by a black light. He set off a gust of demonic wind and brought Xiao to the desert in the distance. Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He originally thought that the sacred medicine valley was in this mountain range. He did not expect the black bear to bring him to the desert in the distance. Although he was curious, he did not show it on his face. Rumble, the desert was vast and boundless. The scorching sun shone on the desert, causing a gust of hot air to rise above the desert as if it could roast all living things. This desert was very vast. At least within the range of Xiao's primordial spirit, he could not find the end of the desert. The black bear brought Xiao tens of thousands of miles into the desert before landing from the sky. Is the sacred medicine valley here? Xiao asked doubtfully. Speaking of which, Xiao, who had extremely sharp senses, did not detect any fluctuations of a formation. He was surrounded by rolling yellow sand that stretched as far as the eye could see. When the wind blew on his body, it exuded an oppressive feeling that made him breathless. Xiao did not expect the sacred medicine valley that the black bear mentioned to be here. Hee, you'll see it soon. The black bear laughed good-naturedly. Then, he stuck his butt out and began to dig the sand in the desert. The black bear had divine strength, and his strength was also very terrifying. Therefore, the speed at which he dug the sand was very fast. Before long, the black bear had dug a huge sand pit with a radius of hundreds of feet. Xiao looked at the black bear's actions with some curiosity. He did not know what he was trying to do by digging such a huge sand pit. The sand pit that the black bear dug became deeper and deeper. In the end, it was hundreds of feet deep. Roar. In the end, the black bear let out an extremely terrifying roar. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of pale golden essence blood. It turned into a mysterious rune in the void. Like a millstone, it suddenly imprinted itself at the bottom of the sand pit. Rumble, the sand pit trembled violently, and then suddenly shattered with a loud bang. A mysterious black vortex appeared, leading to an unknown place. Follow me. This is the Sacred Medicine Valley. The black bear monster glanced at Ling Xiao. Its eyes were filled with excitement. Ling Xiao looked at the black bear deeply. The way the black bear entered the Sacred Medicine Valley was a little strange. Moreover, he did not expect the Sacred Medicine Valley to be hidden deep underground in the desert. However, when he saw the black bear enter the black vortex, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and followed the black bear in. Rumble, the light in front of him blazed and the void trembled. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, an ancient and mysterious valley appeared in front of him. It contained an extremely mysterious aura. He had arrived at the Sacred Medicine Valley. The Sacred Medicine Valley seemed to be another world. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. There was a majestic aura of life everywhere. It was completely different from the rolling yellow sand outside. Ling Xiao did not expect the Sacred Medicine Valley to be hidden here. It's really a powerful natural formation. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The natural formation was very powerful. Even with Ling Xiao's incomparably sharp perception, he could not detect the fluctuations of the formation. In front of him was a huge valley. In the depths of the valley was an extremely spectacular waterfall. It flowed down 3,000 feet and finally smashed into the talisman pond below, stirring up waves. The valley was very quiet. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs. At this moment, they were all in full bloom, exuding a rich fragrance. Looking around, Ling Xiao immediately discovered many precious divine herbs that he recognized. However, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He saw a few fist-sized bees among the flowers in the distance. They were completely black, flapping their wings, and were collecting nectar. Poisonous bee king? Ling Xiao immediately recognized that those bees were the poisonous bee king. However, Ling Xiao and the black bear monster were now at the entrance of the valley. They were hidden by a few towering ancient trees and were not discovered by the poisonous bee king. However, as long as Ling Xiao and the black bear monster dared to step into the valley, they would probably be discovered by the poisonous bee king immediately. The black bear monster's eyes revealed a trace of fear. He whispered to Ling Xiao, "That's right. That's the poisonous bee king. Although the strength of a single poisonous bee king is not too strong, and I can kill it with a slap, these little things are very vengeful. Moreover, their reinforcement speed is very fast. If they discover us, I'm afraid a group of poisonous bee king will appear in an instant to kill us." The poisonous bee king's perception is indeed very sharp. However, if we want to collect the spiritual herbs in the Sacred Medicine Valley, we have to find a way to deal with these poisonous bee king. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. The Sacred Medicine Valley in front of him was incomparably huge. It seemed to be dozens of miles in radius. Ling Xiao could feel that there were precious divine herbs everywhere in the Sacred Medicine Valley. The aura of semi-divine herbs was also faintly discernible. Ling Xiao could even feel that in the depths of the Sacred Medicine Valley, there were several extremely obscure fluctuations that contained mysterious Taoist rhymes. Those were the origin divine herbs. The black bear monster did not deceive him. The Sacred Medicine Valley was indeed a land of treasure. That's right. That's why I can't enter the Sacred Medicine Valley. The black bear monster said helplessly. It was powerful and had boundless vitality. If it were to enter the Sacred Medicine Valley, it would be like a small sun. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens for the poisonous bee king to not notice it. Stay outside the Sacred Medicine Valley. I'll go in and take a look. Ling Xiao said slowly to the black bear. Then, a very mysterious aura emanated from his body, enveloping him. Ling Xiao carefully made his way into the Sacred Medicine Valley. Don't, the poisonous wasp king will find you. The black bear subconsciously wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but its eyes suddenly changed, revealing a look of disbelief. Ling Xiao had disappeared from its perception. It could clearly see Ling Xiao's figure, but in its perception, Ling Xiao had disappeared. This feeling was very strange. This was because Ling Xiao had used the heaven-shrouding secret technique. Ling Xiao turned into a faintly discernible shadow and slowly headed towards the Sacred Medicine Valley. The heaven-shrouding secret technique was extremely mysterious. With Ling Xiao's recent enlightenment, the heaven-shrouding secret technique was about to reach the great completion realm. Although it might not be able to hide from powerful sages, a mere poisonous wasp king would definitely not be able to detect Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted to harvest the spiritual herbs in the sacred medicine valley, the poisonous wasp king would naturally be the biggest obstacle. Ling Xiao wanted to find out more about the poisonous wasp king and see if there were any other dangers in the sacred medicine valley. Ling Xiao did not believe that the sacred medicine valley was only guarded by a group of poisonous wasp king. There must be some dangers that even the black bear monster did not know about. The sacred medicine valley was shrouded in a thin layer of spiritual mist. Within the mist, there was a vast amount of heaven and earth energy. That layer of spiritual mist was the best camouflage for Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao was standing in front of the poisonous wasp king, the poisonous wasp king would not be able to detect him. Hiss, when Ling Xiao arrived at the sacred medicine valley, he could not help but gasp. Looking around, the entire sacred medicine valley was filled with all sorts of divine herbs and half-saint herbs. Exotic flowers and herbs competed with each other in terms of beauty. Every single one of them was an extremely precious spiritual herb. However, the more precious a spiritual herb was, the stricter the requirements for its growth. Therefore, it was destined that spiritual herbs could not grow in large patches like grains. However, everything in front of Ling Xiao's eyes subverted his understanding. Could it be that there's something special about the sacred medicine valley? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He could not help but squat down and grab a handful of soil beside him. The soil contains the essence of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy is very abundant, but other than that, there's also an extremely high-grade energy. This is the Xianxia Mother energy? Ling Xiao's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Xianxia Mother energy was known as the origin of the earth. It contained an extremely mysterious energy. It was the origin of all living things. It was also known as the origin of all living things. Only the ancestral vein of the earth could give birth to the Xianxia Mother energy. Could it be that there was the legendary ancestral vein of the earth beneath the sacred medicine valley? The ancestral vein of the earth was a place of feng shui that was even more powerful than the dragon vein of the earth. Legend had it that it contained the illusory power of fate and destiny. Obtaining the ancestral vein of the earth would give one the opportunity to create an immortal holy land. Ling Xiao did not know whether Mount Danfu had not discovered the sacred medicine valley at all, or if the sacred medicine valley was also a part of Mount Danfu's heritage. If it was the latter, then Mount Danfu's heritage was too terrifying. They could casually take out the ancestral vein of the earth. Only the Xianxia Mother energy could support the growth of so many divine herbs and semi-divine herbs at the same time. What a cunning poisonous wasp king. It turns out that they were hiding here. Ling Xiao carefully examined the sacred medicine valley. It was only then that he realized that the poisonous wasp king he had seen previously were only on the surface. There were hundreds of poisonous wasp king hidden among the various spiritual herbs. Most importantly, Ling Xiao saw a huge beehive on a stone wall next to the waterfall. It was at least a few feet wide and emitted a bright golden light. However, it was not obvious because it was surrounded by the water vapor of the waterfall. Ling Xiao could feel that there were hundreds and thousands of poisonous wasp king densely packed in the beehive. Among them, there was an extremely terrifying but obscure aura that made Ling Xiao's heart palpitate. For some reason, although Ling Xiao felt threatened by the huge beehive, what made him more alert was that there seemed to be an extremely strange aura in the sacred medicine valley that made him feel cold all over. There are indeed other existences other than the poisonous bee king. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, Ling Xiao was unwilling to leave just like that. Not to mention the huge amount of spiritual herbs in the sacred medicine valley, the poisonous bee king's honey was also good stuff. Ling Xiao did not want to let it go so easily. The sacred medicine valley was not big and was only a few dozen miles in radius. Ling Xiao quickly explored the sacred medicine valley carefully. There are actually 5 origin sacred herbs? No wonder it is the sacred medicine valley. However, the poisonous bee king is also very cautious. Each origin sacred herb is guarded by 10 poisonous bees. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He saw a total of 5 origin sacred herbs in the depths of the sacred medicine valley. Among the 5 origin sacred herbs, some were as red as fire, some were as sharp as swords, and some were as heavy as mountains. They looked very mysterious and contained boundless power. Ling Xiao was also drooling over the 5 origin saint herbs. However, each origin saint herb was guarded by 10 poisonous bee kings, never leaving its side. If Ling Xiao wanted to obtain the origin sacred herb, he would definitely alarm the poisonous bee king. 10 poisonous bee king? This is indeed difficult. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. The poisonous bee king was not weak and had extreme speed. Although Ling Xiao could kill 1 poisonous bee king in an instant, he could not kill 10 poisonous bee kings in an instant. Furthermore, there was a spiritual connection between the poisonous wasp king and the wasp king. If he couldn't kill it instantly, the wasp king would definitely know what happened. At that time, Ling Xiao, who was exposed, would have no choice but to run away pathetically, let alone obtain the origin source holy herb. There are red flame jade ginseng and heavenly fire divine wood here? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Of the hundreds of spirit medicines on his list, only the red flame jade ginseng, the heavenly fire divine wood, and the red scorpion root were left uncollected. Ling Xiao originally thought that he would have to enter the desert to collect them. He didn't expect to see the red flame jade ginseng and the heavenly fire divine wood here. In the distance, under a towering ancient tree, there was a small grass that was as red as fire. It was emitting a red glow and looked very mysterious. It was the red flame jade ginseng. On top of a rock to the side, there was a small tree that was about 3 feet tall. It looked bare and twisted like an old dragon. It was also covered in a layer of flames. It was the heavenly fire divine wood. It was a pleasant surprise for Ling Xiao that these 2 semi-sage herbs grew in the sacred medicinal valley. However, Ling Xiao did not discover the whereabouts of the scarlet scorpion root. It seemed that if he wanted to find the scarlet scorpion root, he could only go to the desert outside to look for it. Whoosh, Ling Xiao silently flew over and carefully put away the red flame jade ginseng and the heaven flame divine wood. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. How can I obtain the 5 origin sacred herbs? Maybe I can do it this way. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. Ling Xiao thought of the black bear monster that was still outside the sacred medicinal valley. Perhaps he could let the black bear monster attract the firepower and lure the poisonous bee king and bee king away. Then, Ling Xiao would take the opportunity to harvest the 5 origin sacred herbs. Perhaps he could even wipe out the huge beehive. Ling Xiao was thinking about the feasibility of this plan. The most important thing was how much firepower could the black bear monster attract? If he couldn't lure most of the poisonous bee king and bee king away, this plan would be useless. At this moment, the black bear monster was anxiously waiting for Ling Xiao outside the valley. It didn't know that Ling Xiao was plotting against it. Outside the sacred medicinal valley, the black bear monster was lying on a huge rock with its butt sticking out. It was looking into the depths of the sacred medicinal valley, anxiously waiting for Ling Xiao's news. Although it was very surprised by Ling Xiao's method of hiding his aura, it knew how powerful the bee king was. If Ling Xiao was discovered by the bee king, they could only escape pathetically. Buzz, but at this moment, a bright light flashed, and a few figures appeared outside the sacred medicinal valley. They were a few young men and women with powerful auras. Each of them was arrogant and extraordinary. Their arrogance soared to the sky. Their eyes were filled with incomparable surprise. The 2 young men in the lead had incomparably terrifying auras. They were Xiao Ruwei and Huang Xuanzong. Mysterious Sex Holy Sun, this is the sacred medicinal valley hidden in the small Dan talisman world. I'm afraid most people don't know about this place. We'll definitely be able to find all the spirit herbs we need here. Xiao Ruwei said to Huang Xuanzong with a smile. Sacred medicinal valley? It actually contains such boundless worldly essence. It's really extraordinary. Huang Xuanzong nodded and said. His expression was incomparably indifferent. Huh? Why is there a black bear here? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. His gaze fell on the black bear monster that was sticking out its butt. Isn't this the demonic beast of the sacred medicinal valley? It doesn't look very strong. Young Master Xiao, Mysterious Sex Holy Sun, watch me kill this demonic beast. A 4th Revolution half-saint black-robed young man's eyes flashed as he said with a smile. The black bear monster's body wasn't big. It was only 3 meters tall. Because it was afraid of being detected by the poisonous queen bee, it had restrained its aura. Therefore, it looked very deceptive. It wasn't strong. It seemed as if it only had the strength of a half-saint. Demonic beast? Huh? There should only be poisonous queen bee in the sacred medicinal valley. There shouldn't be any other demonic beasts. Xiao Rui's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. However, at this moment, the black-robed young man had already walked toward the black bear monster with a face full of confidence. Big black bear, if you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender. Perhaps I'll be soft-hearted and accept you as my pet. If you dare to resist, then I'll let your blood splatter on the spot. The black-robed young man stared at the black bear monster and said arrogantly. The black bear monster was a little depressed. It didn't expect that there would be other people who would break into the sacred medicinal valley while it was waiting for Ling Xiao here. However, it seemed that the passage was different from the one the black bear monster took. The strength of this group of young men and women was extraordinary. However, the most powerful ones were Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong. Especially Huang Xuanzong. The aura on his body made the black bear monster feel incomparable fear. However, the black-robed young man in front of it was merely a 4th revolution half-saint. How dare he clamor about accepting the black bear monster as his pet? The black bear monster couldn't tolerate this. This guy was simply going too far. You want to accept me as your pet? The black bear monster slowly turned its head. A trace of bloody light appeared in its eyes. The terrifying aura around its body slowly erupted. What? The black-robed young man's body trembled. Suddenly, a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Cold sweat immediately dripped down from his body. This aura was comparable to a 9th revolution half-saint. The black bear monster in front of him had the cultivation of a half-saint. He actually wanted to accept it as his pet. Are you the guardian beast of the sacred medicine valley? You're so mighty and majestic. I admire you so much, so much. The black-robed young man licked his dry lips and said with a sad face. He had no integrity at all. It was because he was too close to the black bear monster. There was only a distance of 10 feet between them. He was also too careless previously. He wanted to subdue the black bear monster, but the result was a tragedy. The weak demonic beast that he could easily subdue had turned into a prehistoric giant beast. The black-robed young man had no doubt that the black bear monster could kill him at any time at this distance. Seeing the black-robed young man's lack of integrity, Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong both felt a toothache. Isn't this kid too spineless? Can't he be more unyielding? Anyway, Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong are here. They definitely won't let him suffer. You admire me? Then tell me, what do you admire about me? The black bear monster showed an interested look on its face. It took 2 steps forward and gently patted the black-robed young man's shoulder with its furry bear paw. The black bear monster didn't seem to have any ferocious aura at this moment. Instead, it seemed a little silly. However, the black-robed young man was almost scared to tears. Both his legs were trembling. He said with a trembling voice, Master Black Bear, I deserve to die. You're a great person and don't mind me. Just let me go like a fart. The black-robed young man was afraid that the black bear monster would open its bloody mouth and bite his head off. Enough. Just when the black-robed young man was about to collapse, Xiao Rui snorted coldly and said, Black bear monster, although I don't know how you appeared here, you should also want to get the elixirs in the sacred medicine valley, right? There is a group of poisonous bee king in the sacred medicine valley. If we fight here and attract the attention of the poisonous bee king, it won't be a good thing. You actually know about the poisonous bee king? The black bear monster looked at Xiao Rui in surprise. Could it be that this human in front of me has also been to the sacred medicine valley before? Of course I know. Because the entire sacred medicine valley belongs to my pill talisman mountain. Black bear monster, why don't we cooperate? Xiao Rui smiled proudly. How? The black bear monster asked curiously. It's simple. In a while, you will rush into the sacred medicine valley and lure the poison king bees away. We will take the opportunity to harvest the spirit herbs. When the time comes, not only will I give you a share of the spirit herbs, but I will also let you join my Mount Pill talisman and become my mountain guardian beast. How about that? After all, my Mount Pill talisman is about to become an eternal holy land. This is your fortune, so don't miss it. Xiao Rui said faintly. His voice was very calm, but it carried a towering arrogance, as if letting the black bear monster join Mount Pill talisman was a gift to the black bear monster. You want me to lure away the poison king wasp swarm? The black bear was stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on its simple and honest bear face. That's right. Your strength is not bad, you should be able to attract the attention of most of the poison king bees. You don't need to fight them head-on, you just need to lure them away. Xiao Rui said faintly. Are you out of your mind? You want Grandpa Bear to be your cannon fodder? You think you're worthy? Ant-like thing, hurry up and scram for Grandpa Bear. Otherwise, Grandpa Bear will beat you up until your mother can't recognize you. The black bear monster was instantly enraged and sneered. Rumble, the black bear monster's aura rose and emitted a majestic and terrifying aura fluctuation. In an instant, it caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly. A pair of blood-red bear eyes stared at Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, and the others. Black bear monster, are you crazy? Don't you know that this will attract the poison king bees? Bastard. Xiao Rui's face instantly became extremely ugly. He couldn't wait to tear this bastard black bear monster apart. Buzz, in the sacred medicine valley, the poison king bees flew out one by one. They also felt the terrifying aura fluctuation from the black bear monster. They began to gather together and faintly emitted a very dangerous aura fluctuation. The black bear monster rolled its eyes and laughed strangely. So what if I attract the poison king bees? At most, Grandpa Bear will give up those spirit herbs, but I won't let you bastards get them. Rumble, the black bear monster roared. Its voice was like thunder that shook the void. The terrifying aura around its body rose. It instantly leaped up and its huge bear paw directly slammed towards Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong. Damn it! Kill it! The poison king bees have already been alerted. Let's rush in. Xiao Rui's face became extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as if he was about to devour someone. He originally planned to lure this black bear monster to be cannon fodder and lure the poison king bees out. After that, he would be able to sneak in to collect all kinds of spirit herbs. However, he didn't know that this black bear monster suddenly went crazy and actually attacked them without caring about anything else. Rumble, Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong's body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura fluctuation. The group of young men and women behind them also had their fighting spirit rising in their eyes. They simultaneously attacked, wanting to kill the black bear monster with the fastest speed possible. This was because they had already felt the aura of the poison king bees gathering and was about to fly out of the valley. Human, this old bear, am trying my best to buy time for you. You can't let me down. I want the honey of the poison king bees. Honey, the black bear monster's roar resounded in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Don't worry. I won't miss out on your honey. Ling Zhao smiled faintly and flew towards the valley in an instant. The reason why the black bear monster suddenly became so arrogant and savage and even attacked Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong without caring about anything was because Ling Zhao had secretly transmitted a message to it. He wanted it to take the opportunity to cause a disturbance and lure the poison king bees out so that it would be convenient for Ling Zhao to snatch the 5 origin sacred herbs. The black bear monster hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Although it knew that it wasn't a match for the poison king bees, these human experts in front of it were all living targets. As long as it caused a disturbance, the poison king bees wouldn't only target it. The pressure on it would also be reduced by a lot. Rumble, at the entrance of the sacred herb valley, a black wind swept over. The aura of the poison king bees was incomparably terrifying. Under the lead of a golden poison king bee, they rushed towards the black bear monster, Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, and the others. What? They actually came so fast. Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong's complexion couldn't help but change. They had just collided with the black bear monster and sent it flying. However, the black bear monster had rough skin and thick flesh. They couldn't kill it in a short period of time. However, at this moment, the Poison King bees actually brazenly attacked under the lead of the Golden Poison King bee. That's right, that Golden Poison King bee was the king of all Poison King bees. Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong could feel that the aura of the Golden Poison King bee was far beyond that of a ninth revolution half-saint. It wasn't much weaker than a true saint. They had to go all out. Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong glanced at each other. They immediately clenched their teeth and took out their powerful saint treasures and rushed towards the Poison King bees. Whoosh! 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 The poisonous bee king swarm covered the sky, and each of the poisonous bee king swarm was like a bolt of black lightning. Their ferocious mouthparts were like steel needles, gleaming with sharpness as they pounced towards the crowd. Rumble! Dazzling divine light burst out. Everyone used their powerful divine abilities and bombarded the poisonous wasp king's body. Unexpectedly, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. They couldn't even break the poisonous wasp king's defense. Only Xiao Rui's crimson golden battle spear pierced through a poisonous wasp king. Huang Xuanzong's 5 elements void-shattering shuttle smashed a poisonous wasp king into a bloody mist. As for the others, their complexion changed greatly. They were all caught in a bitter battle. Even though the individual strength of these Poison King bees was not strong, their speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, their mouthparts were extremely sharp, capable of sucking out one's essence blood. This caused this group of genius disciples to focus most of their energy on defense. Among the many poisonous Wasp King, the Wasp King's body was emitting a bright golden glow. On its hard shell, there were golden runes that looked ancient and mysterious. Although the Wasp King did not make a move, his cold eyes were filled with killing intent. In the Wasp King's eyes, the people who were trying to break into the sacred medicine valley were trespassers who had to be killed. Damn it, how can these Poison King bees be so strong? Xiao Rui's and Huang Xuanzong's expressions became somewhat unsightly. Although Xiao Rui knew that there was a poisonous Wasp King in the sacred medicine valley, he didn't expect the strength of the poisonous Wasp King to be so terrifying. Both he and Huang Xuanzong had flawless holy treasures, but in this battle, they only killed 7 or 8 poisonous Wasp King. Furthermore, after they killed the poisonous Wasp King, they angered the poisonous Wasp King even more, causing the attacks of the poisonous Wasp King to become more ferocious. In the sacred medicine valley, Ling Xiao approached the 5 origin sacred herbs. Sure enough, due to the battle between the black bear monster, Xiao Rui, and Huang Xuanzong, almost all of the poisonous bee monarch had been lured away. Even the dozens of poisonous bee monarch guarding the 5 origin sacred herbs had left. It's actually a 5 elements origin sacred herb? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. These 5 origin source sacred herbs were located in the depths of the sacred medicine valley. They contained the origins of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. They were extremely mysterious. However, for some reason, Ling Xiao could not help but shiver when he saw the 5 origin pills, as if some terrifying existence was staring at him. Let's pluck these 5 origin sacred herbs first. Ling Xiao carefully inspected the 5 origin herbs. He did not discover anything amiss. All he could do was forcefully suppress the pulse of fear and quickly put the 5 origin herbs away. The biggest treasure should be the poisonous queen bee's hive. Ling Zhao's gaze landed on the beehive under the waterfall. The beehive was shimmering with golden light and looked even more mysterious under the cover of the mist. However, Ling Xiao could sense that there was an extremely mysterious restriction in the beehive. If he rashly touched the beehive, the queen bee would definitely discover it immediately. There was only one chance, and Ling Xiao did not want to miss this beehive. Looks like I can only try my best. A sharp glint flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes, and the sky-devouring sword appeared in his hand. Blazing sword light rose up, instantly gathering into a vast and blazing light, slashing towards the cliff behind the hive. Ka-cha, a resplendent light bloomed, and the cliff was extremely sturdy. Runes rose up from it, and then exploded under the unparalleled sharpness of the sky-devouring sword. That was the restriction left behind by the queen bee to protect the hive from harm. However, it could not withstand the power of the sky-devouring sword and was destroyed in an instant. The ground shook, and the mountain rock shattered. The void trembled violently, and the huge beehive fell from the cliff with a loud bang. Whoosh! Ling Xiao was extremely fast. The moment the beehive fell, he immediately put it into the wordless heaven book. Then, he turned into a stream of light and shot out of the sacred medicine valley. Roar. Just as the beehive fell, Ling Xiao heard an incomparably furious roar resounding through the heavens and earth, causing the void to tremble violently. The surrounding mountains shook, rocks flew, and the earth trembled. It was as if an ancient behemoth had awakened. A resplendent golden light, like a huge sun, flew over from afar. A huge poisonous queen bee was wrapped in the golden light. Its entire body was dazzling, as if it was cast in gold. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and its eyes were filled with anger and bloodthirsty killing intent. The queen bee had arrived. Around the queen bee, there was also a group of furious poisonous queen bees. They abandoned the black bear monster, Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, and the rest, and rushed directly into the sacred medicine valley. These poisonous queen bees did not expect that their nest would be destroyed by someone. An incomparably terrifying aura locked onto Ling Xiao. The speed of the queen bee was too fast. Almost at the moment when Ling Xiao broke the hive with his sword, the queen bee had already rushed into the valley like lightning. The cold killing intent locked onto Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao used the heaven-shrouding secret technique, it would be useless at this moment. What's going on? Is there someone else in the valley? This group of poisonous queen bees seems to have gone completely crazy. There's really someone else. That's Zhao Ritian? The people outside the sacred medicine valley were originally struggling to fight the poisonous queen bees. At this moment, when they saw that the poisonous queen bees had completely gone berserk, giving up on fighting with them and rushing into the sacred medicine valley, they were all extremely puzzled. However, when they saw the figure in the valley, they suddenly trembled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Especially Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong, they both realized that the person was Ling Xiao. This guy, he actually snatched the hive of the poisonous queen bees. The black bear monster was also filled with disbelief. Its small eyes were rolling around, and it was already looking for an opportunity to escape. Now that the poisonous queen bees were completely enraged, if they continued to stay here, they would only suffer the wrath of the poisonous queen bees. Everyone had already experienced the terror of the poisonous queen bees, and they could imagine that the queen bee would be even more terrifying. At this moment, everyone was a little scared. Damn it, this Zhao Ritian must have snatched the treasure of the sacred medicine valley, and that's why the poisonous queen bees are so angry. Xiao Rui's eyes were filled with anger and jealousy. They were fighting to the death with the poisonous queen bees here, and Ling Xiao had taken advantage of them. Xuanzong Xingzi, it seems like this Zhao Ritian has the treasure of the sacred medicine valley on him. Why don't we join forces to kill him and snatch the treasure from him and divide it equally? All right. Huang Xuanzong also thought of this point. His eyes glinted with sharpness as he nodded. In his opinion, this Zhao Ritian was only a second revolution half-saint. Although it was rumored that his combat strength was very strong, Huang Xuanzong did not put him in his eyes at all. He could easily kill him. Whoosh, Ling Zhao's speed was extremely fast. When the queen bee led the poisonous hornets to attack him, Ling Xiao had already rushed out of the sacred medicine valley with the heaven-devouring sword in his hand. Ling Xiao used the secret teleportation technique. His entire body was like a faint shadow. In an instant, he passed through the encirclement of the poisonous hornets. The heaven-devouring sword in his hand emitted an unparalleled sword light as it slashed towards the queen bee. Ling Xiao could dodge the other poisonous hornets. However, if he wanted to leave the sacred medicine valley, he would have to face the queen bee. This was because the queen bee's speed was extremely fast. Not only was it not slower than Ling Xiao, it was even slightly faster. Ling Xiao could clearly see the poisonous hornet's mouthpart flickering with golden light. It was extremely sharp and piercing towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Clang, when the heaven-devouring sword and the queen bee's mouthpart collided, a dazzling light burst out. Sparks flew in all directions. Ling Xiao could only feel an unparalleled divine power surging towards him. He felt as though his entire body was about to be sent flying. The queen bee's mouthpart was extremely hard. The heaven-devouring sword could not even leave a mark on it. Moreover, the queen bee's strength was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao could not withstand the copious amount of divine power. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were violently shaken. As expected of the queen bee. Although it's not as strong as a true sage, Its strength has already far surpassed that of an ordinary ninth revolution half-saint. Ling Xiao forcefully held back the mouthful of blood that rushed up his throat. His eyes became incomparably bright. Whoosh, Ling Xiao borrowed the queen bee's unparalleled divine power. When he was about to be sent flying, his entire body turned into an unimaginable angle. He directly bypassed the queen bee and turned into a golden lightning bolt as he shot out of the sacred medicine valley. The queen bee was stunned for a moment. This human strength was not strong. It should have directly sent him back to the sacred medicine valley. How could he bypass it and directly rush into the sacred medicine valley? However, the queen bee was enraged. It was a kind of anger and killing intent that was a kind's provocation. Roar. The wasp king roared like an ancient beast, causing the entire sacred medicine valley to tremble violently. Its mouth glowed with unparalleled light. In an instant, it multiplied into 10, then 100. Finally, it turned into tens of thousands of densely packed golden rays that shot toward Ling Xiao. That kind of terrifying power was enough to make a ninth revolution half-saint's scalp tingle. Although Ling Xiao had already rushed to the entrance of the sacred medicine valley, he could still feel the terrifying aura behind him. It was the Wasp King's anger and murderous intent. Zhao Ritian, die. At this moment, an incomparably cold voice exploded in the void. Endless flames gathered in the void, and a golden war spear radiated with incomparably sharp light, piercing through the air towards Ling Xiao. Xiao Rui? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. He never thought that Xiao Rui would actually attack him at this time. But this was only the beginning. Rumble, the five-colored divine light rose, and the wind and clouds surged in the void. The five-element space-piercing shuttle buzzed, and wrapped in the five-colored divine light, it also suppressed Ling Xiao. Huang Xuanzong also attacked, with the Wasp King behind him. The divine light that filled the sky was as sharp as a sword qi, enough to turn a ninth revolution half-saint into ashes. In front of them, Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong took out two flawless saint treasures, wanting to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. This Zhao Ritian is dead meat. Everyone couldn't help but have the same thought in their minds. Not to mention a mere second revolution half-saint, even a ninth revolution half-saint expert wouldn't have any chance of survival when faced with such a terrifying pincer attack. Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, both of you are courting death. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He even wanted to directly take out the flipping sky seal and kill Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong, but in the end, Ling Xiao restrained himself. Killing Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong was a small matter, but if he took out the flipping sky seal, Ling Zhao's identity would definitely be exposed. At that time, a group of saints would come after him before the pill talisman ceremony ended. Kacha, Ling Zhao's body was filled with a mysterious aura. Chaotic mist filled the air, and purple lightning rose up, forming a purple lightning barrier around him. However, it contained heavy and majestic fluctuations. Although Ling Xiao didn't take out the flipping sky seal, he activated the power of the flipping sky seal. Moreover, he used the sky-shrouding secret technique to hide it. It looked like a powerful lightning barrier, and no one could discover that it was the power of the flipping sky seal. Rumble, the golden aura behind him hit Ling Zhao's body like a sword qi. Xiao Rui's golden battle spear and Huang Xuanzong's five-element space-breaking shuttle also hit Ling Zhao's body. A dazzling light exploded like an erupting volcano, accompanied by endless lightning. In an instant, it drowned Ling Xiao. The void was torn apart, the mountains on both sides trembled violently, and the earth cracked. If it wasn't for the mysterious fluctuation of power in the sacred medicinal valley, this attack was enough to destroy the entire sacred medicinal valley. Is Zhao Ritian dead? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. Such a terrifying power even shook a few sage-to-be experts who were close to it, causing them to vomit blood and fly back. Ling Xiao, who was at the center of the explosion, should be dead by now, right? Everyone's gaze couldn't help but fall on the spot where the dazzling divine light exploded. No. Zhao Ritian didn't die? Someone's body trembled, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes as he exclaimed. In the divine light, a mysterious figure appeared in front of everyone. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. The white clothes on his body weren't torn at all, as if he didn't suffer any injuries. Rumble, a vast and majestic fist essence bloomed. It was powerful, and it contained an invincible aura that could sweep across the heavens and suppress the sun, the moon, and the stars. Ling Xiao's eyes were blazing. He punched out with both his fists, and it was directly aimed at Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong. Ling Xiao was completely enraged. These two fists contained the ultimate physical strength in his body. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and rays of purple divine light soared into the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into an ancient peerless celestial emperor who wanted to cleanse the demons and suppress all enemies in the world. How is this possible? Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong's body trembled, and their eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao not only survived under such a terrifying attack, but he was also unscathed. He even launched such a terrifying attack at them. However, the two of them were too close to Ling Xiao. They were so close that there was no room for them to dodge. The two peerless fist seals had already pressed down on them. Puff! Puff! Two rays of bloody light blossomed in the void. Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong's bodies trembled violently. Although they tried their best to resist and wanted to increase the distance between them and Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. That unparalleled fist print suppressed the world and instantly broke through their layers of defense. When a martial artist was angry, heaven and earth would be shocked. Within 100 feet, everyone would be his enemy. This was the terror of a physical body expert. They refined their physical body and formed their own small world. They didn't rely on heaven and earth. They used their own strength and fists to create a bright universe. The next step was the physical sage realm. No one would be willing to fight with a physical sage realm expert in close combat. A physical sage realm expert could tear apart any sage in the same realm in close combat. Both Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Their chests caved in, and the two of them were directly sent flying. They ruthlessly smashed into the mountain wall in the distance. Suddenly, the earth quaked and the mountain shook. Countless mountain rocks exploded. How can you block the joint attack of the Queen Bee and us? This is impossible. Xiao Rui's face was full of disbelief. His body was trembling violently. He originally thought that in the face of such a terrifying attack, even a 9th Revolution half-saint would die without a doubt, let alone Ling Xiao who was only a 2nd Revolution half-saint. However, Ling Xiao survived. That's a defensive holy treasure? Huang Xuanzong's eyes flashed. Although Ling Xiao had just used the sky-shrouding secret technique to conceal the aura of the flipping sky seal, Huang Xuanzong still felt a trace of the aura of a holy treasure. However, it was not an ordinary holy treasure that could block such a terrifying attack from the Queen Bee, Xiao Rui, and Huang Xuanzong. Even Huang Xuanzong was a little jealous of such a powerful holy treasure. Who is this Xiao Ritian? Defensive holy treasure? Damn it, no wonder this Xiao Ritian is so fearless. Xiao Rui's face instantly became unsightly. His eyes were incomparably gloomy. What's wrong with the Queen Bee? Someone said in surprise. After the Queen Bee launched a terrifying attack on Ling Xiao, it didn't continue to attack. Instead, it became a little strange. The golden Queen Bee, which was as huge as a millstone, was trembling all over at this moment, as if it was about to fall directly from the void. There was a trace of incomparable horror in its eyes. Not only the golden Queen Bee, but all the other poisonous king bees were also trembling. Originally, they looked ferocious and wanted to attack Ling Xiao and the other experts. However, at this moment, it was as if they had met their natural enemy. They fell directly from the void and lay on the ground, trembling. What happened? Ling Xiao also saw the changes in the golden Queen Bee and the poisonous king bee swarm. His gaze turned solemn. Rumble, the entire sacred medicine valley began to shake. The space trembled and mist rose. Streaks of divine light rose from the sacred medicine valley. In the end, they converged into an extremely vast vortex of devouring power. The boundless spiritual essence of the entire sacred medicine valley was devoured by the vortex like a whale swallowing the sea. An ancient, mysterious, and terrifying aura slowly awakened from the depths of the sacred medicine valley. Everyone trembled, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was as if an ancient ferocious beast had awoken from its slumber. Its aura was too vast and terrifying. Kacha, the boundless divine herbs in the sacred medicine valley began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the vitality was devoured. Then, all the flowers, plants, and trees, even the towering ancient trees that were hundreds of feet tall, turned into dust. Almost in an instant, the sacred medicine valley became a land of death. Oh no, run! Everyone suddenly came to their senses. Their eyes were filled with terror as they fled out of the sacred medicine valley. Even Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong couldn't care less about Ling Xiao at this moment. They leaped up and wanted to leave the sacred medicine valley. The aura was far beyond that of a sage-to-be. It had probably reached the realm of a sage. No matter what kind of existence it wasn't something they could contend with. To be able to turn the sacred medicine valley into a land of death in an instant, this kind of divine sense was beyond their imagination. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. Boom, the entire sacred medicine valley trembled violently. Then, it cracked open all of a sudden. The mountain rocks crumbled, and the void shattered. The passageway that led to the sacred medicine valley shattered as well. A vast and mysterious power shrouded the entire place. Oh no, that natural array has been activated. Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong's complexion became extremely unsightly. They looked at the somewhat distorted void in front of them. The runes intertwined into a huge array, making it impossible for them to escape. The natural array outside the sacred medicine valley hadn't been activated before. So, anyone could enter the sacred medicine valley as long as they found the passageway. However, it had been completely activated now. An incomparably terrifying thought emerged in everyone's mind. Could it be that the natural array was arranged by this existence that was about to awaken? A turtle in a jar. Everyone had become a turtle in a jar. There was no way to break that natural array in a short period of time. Rumble, the chaotic mist pervaded the void. A bright divine light rushed out from the sacred medicine valley. Then, it exploded in the void with a loud bang, and formed a mysterious fire qilin. The fire qilin was 10,000 feet tall. The flames around its body were monstrous. It was exuding an incomparably terrifying qi and blood power. Each of its scales was exuding an unparalleled sharpness as if it could tear the world apart. What? Could it be that a divine beast fire qilin is sealed in the sacred medicine valley? Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Qilin clan was one of the 5 divine beasts. They were on par with the Dragon clan, Phoenix clan, Black Tortoise clan, and White Tiger clan. They were the well-deserved overlords of the demon world. In the ancient times, during the demon era, the 5 divine beasts had supreme experts of the great emperor realm. They dominated the heavens and the myriad of worlds. Their strength was extremely terrifying. In the current human era, although the demon world had declined and there was no news of a new demon emperor being born, the 5 divine beasts were still not to be underestimated. They were all overlord-level forces that were comparable to the immortal Saint Grounds and Supreme Monarch clans in the divine world. The fire qilin in front of them had an ancient and terrifying bloodline power. It was hard not to associate it with the Qilin clan. Roar, the fire qilin let out an earth-shattering roar that shook the heavens and the earth. It contained a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Especially its pair of eyes, which were cold and bloodthirsty, causing people to feel their hearts palpitating. Look, there is a figure on top of the fire qilin. Kacha. The flames burned fiercely, turning this place into a world of flames. Through the endless flames, everyone saw a white-clothed figure sitting cross-legged on the fire qilin. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his skin was sparkling like jade. His aura was incomparably mysterious. Although they couldn't see his face clearly, his extraordinary temperament made him seem like an immortal. It made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. A fire qilin as a mount? Who is this person? Huang Xuanzong's gaze was shaken. His eyes were filled with incomparable horror. He could feel that the white-cloaked figure sitting on the fire qilin had not reached the sage realm. However, the aura on his body was far beyond the 9th revolution half-saint realm. It made Huang Xuanzong's heart palpitate. He was incomparably shocked in his heart because his cultivation had already reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm. He was only one step away from becoming a sage. However, Why was the aura of the white-clothed figure in front of him even more terrifying than his? Along with the endless essence of the world and the entire sacred medicine valley being devoured, the inexhaustible life essence was like a vast whirlpool, and integrated into the body of the white-clothed figure. Then, he slowly woke up. Buzz. Two resplendent eyes pierced through the void. They were vicissitudes of life, ancient, indifferent and mysterious. It seemed as if there was a mysterious world flowing within. It also seemed as if it could burn the void. It was extremely mysterious. Rumble. A resplendent divine light erupted. In an instant, endless multicolored light gushed out, and rendered everyone's eyes as if it was daytime. The fire Qilin also disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. A white-cloaked figure slowly walked out of the radiance, and appeared in front of everyone. It was a man who looked perfect. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked confident and unrestrained. His face was incomparably handsome, and he was even more beautiful than those so-called peerless fairies. Yes, he could only be described as beautiful. His face didn't seem to have a single flaw. His gem-like eyes were dazzling, and flowed with gorgeous radiance. His skin was as white as ivory, and his figure was incomparably slender. Especially that kind of extraordinary temperament, but also somewhat vicissitudes of life. It was very unforgettable. All in all, he was a very beautiful man. Behind the man was an extremely adorable little dog. It followed the man with its short legs. Its fur was crimson red, and its eyes were especially clear and pure, as if they did not contain any impurities. This kind of little dog was too cute. Any woman would not be able to bear it and would want to hold it in their arms and dote on it. However, everyone's hearts were somewhat in disbelief. They couldn't help but have a thought. This little dog couldn't be that 10,000 feet tall fire Qilin, right? The man in the moon-white robe looked clean and flawless. His temperament was transcendent, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he slowly walked to the front of the crowd. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Now that the natural formation had been completely activated, the white-robed man in front of them looked too strange. They didn't know what the white-robed man would do next. Everyone, may I know which era it is now? The white-robed man swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled. Which era was it? This question stunned everyone, but when they reacted, they couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that this white-robed man wasn't from this era? Your Honor, it is now, the era of the human race. Someone mustered up the courage to answer, but his voice was still trembling. The era of the human race? Looks like it's not too late. Has the Heaven's Choice Conference begun? The white-robed man nodded. The smile on his face deepened, and his attitude became gentler. The Heaven's Choice Conference? These words seemed to have some kind of magic, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. However, Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward and said indifferently, the Heaven's Choice Conference hasn't begun yet, but it is now the end of the era. The Heaven's Choice Conference shouldn't be more than 10 years from now. This news was obtained by Ling Xiao from the War God Temple. It was also Ling Xiao's perception that the world was about to change greatly. Perhaps it had a lot to do with the end of the era and the Heaven's Choice Conference. Although Ling Xiao didn't know the intentions of this mysterious white-robed man, he still answered him. The Heaven's Choice Conference hasn't begun yet? That's even better news. Not bad, not bad. Little brother, if I'm not wrong, it was you who pulled out those 5 weeds to let me out, right? I can't thank you enough for your great kindness, and I will definitely repay you generously. The white-robed man looked at Ling Xiao very affectionately and smiled. Ling Xiao was a little stunned. He had thought that the white-robed man would explode with terrifying battle strength and kill everyone. Ling Xiao had even planned to use the flipping sky seal to save his life. However, the attitude of the white-robed man in front of him had made him a little uncertain. Ling Xiao had not expected the white-robed man's reaction. And the 5 weeds that the white-robed man spoke of? Weren't those 5 origin sacred herbs? This white-robed man actually treated them as weeds. Wasn't his tone a little too arrogant? Everyone couldn't help but glance at Ling Xiao. This white-robed man was actually released by Ling Xiao? May I ask your distinguished name, and what is your relationship with the Kirin clan? Ling Xiao asked curiously. This one is Jiang Luer. My name is not worth mentioning, and I actually have no relationship with the Kirin clan. Well, little brother, we'll meet again someday. The white-robed man laughed heartily at Ling Xiao and directly told him his name. Gotcha. After he finished speaking, he leaped up in an instant, and a bright light bloomed around him. The vast natural array around him actually disappeared directly, and then poured into his body. The void trembled violently. The white-robed man, Jiang Luer, directly grabbed the little dog and disappeared in front of everyone. Moreover, after the natural array disappeared, a vast expanse of yellow sand appeared outside the sacred medicine valley. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was the desert outside. Jiang Luer? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. This name was very unfamiliar, and he had never heard of it before. However, one thing for sure was that this Jiang Luer didn't have any malicious intentions. Instead, he showed a trace of kindness to Ling Xiao, which made Ling Xiao a little confused. Jiang Luer. Jiang Luer. Could it be him? Huang Xuanzong's body trembled, as if he had thought of something. His eyes revealed a trace of incomparable horror. Xuanzong's holy son, who is Jiang Luer? Xiao Rui asked curiously when he saw Huang Xuanzong's expression. Huang Xuanzong took a deep breath and said, Jiang Luer is also a human, but he was known as the #1 peerless genius 90 million years ago. He was also known as the person who was most likely to become a sage in that era, and even had the potential to become an emperor. As long as everyone goes back and looks carefully, it shouldn't be difficult to find the legend about him. But how could he live until today, 90 million years later? Huang Xuanzong's voice was trembling, and he couldn't believe everything in front of him. After hearing Huang Xuanzong's words, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Jiang Luer, a legendary name. If the Great Void Emperor was the most promising peerless genius to become an emperor 10 million years ago, then Jiang Luer would be the most promising person to become an emperor 90 million years ago. Although Jiang Luer had not even proven his Tao and become a saint, his talent still amazed all the heavens and realms. To be able to stand side by side with the Great Void Emperor, one could see how terrifying he was. Some said that Jiang Luer was killed by the experts of the demon race. Some said that Jiang Luer did not become a saint and died under the divine tribulation. Some even said that Jiang Luer had gone to other great thousand worlds, but no one knew his whereabouts. But now, Jiang Luer actually appeared in front of everyone, which made everyone feel that it was unreal. Did Jiang Luer seal himself? How much shock will his awakening bring to the divine world after 90 million years? This matter must be reported to the sect as soon as possible. Huang Xuanzong muttered to himself, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Rumble, after Jiang Luer disappeared, the void trembled violently. The natural array was broken, and a vast expanse of yellow sand appeared outside. Xuanzong Saint, let's go. Xiao Rui said to Huang Xuanzong as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Huang Xuanzong nodded. The two of them leaped up and flew towards the desert in the distance. In their opinion, since Ling Xiao was extremely powerful and had an extremely powerful defensive saint treasure, they would only be humiliating themselves if they stayed. They might even be defeated by Ling Xiao. Swoosh! 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 With Jiang Luer's appearance, everyone no longer had the slightest intention to continue fighting. Furthermore, the sacred medicine valley had already turned into a land of death. Ling Xiao was obviously not someone to be trifled with. Everyone had different expressions on their faces as they leaped up and left. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, but he did not continue to attack. If he used the flipping sky seal, he might be able to stop Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong, but his identity would be exposed. The most important thing now was the alchemy and talisman competition. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ling Xiao did not want to expose his identity. Buzz, the poison king bee swarm, which had been suppressed by Jiang Luer's aura to the point of trembling, slowly recovered. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of ferocity. However, Ling Xiao had already noticed the poison king wasp swarm. Taking advantage of the fact that they had yet to form a powerful attack, he had already used a teleportation secret technique to leave this place. The angry roars of the Wasp King and the poisonous Wasp King resounded throughout the ruined sacred medicine valley, echoing in the sky above the desert. Jiang Luer, the peerless genius from 90 million years ago, chose to seal himself. Could it be that the world is about to change? Apart from Jiang Luer, could there be other Heaven's Pride experts? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he flew through the desert. Since Jiang Luo was not dead, perhaps many of those peerless geniuses of the past and those who had disappeared were still alive? The strength of those people was destined to be incomparably terrifying. They could even kill saints before they had proven their Tao and become saints. The Heavenly Chosen Convention was a grand event of an era. It would attract countless Heaven's Pride experts from all over the world to participate. Legend had it that it contained the secret to becoming an emperor. This era had already reached its end. All karma, all fate, and all spacetime would collide and converge at this time, and then give birth to a new life. It was destruction, but also new life. The importance of the Heavenly Chosen Convention could be imagined. It was worthy of those legendary peerless geniuses sealing themselves for a lifetime, waiting for the arrival of the Heavenly Chosen Convention. Ling Xiao thought a lot, and he felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Those Heaven's Prides from tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years ago had an incomparable foundation. Not to mention saint techniques, they did not even lack Emperor Sutras. They might even have extreme Emperor weapons. Their strength was terrifying to the extreme. Currently, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the second revolution half-saint realm. With his invincible physique and supreme saint techniques, he could contend against a ninth revolution half-saint. If he used the flipping sky seal, he could even severely injure or kill an ordinary saint. However, this foundation was probably not enough in front of those peerless geniuses. Strength, Ling Xiao still needed great strength. I've already obtained the purple sun dragon tongue orchid and many other treasures. When I refine the purple sun saint pill, my cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Now, the most important thing is to find the red scorpion root and participate in the alchemy talisman ceremony. Ling Xiao suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and secretly thought to himself. Although the red scorpion root was only a semi-sage herb, it was extremely difficult to find. It looked like a scorpion and was usually hidden in a place of extreme yang. On the surface, there was no aura fluctuation, so it was not easy to find. Ling Xiao flew in the desert while releasing the power of his primordial spirit to cover the surrounding area, looking for the whereabouts of the red scorpion root. As for the black bear monster, it had taken the lead to leave the sacred medicine valley. When Jiang Luo appeared, it had already fled to God knows where. Rumble, suddenly, the desert in front of him exploded. A brown scorpion rushed out of the desert. Its two huge claws flickered with a metallic luster and were incomparably sharp. It suddenly cut towards Ling Zhao's head. The scorpion was extremely fast and ruthless. If an ordinary half-saint was caught off guard, they would also be hit. Huh? A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he faced the incoming scorpion with a punch. The golden fist was incomparably strong and ferocious. It seemed as if it could penetrate everything. In an instant, it collided with the two huge claws. Then, only a violent rumbling sound was heard. The two claws directly exploded. Bang! Ling Xiao kicked the scorpion's body like lightning. The incomparably solid carapace on the scorpion's body also exploded with a loud bang. Then, Ling Zhao's kick turned the scorpion into a bloody mist. This is the red scorpion? It is said that the red scorpion has an extremely strong defensive power. Its carapace is a supreme treasure used to refine defensive holy treasures. Moreover, there is a high chance that the red scorpion root will appear in the place where the red scorpion root is bred. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. A red scorpion had appeared in this desert. Then, as long as he found the nest of the red scorpion root, it was very likely that he would find the red scorpion root. Ling Zhao's eyes could not help but brighten. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. It seemed that he should not have killed this red scorpion root. Rumble, Ling Zhao's qi and blood pervaded the air. He was like a terrifying fierce beast. He simply did not fly in the void. Instead, he walked barefoot in the desert. The red scorpion root was very sensitive to creatures with strong qi and blood. Ling Xiao released his qi and blood. In the eyes of the red scorpion root, it was no different from a sun in the darkness. They would unconsciously approach it. Not long after, Ling Xiao encountered a red-armored scorpion. However, this time, 3 red-armored scorpions charged out of the desert at the same time, wanting to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's fist was like lightning, instantly killing 2 of the red armored scorpions, then heavily injuring the 3rd red armored scorpion. Although the red armored scorpion's intelligence wasn't high, it could still feel the terror of Ling Xiao's strength. It couldn't provoke him at all. There was a trace of human-like fear in its eyes, then it directly plunged into the desert. You think you can escape? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. That red armored scorpion's body was already attached to a trace of Ling Xiao's divine sense. He immediately used the secret teleportation technique and drilled into the depths of the desert, following the red armored scorpion. The secret teleportation technique could teleport thousands of worlds, and it also contained the mysteries of the 5 elements escape technique. A mere sea of sand couldn't stop Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao was like a swimming fish, the sea of sand on both sides parted, and he followed the red armored scorpion's aura forward. Ling Xiao believed that since the red armored scorpion had suffered such heavy injuries, it would definitely flee directly into its nest. However, the red armored scorpion was also a sacred creature that lived in groups. Normally, there would be a scorpion king. If the scorpion king was as strong as the wasp king, it wouldn't be so easy for Ling Xiao to obtain the red armored scorpion root. In the sea of sand, there were surging quicksand everywhere, and there were even sand whirlpools. If an ordinary person fell into the sea of sand, it would be very difficult to find their way, and they might even be killed by the red armored scorpion's sneak attack. To put it bluntly, the sea of sand was the world of the red armored scorpion. However, Ling Xiao used the heaven-shrouding secret technique, and his entire person seemed to have become one with the sea of sand. Therefore, even if he discovered the red armored scorpion hidden in the sea of sand, they didn't discover him. As the frequency of Ling Xiao encountering the red armored scorpion increased, Ling Xiao had a premonition that he was about to reach the nest of the red armored scorpion. Boom, the quicksand in front of him suddenly changed, and a bright red light appeared. It looked gorgeous and dazzling, like a bright sun. Ling Xiao could see that in the middle of the resplendent sun, there was actually a huge rock that formed an ancient and dilapidated stone palace. That stone palace flowed with the vicissitudes of the vicissitudes of the vicissitudes of the vicissitudes of time. The red armored scorpion. However, Ling Xiao could see that there were at least 1,000 red-shelled scorpions in the stone palace. The smallest one was more than 10 feet long. There were even a few red-shelled scorpions that were more than 100 feet long. They looked like red divine dragons. Their aura was terrifying. They were not weaker than experts of the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. However, Ling Xiao could also feel an incomparably obscure yet powerful aura emanating from within the stone palace, emitting a powerful king's aura, red-armored king scorpion. Ling. After the heavily injured red armored scorpion broke into the area covered by the red light, it found a place to lie down and began to breathe in the red essence chi of heaven and earth, slowly healing the injuries on its body. None of the countless red armored scorpions outside the stone hall dared to enter. Could it be that this is an ancient ruin? Ling Xiao carefully observed the ancient stone palace. He didn't act rashly. Although the ancient stone palace was dilapidated, one could still see that its architectural style belonged to the antiquity age. There were some mysterious patterns on the walls. The bright red light that enveloped the stone palace was emitted by the patterns on the stone palace. In the center of the stone hall, there was a small tree that was about 10 feet tall. Its entire body was as red as fire, and its bark was mottled like dragon scales. The branches and leaves were sparse, and there were 3 fist-sized red fruits on it. It looked as if there was a small red scorpion swimming inside. Below the small tree, there were more than 10 red saplings. They were filled with red spiritual mist and swayed slightly. When the red armored scorpions saw the saplings, their eyes were filled with passion. However, no one dared to approach them. There are so many red scorpion roots? And there is even a red scorpion root that has become a saint medicine of origin? Ling Xiao's body trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Those red saplings were the red scorpion roots that Ling Xiao had been searching for. As for the small tree, it was also a red scorpion root. However, its powerful aura had far exceeded that of an ordinary semi-divine medicine. It had reached the level of a saint medicine of origin. After all, the small pill talisman world had existed for countless years. Although the red scorpion root was a semi-divine medicine, it had the potential to become a saint medicine of origin. That red scorpion root must have grown for tens of thousands of years to reach its current state. As for the 3 red fruits on the red scorpion root tree, they should be the red scorpion fruit. It was a kind of heaven and earth treasure that could enhance the power of the primordial spirit. It contained the essence of the red scorpion root. Xianxia was thinking about how to snatch these red scorpion roots. After all, there was a group of red-armored scorpions around. There was even a red-armored scorpion king in the stone palace. A moment of carelessness would cause the red-armored scorpion king to fly into a rage. With Ling Zhao's strength, there was no way he could fight against so many red-armored scorpions and red-armored scorpion king unless he could use the flipping sky seal. Boom! Just as Ling Xiao was thinking of a solution, the quicksand in the distance suddenly, a handsome figure with an arrogant face appeared in front of the stone palace. Zhao Ritian? Ling Xiao could not help but be stunned. Zhao Ritian had actually appeared here. Could it be that he was also here for the red scorpion root? Zhao Ritian looked extremely arrogant. He did not even hide his aura and appeared in the red-armored scorpion's nest. On Zhao Ritian's shoulder, there was a 3-legged red bird. Its eyes were bright and cold, and there was a faint red glow around it. However, Ling Xiao had used the heaven-shrouding secret skill. Therefore, Zhao Ritian did not notice that Ling Xiao was also in the red-armored scorpion's nest. Little Red, I'll be counting on you later. Zhao Ritian patted the little red bird on his shoulder and said with a smile. The little red bird did not bother with Zhao Ritian. It raised its proud little head and looked at the red-armored scorpion in front of it with a look of disdain. Boom! Zhao Ritian's appearance instantly alerted many red-armored scorpions. Those red-armored scorpions immediately exuded an incomparably terrifying baleful aura. Their eyes were also incomparably red as they stared ferociously at Zhao Ritian. This was the red-armored scorpion's nest. Those who dared to enter this place were tantamount to invading. Instantly, those red-armored scorpions were enraged. Streaks of red-armored scorpions emitted powerful auras as they charged towards Zhao Ritian at lightning speed. Their huge pincers were flowing with a reddish-gold radiance and were extremely sharp. The carapace on their bodies looked like it was made of pure gold, containing powerful energy waves. A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs dare to offend me, Zhao Ritian? Little Red, I'll leave them to you. Zhao Ritian smiled faintly as he stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with arrogance. As for the little red bird on his shoulder, its eyes instantly turned red. Chirp! A piercing sound exploded in the void. The little red bird soared into the sky, flames gushing out from its body. Its body expanded rapidly, and its golden wings were as sharp as swords. Its 3 golden feet looked like they were made of metal, and its entire body exuded a ferocious aura. Its eyes were cold and scarlet, and it had the bearing of a king that looked down on the world. It suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden flames, which instantly burned fiercely. It was like a sea of fire that enveloped the red-armored scorpions. Golden Crow Sacred Fire? It's really the ancient divine beast, the 3-legged golden crow? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked deeply at the little red bird in the void. He had his suspicions for a long time. Until he saw the real body of the little red bird, he was sure that it was the 3-legged golden crow of the ancient times. It was one of the 10 ancient divine beasts like the dragon and the phoenix. It was ferocious and was even the overlord of an era. The golden crow sacred fire of the 3-legged golden crow could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. It was extremely terrifying. It was said that in the ancient times, there was a golden crow sacred emperor who was extremely ferocious. The golden crow sacred fire could burn a part of the great thousand world, and hundreds of millions of living beings died in his hands. Ling Xiao was a little envious. This Zhao Ritian was really lucky to be able to subdue the 3-legged golden crow. Rumble, as the golden crow sacred fire filled the sky, even the void began to distort. An incomparably hot aura rose up, and the eyes of those red-armored scorpions were filled with incomparable fear. Their mouths let out incomparably shrill roars. Some of the weaker red-armored scorpions were directly burned into ashes by the golden crow sacred fire. Their tough shells melted in an instant, and they could not even withstand the golden crow sacred fire for a moment. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of red-armored scorpions were buried in the sea of fire. Chirp! Another clear chirp was heard. The 3-legged golden crow swooped down from the void, and its sharp beak shone with a cold light. Its speed was extremely fast, and it instantly rushed to the front of a red armored scorpion that was more than 100 feet long. The red armored scorpion had just rushed out of the sea of fire, and its body was still covered in the golden crow sacred fire. It was about to escape, but it did not expect to meet the golden crow sacred fire. Puff, with a flash of blood-red light, the three-legged gold crow's beak directly broke the red scorpion's hard shell. Then, with a big gulp, it swallowed the red scorpion's brain and primordial spirit. The life force of the red armored scorpion dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It fell into the sea of fire below and turned into ashes. Roar! The scarlet armored scorpions roared like lions and tigers. Although the majority of the scarlet armored scorpions were incomparably panicked, they desperately tried to escape from the sea of fire. However, there were still 7 or 8 red armored scorpions that were enraged. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent as they charged towards the three-legged golden crow. Their bodies were hundreds of meters long, and they were the most terrifying ones among all the red armored scorpions. Although the golden crow sacred fire was incomparably terrifying and made them look somewhat miserable, it was unable to break through their shells. It only made them cry out in pain. Whoosh! 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 The ferocious nature of the red shell scorpions was aroused. Their eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Their huge pincers slashed down towards the three-legged golden crow. Their huge bodies were like small mountains, rumbling in the void. The three-legged golden crow's eyes revealed a trace of disdain as if it was extremely human-like. Its body swayed and instantly turned into a looming shadow, disappearing on the spot. Puff! Puff! The three-legged golden crow's speed was extremely fast. It was so fast that the naked eye could not catch it. There were a few blood-red lights in the void. In an instant, the three-legged golden crow pecked open the skulls of 3 red armored scorpions. The three-legged golden crow's ferocity was incomparably terrifying. These red armored scorpions whose aura was comparable to the peak of the half-saint realm died in the hands of the three-legged golden crow. This made Xianxia suck in a breath of cold air. Damn, is this guy the son of destiny? Xianxia was speechless. He stared at Zhao Ritian for a long time and could not help but curse. After coming to the divine world, he had experienced all kinds of calamities and life and death crises. Although his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, he had only reached the 2nd revolution half-saint realm. However, this bastard Zhao Ritian had appeared out of nowhere and his cultivation had reached the 7th revolution half-saint realm. Not only had he reached the 7th revolution half-saint realm, but he had also subdued such a terrifying three-legged golden crow. Xianxia even felt a faint aura from Zhao Ritian's body, which made his heart palpitate. Xianxia was cursing in his heart. He really wanted to say to Zhao Ritian, "I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Xianxia came from the mortal world and had never seen someone as strange as Zhao Ritian. He was like the son of God, with all kinds of opportunities and opportunities. That's right, Xianxia was really jealous. In the distance, Zhao Ritian was wearing a set of golden armor. He looked extraordinarily gorgeous and majestic. His figure was slender and handsome. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he stood with his hands behind his back. He had an extraordinary aura. Of course, if it was not for his arrogant eyes, proud face, and annoying smile that ruined his aura, he really did have the demeanor of an expert. The three-legged golden crow was extremely fast. It only took a few breaths of time from the time it spat out the golden crow sacred fire to the time it killed the scarlet armored scorpions that were comparable to the peak of the half-saint realm. However, the arrogance of the three-legged golden crow and Zhao Ritian had naturally angered the scarlet armored scorpion king in the stone palace. Roar! An extremely terrifying roar was heard, causing the entire stone palace to tremble violently. It contained an extremely violent and angry aura. Even the three-legged golden crow, who was slaughtering the scarlet armored scorpions, could not help but raise its head. Its eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Kacha, a dazzling divine light bloomed. A golden lightning shot out from the stone palace. Its speed was extremely fast, and it went straight for the three-legged golden crow. The three-legged golden crow could not help but let out a cry. Its golden wings seemed to have exploded. One of its sharp feet slapped towards the lightning. Boom! A rumbling sound was heard in the void. The three-legged golden crow and the golden lightning could not help but tremble. They retreated at the same time. At this time, Ling Xiao could see clearly that the golden lightning was only a foot long. It was a scorpion that looked like it was cast in gold. It was very delicate and small. Its shell was incomparably tough, but it had an extremely ancient and fierce aura. Its pair of cold and angry eyes stared at the three-legged golden crow. Scarlet-armored Scorpion King? It's really strong. The 5 elements were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Earth gave birth to fire. To a certain extent, Earth could also restrain fire. Although the red-armored scorpions had died in the hands of the three-legged golden crow, that was because the three-legged golden crow was too powerful. However, the red-armored Scorpion King was not any weaker than the three-legged golden crow. Therefore, the golden crow holy fire had little effect on the red-armored Scorpion King. Ling Xiao could see that although the red-armored Scorpion King's body was enveloped by the golden crow holy fire, the red-armored Scorpion King's shell was glowing and absorbing the golden crow holy fire. Therefore, the three-legged golden crow was also on high alert. His eyes revealed a trace of ferocious aura. Boom, the aura of the 2 ferocious beasts surged as flames and the power of heaven and earth rose. It looked like a battle was about to break out. At this moment, Zhao Ritian took a step forward with his hands behind his back. He looked at the red-armored Scorpion King and said, "Little Scorpion, I know you can understand my words. Surrender and become my pet. I will give you unparalleled good fortune. This is the biggest opportunity in your life. I hope you can seize it." Ling Xiao was stunned. Zhao Ritian wanted to keep the red-armored Scorpion King as his pet. One had to know that the red-armored Scorpion King's strength was definitely much stronger than an ordinary 9th Revolution half-saint. Why would such an arrogant monster king submit to Zhao Ritian? Zhao Ritian's words would only anger the red-armored Scorpion King. Roar. Sure enough, after hearing Zhao Ritian's words, the Crimson Scorpion King roared angrily. Its eyes turned blood red as it growled, "Human, you have successfully angered me. I will tear you into pieces. And this damned bird, how dare you kill my subordinates? You must die too. Little Scorpion, you don't know what kind of opportunity you have missed. However, I, Zhao Ritian, am a man of my words. If I say I want you to be my pet, you have to be my pet." Zhao Ritian sighed softly. His face was filled with an extremely cold and arrogant expression. Go to hell. The crimson-armored Scorpion King was thoroughly enraged. It let out a loud roar and a reddish-gold light flashed around its body. Then, it charged towards Zhao Ritian. Come, come. Let me see what you're capable of. Zhao Ritian was elated. He threw a punch towards the red-armored Scorpion King. Boom, Zhao Ritian threw out a punch. Instantly, an extremely hot aura was emitted from his body. It was as if flames were gushing out from his fist and converging into a sea. Finally, an extremely dazzling sun rose from the sea. At this moment, Zhao Ritian seemed to have transformed into a supreme heavenly emperor, controlling the sun, the moon, and the stars. The mysterious scene of hundreds of millions of suns rising with a single punch was extremely majestic. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's aura was not any weaker than the three-legged golden crow. Moreover, the domineering and blazing fist intent, the invincible and majestic aura was even stronger than the three-legged golden crow. Crack, Scorpion 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 King Scorpion Scorpion King King. Scorpion Scornful Scorpion Scorpion King 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 Scorpion Score. To score Scorpion 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 King Scorpion Scorpion King Scorpion King 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 King. What a domineering fist intent. Ling Xiao was shocked. Zhao Ritian's fist technique had far surpassed the supreme sacred techniques that he had cultivated. Only the Great Void Emperor's fist and the Heavenly Emperor's fist that he had comprehended from the Thunder Calamity could be compared to it. Could it be that Zhao Ritian has also obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Boom. Boom, rumble, Zhao Ritian threw out a few punches. Every punch was domineering and ferocious with unparalleled power. It was as if they could pierce through the void in all directions. Huge suns rose from the chaos in all directions, making Zhao Ritian look even more majestic. The red-armored Scorpion King was also sent flying by Zhao Ritian. However, the red-armored Scorpion King was surrounded by the mysterious power of heaven and earth. It gathered into a mysterious rune, and its defense was terrifying. Even Zhao Ritian could not break through the red armored Scorpion King's defense. Human, you deserve to die. The red armored Scorpion King was shocked and furious. It did not expect Zhao Ritian to be so powerful. It could not even fight back. This made the red armored Scorpion King even more furious. Little Scorpion, come over here obediently. Divine light flashed in Zhao Ritian's eyes. In an instant, it became extremely hot and mysterious. It was as if it could pierce through everything, and it contained the light of destruction. In Zhao Ritian's eyes, there seemed to be an extremely mysterious ancient cauldron. It was flowing with yellow flames. Chaos rose around it, and the world was destroyed. It turned into a terrifying whirlpool that could devour all living things. The red armored Scorpion King trembled. It was as if it had no strength to resist and was about to fly towards Zhao Ritian. That's Extreme Emperor's aura? Ling Xiao was shocked. He felt a trace of the Extreme Emperor's aura that was similar to the flipping sky seal. However, it was stronger and more domineering than the flipping sky seal. He was now certain that Zhao Ritian must have obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such terrifying strength. Could the ancient cauldron in Zhao Ritian's eyes be a real Extreme Emperor weapon? At the thought of this, even Ling Xiao could not help but take in a breath of cold air. An Extreme Emperor weapon was a treasure that held the fate of the immortal sanctuaries. The reason why the 12 immortal sanctuaries could stand tall in the divine world for hundreds of millions of years, and the reason why the monarch tribes could maintain their transcendent and powerful status, was because of the existence of the Extreme Emperor weapon. If the Extreme Emperor weapon was fully awakened, it would be comparable to a real Great Emperor. Because of this, even if there were Great Emperors in the demon world, they would not dare to invade the divine world and start a war with the human race. In Zhao Ritian's eyes was the Flame Emperor cauldron. When he saw how powerful the red armored Scorpion King was, he instantly had the thought of subduing it. Therefore, he activated the Flame Emperor cauldron and wanted to subdue the red armored Scorpion King. When the little red bird saw the Flame Emperor cauldron, there was a trace of fear in its eyes. Ritian, you're too careless. The Flame Emperor cauldron is not something that you can activate as you wish. It's just a small red armored Scorpion King. Why do you need to activate the Flame Emperor cauldron? Second uncle said helplessly. Don't worry, second uncle. The Flame Emperor cauldron can refine all living things in the world. This red armored Scorpion King is very powerful. As long as I refine it, I will have another powerful subordinate. It won't be able to fight against the Flame Emperor cauldron. Zhao Ritian smiled proudly. Just as the red armored Scorpion King was about to be sucked into the Flame Emperor cauldron by Zhao Ritian, the red armored Scorpion King suddenly let out a shrill roar. A mysterious rune exploded from the red armored Scorpion King's body. Rumble, it seemed as if it had caused some kind of unforeseen event. The distant stone hall trembled violently. In an instant, a resplendent sun rose from it, and flew towards the red armored Scorpion King. The red armored Scorpion King's monster pill? No. It's not just a monster pill. What is it? Ling Xiao's gaze changed abruptly. He saw that in the bright sun, there was a yellow monster pill. There were 9 mysterious runes on it. However, on the monster pill, there was a finger bone. It was a golden human finger bone. Even the flesh on it was very clear. It gave off a terrifying fluctuation that made Ling Xiao's heart tremble. The golden finger bone looked ancient and mysterious. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy, as if it was filled with a mysterious aura. It was as if it was about to merge with the mysterious yellow demon core. The demonic pearl of the red Scorpion King was slowly devouring the energy in the golden finger bone. Originally, the red Scorpion King's demonic pearl would not be able to affect the golden finger bone. However, the demonic pearl of the red Scorpion King was able to absorb some of the energy from the golden finger bone. Ling Xiao could feel that the demonic pearl of the red Scorpion King had become extremely mysterious. Its aura was even stronger than that of a 9th Revolution half-saint. The 9 runes on it were dazzling, as though the 10th rune would appear at any time. Rumble, however, the golden finger bone exuded a terrifying aura that was vast and unparalleled. It was able to contend with the Flame Emperor cauldron in Zhao Ritian's eyes. The golden finger bone shone brightly as halos spread out. It was as if an incomparably terrifying figure had appeared within it, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Extreme Emperor Aura? Extreme Emperor Aura again? Xianxia was in disbelief. The golden finger bone exuded an Extreme Emperor aura that was not weaker than that of the Flame Emperor cauldron. Xianxia had some guesses in his heart. The golden finger bone probably belonged to a Supreme Emperor. Otherwise, it would not be able to exude such a terrifying Extreme Emperor aura. Boom! Originally, the Red Scorpion King was about to be devoured by Zhao Ritian's Flame Emperor cauldron. However, the appearance of the Red Scorpion King's demonic pearl and golden finger bone gave the Red Scorpion King some strength to contend with Zhao Ritian. The golden finger bone and the Flame Emperor cauldron clashed in the void. Both of them shone brightly as the Extreme Emperor aura intertwined, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Terrifying rays of light burst out, causing Xiao's heart to palpitate. The Flame Emperor cauldron seemed to be enraged by the golden finger bone. In an instant, flames rose up like a dazzling sun. An invincible Supreme Emperor walked out of the endless flames and suppressed the golden finger bone. The golden finger bone seemed to have awakened with a strange spirituality. It was extremely mysterious. When it was suppressed by the Flame Emperor cauldron, it was under immense pressure, but it did not give in. Zhao Ritian's face instantly turned green. Zhao Ritian, you bastard! You're in big trouble. That was actually the finger bone of a Supreme Emperor? Damn it! Why did you have to use the Yen Emperor cauldron? With your current strength, you won't be able to hold on for long. If you can't subdue that finger bone, you'll be sucked dry by the Yen Emperor cauldron. Second eldest uncle's exasperated voice rang in Zhao Ritian's mind. I didn't expect this Crimson Scorpion King to be so cunning. How could there be a Supreme Emperor's finger bone in that stone hall? Don't worry, I don't believe that the Flame Emperor cauldron can't refine this finger bone. Zhao Ritian said, feeling wronged. In the end, he became a little ruthless and began to activate the Flame Emperor cauldron with all his might, wanting to refine the golden finger bone. Rumble, dazzling suns rose from Zhao Ritian's body. In an instant, they turned into 9 dazzling suns and merged into the Emperor Yen cauldron at the same time. The Emperor Yen cauldron shone even more brightly and dazzlingly. The surrounding void vibrated violently. The Flame Emperor cauldron was like a divine sun. It floated in the endless chaos and started to devour the golden finger bone. The Crimson Scorpion King was scared out of his wits. Whether it was the Flame Emperor cauldron or the golden finger bone, he had no way of resisting. He was floating between the Flame Emperor cauldron and the golden finger bone. If it wasn't for the connection between his demonic core and the golden finger bone, he would have been turned into dust by the Supreme Emperor aura. Chirp, the little red 3-legged golden crow noticed Zhao Ritian's state and revealed a trace of anxiety in its eyes. It let out a clear chirp and swooped down towards the golden finger bone, trying to push it away. Rumble, however, the Flame Emperor cauldron was fighting against the golden finger bone. Although it wasn't as strong as a true Great Emperor, it wasn't too far off. An extremely mysterious Supreme Emperor aura realm was formed between the two. The little red bird rushed in and was immediately confined by the Supreme Emperor aura realm. An abundant divine power pressed down on the little red bird. Although the little red bird's body was covered in flames and its bloodline power was extremely powerful and it was desperately trying to resist the abundant divine power, its efforts were futile. Little Red. Zhao Ritian's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. However, there was nothing he could do at the moment. He could only watch as the little red bird's aura became weaker and weaker. Zhao Ritian, this kid, he's really done it this time. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he saw that something was wrong with Zhao Ritian's state. He immediately understood what was going on. Although Zhao Ritian had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor, he was only a sage-to-be. He wasn't able to fully activate the Supreme Emperor weapon. If he forcefully activated the Supreme Emperor weapon and was in a stalemate with the golden finger bone, he would be sucked into dust by the Supreme Emperor weapon sooner or later. It seems like I still have to save this kid. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Although he couldn't stand Zhao Ritian's arrogance, he didn't dislike him. Instead, he found it interesting. After all, they came from the mortal realm at the same time. Ling Xiao didn't want to see him die here. Swoosh, just as Ling Xiao was about to reveal himself, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. The sand in the distance trembled and a bright light exploded. A middle-aged Taoist wearing a yellow Taoist robe appeared in the stone hall in an instant. The middle-aged Taoist looked like an immortal. His skin was fair and his eyes were deep. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and the aura around him was unfathomable. He had already reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm. This is the legendary Supreme Emperor aura? The middle-aged Taoist's eyes revealed a trace of shock. His body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, the Yen Emperor cauldron in Zhao Ritian's eyes seemed like it was about to fly out. It looked mysterious and had completely awakened. The golden finger bone also exploded with unparalleled power. The middle-aged Taoist's eyes were filled with greed. He looked deeply at Zhao Ritian and the red-armored Scorpion King and said, "I didn't expect that the small Dan talisman boundary would have such a great opportunity. This kid must have the inheritance of a great emperor. It's all mine now." Rumble, the middle-aged Taoist's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was extremely decisive as he charged towards Zhao Ritian. Blazing lightning gathered in his palm, containing a vast and mysterious energy fluctuation. It was as if he was going to smash Zhao Ritian into dust with a single punch. Lightning Emperor technique? He's from the 9 Imperial Gates? The middle-aged Taoist's mastery of the Lightning Emperor technique was extremely high. Purple lightning gathered in his attack, containing the true meaning of the lightning Dao. He wanted to kill Zhao Ritian. The middle-aged Taoist's eyes were sharp. He could see that Zhao Ritian was not in a good condition. He was in a stalemate with the golden finger bone. As long as he killed Zhao Ritian, the Emperor Yen cauldron would become an ownerless object. He would then be able to obtain the Emperor Yen cauldron and the golden finger bone. Damn it! Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with rage. He did not expect someone to take advantage of him at this moment. However, he had placed all his energy on the Emperor Yen cauldron. There was no way he could defend against the middle-aged Taoist's attack. Zhao Ritian was even prepared to take the middle-aged Taoist's attack head-on. Get lost. Suddenly, a loud roar exploded in the void. A huge black seal flew across the sky. It was spinning with a blazing light. It was heavy and ancient as it pressed down on the middle-aged Taoist's head. Ling Xiao had made his move. Moreover, he had used the flipping sky seal. What? This is the flipping sky seal? The middle-aged Taoist's face changed. When he saw the huge black seal above his head, he could not help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Why would the flipping sky seal of the War God Temple appear here? Could it be that the person who attacked was Long Out Yen of the War God Temple? The middle-aged Taoist's thoughts changed. However, when he felt the aura of the flipping sky seal above his head that made him tremble, he did not dare to continue attacking Zhao Ritian. In an instant, he raised both his palms and faced the flipping sky seal. Rumble, terrifying lightning rose like a roaring thunder dragon. It blasted towards the flipping sky seal above his head. It exploded with a dazzling divine light. It was extremely terrifying. Crack, the blazing lightning exploded. In the sky full of light, the flipping sky seal suppressed everything. It broke through the endless lightning and smashed the middle-aged Taoist into the ground. It's you? Zhao Ritian's eyes revealed a complicated look. He did not expect to see Ling Xiao here. Moreover, Ling Xiao had saved him. Flipping sky seal? So it was really obtained by this kid. This guy is really lucky. Second uncle's surprised voice rang in Zhao Ritian's mind. Second uncle, do you know the flipping sky seal? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. You know him? Not only do we know each other, interesting. Second uncle chuckled. Rumble, the middle-aged Taoist soared into the sky from the ground. His aura became extremely chaotic. His face was pale and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Long Out Yen, I have no grudge against you. Why did you ambush me? The middle-aged Taoist stared at Ling Xiao and asked. He was furious. Zhao Ritian had offended Grand Elder Huang Tai before, and now he had appeared in Taishan City and attended the alchemy talisman ceremony. The middle-aged Taoist had decided that as soon as he left the small alchemy talisman realm, he would immediately send news of Ling Xiao back to his clan. No enmity? Hee, I just don't like you. What can you do about it? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his expression calm and indifferent. Damn it. Zhao Ritian, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the flipping sky seal. If you don't have the flipping sky seal, I can kill you like a dog. The middle-aged Taoist said angrily. What a boring assumption. If I had the cultivation of a ninth transformation half-saint, you wouldn't even be able to take one blow from me. I'm really curious. Why would someone from the 9 imperial gates secretly attend the alchemy talisman ceremony? Ling Xiao smiled coldly and stared at the middle-aged Taoist. His eyes were extremely cold. What does it have to do with you? Zhao Ritian, you don't know how many people are looking for you outside. I didn't expect you to hide here. You're dead. No one can save you now. The middle-aged Taoist looked at Ling Xiao coldly, but he already had the intention to retreat. Ling Xiao had the flipping sky seal in his hands. He could not take advantage of him at all. Instead, he was in danger of dying. Therefore, he had already decided to escape. As for the extreme Dao Emperor weapon on Zhao Ritian, he did not care about it for the time being. It seems like you're forcing me to kill you. You don't know what's good for you. Ling Xiao sneered. In an instant, a sharp radiance shot out from his palm. The flipping sky seal gave off a blazing light and flew towards the middle-aged Taoist again. Swoosh, the middle-aged Taoist's face changed. This time, he was already prepared. When the flipping sky seal flew towards him, he instantly shifted to the side. Rumble, the flipping sky seal landed in the void. However, its momentum did not decrease. It directly hit the golden finger bone in the distance. Unparalleled divine power exploded, causing the golden finger bone to tremble violently. Originally, the Emperor Yen Cauldron and the golden finger bone were in a state of balance. Now that Ling Xiao had used the flipping sky seal to suppress the golden finger bone, the balance was instantly broken. Boom, the Emperor Yen Cauldron suddenly gave off an unparalleled radiance. Blazing flames rose up and an extremely violent aura exploded from Zhao Ritian's body. You're really courting death. Zhao Ritian's eyes were bloodshot and instantly landed on the middle-aged Taoist. What? The middle-aged Taoist's body trembled. Instantly, he felt his scalp go numb. His eyes were filled with incomparable terror. Immediately, he leaped up and fled madly into the distance. Trying to escape? Zhao Ritian sneered. He flew across the sky and punched towards the middle-aged Taoist. It was like a dazzling sun, giving off unparalleled divine radiance. At the same time, Ling Xiao controlled the flipping sky seal to suppress the middle-aged Taoist. The asterisk starred. You're all dead. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The middle-aged Taoist's eyes were filled with hatred. He was unable to withstand the combined attack of Zhao Ritian and Ling Xiao. Instantly, he gritted his teeth and took out the dazzling jade talisman. Then, he crushed it. Rumble, a dazzling radiance exploded from the jade talisman. It immediately enveloped the middle-aged Taoist and was about to teleport him out of the small pill talisman realm. Suppress. The flames in Zhao Ritian's eyes rose as he roared. In an instant, a blazing flame erupted and the Yen Emperor Cauldron appeared in the void, sealing off the entire area. Although the jade talisman contained an incomparably mysterious teleportation power, it was no match for the Emperor Yen Cauldron. In an instant, it was suppressed by the Emperor Yen Cauldron. The blazing flame immediately enveloped the middle-aged Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist let out an incomparably miserable shriek. His entire body was enveloped by the golden flame. His aura rapidly weakened and in an instant, he turned into nothingness. What a domineering extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. His eyes revealed a tinge of caution. He knew Zhao Ritian's character very well. He was afraid that this guy would attack him at the slightest provocation. Ling Xiao, what are you afraid of? Although I really want to suppress you, you've saved my life today. However, you have saved my life today. I, Zhao Ritian, am not an ungrateful person. I will let you go for now. Zhao Ritian looked at Ling Xiao with some evil intentions. He was eager to try, but in the end, he said helplessly. Zhao Ritian's biggest obsession was to defeat Ling Xiao. However, now wasn't the time. Ling Xiao had just saved his life and he couldn't do such an ungrateful thing. However, Zhao Ritian was confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. He smiled proudly and said, "Ling Xiao, just you wait. Not only will I defeat you, but I will also crush you in alchemy. The champion of the Pill Talisman ceremony this time will be me, Zhao Ritian." "Crush me in alchemy? I'm looking forward to it," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He wasn't angry at all. Buzz, Zhao Ritian controlled the Flame Emperor cauldron. Without the obstruction of the golden finger bone, he instantly absorbed the Red Scorpion King into the cauldron to refine it. His eyes were filled with excitement. "Ling Xiao, this is the third Demon King expert that I have subdued in the small Pill Talisman boundary. Do you want me to give this Red Scorpion King to you? Consider it as repaying your kindness for saving my life," Zhao Ritian said proudly. "The third Demon King? To be able to subdue so many Demon Kings, you're really something. However, forget about the Red Scorpion King. I'm not interested in it. Give me all the Red Scorpion roots in the stone hall. How about that?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Red Scorpion roots? No problem," Zhao Ritian said nonchalantly. Although the Red Scorpion roots were precious and had even evolved into a origin source sacred medicine and gave birth to the Red Scorpion fruit, the Red Scorpion roots weren't the spiritual medicine that Zhao Ritian was looking for. Therefore, he didn't care about it. "Thank you." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and collected all the Red Scorpion roots. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. After finding the Red Scorpion roots, he had collected all the spiritual medicines on the list and passed the assessment of the small Pill Talisman boundary. The Scarlet Scorpion root and the Scarlet Scorpion root were even more surprising. Ling Xiao was even thinking about how he could refine them into pills to increase his cultivation. During this period, Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation was still too weak. Not to mention Lin Shi, Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong and the others, even Zhao Ritian's cultivation had already reached the 7th revolution half-saint realm. Although Ling Zhao's physical body was strong, cultivation was the foundation. Although he had the ambition of attaining sainthood through his body, it did not mean that he would give up on other aspects of cultivation. On the contrary, Ling Zhao's laws of the way, his soul, his body, and even his force of heart had never fallen behind. Rumble. Powerful auras gushed out one after another as the Yen Emperor cauldron in Zhao Ritian's eyes emitted blazing flames. 4 powerful auras rushed out from within and surrounded Zhao Ritian, looking extremely imposing. A little red bird, a crimson armored scorpion king, a venomous wasp king whose entire body was glowing with golden light, and a pitch-black, incomparably majestic black bear. The poisonous wasp king and the black bear monster were actually refined and subdued by you? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he looked at the few figures in the void. The Wasp King and the Black Bear monster had also fallen into Zhao Ritian's hands. In addition to the little red bird and the red armored scorpion king, the 4 demon kings were all powerful. Other than the Black Bear monster, who was slightly weaker, the other 3 demon kings were all powerful. They were not weaker than the peak 9th revolution half-saint. You know them? Hee, I was just outside the desert and coincidentally encountered the venomous Wasp King and the Black Bear monster fighting. I killed the venomous Wasp King and captured the Wasp King and the Black Bear monster. Zhao Ritian laughed proudly. At this moment, he was surrounded by the 4 demon kings. His aura was overwhelming and he looked extremely majestic and mysterious. However, his face was too smug and his eyes were filled with a flaunting look. He looked a little despicable. You're amazing. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a strange look. This Zhao Ritian was really too strong. When he thought of Zhao Ritian's unparalleled Great Emperor Fist technique and the terrifying Yen Emperor cauldron, even Ling Xiao was a little jealous. This guy's luck was a little too good. Ling Xiao, this golden finger bone is for you. Since you're walking the path of becoming a saint with your physical body, perhaps you can try using the Extreme Emperor's aura to refine your physical body. However, you must know your limits. Don't play yourself to death. Zhao Ritian grabbed the golden finger bone from afar and threw it to Ling Xiao. The Extreme Emperor's aura of the Yen Emperor cauldron was retracted and the golden finger bone became quiet again. However, the finger bone looked dazzling and there was a drop of golden blood in it. It was extremely exquisite and mysterious. When Zhao Ritian handed it over to Ling Xiao, there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. However, he handed it over without hesitation. Are you sure you want to give this golden finger bone to me? Don't you know that this is the finger bone of an unparalleled great emperor? Ling Xiao's gaze turned serious as he looked at Zhao Ritian and asked seriously. It could be said that whether it was the scarlet scorpion root or the scarlet armored scorpion king, all of them added together could not compare to this golden finger bone. In fact, this golden finger bone was the most precious treasure in the small pill talisman realm. However, Zhao Ritian did not even blink when he took it out. This made Ling Xiao shocked and confused. I know. However, if you give this finger bone to me, I'll only refine it to increase my cultivation. It's more useful to you. Perhaps it can help you take that step. Zhao Ritian said slowly with a rare serious look on his face. All right. If that's the case, I won't be unreasonable. Thank you. Ling Xiao cupped his fists at Zhao Ritian and solemnly accepted the golden finger bone. Ling Xiao could even feel the wordless heavenly book trembling with excitement. However, Ling Xiao did not place the golden finger bone in the wordless heavenly book. If it was swallowed by the wordless heavenly book just like that, it would be a waste. Ling Xiao kept it in his small world and prepared to comprehend the golden finger bone. Especially the drop of golden blood in the golden finger bone. Ling Xiao could faintly feel that it might contain a huge secret. Following that, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian searched the entire stone hall. However, they did not find anything valuable. Moreover, the entire stone hall seemed ordinary. Even the mysterious halo that shrouded the stone hall had disappeared. It was as if the golden finger bone in the stone hall was the reason for the mysterious aura from before. After Ling Xiao kept the finger bone, the mysterious aura no longer existed. Ling Xiao, I'll take my leave first. I hope you can pass the test of the small pill talisman realm. Don't be eliminated here. That would be too boring. Zhao Ritian smiled proudly at Ling Xiao. Don't worry. As long as you're not eliminated, I won't be eliminated. I'll be waiting for you in the third stage. Whoosh, Zhao Ritian nodded his head and glanced at Ling Xiao. Instantly, he leaped into the sky and disappeared into the void. Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Ritian's disappearing figure and left the desert as well. Second uncle, that golden finger bone is extremely valuable. Why did you ask me to give it to Ling Xiao? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. That golden finger bone is indeed very valuable. It's a great emperor's finger bone. Even if you were to exchange it for dozens of perfect holy treasures, it wouldn't be a problem. However, that finger bone might not be of much use to you, but it's extremely valuable to Ling Xiao. If he could uncover the secret of the finger bone and even use the extreme emperor's aura to refine his body, he might be able to take that step and become a sage. You and Ling Xiao both came from the mortal realm. You don't have any deep grudges against him. It'll be beneficial for you to form a good relationship with him. After all, the great tribulation of the era isn't something that a single person can withstand. When the time comes, even an unparalleled great emperor can't guarantee that he'll be able to survive the great tribulation. Therefore, as long as there's a chance of survival, you have to fight for it. I can see that chance of survival from you and Ling Xiao. Second uncle said slowly. His voice was filled with emotions and vicissitudes. A chance of survival? All right. Zhao Ritian didn't quite understand, but he understood second uncle's words. It was worth it to form a good relationship with Ling Xiao just for a mere great emperor's finger bone. Let's go. Subduing the 3 demon kings in the small pill talisman realm is already a great reward. Let's go to the swamp and have a look. The last few spiritual herbs on your list should be there. Second uncle said slowly. Zhao Ritian nodded his head and flew towards the huge lake in the distance. More than half of the day had passed. In the small pill talisman realm, the battles between the people became more and more frequent. In the beginning, everyone entered the small pill talisman realm to search for the heavenly treasures on their lists. They fought against the demonic beasts and searched for various treasures. However, at the final moment, many of them couldn't hold back. Especially when the treasures on some people's lists overlapped. For a stock of spiritual medicine or even a gem, a huge battle would break out. Although tens of thousands of alchemists and talisman masters had participated in the alchemy talisman ceremony, many of them had been eliminated in less than a day. Moreover, many of them would have lost their lives in the minor alchemy talisman realm if Master Zhou hadn't given everyone a token. Ling Xiao left the desert and flew towards a barren mountain at the end of the desert. Lin Shi had sent a message to Ling Xiao, saying that Lin Shi and Xianxia were in that desolate mountain, searching for a kind of natural treasure. She wanted Ling Xiao to help. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. He was like a bolt of lightning, traversing tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. He quickly flew across the vast desert and arrived at the barren mountain. Ling Xiao saw Lin Shi and Xianxia in a barren mountain that was emitting a scorching hot aura. Zhao Ritian, you're here? Help me. The moment Lin Shi saw Ling Xiao, her eyes lit up. Xianxia, on the other hand, nodded at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were incomparably cold, like an ancient well without ripples. Help? Are you guys trying to activate this volcano? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of surprise. The barren mountain in front of him looked to be thousands of meters tall. The aura was scorching hot, and there was no vegetation growing on it. The rocks were a reddish-brown color. At the top of the mountain, there was a huge volcanic crater, emitting billowing smoke. It was as if lava would spurt out at any time. That barren mountain was actually a volcano, and it was a volcano that could erupt at any time. Lin Shi and Xianxia had set up a super-large array around the volcano. Blazing divine light intertwined, faintly intertwining with the volcano, as if mysterious flames were seeping out of the array. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that this super-large-scale array that Lin Shi and Xianxia had set up was precisely to stimulate this dormant volcano before their eyes. That's right. This volcano is the legendary 8 Barren Fire Dragon Vein. There are natural treasures that both Xianxia and I need, so we have to expend so much effort to activate this volcano. Lin Shi laughed bitterly. 8 Barren Fire Dragon Vein? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. His majestic primordial spirit spread out, enveloping the entire mountain range. Even his primordial spirit went deep into the ground, only then did he realize that this barren mountain was extraordinary. With the volcano in front of him as the center, the surrounding 7 mountains were all in the shape of dragons. It was as if 8 majestic and mysterious dragons were lying dormant on the ground, and they were connected head to tail. The terrain was winding, and it was incomparably majestic. Under the 8 mountains, it was like a blazing furnace. The earth fire was incomparably strong, and it was so hot that even Ling Xiao's primordial spirit could not bear it. The volcano in front of him was the only exit for the underground furnace. The majestic underground flames and magma had to be spewed out through this volcano. This was indeed the 8 Barren Fire Dragon Vein mentioned in Feng Shui. I didn't expect that you guys would find such a strange place. Are you looking for the golden lotus of earthly fire or the fire seed of the dragon vein? Ling Xiao said with some surprise. Zhao Ritian, you have such a deep understanding of Feng Shui? That's right. The reason why we activated this volcano is for the Earthfire Golden Lotus and the Dragon Vein Kindling. On my list is the Dragon Vein Kindling, and on Xianxia's list is the Earthfire Golden Lotus. Lin Shi looked at Ling Xiao with some surprise and nodded. If you want to obtain the Dragon Vein Kindling and the Earthfire Golden Lotus, you need to activate this volcano and go to the mouth of the volcano to find these 2 treasures. You guys have already set up the array. Next, you just need to activate the array. I will activate the array for you. You guys can prepare to go to the mouth of the volcano to look for the Dragon Vein Kindling and the Earthfire Golden Lotus. Ling Xiao nodded and said. At the moment when the volcano was activated, the Dragon Vein Kindling and the Earthfire Golden Lotus were the easiest to obtain. This was the reason why Lin Shi and Xianxia had waited for Ling Xiao. However, Lin Shi originally wanted to activate the array personally to activate the volcano. She did not expect Ling Xiao to take the initiative to take over. Are you sure? Although this array is not very complicated, it requires a huge amount of saint energy. It's not that I look down on you, but you are only a 2nd revolution half-saint. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to activate the array. Lin Shi said with a smile. After all, she was only a 9th revolution half-true saint. So, she found it difficult to fully activate the formation. If a 2nd revolution half-true saint were to activate the formation, He would have been sucked into dregs before the formation could be fully activated. So, she was afraid that a second revolution half-true saint expert would be sucked into dregs before the formation could be fully activated. You guys should prepare to collect the dragon vein kindling and the earthfire golden lotus. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He did not reply to Lin Shi directly. Instead, he suddenly struck out with his palm. Vast and vigorous saint energy surged out, penetrating through the void and directly merging into the large formation around the volcano. Rumble, blazing divine light erupted, and the runes lit up one after another. The great array was slowly activated, and it began to emit a vast and ancient aura. Ling Xiao's body emitted a blazing light. The golden glow was incomparably dazzling. The majestic cultivation in his body poured into the formation, dyeing the entire area golden. The runes on the formation intertwined and turned into blazing flames. In the end, there were tens of thousands of flames gathered together and roasted the volcano. How can this kid have such majestic saint power? Lin Shi was a little shocked. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Even if she personally took action, she would need to accumulate power for a while before she could fully activate the formation. However, after Ling Xiao took action, the formation was instantly activated. Moreover, the majestic saint power did not show any signs of exhaustion. This was not the saint power that a second transformation half-saint expert could possess. This made Lin Shi's heart tremble. Rumble, the 108,000 pores on Ling Xiao's body opened up. Each pore was like a spatial door, drawing in the majestic energy of heaven and earth from the surrounding void. Therefore, even though Ling Xiao poured a vast amount of saint energy into the formation, it did not affect him at all. Instead, it made the saint energy in his body purer and purer. The volcano is about to erupt, Xianxia said calmly. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes. The volcano in the distance was being roasted by the endless flames. Its entire body emitted a dazzling light and began to tremble slightly. There were even wisps of green smoke permeating the air. Lin Shi could not help but be shocked. She temporarily suppressed the surprise in her heart and took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. The fire seed of the dragon vein was a top-grade treasure of heaven and earth. The earthfire golden lotus was an origin source sacred medicine. These two treasures complemented each other and were almost lost in the divine world. After all, the fire seed of the 8 barren fire dragon vein was too difficult to find. As long as the fire seed of the dragon vein and the earthfire golden lotus were collected, Lin Shi and Xianxia would have all the treasures they needed. Rumble, the volcano's trembling became more and more violent. In the end, the flames rose and the surrounding void was somewhat distorted. A dazzling light bloomed in the volcano's crater. It became more and more gorgeous and dazzling. It directly turned into a pillar of fire that soared into the sky. The flame gushed out and soared into the sky. It looked like a giant flame tree. It was very magnificent and was even accompanied by a clear dragon's roar. Roar! 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 The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The earth trembled as if there was a dragon's vein rolling. The aura was very shocking. Endless flames fell from the sky, forming a blazing sea of fire. Thick smoke billowed and the fire dragon roared. The ancient volcano had completely erupted. Let's go! Lin Shi and Xianxia glanced at each other, then instantly soared into the sky, rushing towards the mouth of the volcano. They could faintly feel that there were two vague yet familiar auras at the mouth of the volcano. They were the fluctuations of the fire seed of the dragon vein and the earthfire golden lotus. Lin Shi and Xianxia's speed was very fast, and they quickly reached the mouth of the volcano. In front of them was a sea of lava, and even though they had defensive treasures, the surrounding flames were so hot that even the void was slightly distorted, making them feel an immense pressure. Whoosh, a bright light flashed in Lin Shi's palm, and a bright bead appeared. It was the rare treasure, the fire-repelling bead. The magma and flames at the mouth of the volcano began to separate. A fire snake rolled up, and a faint spirit light filled the air. A large golden net appeared in Xianxia's hand. She spread it out and dropped it into the magma at the mouth of the volcano. Roar! As the dragon's roar became louder and louder, a golden light flashed in the mouth of the volcano. It looked vaguely like a dragon, exuding a dragon's aura. It was very strange. It's the fire seed of the dragon vein. Lin Shi's eyes instantly lit up. Xianxia's speed was also very fast. The moment she saw the golden light, she immediately activated the golden net to cover it. In the magma, it was as if a golden sun had jumped out of the sea of fire, and then it was directly covered by the golden net and pulled out of the mouth of the volcano. At this time, Lin Shi and Xianxia could clearly see that in the middle of the golden net, there was a fist-sized crimson stone. There seemed to be a dragon-shaped phantom flowing on top of it, and it was surrounded by blazing flames, looking mysterious and unfathomable. The fire seed of the dragon vein is in our hands. The Earthfire Golden Lotus and the fire seed of the dragon vein were born together. It must be in the mouth of the volcano. Lin Shi said excitedly. When the 8 barren fire dragon vein erupted, the fire seed of the dragon vein would drift out of the mouth of the volcano to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. This was the best time to obtain the fire seed of the dragon vein. Otherwise, the fire seed of the dragon vein would escape back into the depths of the earth. At that time, with the terrifying power of the 8 barren fire dragon vein, even a sage would find it difficult to catch it. Now, while Ling Xiao activated the array and caused the volcano to erupt, Lin Shi and Xianxia took the opportunity to catch the fire seed of the dragon vein. The Earthfire Golden Lotus is over there. Xianxia's eyes flashed and fell on a spot in the mouth of the volcano. There were flames spewing out and magma flowing. There was actually a golden lotus floating in the air, surrounded by blazing flames. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. The golden lotus was extremely exquisite, like a spirit born from the flames. It was extremely dazzling. I'll catch the Earthfire Golden Lotus. Lin Shi's body flashed as she rushed towards the mouth of the volcano. Whoosh! Whoosh! But at this time, the void suddenly became distorted, and a few figures appeared from afar, exuding a powerful aura. Boom! A huge palm pierced through the void and grabbed the golden net in Xianxia's hand, aiming for the fire seed of the dragon vein. On the other side, a purple horsetail whisk fell and turned into 3,000 blazing blades, rolling towards Lin Shi and the Earthfire Golden Lotus. Who's there? Lin Shi's face changed as her eyes turned cold. 5 figures appeared above the volcano. One was a middle-aged old woman, another was an old Taoist in a purple robe, holding a horsetail whisk, a young man in white holding a folding fan, and a young man and woman in purple robes. The one who attacked Xianxia was the middle-aged old woman. She had a head of silver hair, a face full of wrinkles, and a pair of eyes that were filled with malice and coldness. The one who attacked Lin Shi was the old Taoist in purple robes. Although he looked sage-like, his face was arrogant and his attacks were ruthless, showing no mercy. Lin Shi and Xianxia didn't expect that when they were about to get the fire seed of the dragon vein and the Earthfire Golden Lotus, they would encounter these strange people. Hand over the fire seed of the dragon vein and the Earthfire Golden Lotus or die. The middle-aged old woman's voice was extremely hoarse, but she didn't hesitate to grab the fire seed of the dragon vein in the golden net. The old woman wore a black robe and held a dragon-headed walking stick. The black robe was embroidered with all kinds of poisonous snakes, centipedes, spiders, and other poisonous insects with golden threads. Poisonous gas filled the air as she attacked, and the scarlet smell made people dizzy. Poison Granny? Xianxia's eyes flashed, and an ancient sword appeared in her palm. In an instant, a blazing sword light burst out, containing unparalleled saint power, and slashed at the old woman. At the same time, Xianxia suddenly grabbed the golden net and retreated quickly. The middle-aged old woman in front of him was only a rogue cultivator. However, she was the infamous poison grandmother. Her poison cultivation had reached the acme of perfection. She had already reached the realm of 9th Revolution half-saint. Her entire body was filled with poison. Even a 9th Revolution half-saint couldn't resist the poison in her body. Little girl, you're quite knowledgeable. However, with your little bit of cultivation, do you think you can escape from Granny's palm? Poison Granny's voice was hoarse and cold, giving people goosebumps. However, Xianxia was holding a flawless saint treasure, so Poison Granny did not dare to be careless. She slammed her walking stick down. Crack! Dazzling divine light blossomed as a streak of sword light that contained an unstoppable force soared out from the ancient sword. Even the Poison Granny's face could not help but change. Her withered hand, which was about to grab the golden net, suddenly retracted, and she slammed a dozen times to completely shatter the sword light. On the other side, the purple-robed old Taoist's cultivation had reached the acme of perfection. The horsetail whisk in his hand was also a rare treasure. It scattered down 3,000 strands of worry, as if forming a mysterious formation, trapping Xianxia within. White lines crisscrossed the void, as sharp as sword light, as if to cut Xianxia into pieces. "Master Ziyang, you're courting death." Xianxia's furious voice rang out. Rays of light spread around her, and in an instant, turned into 9 runes. They looked ancient and obscure, and they intertwined to form a huge defensive armor, protecting Xianxia inside. The horsetail whisk slashed on the armor, and sparks flew, and there was the sound of metal clashing. However, it did not break Xianxia's defense. Whoosh, Xianxia's legs glowed, and 2 golden runes bloomed on her soles. She was like an arrow released from a bow, shooting into the sky. "Little girl from the Lin family, let me have the Earthfire Golden Lotus," esteemed Ziyang said with a faint smile. Although he looked peaceful and had the demeanor of a transcendent being, his attacks were incomparably ruthless. Boom, the white-clothed young man with the folding fan and the purple-robed man and woman worked together to raise a suet white jade bottle. It bloomed in the void and emitted a mysterious energy fluctuation. A vast and unparalleled devouring power came from the mouth of the bottle. The endless flames at the mouth of the volcano began to boil, and like a myriad of streams flowing into the sea, they all surged towards the suet white jade bottle. The magma at the mouth of the volcano surged, and a mysterious vortex appeared. The Earthfire Golden Lotus was wrapped in endless flames as it floated out. The Earthfire Golden Lotus, shrouded in a mysterious scarlet glow, emerged from the lava. It contained an incomparably mysterious spirituality. It trembled and tried to escape, but there was no way it could escape the suction power of the white jade bottle. It slowly flew towards the bottle's mouth. Ha ha ha, Earthfire Golden Lotus and Dragon Vein Kindling. With these 2 supreme treasures, Grandma and Master Ziyang will definitely improve. The white-robed youth with a folding fan in his hand laughed excitedly. "That's right. Poison young master, as long as my master and Poison Grandma improve and become saints, who will dare to look down on us?" The purple-robed man also laughed, as if victory was in his hands. "Oh no. Senior brother, look who that is." The purple-robed woman was also full of smiles. However, she suddenly saw a figure from the corner of her eyes, and her face changed. Boom, the white-robed young man and the purple-robed man turned their heads and saw a dazzling golden fist coming from the sky. It was like an immemorial divine mountain, rumbling and shaking the heaven and earth. It contained an indestructible power and directly blasted towards the suet white jade bottle. "Oh no, it's Zhao Ritian. Why is this B** starred here?" The purple-robed man's face changed drastically, and his expression was extremely ugly. "Zhao Ritian? The one who injured you and junior sister Z previously? The 9-star alchemy grandmaster Zhao Ritian?" The white-robed young man's eyes revealed a tinge of surprise. "That's right. It's him." The purple-robed woman seemed to be a little afraid, and she gritted her teeth as she spoke. Boom, Ling Zhao's speed was extremely fast. That unparalleled golden fist directly smashed into the suet white jade bottle, and an incomparably fierce power erupted. With a crisp sound, the runes on the white jade bottle exploded, and it was directly sent flying by Ling Xiao. Buzz, as for the Earthfire Golden Lotus, it suddenly lost the suction power of the white jade bottle. It trembled slightly and wanted to fly away, but it was caught in the palm of Ling Zhao's hand. The Earthfire Golden Lotus was in his hands. Ling Xiao turned around and descended from the sky. He looked at the purple-robed man and woman with a faint smile and said, "It's the 2 of you? Do you want to die?" The purple-robed man's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Zhao Ritian, you're dead meat. No one can save you this time. Hand over the Earthfire Golden Lotus, or my master will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You'll never be reincarnated." The purple-robed woman also screamed, "Zhao Ritian, you be **starred, hand over the Earthfire Golden Lotus quickly." The purple-robed man and purple-robed woman hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. If looks could kill, Ling Xiao would have died countless times already. At the same time, they had some doubts in their hearts. Previously, they did not discover Ling Zhao's whereabouts at all. Only Lin Shi and Jin Se were at the mouth of the volcano collecting the Earthfire Golden Lotus and the Earthfire Golden Lotus. Where did Ling Xiao come from? What they did not know was that after Ling Xiao activated the large array, his entire body had almost merged with the array and the 8 fire dragon vein. In addition, Ling Xiao had used the heaven-shrouding secret skill to reduce the pressure on himself. Therefore, even Master Ziyang and Poison Grandma did not discover Ling Xiao's trace. "You're Zhao Ritian? You're just a mere second revolution half-saint. Brother Z, let me help you kill him." The white-robed young man with a folding fan looked at Ling Xiao and said disdainfully. He was a 6th revolution half-saint, 1 stage higher than the purple-robed man and purple-robed woman. When he saw that Ling Xiao was only a 2nd revolution half-saint, he did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. "Poison Prince, be careful. This Zhao Ritian is very strange. His physical body is extremely strong. I'm afraid you're not his match." "Your physical body is very strong? Very good. It's suitable to be refined into my poison puppet." The poison young master's eyes lit up and he immediately charged towards Ling Xiao. Boom, he opened the fan in his hand, and instantly, the mountains and rivers changed. It was as if a world of mountains and rivers had appeared. Within the mountains and rivers, there were countless poisonous snakes, centipedes, lizards, spiders, and other poisonous insects. All of them looked ferocious as they pounced towards Ling Xiao. "Divine palm of 5 poisons." The poison young master shouted as he slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao. It was filled with 5-colored smoke and looked mysterious as if it wanted to turn all living things into dust. "The way of poison? It's a pity that your cultivation is not up to par." Ling Xiao's expression was very calm as he met the poison young master's divine palm of 5 poisons with a punch. "You don't know the difference between life and death." The poison young master could not help but sneer when he saw that Ling Xiao dared to meet his divine palm of 5 poisons with his bare hands. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a dead man. His divine palm of 5 poisons was incomparably domineering. Even experts who were 1 level higher than him would not dare to touch his palm lightly. The divine palm of 5 poisons could transform a person's primordial spirit, spiritual power, and physical body. The poison young master had once used the divine palm of 5 poisons to kill a 7 revolution half-saint. Boom, the fists and palms collided and a blazing divine light exploded with a bang. The divine palm of 5 poisons contained the power of 5 poisons. It was extremely crafty and domineering as it poured into Ling Xiao's arm like 5 poisonous insects and began to burrow into Ling Xiao's body. However, before the poison young master could rejoice, he felt an unstoppable and terrifying divine power explode. His arm shook violently and then exploded with a bang. A bloody mist filled the air as if he had been crushed by a huge rock. The poison young master was sent flying. Damn it, how could he have such a powerful physical body? The poison young master's face was pale as he coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At that moment from before, it was as if he wasn't facing Ling Xiao but a primeval ferocious beast that possessed peerless strength. It was capable of splitting mountains and cutting off rivers, whereas the young master of poison was like a leaf in the wind, and he didn't have the slightest ability to resist at all. However, he will definitely die after being hit by my divine palm of 5 poisons. Young Master Poison said with a ferocious expression. He was very clear about the power of the 5 poison divine palm. Moreover, the power of the 5 poisons had already entered Ling Xiao's body. So, a mere 2nd revolution half-saint couldn't resist the power of the 5 poisons. What? The poison prince raised his head. When he saw Ling Xiao, he was stunned. Ling Xiao was still standing in the same place. His expression was indifferent and calm. His fist emitted a golden light. The so-called divine power of 5 poisons had already disappeared without a trace. It did not have any effect on Ling Xiao at all. Whoosh, Ling Xiao was like a golden bolt of lightning. He instantly appeared in front of the poison prince and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him up. I told you. Your poison technique is still too weak. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice traveled into the ears of the poison prince, causing his heart to turn to ash. That's impossible, that's impossible. You are merely a 2nd revolution half-saint. How can you resist my 5 poison divine palm? 5 poisons mountain river fan, kill. The poisoned young master's face was filled with a soulless expression. In the end, his gaze became incomparably venomous as he suddenly shouted. Boom! The folding fan in his hand was called the 5 Poisons Mountain River Fan. It contained the power of 5 poisons. It was a defensive treasure given to him by the poison grandmother. Although it was only a lower-grade holy treasure, it was enough for him to kill a 7th Revolution half-saint. He could even fight a 9th Revolution half-saint with it. The 5 Poisons Mountain River Fan unfolded. The mountains within it were neat and tidy, the river surging to the sky. Endless poisonous insects rushed out from another void, covering the sky and covering the earth, drowning Ling Xiao. Under extreme anger, the Poison Prince directly activated the strongest power of the 5 Poisons Mountain River Fan. Crack! Ling Xiao's expression was calm. Streaks of blazing lightning suddenly erupted from his body. The lightning was like a waterfall, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The poisonous insects that rushed out from the 5 Poisons Mountain River Fan were annihilated one after another. Facing the 5 Poisons Mountain River Fan, Ling Xiao directly blasted out a punch. The punch was vast and unparalleled. It had the supreme power to crush the galaxies and destroy the heavens. The 5 Poisons Mountain River Fan trembled violently and flew out in an instant. This Zhao Ritian is too terrifying. The purple-robed man and purple-robed woman trembled all over. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. The Poison Prince's poison technique was very powerful. It was even more powerful than the purple-robed man and purple-robed woman. However, he could only withstand a few moves from Ling Xiao. This gave them a direct understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. Let me go. The Poison Prince's throat was choked by Ling Xiao. His face was flushed red, and he felt that he could not breathe. However, Ling Xiao's hand was as hard as steel. Not only did he not loosen his grip, but he also tightened his grip. Brat, you deserve to die. At this moment, a hoarse and angry voice exploded in the void. The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Ling Xiao. The poison grandmother, who originally wanted to capture the Xianxia, was completely enraged when she saw the Poison Prince being held in Ling Xiao's hand like a dead dog. She immediately gave up on the Xianxia. Her dragon-headed walking stick erupted with unparalleled divine power. It was like a black divine dragon that came crashing down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been paying attention to the poison grandmother and Master Ziyang's movements. At this moment, when he saw the poison grandmother charging over, a stream of light flashed under his feet. He used a secret teleportation technique and disappeared on the spot. Then, he appeared hundreds of feet away. Clang! A blazing sword light bloomed from Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao dodged the dragon-headed walking stick's sharp attack. The sword light was as fast as lightning as it slashed towards the poison grandmother's head. Boom! The dragon-headed walking stick landed in the air and smashed a small mountain into dust. Boulders flew everywhere, and the earth shook. The sword light behind her attacked. A cold light flashed in the poison grandmother's eyes as she used her dragon-headed walking stick to meet the attack. Ling Xiao held the Sky Devourer sword. Although it had not reached the level of a flawless holy artifact, it was connected to Ling Xiao's mind. It was extremely powerful. This sword seemed to have an invincible force that could split heaven and earth and destroy all things. Moreover, it was wrapped in Ling Xiao's unparalleled physical strength. The dragon-headed walking stick suddenly sank. Sparks flew in all directions as a blazing light exploded. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a black light shot out from the dragon-headed walking stick's head and headed straight for the space between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. It was a small black snake. It looked very strange. Its eyes were blood-red and cold. It had a triangular head and sharp fangs that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. This move was so vicious that even Ling Xiao did not expect it. The battle between Ling Xiao and the poison grandmother caused the distance between the two of them to be very close. The small black snake appeared in front of Ling Xiao almost instantly. Ling Xiao could even feel the strong fishy smell in the small black snake's mouth, causing him to feel dizzy. Bang! Ling Xiao's divine body shield burst like a bubble. The little black snake's eyes were blood-red and its fangs were white. It opened its mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Scram! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a divine light as he suddenly roared. Roar! An ancient and vast dragon roar sounded. Ling Zhao's body exuded an incomparably majestic and mysterious dragon power. It was vast and mighty, releasing an incomparably blazing golden glow. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into the archaic dragon ancestor. It was enough to make all living beings bow down and the heavens tremble. Although the little black snake was extremely ferocious, it could not help but tremble when it felt the mysterious dragon aura on Ling Zhao's body. In addition, the sound wave formed by the true dragon's divine sound was like a transparent energy bomb that directly blasted the little black snake's body. Bang! At this critical moment, the little black snake was sent flying. Kill! The murderous intent in Ling Zhao's eyes seemed to have materialized. The strength of his physical body completely erupted. His hands formed the shape of a dragon and blazed with golden light. They were like two dragon claws that contained an incomparably sharp light that grabbed at Poison Grandma. At the same time, the sky-devouring sword appeared behind Ling Xiao and transformed into hundreds of millions of sword lights that appeared black and white. It was like a domain of life and death sword Dao that contained the power of life and death. In an instant, it shot towards Poison Grandma from all directions. Ling Xiao was completely enraged. The little black snake should be some kind of savage mutant. It was extremely terrifying and contained an extremely powerful poison. If Ling Xiao had not used the secret skill of the ancestral dragon at the critical moment and unleashed the peerless dragon power, he might have really been bitten by the little black snake. Poison Grandma's attacks were ruthless and her strength was unfathomable. Her poison skills were simply superb. If not for the fact that he did not want to expose his identity, Ling Xiao would have taken out the flipping sky seal and smashed Poison Grandma to death. Little bastard, let go of my grandson. Poison Grandma was shocked and angry. The dragon head walking stick in her hand was also blazing with light. It was like a living black dragon that came down on Ling Zhao's head. At the same time, the black poisonous gas around Poison Granny caused the surrounding void to tremble as it spread towards Ling Xiao. Poison Grandma hadn't expected that the winged serpent she had raised with her heart and soul would be dodged by Ling Xiao. The winged serpent was an ancient species. Its strength was extremely terrifying. Even a 9th Revolution half-saint had been poisoned to death by the winged serpent. However, a mere 2nd Revolution half-saint had dodged it. "Grandma, save me!" The poison young master shouted. His eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, his cultivation had been sealed by Ling Xiao, and he was thrown into the mouth of the volcano below. Moreover, there was a heaven-devouring fire surrounding him, as if he would be burned to ashes at any moment. It was precisely this appearance of the poison young master that caused the Poison Granny to hesitate in taking action. Rumble, the sword light that filled the sky slashed on the dragon-headed staff, and a blazing light burst out. Ling Xiao was very close to Poison Grandma, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of her. His golden dragon claws directly grabbed towards her neck. Poison Grandma's eyes turned cold. Her palm was filled with black fog, and she directly faced Ling Xiao. Her poison technique had reached perfection. Although she had seen that Ling Zhao's body was extremely strong, she was confident that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to block her poison. Bang! Poison Grandma's palm blocked Ling Zhao's golden dragon claws, but she felt an incomparably terrifying divine power. Moreover, the dragon claws were incomparably sharp. They directly left a few long bloody marks on her arm. At the same time, the black poisonous gas surged and spread towards Ling Zhao's body. In an instant, it was about to follow his blood vessels and rush towards his heart and sea of consciousness. It was incomparably overbearing. "Devour for me." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. The aura around him was incomparably violent. The heaven-devouring divine sea appeared behind him, and a vast devouring power erupted. The poisonous gas that rushed into Ling Zhao's body emitted a strange shriek, and then was directly devoured by the tyrannical heaven-devouring divine sea. Bang! Ling Zhao's attack was as fast as lightning. The two golden dragon claws were incomparably sharp. In an instant, dozens of them blasted out. Although Poison Grandma tried her best to block, the terrifying divine power that came from Ling Zhao's arms made it difficult for her to block. She kept retreating, and countless bloody scars appeared on her arms. Although Poison Grandma was a 9th Revolution half-saint, the most terrifying thing about her was her poison technique. Her physical body wasn't very strong. Although Ling Xiao was only a 2nd Revolution half-saint, His physical body was extremely strong due to the combination of the ancestral dragon's secret technique and the 10,000 tribulations indestructible saint technique. Therefore, Poison Grandma was no match for him. Boom! Ling Zhao's entire body was like a golden torrent, and he blasted an unparalleled fist print towards Poison Grandma. The fist print was blazing, and it traversed the void in all directions. 3,000 worlds filled the void behind Ling Zhao, and the invincible fist intent bloomed. Poison Grandma's expression changed greatly. Damn it! How can you resist my 1,000 poison saint power? Poison Grandma screamed. She staggered back, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her poison technique had no effect on Ling Zhao. Her poison was devoured by Ling Zhao's sky-devouring secret technique, and her body wasn't as strong as Ling Zhao's. At this moment, facing Ling Zhao's domineering fist made her tremble with fear. Ling Zhao's eyes were incomparably cold. This fist came from the Fist Emperor, one of the 9 Emperor's phantoms. As he continued to comprehend it, the power of this fist became more and more terrifying. It was almost invincible. Poison Grandma couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle in the face of this unparalleled fist. She let out a long whistle, and 5-colored divine light filled the air around her. It converged into a huge 5-colored light ball, and it flew towards Ling Zhao. Rumble, a terrifying sound rang out, and the surrounding space trembled. The huge 5-colored ball of light suddenly exploded, and Poison Grandma was directly smashed down by Ling Zhao's fist. The crater below trembled violently, and then it suddenly exploded. Endless magma spewed out, and flames burned. An incomparably huge fist print appeared at the crater. What? Whether it was Master Ziyang, who was fighting with Lin Shi, Poison Prince, or the purple-robed man and woman, they were all stunned. The scene in front of them was simply beyond their expectations. Ling Zhao, who was merely a second revolution half-saint, had actually defeated Poison Grandma. Especially that peerless fist, which seemed to be able to cover 3,000 worlds. Its power was unparalleled, and it was extremely domineering. The purple-robed man and woman's eyes were filled with fear, and Master Ziyang's eyes also revealed a trace of retreating. Cough, 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 Poison Grandma rushed out of the volcano, coughing up blood. Her eyes were filled with resentment. If you want the Dragon Vein Fire Seed and the Earthfire Golden Lotus, then use your life to exchange for it. Ling Zhao's gaze was incomparably cold, and his killing intent seemed to have materialized. Lin Shi and Jin Se soared into the sky at the same time, standing beside Ling Zhao. Their eyes were cold, and their battle intent soared. Luckily, Ling Zhao was here. Otherwise, the Dragon Vein Fire Seed and the Earthfire Golden Lotus might really fall into the hands of Poison Grandma and esteemed Ziyang. Their hearts were also filled with rage. Little bastard, I want to see what ability you have to dare to speak such arrogant words. Esteemed Ziyang, let's kill him together. Poison Grandma glared at Ling Zhao with resentment. Poison Grandma, this Zhao Ritian is not an ordinary person. There's no need for us to fight with him here. A day's time is almost up, and we haven't collected all the treasures on the list. Let's go and collect the treasures first. We'll teach this brat a good lesson in the 3rd stage. Esteemed Ziyang's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to Poison Grandma. Poison Grandma was a little hesitant, but the pill talisman ceremony was indeed more important in her heart. She couldn't help but glare at Ling Zhao hatefully and nod. All right. Then I'll listen to esteemed Ziyang and spare this brat's life. Boom, esteemed Ziyang struck out with his palm, and a blazing light bloomed from his palm. It circled around the Poison Prince, wanting to extinguish the heaven-devouring fire and save the Poison Prince. Explode. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he coldly spat out a word. Boom, the heaven-devouring fire outside the poisonous young master's body suddenly bloomed. Scorching flames soared, causing the void to distort. In an instant, it enveloped the poisonous young master and began to burn fiercely. Grandma, save me! Grandma, save me! The Poison Prince let out an incomparably pitiful cry as he struggled in the sea of fire, looking extremely sinister and terrifying. The heaven-devouring fire was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, the Poison Prince was burned into ashes, and his soul completely scattered. He was imprisoned by Ling Zhao, and he didn't even have the chance to crush the command talisman and teleport out of the minor pill talisman realm. The violet-robed man and violet-robed woman could not help but shiver when they saw the miserable state the Poison Prince was in. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear as they hid behind Guru Ziyang, afraid that Ling Xiao would do the same to them. Master Ziyang's eyes could not help but turn cold. His face became extremely ugly. He had never thought that the heaven-devouring flames would be so domineering. Even he was helpless against it. All he could do was watch as the Poison Prince turned into ashes. Zhao Ritian, you deserve to die. The Poison Grandma was so angry that her eyes were spitting fire. Her gaze was incomparably venomous. The Poison Prince was her grandson, and now that he had died in Ling Zhao's hands, she was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Poison Granny, this Zhao Ritian really deserves to die. However, this matter is more important. He is deliberately provoking you. Guru Ziyang hurriedly pulled the Poison Granny back and whispered to her. The Poison Granny's body stiffened. Only then did she glare at Ling Xiao hatefully and say, "Little bastard, there will be a day when Granny will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. I will suppress your soul in the 9 underworlds forever and you will never be reincarnated. You don't know what's good for you. If it wasn't for the Grand Pill Talisman ceremony, I would slaughter all of you like dogs." Ling Xiao sneered. He did not take the Poison Granny's threat to heart at all. Let's go. The Poison Granny and Guru Ziyang were incomparably aggrieved. They glared at Ling Xiao with incomparable anger before turning to leave. Lin Shi looked at the backs of the Poison Granny and Guru Ziyang as they left. She glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Zhao Ritian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Even the Poison Granny is not your match." However, the Poison Granny and the Poison Granny are both vicious and merciless people. It's probably not a good thing to be hated by them. It's just a pity that we can't make them stay. It's fine. They are just 2 clowns. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. His gaze was incomparably deep. After the Grand Pill Talisman ceremony, Ling Xiao would obtain the pill formula of the Eternal Creation Pill. If the Poison Granny and Guru Ziyang still did not know what was good for them, Ling Xiao would not mind giving them a sky-flipping seal. Lin Shi nodded and smiled slightly. This time, it's all thanks to you that we were able to obtain the Dragon Vein Fire Seed and the Earthfire Golden Lotus. I will be magnanimous and not pursue the matter of you tricking me previously. Don't flatter yourself. I was helping Jin Sei, not you. Ling Xiao glanced sideways at Lin Shi. This woman was really vengeful. Lin Shi was a little annoyed. She secretly gritted her teeth and suddenly moved closer to Ling Xiao. There was a trace of slyness in her eyes as she whispered, "Don't think that I don't know your true identity. Long Outyin, Temple Master Long. As far as I know, the only person who is so familiar with Jin Sei and is willing to treat her so well is the Temple Master of War God Temple, Long Outyin." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked indifferently at Lin Shi. "I don't know what you're talking about." Ling Xiao secretly felt that he was a little careless. He had forgotten that Lin Shi and Jin Sei were very familiar with each other. That was why she found out about his relationship with Jin Sei. It seemed like he had to pay attention to this point in the future. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone your secret. No wonder you look down on the Poison Granny and Guru Ziyang. That's right, if Temple Master Long uses the sky-flipping seal, these 2 pieces of trash will die without a doubt. Lin Shi said with a smile, like a sly little fox. Don't let your imagination run wild. One day's time is almost up. You should think about how to participate in the 3rd round of the assessment. Ling Xiao glanced sideways at Lin Shi and instantly turned into a golden stream of light, flying towards the bottom of the volcano. Lin Shi and Jin Sei looked at each other and also chased after Ling Xiao. In the realm of Small Elixir Talisman, as time was running out, the competition between the people became more and more intense. There were fierce battles everywhere, and many people crushed their tokens and were eliminated. However, Ling Xiao, Lin Shi, and Jin Sei had already collected all the treasures on the list, so there was no need for them to participate in the competition. In addition, with Lin Shi's identity, no one would be blind enough to target them. When one day's time was up, the tokens in everyone's hands bloomed with incomparably bright light, enveloping them and sending them directly out of the realm of Small Elixir Talisman. The 2nd round of the assessment was also officially over, back in the central square of the city lord's residence of Taishan City, Ling Xiao looked around and saw that there were only more than 2,000 people left in the square. The others had all been eliminated in the first and second rounds of the assessment. The third round was the real assessment of alchemy and talisman Taoism, and it was also the part that everyone looked forward to the most. Whoosh! Whoosh! Light flashed around Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingluan as they came out of the small pill talisman realm. When they saw Ling Xiao, their eyes lit up and they were pleasantly surprised. Brother Zhao, I knew you would be able to pass the first 2 rounds safely. There are treasures everywhere in the small pill talisman realm. Brother Zhao must have gained a lot, right? Lu Wenlong said with a smile. The minor pill talisman realm was a secret realm managed by the Pill Talisman Mountain. There were countless heavenly treasures hidden within. For the Pill Talisman ceremony this time around, as long as one could collect all the heavenly treasures listed on the list, they could also search for other treasures. The Pill Talisman Mountain wouldn't interfere in this matter. Even Ling Xiao had to praise Pill Talisman Mountain's generosity. After all, even in the 12 immortal holy lands, not everyone had the opportunity to enter a secret realm like the minor Pill Talisman realm. However, the Pill Talisman Mountain had generously offered it up. This kind of magnanimity was truly admirable. I gained a little. But that's not important. The most important thing is the competition between Pill Talisman Dao and Pill Talisman Dao. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at the spacious square in the distance. That's right. There are many experts in this Pill Talisman ceremony. Of course, I feel that Brother Zhao's biggest opponent should still be Shuabufan. Lu Wenlong said slowly as he looked into the distance. Shuabufan was among the many geniuses and experts. He looked like a moon surrounded by stars and had an extraordinary bearing. Moreover, he was dressed in a snow-white robe and his skin was glowing. He was handsome and looked like a divine jade. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, which made it easy for people to have a good impression of him. No matter from which angle one looked at Shuabufan, he was a genius. One had to admit that even Lu Wenlong, Xiao Rui and the others were inferior to Shuabufan in terms of temperament. Is that so? I'm also curious about how strong the mystical heaven origin fire is. What are the rules of this grand alchemy competition? Ling Xiao said with a smile. It should be the quality of the pills. Lu Wenlong said slowly. Rumble, at this moment, Master Jiao, Tai Yunzi, and Xiao Hong, the 3 saints of Mount Pill Talisman, appeared in the sky. Their vast saints might permeated the air, and the noise and discussion in the square immediately vanished. Everyone became extremely quiet. Everyone, please submit the heavenly materials and earthly treasures you've collected on the list. Tai Yunzi smiled at the crowd. He looked like an immortal, benevolent and amiable. His voice sounded like a spring breeze. The light in his palm shone brightly. With a swipe of his hand, an ancient stone pool appeared in the void, flowing with mysterious light. Everyone took out the heavenly treasures they had collected according to the list. Dazzling lights of various colors filled the void, and various fragrances assailed the nostrils. Finally, all of them converged into a torrent and entered the ancient stone pool. Everyone, the third test will begin next, and it's also the ultimate competition between the Tao of Pills and the Tao of Talismans. The rules of this test are very simple. Just now, each of you collected a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In addition to the various secret treasures of Mount Pill Talisman, each of you can choose 1 origin source saint item, 9 half-saint items, and 90 divine items. In the end, these 100 treasures will be freely combined to refine pills and talismans. In the end, the person with the best quality will be the champion of the Tao of Pills and the Tao of Talismans. Of course, as long as you can enter the top 10 in the Tao of Pills and the Tao of Talismans, there will be various precious rewards. Master Jiao explained the rules of the third test slowly. In fact, everyone understood that this test was the true competition between the Tao of Pills and the Tao of Talismans. The rules were also extremely simple and crude. Whoever was stronger and had a higher cultivation level would be the winner. Everyone nodded secretly, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Speaking of which, the first test, the illusory heart formation, and the second test, the minor pill talisman dimension, were only tests to eliminate the weak and those who were not qualified to participate in the grand alchemy talisman ceremony. Only the elites were left. Among the over 2,000 people, a small half of them were talisman masters, while the majority were alchemy masters. These people were the real geniuses. Ling Xiao could see that among the over 1,000 alchemy masters, most of them were 8-star alchemy masters and 9-star alchemy masters. There were very few 7-star alchemy masters, and most of them had been eliminated. This showed how intense the competition was. However, for the regeneration elixir and the origin Saint Flame that the champion of the Tao of Pills could obtain, Ling Xiao was determined to be the champion of the Tao of Pills. Although Lu Wenlong, Xiao Rui, and Huang Xuanzong's Tao of Pills are not bad, they are no match for me. The only ones who can pose a threat to me are probably Zhao Ritian and Shui Bufan. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he glanced at Zhao Ritian and Shui Bufan. Previously, his Tao of Pills was only on par with Lu Wenlong. After all, he had used a trick to become a 9-star alchemy master. However, in the Void Saint world, after Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the Hunyuan Alchemy Saint and the Sun Moon Alchemy Sect, it could be said that Ling Xiao's Tao of Pills was on par with an alchemy saint. Naturally, he was better than Lu Wenlong, Xiao Rui, and the rest. However, Zhao Ritian and Shui Bufan were not ordinary geniuses. Zhao Ritian had the Extreme Emperor weapon, the Flame Emperor Cauldron, while Shui Bufan had the Celestial Origin Fire. These two heaven-defying treasures had a great impact on one's face. Therefore, Ling Xiao was not sure if he could win against them. Why are you looking at me? I won't give in to you even if you look at me. Ling Xiao, you're going to lose this time. Zhao Ritian sensed Ling Xiao's gaze and laughed arrogantly as he transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. That might not be the case. Zhao Ritian, why don't we make a bet? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he smiled. Bet? What are you up to this time? Zhao Ritian suddenly became alert and his eyes were filled with suspicion. Whenever a bet was mentioned, he would be traumatized. In the past, when he was in the Divine War world, he was tricked by Ling Xiao and it was a huge blow to him. It's simple. The Extreme Emperor weapon that you have should be an elixir cauldron, right? If I win, you'll use that Extreme Emperor weapon to help me refine an elixir. What do you think? Ling Xiao said with a smile, revealing a mouthful of white and beautiful teeth. Refine an elixir? That's not too much of a request. However, you won't be able to win against me. What if you lose? Zhao Ritian thought for a while and did not find anything wrong with it as he said to Ling Xiao. If you win, I'll tell you the elixir formula of the Hunyuan Golden Pill. What do you think? Ling Xiao said without hesitation. Hunyuan Golden Pill? Are you talking about the Hunyuan Golden Pill that was created by the Hunyuan Pill Saint? Zhao Ritian's body trembled and his eyes were filled with joy. Previously, he did not plan to agree to Ling Xiao's request. However, when he heard about the elixir formula of the Hunyuan Golden Pill, he became excited and made up his mind to obtain the elixir formula of the Hunyuan Golden Pill no matter what. The Hunyuan Golden Pill created by the Hunyuan Elixir Saint was an incomparably precious sacred elixir. Legend had it that it could revive the dead and grow flesh and bones. Moreover, it could strengthen one's physical strength and allow one to be reborn. It was extremely miraculous. However, the most important use of the Hunyuan Golden Pill was to help one become a sage. In ancient times, there was a rumor that when a golden pill was swallowed into one's stomach, one would be in control of one's own life. This was referring to the Hunyuan Golden Pill. After consuming the Hunyuan Golden Pill and becoming a sage, one would be able to control one's own fate to a certain extent. Zhao Ritian had not expected Ling Xiao to take out the Hunyuan Golden Pill formula. Instantly, he could not remain calm. That's right. Do you want to bet? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. Whoever doesn't bet is a coward. Anyway, you're going to lose. Since you want to give me the Hunyuan Golden Pill formula, I'll accept it. Zhao Ritian said without hesitation. His eyes were burning with passion. Very well. Don't go back on your words. Whether you can defeat me or not depends on whether you can refine a sage elixir and what kind of sage elixir you can refine. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The reason why he suddenly wanted to bet with Zhao Ritian was to see what kind of treasure the Extreme Tao Emperor weapon that Zhao Ritian had obtained. Moreover, the refining of the Eternal Creation Pill was extremely difficult. After all, Ling Zhao's cultivation was not high enough. Although he had obtained the inheritance of the Hunyuan Elixir Saint and the Sun Moon Elixir sect, he might not be able to refine the eternal creation pill. However, Zhao Ritian's Flame Emperor Cauldron was an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. If Zhao Ritian was willing to help, Ling Xiao would definitely be able to refine the eternal creation pill. Go back on my words? How can I, Zhao Ritian, go back on my words? Just you wait. Zhao Ritian said with a smile. Rumble, just as Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were conversing through telepathy, the void rumbled with dazzling light. More than 1,000 ancient stone platforms appeared. On each stone platform, there was a crimson alchemy cauldron. They looked ancient and exuded a faint saintly aura. They were extraordinary. First, the Grand Alchemy Competition. Everyone, please follow the order of exiting the illusionary heart. Array in the first round to collect the 100 spiritual herbs that you need from Master Jiao. Tai Yunzi's voice resounded in the void. A glint flashed across the eyes of many alchemists. They could not help but take a deep breath and reveal an extremely excited expression. The alchemy competition finally began. Zhao Ritian took first place in the first stage of the Great Illusory Heart Array. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian immediately smiled proudly. Then, he leaped up and stood in front of Master Wine. You must be Ling Xiao? The Illusionary Heart Great Array's performance was very good. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 10. Master Jiao looked at Zhao Ritian curiously. Zhao Ritian's expression froze. He felt a little depressed. Back then, he had impersonated Ling Zhao's name out of mischief. Now, he finally felt awkward. However, he still smiled proudly and said, Greetings, Master Wine. I will definitely be the alchemy champion this time. Seeing how confident Zhao Ritian was, Master Jiao shook his head and smiled. That's right. It's good to be confident. What kind of spirit herbs do you need? I need, Zhao Ritian immediately said the names of the 100 spirit herbs he needed. However, his voice was very weak. No one could hear him. No one knew what spirit herbs Zhao Ritian had chosen. When Master Jiao heard Zhao Ritian's request, he quickly knew what kind of elixir Zhao Ritian was going to concoct. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. You want to concoct that kind of elixir? Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? There's no need to reconsider. I want these spirit herbs. Zhao Ritian said stubbornly. All right. Here are the spirit herbs you need. Keep them well. If you fail, you won't have a second chance. Master Jiao did not try to persuade Zhao Ritian anymore. He passed the spirit herbs Zhao Ritian needed to refine. Zhao Ritian's body suddenly flashed. He chose a stone platform in the void and sat down with his legs crossed. The second person was Zhuo Bufan. Zhuo Bufan's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Zhao Ritian. Obviously, he had already regarded Zhao Ritian as his opponent. However, his expression was calm. After bowing respectfully to Master Jiao, he also sat down on the stone platform after receiving his spirit herbs. Following them were Lu Wenlong, Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, and the others. Ling Xiao was ranked 10th. After all, he was delayed in the Illusory Heart Great Array, so his ranking was not near the front. Naturally, he was not as dazzling as Zhao Ritian and Zhuo Bufan. Everyone's eyes fell on the top 10 people. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. It was as if they were thinking about who would be the champion of the alchemy competition this time. After all, these 10 people were very likely to be the top 10 of the Grand Alchemy Competition. Therefore, the champion of the alchemy competition could very well be one of these 10 people. I think the champion of the alchemy competition this time will definitely be Zhuo Bufan. He is the personal disciple of the mountain master of Pill Talisman. It is said that although his cultivation has yet to become a sage, in terms of alchemy, he can already refine the supreme divine pill. That's right. I also feel that Zhuo Bufan is the most likely winner. That Ling Zhao's talent is also very good. It is said that he refined the 5 elements divine pill and was certified as a 9-star alchemy grandmaster. Moreover, he walked out of the illusory heart formation before Zhuo Bufan. That's right. This Ling Zhao's talent is even more dazzling than Zhao Ritian's. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid the champion of the alchemy competition will be between Shui Bufan and Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Lu Wenlong, Xiao Rui, and Huang Xuanzong's talent is also very good. Their strength in alchemy is extremely strong. However, they are still weaker than Shui Bufan and Ling Xiao. That's right. Lin Xi's talent in alchemy is also extremely strong. However, she is participating in the talisman competition this time. Otherwise, she might be able to compete with Shui Bufan and Ling Xiao for the championship. Everyone stared at the 1,000 figures in the void and discussed animatedly. However, most of their gazes fell on Shui Bufan and Zhao Ritian. After all, not only were Shui Bufan and Zhao Ritian's strength extraordinary, their appearances and bearing were also extraordinary. The two of them sat there as if they were the center of heaven and earth, attracting more than half of everyone's attention. The champion of the alchemy competition this time will definitely be Big Brother Zhao Ritian. A crisp voice was heard, appearing extremely abrupt. Everyone could not help but look over curiously. They realized that it was a little monk carved out of jade. His hands were clasped together as he stood between Lin Xi and Jin Sei with his head lowered. He looked extremely cute. Little monk, a monk doesn't lie. Are you so sure that Zhao Ritian will win? Not to mention Shui Bufan and Ling Xiao, even Lu Wenlong and Xiao Rui are extremely strong. Lin Xi looked at the little monk in surprise. The champion of the alchemy competition will definitely be Big Brother Zhao Ritian. Shui Bufan and Ling Xiao can't do it. They will lose. Everyone was speechless. Where did this little monk come from? Why was he so confident in Zhao Ritian? If it weren't for Lin Xi and Jin Sei, everyone would have started mocking Ling Yun. I also believe that he'll win. What Lin Xi didn't expect was that Jin Sei also raised her head and said calmly. The two of you, even if you're related to Zhao Ritian, you can't believe him without any reason, right? You don't know how powerful Shui Bufan is, and you don't know how powerful the mystical heaven origin fire is. Lin Xi smiled bitterly. He had already guessed Ling Zhao's identity. He knew that Ling Xiao was the battle hall master of the war god temple, not a descendant of some hidden ancient clan. Although Ling Zhao's attainments in alchemy were good, Lin Xi felt that he had used a trick to reach the level of a 9-star alchemist grandmaster. Although he had a good impression of Ling Xiao, his rationality told him that Ling Zhao's chances of becoming the alchemy champion were slim. Rumble, just as everyone was discussing, wind and thunder rumbled in the void. Flames burned fiercely. The flames on the high platforms began to burn. The alchemy cauldrons shone brightly as more than 1,000 alchemists began to refine pills. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted. The alchemy cauldrons on the high platforms were all top-notch sage-level treasures. They were all of the same quality. For the sake of fairness, they used the same alchemy cauldrons. However, there was no such thing as absolute fairness. Although the alchemy cauldrons were the same, the quality of the pills refined would naturally be different if one had a powerful divine flame, saint flame, or even origin fire. In the void, the alchemy cauldrons began to glow. Flames surrounded them. Although most of them were divine flames, there were still more than a dozen saint flames. They were filled with powerful saint aura and looked extremely extraordinary. Ling Xiao chose a stone platform at the edge. He didn't stand out like Zhao Ritian and Shui Bufan. He directly chose the 2 stone platforms in the center. The alchemy cauldrons on the stone platforms were crimson red. There were strange runes on them. With a flick of his finger, an incomparably crisp and mysterious sound was heard. It seemed ethereal and clear. Ling Xiao directly sat down in front of the alchemy cauldrons and prepared to refine pills. This time, he wanted to refine the Saint Spirit pill, and the main ingredient he needed was the origin saint herb he'd gathered in the minor pill talisman realm, the stalagmite Saint Spirit flower. There were 9 grades of sacred elixirs. The Saint Spirit elixir could be considered a 2nd-grade sacred elixir. If one's alchemy skills were strong enough, it was not impossible to refine a 3rd-grade sacred elixir. Ling Xiao knew that in order to win the grand alchemy competition, one had to have at least a saint pill. If it was a half-saint pill, one wouldn't even be able to enter the top 10, let alone win the championship. The Saint Spirit pill was an ancient pill that contained the mysterious power of the Saint Spirit. Not only could it increase the power of the soul, but it could also increase the chances of becoming a saint. Ling Xiao could feel that although Lu Wenlong, Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, and the others were only 9-star alchemy grandmasters, they probably had the hope of refining a first-grade Saint Pill. If Ling Xiao wanted to win the championship, he had to at least refine a second-grade or even third-grade sacred elixir. Many alchemists in the surroundings had already started refining pills. In this void, many alchemists had been holding their breaths for a long time. At this moment, it could be said that each of them displayed their magical powers and displayed their trump cards. All kinds of alchemy techniques were dazzling. It's him? Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to refine pills. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly to rest. However, he felt two hostile eyes looking at him, and he couldn't help but be moved. Master Ziyang and Poison Grandma, the two of them actually chose to sit on the left and right of Ling Xiao. Their eyes were full of coldness. Although they only glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently, Ling Xiao still noticed the trace of killing intent in their eyes. You're courting death. If you really want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. He could feel that Master Ziyang and Poison Grandma were not here with good intentions. They probably wanted to do something secretly. However, Master Jiao, Tai Yunzi, and Xiaohong were all sitting cross-legged in the void. Vast holy path aura spread out like 3 brilliant suns, mysterious and unfathomable. With the 3 of them around, Master Ziyang and Poison Grandma naturally did not dare to act wildly. If they made the slightest move, they would be turned into dust. Humph. Poison Grandma looked at Ling Xiao with hatred and snorted coldly. Then, she turned around and began refining pills. Boom! Poison Grandma's palms slammed on the pill cauldron in front of her. Immediately, the pill cauldron spun and let out a clear cry. Then, black flames rose from her palms and enveloped the pill cauldron in an instant. A purple flame spread out from Master Ziyang's palms and also enveloped the pill cauldron in front of him. The runes on the pill cauldron were dazzling. As the pill cauldron's temperature rose, Master Ziyang also began to throw pills into the pill cauldron and began refining pills. Is that Poison Grandma's 5 poison sacred fire and Master Ziyang's purple sun sacred fire? The 2 of them are here as well? Someone cried out in surprise. Their gaze fell on Poison Grandma and Master Ziyang. Poison Grandma and Ziyang Venerable Master were both 9-star alchemy grandmasters. Moreover, they were extremely powerful. Moreover, they possessed a supreme saint flame. After all, among more than 1,000 alchemy grandmasters, there were only a few dozen people who possessed a saint flame. Therefore, when the 2 of them began to refine pills, some people immediately noticed them. Divine fire was the burning divine force of a godhood expert. It was formed by fusing with the laws of the Great Path. It contained a sliver of the power of the laws, so it was not particularly precious. However, sacred fire was extremely precious. It was formed by a true saint who had comprehended the origin of fire and condensed a Tao fruit of fire. Ordinary people would not be able to obtain such a Tao fruit of fire. Naturally, they would not be able to obtain a sacred fire. As for the origin flame, it was born from heaven and earth. It was naturally even more difficult to obtain. Poison Grandma and Master Ziyang definitely possessed sacred fire because they had obtained the 5 poison sacred fire and purple sun sacred fire Tao fruits. Only after refining them could they possess sacred fire. Both the 5 poison sacred fire and purple sun sacred fire are extremely powerful. I wonder what kind of pills these 2 are refining. Someone's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Is there even a need to ask? Poison Grandma has summoned the 5 poison sacred fire. She must be refining the 5 poison sacred pill. As for Master Ziyang, it's hard to say. Someone said without hesitation. The 5 poison sacred pill was refined using 5 types of poisonous insects and various heaven and earth spiritual herbs. It was said that anyone below the saint level who consumed the 5 poison sacred pill would die without a doubt. Even a saint would be severely injured. It was truly a poisonous sacred pill. Whoosh, a stream of light flashed in Grandma Poison's palm. Instantly, a few streams of light flew into the cauldron. Ling Xiao could see that they were 5 poisonous insects. They were a black scorpion, a silver ring snake, a 5-colored spider, a giant toad, and a 9-segment centipede. These 5 poisonous insects had strong auras. They were comparable to sage-level poisonous insects. At this moment, they were being used by Grandma Poison to refine the 5-poison Saint Pill. A strong fishy smell filled the air. Some of the alchemists around Grandma Poison could not help but frown. Their expressions turned ugly. Grandma Poison had offended several alchemists by doing this. However, although they were angry, they could not vent their anger. Ling Zhao's expression was extremely calm. It was as if he was not disturbed. He did not refine the pill directly. Instead, he closed his eyes and his heart became calm. All his attention was on the cauldron in front of him. Boom, after a moment, Ling Zhao suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of golden light shot out. He patted the cauldron in front of him. Suddenly, a vast sky-devouring fire exploded. The golden flame looked dazzling. In an instant, it enveloped the entire cauldron. The cauldron shone brilliantly. The runes on the cauldron seemed to come alive. The cauldron emitted a strange sound, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Whoosh, Ling Zhao directly opened the lid of the alchemy cauldron, and then a bright light flashed. He directly threw over 100 kinds of elixirs into the alchemy cauldron, and then closed the lid in an instant. No one saw what kind of elixirs he took out. What kind of flame is that? It doesn't look like a divine flame or a sacred flame. Someone stared at the sky-devouring fire that Ling Zhao had taken out and said doubtfully. The sky-devouring fire looked very mysterious. No one felt the aura of the divine power law or the fluctuation of the sacred might. Therefore, they could not see the origin of the flame that Ling Zhao had used. Hey, it is indeed a very mysterious flame. I can't see it either. Senior brother Jiao, do you know it? Above the void, Tai Yunzi saw the sky-devouring fire that Ling Zhao had taken out. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Tai Yunzi was the alchemy saint of Pill Talisman Mountain. His strength was unfathomable. His attainments in alchemy were extremely high. He knew a lot about the divine flames, sacred flames, and even the origin flames. However, he could not see the origin of the sky-devouring fire. I don't recognize it either. Perhaps this brat is hiding the origin of the flame. Unless he can bring out a wisp of flame, I won't be able to tell. But this boy's alchemy talent is extraordinary. I really have some expectations for him. A glint flashed across Master Jiao's eyes as he smiled faintly. Senior brothers, I don't know what kind of flame that is, but I do know that this kid is really daring. He actually put so many spiritual herbs into the cauldron at the same time. Isn't he afraid of the cauldron exploding? Xiao Hong said coldly as he looked at Tai Yunzi and Master Jiao. To refine so many spirit herbs at the same time, and there's even an origin sacred herb among them, this kid is either a madman, or he really is confident. I really want to see what tricks he has up his sleeves. Master Wine said with a faint smile. Rumble, however, what disappointed the 3 of them was that after Ling Zhao took out the sky-devouring fire and threw all the spirit herbs into the cauldron, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. His hands unconsciously activated the sky-devouring fire, and he began to refine the spirit herbs in the cauldron. However, what they did not know was that Ling Zhao's incomparably majestic primordial spirit power had already poured into the cauldron. He was monitoring every inch of the cauldron. The mysterious power of the sky-devouring fire had also entered the cauldron, separating the hundreds of spirit herbs and beginning to refine the essence of the spirit herbs. Everyone looked at Ling Zhao for a while, but they did not find anything special. They all looked away in disappointment. At this moment, Lu Wenlong, Xiao Rui, and Huang Xuanzong all took out powerful sacred flames. They were all alchemy geniuses, and their status was incomparably prominent. It was naturally not difficult for them to obtain some flame Dao fruit, so each of them had a powerful sacred flame. They all used various alchemy techniques, and the cauldron in front of them bloomed with resplendent light, as dazzling as the sun. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast, so no one could see what spirit herbs they took out, let alone guess what kind of pills they were going to refine. Boom, a resplendent flame bloomed, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It contained a trace of chaotic light, and it directly shot into the sky, forming an incomparably mysterious light pillar. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. On the centermost stone platform, Shuo Bufon's white robe fluttered, and his temperament was extraordinary. The corner of his mouth held a faint smile. At this moment, his hands were forming a seal, and a chaotic flame spurted out from his chest, pouring into the cauldron in front of him along with his hands. The cauldron trembled violently, like a small boat bobbing in the sea, containing an incomparably mysterious aura. The runes on the cauldron lit up one by one, and it looked even more mysterious and vast. That flame not only alarmed all the alchemists, but even the three saints above the void were alarmed. "That's the origin flame?" someone exclaimed, his voice full of excitement. "That's right. It's Shuobufan's Xiantian origin flame. He even took out the Xiantian origin flame. It seems that he has already locked in the champion position," an old man with white hair and a beard said with some emotion. This was a highly respected old man, known as the Heavenly Talisman Lord. He was a 9-star talisman grandmaster, and as soon as he spoke, everyone was immediately shocked. Previously, it was said that Shuobufan had an origin flame, but most people did not believe it. Now that they saw Shuobufan really take out the Xiantian origin flame, they were naturally incomparably shocked. The Xiantian origin flame, ranked 301st on the origin list. Perhaps most people did not know the specific effects of the Xiantian origin flame, but they only knew that the Xiantian origin flame was a great help to alchemy. Perhaps Shuobufan could originally refine a first-grade divine pill, but with the help of the Xiantian origin flame, he could refine a second-grade divine pill. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Shuobufan, and their eyes were filled with incomparable amazement and envy as they looked at the Xiantian origin flame. Even the surrounding alchemists couldn't help but feel a little affected in their state of mind. Boom. 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 Although the few alchemists only suffered some minor injuries, they were disqualified from the grand competition and were immediately eliminated. They then left the stone platform in the void with their faces covered in dirt. "The limelight has been stolen by this guy. Fine, I'll show you what Zhao Ritian, can do." Zhao Ritian, who was beside Shuobufan, was a little unhappy. He did not have the chance to show off, but Shuobufan had stolen all the limelight. Boom, a sharp glint flashed in Zhao Ritian's eyes as he clapped his palms together. Instantly, a blazing flame gushed out from his palms. It was like the rising sun, illuminating the mountains and rivers. It contained an incomparably terrifying power. Behind Zhao Ritian, a bright sun appeared and shrouded his entire body. The mysterious and vast flame surged into the pill cauldron, causing the pill cauldron in front of Zhao Ritian to boil. An aura that was not inferior to Shuobufan's erupted from Zhao Ritian's body. "That's Master Ling Xiao? What kind of flame did he summon? How can it compete with the mystical heaven origin fire?" Someone trembled as he looked at Zhao Ritian in disbelief. The flame that Zhao Ritian summoned contained an ancient, vast, and mysterious aura. It was not inferior to the mystical heaven origin fire at all. It was competing with the mystical heaven origin fire in the void, illuminating the entire void. However, what shocked everyone was that they could not recognize the flame at all. It's not the origin fire. The origin fire contains the complete origin energy. When it's born, it will cause the heaven and earth to resonate. Although this flame is very strong, it did not cause the heaven and earth to resonate. The Heavenly Talisman Lord's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw the crux of the matter. It's not the origin fire? What kind of flame is that? The sacred flame can't be this strong, right? Everyone was stunned. The sacred sun flame? No. The sacred sun flame can't be this strong. Where did this Ling Xiao come from? Above the void, Sage Taiyunzi frowned slightly. Another flame that he did not recognize had appeared. He didn't recognize the heaven-devouring fire that Ling Xiao had summoned earlier, but it didn't seem too powerful. Taiyunzi assumed it was some sort of divine fire or demonic fire. He was just curious, but he didn't care. However, the flame that Zhao Ritian summoned was not any weaker than the celestial origin fire. Even so, he still could not identify its origin. If it's not the sacred sun flame, could it be the legendary extreme? No, it can't be that kind of flame. Master Jiao was also surprised, which was a rare sight. A trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Rumble, originally, it could be said that there were hundreds of flowers competing in the void. Everyone displayed thousands of divine abilities and techniques. Flames rose and bloomed with endless brilliance. It could be said that it was a dazzling scene. But now, everyone's attention was on Zhao Ritian and Shuabufan. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Ritian's unknown flame or the mystical heaven origin fire, their pill refinement had become the center of attention. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. How far could Zhao Ritian and Shuabufan, these two heaven's chosen ones, go? Ritian, you're really a prodigal son. This is the extreme emperor fire left behind by the flame emperor. There isn't much of it to begin with. Every time you use it, there will be one less. It's just an alchemy competition. Why did you use the extreme emperor fire? Second uncle, who was in Zhao Ritian's mind, was about to scold him. This was the origin source left behind by the flame emperor in the flame emperor cauldron. Every time it was used, there would be one less. He did not expect Zhao Ritian to summon the flame emperor fire. Second uncle, I must defeat the B***starred Ling Xiao in this grand alchemy competition. Otherwise, I have a feeling that I won't be able to become a sage. In fact, if I can use the Flame Emperor Cauldron, I can refine a grade 9 divine pill for them. By then, the champion of the alchemy competition will be mine. Why would there be so much trouble? Zhao Ritian said nonchalantly. Just to defeat Ling Xiao? It seems like that brat has become an obsession in your heart. Oh well, to get rid of the obsession in your heart, it's worth it to waste an emperor fire. Second uncle laughed bitterly and shook his head. Hee, second uncle, just you wait. This emperor fire is definitely worth it. Didn't you see that I stole the limelight of the Xianxia origin fire? This time I must show Ling Xiao my prowess. Zhao Ritian said arrogantly. The speed of refining pills was very slow, especially when refining a flawless divine pill. One needed to be calm and carefully nurture the essence of the spiritual herbs in the cauldron. One even needed to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this 1 month, some alchemists had made mistakes in their operation, causing their alchemy to fail completely. After all, everyone only had one chance this time. Once they failed to refine the pill, it would mean that they were completely eliminated. However, most of the alchemists continued to refine pills. There were still thousands of stone platforms in the void. Almost everyone had reached the final critical moment. It was time to condense the pill. Condensing the pill was the most difficult stage in the process of refining pills. Refining the essence of the spiritual herbs was very basic. As long as one's primordial spirit was strong and one's fire control was good enough, refining the essence of the spiritual herbs was possible. The only difference was whether one could fully utilize the essence of the spiritual herbs. Condensing the pill was to gather the essence of the various spiritual herbs in the cauldron together to form a perfect structure. It was the biggest test for an alchemist. Kacha, clear and crisp sounds rang out in the sky. Immediately, the faces of the alchemists on the stone platforms turned ashen. This was because they had failed completely due to their mistakes in the process of condensing the pill. After working hard for a month, they still failed in the end. Rumble, however, the void was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds. Blazing lightning lit up the void, containing boundless destructive power. It locked onto a cauldron and an alchemist. This is the pill tribulation? A divine pill is about to be born. Someone exclaimed. Suddenly, an extremely excited look appeared on his face. The divine pill contained the origin of the great path. Refining a divine pill was like going against the heavens. Once the heavens sensed it, it would naturally send down a powerful lightning tribulation. The fact that the lightning in the void was so fierce meant that someone had refined a divine pill. Everyone looked over and realized that the person who had refined the divine pill was Lu Wenlong. Lu Wenlong formed a seal with his hands. His eyes were dazzling. The cauldron in front of him was emitting a brilliant light. An incomparably vast holy path aura spread out from it. The pill tribulation in the void had sensed that he had successfully condensed the pill in the cauldron. That was why it had come down. Kacha, dark clouds rolled in the sky and the lightning was dazzling. It was like a thunder dragon rolling in the sky, exuding a vast aura. It locked onto the elixir cauldron in front of Lu Wenlong. Lu Wenlong's elixir cauldron was trembling slightly at this moment. A fragrance filled the air, containing an incomparably mysterious aura. A golden lotus bloomed on top of the elixir cauldron, blooming with 9 lotus petals. It was like a flower of the great Tao, flowing with a gorgeous luster. It's the golden lotus saint elixir? I didn't expect Lu Wenlong to refine the golden lotus saint elixir. Although the golden lotus saint elixir is only a first-grade divine elixir, it is extremely precious. It can purify the primordial spirit and refine the saint force. It even has the possibility of being promoted to a second-grade divine elixir. Heavenly Talisman Xianxia exclaimed. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Previously, all the alchemists had hidden the spiritual herbs they had chosen during the refining process. Therefore, no one had been able to detect the elixir they had refined. However, during the process of condensing the elixir qi leaked out and the fragrance filled the air. Some experienced experts could tell what elixir it was just by looking at this. The golden lotus saint elixir is extremely mysterious and difficult to refine. However, whether it's a first-grade divine elixir or a second-grade divine elixir depends on how many elixir tribulations are descending. Someone nodded with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Divine elixirs were divided into 9 grades. A first-grade divine elixir could trigger more than 1 elixir tribulation, 9 elixir tribulations, and 18 elixir tribulations. It was a second-grade divine elixir. Legend had it that the most perfect 9th-grade divine elixir could trigger 81 chaos elixir tribulations. It was perfect and flawless. Even a saint king would not be able to resist fighting against such a divine elixir. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Wenlong. After all, he was the first person to condense the elixir and also the first person to refine a divine elixir. Lu Wenlong's expression was calm and indifferent. His hands were constantly forming seals. His powerful primordial spirit merged into the elixir cauldron and merged with the mysterious medicinal liquid. It was as if a golden lotus had bloomed, and even the shape of it appeared on the elixir cauldron. The golden lotus swayed in the wind, looking very lifelike. And in the center of the flower, a bright golden light flickered, as if a pill was about to take shape. The fragrance of the elixir permeated the air as Saint Path origins spread out from the golden lotus, causing the lightning in the void to become even more dazzling. The dense black clouds gave birth to a sense of oppression in everyone's heart. Lu Wenlong's talent in the Tao of alchemy is not bad, he should be able to refine a tier 2 holy pill, but it's still too risky for him to choose the golden lotus holy pill. Tai Yunzi's eyes flashed as he slowly said. You're overestimating yourself. The golden lotus saint pill is not an ordinary saint pill. After all, he is only a 9-star alchemist grandmaster. It is too risky. Xiaohong said expressionlessly. Risk? How could he stand out if he didn't take risks? I think Lu Wenlong's strategy is not bad, as long as he can refine a golden lotus holy dan, and also the preciousness of a golden lotus holy dan. If no one can refine a tier 3 holy pellet, then he will be the champion. Master Jiao smiled faintly. Although he had taken Lu Qingluan as his disciple, he was very impressed with Lu Wenlong's temperament. Perhaps Lu Qingluan's talent was not inferior to Lu Wenlong's, but his temperament was still slightly inferior. Since senior brother Jiao thinks so highly of Lu Wenlong, I think Lu Wenlong will definitely be able to refine a tier 2 golden lotus holy pill. Tai Yunzi chuckled softly. That might not be the case. Xiaohong said faintly. Boom, while the 3 sages were talking, Lu Wenlong's alchemy cauldron spewed out a dazzling golden glow. In an instant, a golden elixir soared into the sky, containing an incomparably mysterious spirituality. It was like a golden lotus that bloomed in the void. The golden lotus holy pill had condensed. However, the moment the golden lotus holy pill condensed, the pill tribulation that had been accumulating in the void for a long time also descended. A black thunderbolt that was as thick as a water bucket traversed the heavens and the earth, containing an incomparably powerful destructive force. The vast pressure was not weaker than the legendary Saint Tribulation, causing everyone to involuntarily focus their eyes. Crack, the black thunderbolt struck the golden lotus holy pill directly, and the incomparably terrifying destructive force seemed to want to turn the golden lotus holy pill into dust. However, the golden lotus saint elixir buzzed in the void, emitting a strange light. The golden light collided with the lightning, and sparks filled the air. The powerful lightning power directly integrated into the golden lotus saint elixir, making the golden lotus saint elixir spirituality stronger. Boom! Boom. Boom. The first pill tribulation did not do anything to the golden lotus holy pill, but the second, third, and fourth pill tribulation descended. The void seemed to have turned into a blazing sea of thunderbolts, containing an incomparably powerful pressure. It was incomparably terrifying. Thunderbolts traversed the heavens and the earth, striking the golden lotus holy pill. However, not only did the golden lotus holy pill not show any signs of shattering, but it also shone even more brightly, filled with spirituality. As the pill tribulation descended, the golden lotus holy pill passed through 8 pill tribulations, but the sea of thunderbolts in the void showed no signs of dissipating. Could it be that this golden lotus holy pill is really going to be promoted to a tier 2 holy pill? Everyone could not help but have the same thought, and their gazes became incomparably solemn. Under normal circumstances, a 9-star alchemy grandmaster could only refine a top-notch half-saint elixir. With a powerful saint flame, a special alchemy technique, and the origin saint elixir, there was a chance to refine a tier 1 holy pill, but the success rate was not high. Previously, everyone had only guessed that the golden lotus holy pill that Lu Wenlong had refined was only a tier 1 holy pill, but they did not expect it to look like a tier 2 holy pill. This kind of stunning alchemy talent made everyone incomparably shocked and impressed. Boom, the 9th pill tribulation descended. The thunderbolt was dazzling, but it still did not damage the golden lotus holy pill. Next was the 10th pill tribulation. The 10th pill tribulation was obviously stronger than the 9th. The thunderbolt contained a crimson color, and it looked extremely oppressive. When it struck the golden lotus holy pill, it was as if a blazing flame had erupted. However, what made everyone feel relieved was that the golden lotus holy pill had passed through the 10th pill tribulation. As expected of the Lu family's dragon phoenix, this Lu Wenlong's talent in alchemy is probably not weaker than the mountain master's disciple, Shuabufan. Someone exclaimed in surprise. That's right. It's a pity that Lu Wenlong doesn't have the origin fire. Otherwise, the golden lotus holy pill might be able to be promoted to a tier 3 holy pill. However, with the golden lotus holy pill alone, even if he can't become the alchemy champion, it won't be a problem for him to enter the top 10. It's still a pity. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he noticed Lu Wenlong's golden lotus saint elixir. He muttered to himself, golden lotus saint elixir? Lu Wenlong's talent in alchemy is indeed strong. It's a pity that the golden lotus hasn't formed the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. Otherwise, a grade 3 or grade 4 divine elixir wouldn't be a problem. I'm afraid this golden lotus saint elixir can only go through 16 pill tribulations at most. Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the Hunyuan alchemy saint and the Sun Moon alchemy sect. It was as if he had all the memories and experience of an alchemy saint. However, he knew that he couldn't force it. Even an ordinary alchemy saint might not be able to form the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, let alone Lu Wenlong. Rumble, although the pill tribulation in the void was extremely hot and contained an extremely powerful pressure, the stone platforms that the alchemists were sitting on all released a powerful defensive barrier that protected them from the interference of the lightning tribulation. When Lu Wenlong's golden lotus saint elixir went through the 15th pill tribulations, the sea of lightning in the void began to weaken. When the 16th pill tribulations came, the sea of lightning in the void had completely disappeared. 16 pill tribulations and a grade 2 golden lotus saint elixir. This is the limit I can reach now. It's a pity. If I can go through 2 more pill tribulations, it will be complete grade 2. Lu Wenlong nodded with a trace of pity in his eyes. After a month of non-stop alchemy, Lu Wenlong's face was still full of fatigue despite his profound cultivation and strong primordial spirit. Swoosh, when the golden lotus saint elixir went through the 16th pill tribulations, it wanted to fly away. Lu Wenlong instantly caught it in his hand and put it in a jade box that he had prepared beforehand. He then handed it to an elder of Pill Seal Mountain. Lu Wenlong's mentality was very good. He knew that he had done his best, so he didn't have any regrets. He looked very calm and only glanced at Ling Xiao before leaving the stone platform. Although Lu Wenlong knew that Shuabufan and Zhao Ritian were the most likely to win the grand alchemy competition, he was still filled with a special feeling towards Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao could create a miracle. Rumble, following Lu Wenlong's success, the lightning in the void was dazzling as many alchemists began to condense their elixirs. A month's time was enough for them to refine the pills that they wanted to refine. However, most of the alchemists were not as amazing as Lu Wenlong. Half of the alchemists had only refined a half-saint pill, and the other half had only passed 2 or 3 pill tribulations even though they had refined a saint pill. Such a divine pill could only be considered as a low-grade divine pill even among Tier 1 divine pills. Its quality was not high. Within the pill cauldron in front of Ling Xiao, a resplendent galaxy floated. At this moment, the hundreds of spiritual herbs had turned into hundreds of stars, revolving in the starry sky, emitting bright starlight, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Elixirs XSS divine elixirs. Saint elixirs saint divine elixirs divine saint elixirs divine. Elixirs divine. These hundreds of stars formed a very mysterious star atlas. They slowly revolved around each other as they absorbed and devoured Zhou Tian's energy. In the end, traces of purple qi were emitted and gathered above the sun in the center. Over the past month, Ling Xiao had used the devouring fire to refine these hundreds of elixirs divine elixirs as he guarded the star atlas in front of him. Although Ling Xiao could have condensed his elixirs long ago, he still did not choose to do so. Ling Xiao's hands quickly formed a seal. At the same time, he channeled a huge amount of primordial spirit power into the elixir tribulations. He split it into hundreds of streams and carefully observed the movements of the hundreds of stars. In order to refine the Saint Spirit elixir, Ling Xiao focused all his attention on the elixir tribulations. He even used the alchemy technique that Hunyuan alchemy saint used to refine the Hunyuan golden elixir. Celestial star convergence technique, this was the method that Hunyuan alchemy saint used to refine the Hunyuan golden elixir. It was also an extremely ancient method. After refining the essence of the elixir tribulations, it condensed into a star atlas and cast down a mysterious formation. It would produce a mysterious connection with the stars above and absorb their energy at the same time. That way, not only would the essence of the elixir tribulations be pushed to the limit, but it would also be tainted with some transcendental qi. By fusing with the energy of the stars, the pills refined in the end would often possess extremely mysterious effects. At the same time, Ling Xiao used a heaven-shrouding secret technique to conceal the presence of the celestial star convergence technique. As a result, no one noticed what alchemy technique he used. After devouring the energy of the stars for almost a month, Ling Xiao could sense that the hundreds of stars were almost full. Once they were completely full and could no longer devour the energy of the stars, it would be time for Ling Xiao to condense his elixir. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 2 loud rumbles were heard, and 2 extremely vast and majestic thunderclouds appeared in the void. Another elixir tribulation had descended, and it was 2 huge elixir tribulations. Everyone's eyes flashed. They found that Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong had condensed their elixirs at the same time. 2 bright elixirs, one black and one white, rose into the sky. In an instant, 2 extremely terrifying elixir tribulations descended. Xiao Rui refined the black jade rejuvenation pill. This is a very ordinary elixir pill. It can heal extremely serious physical injuries and also has a miraculous effect on the injuries of the primordial spirit. It should be able to become a second-grade elixir pill. I just don't know how many elixir tribulations it can cross. Someone recognized the elixir refined by Xiao Rui and said slowly. In comparison, Huang Xuanzong refined the Xian Pure Saint Elixir pill. This is a saint elixir that can increase the strength of the primordial spirit and even reshape the Tao foundation. I just don't know if it can become a first-grade or second-grade elixir pill. Although Huang Xuanzong's martial arts talent is good, he is still inferior to Xiao Rui in terms of alchemy talent. Yes, I think the Xian Pure Saint Elixir pill is only a first-grade elixir pill. Everyone looked at the thunderclouds above the void and commented. Although Huang Xuanzong was the saint son of the 5 elements saint sect and had extraordinary strength, this was a competition of alchemy. Many disciples of the Pill Talisman Mountain regarded the Pill Talisman Mountain as the holy land of alchemy and talisman in the world. Naturally, they wouldn't have a high evaluation of Huang Xuanzong. Rumble, elixir tribulations descended one after another. The Black Jade Rejuvenation Pill and the Xian Pure Saint Elixir Pill were both undergoing elixir tribulations. Moreover, the elixir tribulations became more and more dazzling. Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong's eyes were full of anticipation. Especially when they saw that the Golden Lotus Saint elixir refined by Lu Wenlong had actually crossed 16 elixir tribulations. Xiao Rui's heart was even more stifled. He wanted to defeat Lu Wenlong. However, Huang Xuanzong knew that his alchemy skills had already exceeded his expectations. Hence, he did not say much. Boom, the black jade rejuvenation elixir that Xiao Rui had refined had passed through the 10th and 11th pill tribulations. When the 14th pill tribulation descended, Xiao Rui's eyes flashed. He could clearly see that the thundercloud had weakened a little. His heart sank. Damn it! I can't lose to Lu Wenlong. Xiao Rui's face turned extremely ugly as he prayed in his heart. The black jade rejuvenation elixir that he had refined was originally easier to refine than the Golden Lotus Saint elixir. If the number of pill tribulations that he had passed was less than the Golden Lotus Saint elixir, he would really be embarrassed. At this moment, even Xiao Hong, who was in the void, could not help but frown. Obviously, he was a little dissatisfied with Xiao Rui's performance. Boom, when the 15th pill tribulation descended, the thundercloud in the void seemed to be about to dissipate. This made Xiao Rui's eyes twitch as his heart sank. Rumble, however, for some reason, the thundercloud suddenly trembled slightly. Before it disappeared, another pill tribulation descended from the void and blasted directly on the black jade rejuvenation elixir. The 16th pill tribulation descended, the black jade rejuvenation elixir had finally passed through the 16th pill tribulation. It was barely a draw with Lu Wenlong. This made Xiao Rui's face look better. Otherwise, he would really be too ashamed to face anyone. Even so, the black jade rejuvenation elixir was not as valuable as the Golden Lotus Saint elixir. Compared to Lu Wenlong, Xiao Rui was still slightly inferior. Master Jiao could not help but frown. He stared at Xiao Hong and said, "Junior brother Xiao, you are openly helping Xiao Rui. Do you really think that I don't exist?" With Master Jiao's eyesight, how could he not see it? The black jade rejuvenation elixir could only pass through the 15th pill tribulation. However, because Xiao Hong had secretly intercepted part of the heaven and earth essence qi and integrated it into the thunder sea, it triggered the 16th pill tribulation. Although Xiao Hong had done it very secretly and even deceived many alchemists below, he naturally could not hide it from Master Jiao, who was also a sage. Senior brother Jiao must be joking. I did not help Xiao Rui. It was just a coincidence. Xiao Hong said lightly. His expression was very calm as if he really did not do it. Xiao Hong, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Master Jiao frowned, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Seeing that Master Jiao was getting angry, Tai Yunzi laughed bitterly and said, "Senior brother Jiao, junior brother Xiao, please calm down. Don't let others see you as a joke. This is the pill talisman ceremony." After hearing Tai Yunzi's words, Master Wine stared at Xiao Hong for a while before he said coldly, "Don't let this happen again. If I find out that you've made a move again, don't blame me for being rude. Senior brother Jiao, you must have seen wrongly. I didn't do anything. A clean conscience is not afraid of false accusations." Xiao Hong smiled faintly. He didn't admit that he had made a move. Master Jiao wanted to say something, but his eyes narrowed. He saw a bright golden light shooting up into the sky from afar. Rumble, the cauldron in front of Zhao Ritan gushed with multicolored light. It looked dazzling. A golden pill flew out from the cauldron, exuding an incomparably mysterious saint aura. Is it the Sun Saint pill? Master Jiao's eyes flashed. His attention was completely attracted by Zhao Ritan. The golden pill was like a golden divine sun that shot up into the sky. It exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it was filled with flames. In the pill, one could faintly see the shadow of a three-legged golden crow. It spat out endless flames, as if it could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. This was the legendary Sun Saint pill, which contained the origin energy of the fire attribute. Moreover, the aura that this Sun Saint elixir emitted when it was born was far superior to ordinary Saint elixirs. Even Lu Wenlong's Golden Lotus Saint elixir and Xiao Rui's Black Jade Rejuvenation elixir were inferior. Rumble, the Sun Saint pill shone brightly. As soon as it appeared in the void, the wind and clouds in the sky surged. The lightning was dazzling. Thick thunderbolts were like mountains. Finally, they gathered to form a powerful pill tribulation that descended, When the pill tribulation landed on the Sun Saint pill, it didn't even make the Sun Saint pill tremble. The Sun Saint pill absorbed the mysterious thunderbolts contained within. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, one after another, the pill tribulations fell from the sky. The void seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning. The Sun Saint pill shone brightly, illuminating the entire area. This Sun Saint pill is probably going to be a second-grade divine pill that has survived 18 lightning tribulations. Someone exclaimed in surprise. 17 consecutive pill tribulations fell, but the Sun Saint pill didn't change at all. It only shone more brightly, and the shadow of the three-legged golden crow looked like it was about to fly out of the pill. A second-grade divine pill? I think the potential of this Sun Saint pill isn't limited to this. It might even become a third-grade divine pill. Heavenly Talisman Daoist's eyes flashed as he said slowly. A third-grade divine pill? After hearing Heavenly Talisman Daoist's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Even an ordinary alchemy saint would find it difficult to refine a third-grade divine pill. Was Zhao Ritian stronger than an ordinary alchemy saint? Was he still a 9-star alchemy grandmaster? Where did this guy called Ling Xiao come from? We didn't recognize the strange flame from before. However, its power isn't any weaker than the celestial origin fire. Now that he has refined a Sun Saint pill of such quality, how can we live? Everyone laughed bitterly in their hearts. They were completely shocked by Zhao Ritian. Rumble, at the same time, beside Zhao Ritian, a dazzling ray of light rose up. It was filled with 7-colored light and looked dazzling. Its aura was strong and unparalleled. It was not weaker than Zhao Ritian's Saint Sun elixir at all. It's Shuabufan. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with excitement. Shuabufan was the disciple of the Pill Talisman Mountain Master. He was a supreme genius in the Alchemy Dao and Talisman Dao. He possessed the celestial origin fire and was known as the person who had the highest chance of becoming the Alchemy Dao champion in this year's Pill Talisman ceremony. Naturally, Shuabufan was the center of attention. Now that he had condensed his pill, everyone was excited. Rumble, the 7-colored divine light was dazzling. The pill emitted a 7-colored light and a mysterious fragrance filled the air. Everyone couldn't help but be intoxicated. They felt like they were floating and their primordial spirits became clearer. What kind of divine pill is this? Someone asked. He couldn't recognize this divine pill at all. However, he knew that this divine pill was definitely extraordinary and terrifying. Could this be that kind of divine pill? Heavenly Talisman Daoist's body trembled. He seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. His voice involuntarily rose a few octaves. Shuabufan was dressed in snow-white robes. His black hair hung loosely behind his head. His temperament was otherworldly, and he had a divine aura. He had a faint smile on his lips, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. A pill floated in the void in front of him. It emitted a 7-colored light and had a mysterious luster. It seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with the stars in the 9 heavens. Beams of starlight descended and merged into the pill. The pill became more and more ancient, and its aura became more and more unfathomable. Esteemed Lord, what kind of pill is this? Someone asked curiously. Although there were many alchemists and talisman masters here, most of them did not recognize what pill Shuabufan was refining. 7-star Sacred Heart Pill. Heavenly Talisman Esteemed Lord took a deep breath and said solemnly. What? It's actually the 7-star Sacred Heart Pill? The 7-star Sacred Heart Pill that is said to be able to merge the power of the 7 stars and cleanse one's inner demons? Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The 7-star Sacred Heart Pill was a sacred pill from ancient times. Legend had it that when the pill was condensed, it could absorb the essence of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. It could cleanse one's inner demons and allow one to enter the state of enlightenment. One had to know that in order to become a saint, one had to go through many difficulties and dangers. The inner demons were even more terrifying. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. The 7-star Sacred Heart Pill was a supreme sacred pill created by the ballistic Holy Land in ancient times. However, legend had it that it had long been lost. Who would have thought that Zhuobufan would refine it? I didn't expect that Pill Talisman Mountain would have the pill formula for the 7-star Sacred Heart pill. Now, I'm afraid that the 12 immortal Holy Lands will not be able to remain calm. By then, with the help of the 7-star Sacred Heart pill, Pill Talisman Mountain's status will be able to take another step forward. Heavenly Talisman esteemed Lord exclaimed. Take another step forward? Pill Talisman Mountain is now the #1 sect below the 12 immortal Holy Lands. If they take another step forward, won't they be ranked among the 12 immortal Holy Lands? Someone exclaimed. Many people didn't dare to believe it, but they weren't fools. They knew that Zhuobufan had planned to concoct the 7-star Sacred Heart pill. Maybe this alchemy talisman ceremony was held to let Zhuobufan shine. In comparison, although the Holy Sun pill was also very precious, it was inferior to the 7-star Sacred Heart pill. After all, the Holy Sun pill did not have the effect of increasing one's Tao and becoming a saint. Looks like Zhuobufan is destined to be the alchemy champion this time. Someone lamented. They gradually came to understand that Zhuobufan was the most important person in the alchemy talisman ceremony. Even if they took out the origin source flame, it would still fall into Zhuobufan's hands in the end. Zhuobufan will definitely win this alchemy competition. In the void, Xiaohong's eyes flashed as he said faintly. It's actually a 7-star Sacred Heart pill? What a guy. I didn't think that senior brother Mountain Chieftain would be able to fool us as well. But then again, once the 7-star Sacred Heart pill is born, it's true that no one can defeat martial nephew Xue. Tai Yunzi smiled bitterly. That's not necessarily true. Master Jiao said slowly as he stared at the 7-star Sacred Heart pill for a while. Oh? Senior brother Jiao, do you think that there is someone who can defeat martial nephew Xue? Tai Yunzi asked curiously. The 7-star Sacred Heart pill is an ancient elixir. It is extremely difficult to refine it. Zhuobufan is only a 9-star alchemy grandmaster and has not stepped into the realm of an alchemy saint. Even if he has the celestial origin source flame, I'm afraid that he can only refine a grade 3 divine elixir at most. As long as someone can refine a grade 4 divine elixir, they will be able to defeat him. Master Jiao said slowly. A grade 4 divine elixir? Senior brother Jiao, you make it sound so easy. Even an ordinary alchemy saint would find it difficult to refine a grade 4 divine elixir. Although a grade 3 divine elixir and a grade 4 divine elixir only differ by 1 grade, the actual difference is like heaven and earth. I don't think that anyone can refine a grade 4 divine elixir. Xiaohong laughed coldly. Tai Yunzi thought for a while and nodded. That's right. Senior brother Jiao, although some of these alchemy masters are talented, it is impossible for them to refine a grade 4 divine elixir. Is that so? Let's just wait and see. Master Jiao smiled faintly and did not argue. Rumble, in front of Zhuobufan, the 7-star Sacred Heart pill also began to face the pill tribulation. Bolts of lightning fell from the 9 heavens. They looked extremely dazzling and contained an extremely terrifying aura. Its power was even stronger than the pill tribulation triggered by the Sun Saint. Elixir, at this moment, Zhuobufan had become the center of attention. 7-star Sacred Heart pill? Humph. So what if it is a 7-star Sacred Heart pill? I, Zhao Ritian, am the alchemy champion. Zhao Ritian glanced at Zhuobufan, who was beside him. His expression was ugly. He could feel the threat from Zhuobufan. The 7-star Sacred Heart pill was indeed more valuable than the Sun Saint elixir. If both of them refined grade 2 divine elixir, the Sun Saint elixir would definitely not be comparable to the 7-star Sacred Heart pill. If Zhao Ritian wanted to win against Zhuobufan, he had to make the Sun Saint elixir exceed the 7-star Sacred Heart pill by 1 grade. Whoosh, Zhao Ritian's eyes revealed a hint of pain. A wisp of golden flame shot out from his fingertip. In an instant, it turned into a golden rune and directly merged into the Sun Saint elixir. Rumble, the Sun Saint elixir seemed to be boiling. The surrounding flames rose up, blazing and dazzling. It contained a destructive energy fluctuation, as if it wanted to destroy everything around it. The Sun Saint elixir was like a heart. It floated in the sea of flames, continuously devouring Zhou Tian's energy. It became more and more mysterious and powerful. Bolts of lightning fell, enveloping the Sun Saint elixir. Because Zhao Ritian's actions were very subtle, and the flames in the alchemy cauldron had been surrounding the Sun Saint elixir, no one noticed Zhao Ritian's little movements. "You bastard, you actually used another wisp of extreme earthly fire? You prodigal son." Second uncle was so angry that he cursed. He wanted to go up and beat Zhao Ritian up. "Second uncle, the alchemy champion this time will definitely be me," Zhao Ritian said stubbornly. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Rumble, however, at this moment, another bright light burst out. The void trembled violently. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds were tumbling, covering everything. Only bolts of lightning could be seen. However, at this moment, hundreds of bright stars appeared. Mysterious pillars of starlight fell, surging into the alchemy cauldron below. "What's that?" someone exclaimed in surprise. Amidst the dazzling galaxy, the endless power of the stars surged into an alchemy cauldron. A golden flame burned within the cauldron, emitting a clear and ethereal aura. A young man in white sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy cauldron. His expression was focused as he slammed his palms on the cauldron, producing rhythmic sounds. "It's Zhao Ritian?" Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. They did not expect Ling Xiao to cause such a huge commotion even before he condensed the pill. This made them even more curious about the pill that Ling Xiao was refining. What kind of pill is Zhao Ritian refining? Why is there such a huge commotion? Everyone's hearts were filled with doubts. The alchemy cauldron in front of Ling Xiao was emitting a strange fluctuation that made them feel comfortable all over. It was as if all the pores on their bodies had opened up, making them feel as if they were floating in the air. "Esteemed Lord, do you recognize what kind of pill this is?" Someone looked at the heavenly talisman Esteemed Lord and asked. The heavenly talisman Esteemed Lord took a closer look and laughed bitterly. "This pill is very strange. I'm not very sure either. However, it looks like an ancient pill. Perhaps we will know the answer after the pill is condensed." Even with the heavenly talisman Esteemed Lord's vast knowledge, he was still unable to identify the pill that Ling Xiao was refining. This made everyone even more curious. Rumble, suddenly, the alchemy cauldron erupted with an extremely powerful devouring force. The starlight in the sky was instantly devoured by the cauldron like a whale swallowing the sea. Golden rays of light shot out from the alchemy cauldron. In an instant, a dazzling golden pill shot out from the alchemy cauldron and floated in the void. What kind of pill is that? Everyone could not help but look at it. The golden pill in the void looked as if it was cast from gold. It flowed with a brilliant golden light and looked extremely mysterious. A faint spiritual mist was enshrouding it and a clear sound could be heard faintly from it. It was very pleasant to the ears and it emitted a kind of rhythm. Following the rhythm, everyone felt their breathing and primordial spirits become calm. It was as if they had fallen into a tranquil state of mind. It was extremely mysterious. However, no one could recognize what kind of pill it was. Everyone couldn't help but look at Heavenly Talisman Shangren. Heavenly Talisman Esteemed Lord was stunned for a long time, and he couldn't help but blush. He smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know what kind of pill this is, but it must be an ancient saint pill." Everyone couldn't help but curse silently. Wasn't this nonsense? Terrifying thunderclouds had already condensed in the void. Bolts of lightning fell from the 9 heavens. Such a powerful pill tribulation was undoubtedly a saint pill. However, what shocked everyone was that Ling Xiao had concocted such an incredible holy pill that even the heavenly talisman Exalted Lord couldn't recognize it. "This fellow really surprises me every time." She also widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. Although she could not tell what kind of pill Ling Xiao was refining, she could tell that it was a pill that did not lose out to the Sun Saint pill. "I've already said that the champion of the alchemy competition this time will definitely be Big Brother Zhao Ritian," Little Monk said happily. Rumble, lightning fell from the sky. Although many people in the void had concocted saint pills and attracted the power of the pill tribulation, everyone's gaze fell on Zhao Ritian, Shuabufan, and Ling Xiao. This was because the saint pills that the 3 of them had concocted were the most powerful. It's actually the saint spirit pill? No wonder they couldn't recognize it. It's actually an ancient pill that doesn't lose out to the 7-star Sacred Heart pill. How did he get the recipe for the Saint Spirit pill? Master Jiao stared at the golden pill in front of Ling Xiao for a while and said in disbelief. Saint Spirit pill? Could it be the Saint Spirit pill that's said to be able to transform the primordial spirit and merge it with the great Tao? It's said to be able to fuse with the origin energy and help one become a saint. After hearing Master Jiao's words, Tai Yunzi's face was also filled with shock. That's right. Although the Saint Spirit pill and the 7-star Sacred Heart pill can increase the chances of becoming a saint, the Saint Spirit pill is more precious than the 7-star Sacred Heart pill. Master Jiao nodded and said. Although it's true that it's the Saint Spirit pill, Zhao Ritian's cultivation is only at the second revolution half-saint realm. Moreover, he doesn't have the origin energy. I'm afraid that even if he can refine the Saint Spirit pill, it'll at most be a grade 1 saint pill. Xiao Hong's eyes flashed as he said lightly. Let's wait for the results. Master Jiao smiled faintly and said noncommittally. He was filled with curiosity about Ling Xiao. Although he knew that Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't strong, for some reason, he had a kind of anticipation in his heart. Perhaps Ling Xiao could really create a miracle. Rumble, pill tribulations fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ritian's Saint Sun pill had gone through 18 pill tribulations. Then, the 19th pill tribulation fell. A grade 3 saint pill. Ling Xiao actually refined a grade 3 Saint Sun pill? Everyone exclaimed. Although they had already guessed it, they still found it unbelievable. Shuabufan's 7-star Sacred Heart pill has also gone through 16 pill tribulations. Ling Xiao and Shuabufan are both rare alchemy geniuses. I think after the alchemy talisman ceremony, Ling Xiao might be taken in by the alchemy talisman mountain. That depends on whether Ling Xiao agrees or not. Who knows, he might be the successor of some hidden sect. Everyone was discussing animatedly, their eyes filled with incomparable anticipation. At this point in the Grand Alchemy competition, the pinnacle of the competition had finally arrived. Everyone had no doubt that the champion of the Grand Alchemy competition would be between Zhao Ritian and Shuabufan. Moreover, Shuabufan had the highest possibility of winning. As for Ling Xiao, although he had refined the Saint Spirit pill, because his cultivation was too weak and he didn't have a powerful flame, not many people paid attention to him. However, as the pill tribulations fell, the Saint Spirit pill had also gone through 6 pill tribulations. Ritian, Ling Xiao is refining the Saint Spirit pill from the primordial era. You have to be careful. Second Master's voice rang in Zhao Ritian's mind. Zhao Ritian's face froze. He stared at the Saint Spirit pill in front of Ling Xiao and said in surprise, "It's the Saint Spirit pill? I didn't expect him to have such high attainments in alchemy. However, his cultivation is too weak. He won't be able to defeat me." That's not necessarily true. Don't fail miserably. Second Master said. Don't worry. My Saint Sun pill can definitely be refined into a grade 4 saint pill. Zhao Ritian said confidently. Boom. 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 It's already the 26th pill tribulation. Why is it still showing signs of stopping? Who is this Zhao Ritian? Shuabufan, who was not far away, was also paying attention to the Sun Saint elixir. However, when the 26th pill tribulation descended, even Shuabufan could not remain calm. After Shuabufan's 7-star Sacred Heart elixir passed through the 24th pill tribulation, the pill tribulation actually showed signs of dissipating. However, Zhao Ritian's pill tribulation was still blazing. Although the 7-star Sacred Heart elixir was more precious than the Sun Saint elixir, that was under the condition that they were of the same grade. If the Sun Saint elixir's grade surpassed the 7-star Sacred Heart elixir, Shuabufan would really lose. I can't lose. Shuabufan's eyes flashed coldly as he took a deep breath. When the 27th pill tribulation descended, Shuabufan finally saw the pill tribulation above the Sun Saint elixir showing signs of dissipating. He could not help but feel elated. If the Sun Saint elixir could stop here, it would only be a 3rd-grade sacred elixir. Shuabufan knew the huge difference between a 3rd-grade sacred elixir and a 4th-grade sacred elixir. Boom, however, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound exploded in the void. The lightning in the sky gathered together and formed a silver-white thunderbolt. It descended from the void and landed on the Sun Saint elixir. The Sun Saint elixir suddenly emitted a blazing light. Endless flames rose and a mysterious three-legged golden crow flew out from the Sun Saint elixir. The silver-white thunderbolt contained an incomparably terrifying destructive power. It collided with the three-legged golden crow and an earth-shattering divine light exploded. Chirp, the three-legged golden crow seemed to have come alive. It let out an incomparably clear cry and exploded in an instant. Then, it mixed with the endless flames and the silver-white thunderbolt and blended directly into the Sun Saint elixir. The Sun Saint elixir trembled violently and made a buzzing sound. However, it still withstood the power of the attack in the end, the 28th Pill Tribulation. This also meant that the Sun Saint elixir had advanced to a 4th grade sacred elixir. That was close. Zhao Ritian heaved a sigh of relief. He secretly wiped his forehead and said with some lingering fear. Originally, with Zhao Ritian's alchemy skills, even if he had the extreme earth fire, being able to refine a grade 3 sacred pill was his limit. After all, the difference between a grade 3 sacred pill and a grade 4 sacred pill was too big. However, Zhao Ritian was unwilling to admit defeat. In order to win against Shuo Bufan, he did not hesitate to activate a wisp of the extreme earthly fire's power, forcefully pushing the Sun Saint pill into a tier 4 divine pill. It was Shuo Bufan's turn to be dumbfounded. A 4th grade divine pill? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. A mere 9-star alchemy grandmaster was able to refine a 4th grade sacred pill. This was simply unimaginable, but it did happen right in front of everyone's eyes. A 4th grade sacred sun elixir. If Shuo Bufan can't refine a 4th grade sacred elixir, I'm afraid he'll lose even if it's a 7-star sacred heart elixir. Everyone looked at Shuo Bufan worriedly. Boom, after Shuo Bufan's 7-star sacred heart elixir had passed through the 25th Pill Tribulation, the thunderclouds in the void began to dissipate. After all, the 7-star sacred heart elixir was too precious and difficult to refine. It was already not easy for Shuo Bufan to reach such a stage. I won't lose. Shuo Bufan said word by word, his eyes revealing a hint of madness. Puff, he suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He clapped his hands in the void, and the blood emitted a faint golden light, turning into an ancient rune. In an instant, the rune soared into the sky and imprinted itself on the 7-star sacred heart elixir. The 7-star sacred heart elixir trembled slightly, and a majestic aura spread out. The stars in the 9 heavens seemed to light up at this moment. It's not enough. I must win, I must win. Shuo Bufan muttered to himself, his eyes filled with madness. Puff. Puff. Puff, Shuo Bufan spat out another 6 mouthfuls of blood, which turned into runes and imprinted themselves on the 7-star sacred heart elixir. It was as if 7 bright stars had merged with the 7-star sacred heart elixir. Boom, the 7-star sacred heart elixir seemed to have activated some kind of power. In an instant, endless starlight sprinkled down from the void, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently. The thunderclouds that were about to dissipate gathered again at this moment. The 26th lightning tribulation descended. After Shuo Bufan spat out 7 mouthfuls of blood essence, his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. However, his eyes were incomparably bright and filled with stubbornness and madness. Shuo Bufan used the blood spirit elixir upgrading technique? This guy is too stubborn, isn't he? Tai Yunzi's face changed, and he said with a wry smile. Although the blood spirit elixir upgrading technique can forcibly raise the grade of an elixir, Shuo Bufan has yet to become a saint. I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand such a powerful backlash from the heavens and earth. Master Jiao said with a sigh. Shuo Bufan placed too much importance on winning or losing. The blood spirit elixir upgrading technique had a huge backlash on the user. It was simply heaven-defying. Even the elixir saints rarely used this secret technique. Master Jiao did not expect Shuo Bufan to be so crazy. Boom, the 27th lightning tribulation liquid descended. However, Shuo Bufan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. As the vast power of the heavens and earth descended, his entire body shook violently. Is this guy crazy? Isn't the blood spirit elixir upgrading technique just an alchemy champion? Is it worth it for him to go to such lengths? Zhao Ritian was shocked as well. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This guy seems to have a special obsession with being the champion. The second uncle asked curiously. What a lunatic. At most, I'll give you the championship. Zhao Ritian muttered. Boom, finally, when the 28th lightning tribulation liquid descended, Shuabufan was covered in blood. His entire body was dyed red, but his eyes were filled with madness. He suddenly leaped up and grabbed the 7-star Sacred Heart Elixir in his hand. Ha ha ha. 4th grade 7-star Sacred Heart Elixir. I won, Shuabufan laughed loudly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he fainted and fell from the sky. The backlash from the Blood Spirit Elixir upgrading technique was not easy to withstand. If Shuabufan had not cultivated a secret technique, his strength was strong, and he had only triggered 3 elixir tribulations. Otherwise, he would have been turned into dust by the backlash of the Great Path. Swoosh, a grey-robed old man appeared in the void with a flash of light around him. He caught Shuabufan, who had fainted. The grey-robed elder was Shuabufan's subordinate and had the cultivation of a 9th revolution half-saint. After a careful examination, he realized that Shuabufan had only fainted and suffered some minor injuries. He heaved a sigh of relief and brought Shuabufan to the side for treatment. The crowd was stunned. Their attention was completely attracted by the 7-star Sacred Heart Elixir. The value of a 4th grade 7-star Sacred Heart Elixir had already surpassed the Sun Saint Elixir. Shuabufan had finally won against Zhao Ritian. It seems like the champion of the alchemy conference has been decided. It's Shuabufan. Hee, it's true that the goodies should be kept within the family. I knew that Pill Talisman Mountain wouldn't be so kind to take out an origin source flame. It seems like it was prepared for Shuabufan. That Ling Xiao is also very strong. If Shuabufan hadn't used some secret technique to forcefully upgrade the 7-star Sacred Heart Elixir to a 4th grade Sacred Elixir, I'm afraid that Ling Xiao would have won. The crowd discussed animatedly with different expressions. However, they were all certain that Shuabufan would be the champion of the alchemy conference this time. This bastard is really cruel to himself. He even used the Blood Spirit Elixir upgrading technique. I, Zhao Ritian, will let you be the champion. Zhao Ritian muttered gloomily. It was difficult for even an ordinary alchemy saint to refine a 4th grade 7-star Sacred Heart Elixir. However, Shuabufan had done it. This was beyond Zhao Ritian's expectations. Look, the Saint Spirit Elixir that Zhao Ritian refined has already gone through 16 pill tribulations? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. His voice was filled with disbelief. What? The crowd couldn't help but tremble as they quickly looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in front of the cauldron with a calm expression. The Saint Spirit Elixir before him was shining with golden light as it floated amidst the lightning. Numerous thick pill tribulations fell and exploded with blazing light. No one had expected that the Saint Spirit Elixir had already gone through 16 pill tribulations. However, the thunderclouds in the void showed no signs of dissipating. How is this possible? He's only a 2nd revolution half-saint. How can he refine a 2nd grade Saint Spirit Elixir? The crowd's eyes were filled with disbelief. The 17th pill tribulation descended. The light was incomparably scorching, containing an incomparably terrifying destructive power, causing the Saint Spirit pill to tremble slightly. However, in the end, the Saint Spirit pill devoured the lightning within the pill tribulation, causing the Saint Spirit pill to become even more dazzling. Master Wine's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Hong's eyes narrowed as he found it hard to believe. He even felt a burning sensation on his face as though he had been slapped. After all, he had just said that the Saint Spirit Elixir that Ling Xiao had refined was only a 1st grade Saint Elixir. Now, it seemed that the Saint Spirit Elixir wasn't even a 2nd grade Saint Elixir, let alone a 1st grade Saint Elixir. What puzzled Xiao Hong was that Ling Xiao was only a 2nd revolution half-saint at such a young age. He didn't even have a powerful flame. How could he have such powerful alchemy skills? The Saint Spirit Elixir was an ancient elixir. Even if Xiao Hong had the pill formula, it would take him a lot of effort to refine a 3rd grade Saint Spirit Elixir. Could it be that Zhao Ritian's alchemy skills were on par with his? Xiao Hong's face darkened at the thought of this. Boom, when the 18th pill tribulations fell, everyone felt their hearts tremble. In the void, the thunderclouds were still blazing. Bolts of lightning coiled around like lightning dragons. The Saint Spirit elixir was as bright and radiant as the sun. Boom. Boom. Boom, the 19th, 20th, and 21st pill tribulations fell one after another. However, it didn't affect the Saint Spirit elixir at all. It's already a third-grade Saint Spirit elixir. Could it be that this guy is also trying to refine a fourth-grade Saint elixir? She stared intently at Ling Xiao, her voice unconsciously trembling. She had thought that Shuabufan was destined to be the champion. However, it seemed that the outcome was still uncertain. Could Zhao Ritian really create a miracle? The champion will definitely be brother Zhao Ritian. Little Monk was full of confidence in Ling Xiao as he said happily. Boom, when the 26th pill tribulations fell, the lightning was dazzling. As the lightning merged with the Saint Spirit elixir, the Saint Spirit elixir became even more mysterious and unpredictable. The crowd was almost numb. They didn't dare to imagine where Ling Xiao's limit was. Could it be that Zhao Ritian really wants to refine a fourth-grade Saint Spirit elixir? The crowd couldn't help but have the same thought in their minds. No. The lightning clouds are starting to dissipate. It seems like the Saint Spirit elixir will stop at third-grade Saint elixir. The heavenly talisman lord's eyes flashed as he said. Everyone was taken aback and looked over. Only then did they realize that the thunderclouds in the sky had indeed become a lot fainter. Moreover, endless lightning was rising. In the end, it all turned into a blazing pill tribulation that descended from the sky. Gotcha, when the 27th pill tribulation landed on the Saint Spirit elixir, the lightning clouds in the sky started to dissipate. 27 pill tribulations and a third-grade Saint elixir. Like I said, how could it be so easy to refine a fourth-grade Saint elixir? Someone heaved a sigh of relief. A third-grade Saint elixir was still acceptable. However, if Ling Xiao managed to refine a fourth-grade Saint elixir, it would be hard to say who would be the champion. Xiaohong also heaved a sigh of relief. He said calmly, even though a third-grade Saint Spirit elixir isn't bad, it's not going to be the champion. Xiaohong finally managed to save some face. If Ling Xiao really managed to refine a fourth-grade Saint Spirit elixir, he would really be embarrassed. The result was something that he could barely accept. Third-grade Saint Spirit elixir? He seemed to have expected this outcome. However, bolts of lightning began to rise from his palm as if he had summoned the power of the heavens. In an instant, a blazing lightning dragon shot out from his palm and flew towards the Saint Spirit pill. Rumble, the blazing lightning contained the power of the lightning tribulation. In an instant, it enveloped the Saint Spirit pill. Then, traces of tribulation chi began to flow into the Saint Spirit pill. The thunderclouds that were about to dissipate suddenly trembled when they sensed the dense tribulation chi. The void trembled violently as a boundless heavenly might spread out. An incomparably powerful thundercloud gathered together once again. Crack, at this moment, the 28th tribulation chi pill descended. What? How? How? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The thunderclouds had begun to dissipate, which meant that the tribulation chi pill had ended. However, they only saw Ling Xiao unleash a lightning dragon that enveloped the Saint Spirit pill. Then, the heavens and earth shook. The thunderclouds in the void gathered once again and the 28th tribulation chi pill descended. They did not even see what Ling Xiao did before the thunderclouds gathered once again. What kind of secret technique is this? Tai Yunzi's eyes flashed as he exclaimed in shock. The so-called secret technique was a secret technique to raise the grade of the pill. It usually involved the laws of heaven and earth and was extremely mysterious. Just like Shuabufan's blood spirit pill upgrading technique, it used his own blood essence as a guide to resonate with heaven and earth. It forcefully urged the laws of heaven and earth to send down a tribulation chi pill to raise the grade of the pill. Although Tai Yunzi was a sage, he was unable to recognize what kind of secret technique Ling Xiao was using. This was because Ling Xiao did not use the secret technique at all. He used his own tribulation seed as a foundation. Under the cover of the heaven shrouding technique, he injected the tribulation chi into the Saint Spirit pill. Under the influence of the tribulation chi, a new tribulation chi was triggered. The tribulation chi was extremely mysterious. It was invisible and intangible. Those who did not cultivate the indestructible saint technique would not be able to sense it. Even if a sage knew of the tribulation chi's existence, he would not be able to detect it unless he was able to. Not to mention, Xianxia had also used the heaven shrouding technique. This Zhao Ritian actually knows the secret technique of pill refinement? I'm afraid even my pill talisman mountain doesn't have such a secret technique. If we can get our hands on it, our pill talisman mountain's strength will definitely increase greatly. A divine light flashed in Xiaohong's eyes, revealing a trace of passion and greed. The elixir upgrading secret technique was extremely precious. The blood spirit elixir upgrading secret technique was the only one in the entire pill talisman mountain. Moreover, only a few people were qualified to practice it. It was a secret technique that defied the natural order and was incomparably profound. But now, Xiaohong had discovered a new secret technique to increase his core. Naturally, he couldn't remain calm. That is, Master Zhou's eyes flickered. He suddenly thought of something, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Because his attention had always been on Xianxia, and his cultivation was far superior to Taiyunzi and Xiaohong, he discovered a trace of tribulation chi. He never thought that Xianxia would use such a method to force the Saint Spirit pill to break through. Rumble, even though Xianxia had used tribulation chi to activate the pill tribulation, it still caused a vast amount of heavenly power. The void trembled violently as the heavenly power pressed down on Xianxia. It was as if millions of ancient divine mountains were pressing down on him. Xianxia couldn't help but tremble as he felt the terrifying pressure. Just 28 pill tribulations isn't enough. Xiao's eyes were extremely bright. As the lightning in his palm rose, a few more strands of tribulation chi silently merged with the Saint Spirit pill. Boom, the 29th pill tribulation descended, the Saint Spirit pill began to tremble violently. From the 28th pill tribulation onwards, it turned into silver-white lightning. It contained an extremely terrifying destructive power, as if it wanted to turn everything into dust. Even with Xiao's protection, the Saint Spirit pill was unable to withstand such terrifying power. Xiao could already feel that if there was another pill tribulation, the Saint Spirit pill would reach its limit. Again. Xiao's face was a little pale. The majestic pressure pressed down on every inch of his skin, but Xiao still forcibly activated a few more tribulation chi. They directly rushed into the sky and integrated into the Saint Spirit pill. Crack, the 30th pill tribulation descended. It was an extremely blazing silver lightning. It was extremely terrifying and contained the power to destroy everything. In an instant, it lit up the entire world. The vast power of heaven descended. Although the alchemists around Xiao were protected by the boundary of the stone platform, they were still affected. They couldn't help but tremble as if they were struck by lightning. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and the pills they refined were instantly reduced to dust. No, miserable cries rang out one after another. The alchemists looked at Xiao with eyes filled with hatred. In an instant, their eyes turned blood red. Among them, Master Ziyang and Poison Grandma were the most miserable. They were the closest to Xiao and were at the crucial moment of condensing their pills. However, before they could start condensing their pills, they felt the terrifying power of heaven descending. Following that, two violent explosions rang out. Rumble, Master Ziyang and Poison Grandma's pill furnaces exploded with a loud bang. A month's worth of effort was wasted in an instant. Master Ziyang and Poison Grandma's faces became extremely ferocious in an instant. Their eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Zhao Ritian, I'm going to kill you. Poison Grandma shrieked. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She leaped up and smashed her huge dragon head walking stick towards Xiao. She was about to go crazy from anger. She had suffered a great loss at Xiao's hands in the small pill talisman realm. However, she didn't expect to be affected by Xiao in the last round of refining pills. Master Ziyang's eyes were also filled with killing intent. The horsetail whisk in his hand scattered 3,000 rays of light, shooting towards the Saint Spirit pill in the void. The two of them had originally made up their minds to secretly tamper with Xiao's pill refinement at a critical moment, causing Xiao's pill refinement to fail. However, before they could tamper with Xiao's pill refinement, the vast heavenly might that Xiao had drawn over caused them to suffer a great loss. No matter how scheming they were, they couldn't stand it at this moment. Shameless! Lin Shi and Jin Sei's eyes turned cold as they shouted coldly. Kill him. You have to kill him. Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong's eyes lit up as they shouted in their hearts. They couldn't wait for Venerable Ziyang and Poison Grandma to kill Ling Xiao. You're courting death. Master Zhou's eyes flashed. Master Ziyang and Poison Granny dared to fight in front of him. They dared to act so recklessly in the ceremony of alchemy talismans. It was a challenge to the dignity of Alchemy Talisman's mountain. He immediately waved his sleeve, and a blazing beam of holy light appeared, blocking Ling Xiao from the two of them. Boom! Just as Venerable Ziyang and Poison Granny were about to injure Ling Xiao, a surge of divine energy erupted and blasted the two of them away. Whoosh! Ling Xiao took the opportunity to leap into the sky. When the 30th pill tribulation dissipated, he grabbed the Saint Spirit pill in his palm. The Saint Spirit pill buzzed in Ling Xiao's palm, as if it had a spiritual nature. The resplendent golden glow dyed Ling Xiao's entire body gold, and the mysterious fragrance caused Ling Xiao to feel refreshed, as if all the exhaustion in his body had disappeared at this moment. The lightning that filled the sky slowly dissipated. Ling Xiao stood in the air. His robe was whiter than snow. The Saint Spirit pill was dazzling, making him look even more mysterious. After a month of sleepless alchemy, coupled with the last few alchemy tribulations, Ling Xiao felt very tired. The power of his primordial spirit was greatly depleted. Even though Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the Hunyuan alchemy saint, he was still very tired this time. However, the result was still very satisfying for Ling Xiao. A 4th grade Saint Spirit pill and 30 pill tribulations. He had already surpassed Zhao Ritian and Shuabufan. 30 pill tribulations and a 4th grade Saint Spirit pill. This is too inconceivable. Am I dreaming? The champion of the pill conference is actually Zhao Ritian? Someone muttered to himself as he stared at Ling Xiao's figure in the sky. His face was filled with disbelief. Yeah. I originally thought that the champion of the pill conference would be between Shuabufan and Ling Xiao. I didn't expect it to be Zhao Ritian. Dark horse, he's definitely a dark horse. I can imagine that after today, Zhao Ritian's name will definitely spread throughout the entire realm of the gods. With such a peerless talent in alchemy, I'm afraid that he will become a hot commodity. The 12 great immortal sanctuaries will not be able to sit still and will come to recruit him. Pill Seal Mountain has miscalculated this time. Everyone was discussing animatedly as they looked at Ling Xiao with reverence in their eyes. In this world, the strong were still respected. When Ling Xiao displayed his great talent and strength, everyone's expressions changed. A 4th grade Saint Spirit pill, a 4th grade Saint Spirit pill. He must have a huge secret on him. I heard from Xiao Rui that the inheritance of the primordial chaos alchemy saint appeared in the void sacred world. Could it be that Zhao Ritian obtained the inheritance? Xiao Hong's expression was originally extremely ugly. After all, he had been slapped in the face time and time again by Ling Xiao. He even had the intention to kill Ling Xiao in his heart. However, on second thought, he could no longer remain calm when he thought of the primordial chaos alchemy saint's inheritance that had just appeared in the void sacred world. His heart was burning with greed. The primordial chaos alchemy saint was one of the strongest alchemy saints in the ancient era. He was far more powerful than the alchemy saints of Pill Seal Mountain. Moreover, when he thought of the powerful inheritance and elixir formula that the primordial chaos alchemy saint had, Xiao Hong's heart became even more greedy. He must capture Zhao Ritian and find out the secret on him. He was now 90% sure that the primordial chaos alchemy saint's inheritance was with Zhao Ritian. When he thought of this, the displeasure in his heart disappeared. Xiao Hong was already thinking of how to capture Zhao Ritian and interrogate him for the secret on him. Guru Ziyang and Poison Grandma, who were sent flying by Master Jiao, could feel the vast saint's aura. They could not help but shiver and immediately sober up. Their eyes were filled with fear as they prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to attack Ling Xiao again. They did not doubt that Master Jiao would really kill them if they dared to make the slightest move. Even though they hated Ling Xiao to the extreme, they did not dare to make the slightest move at this moment. The fact that Ling Xiao was able to concoct a grade 4 Saint Spirit pill shocked countless people. However, it also affected some of the alchemists nearby, causing their efforts to go to waste. Originally, they wanted to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. However, when they saw Master Jiao siding with Ling Xiao, even though they wanted to curse in their hearts, they didn't dare to go up against him. Very quickly, the remaining alchemists completed the process of condensing their elixir. Among the thousands of alchemists, other than Ling Tian, most of them had only refined half-step Saint Spiritual pills. Less than 100 of them had refined a Saint Spiritual pill. Among these 100 alchemists, only 7 or 8 of them had refined a second-grade Saint Spiritual pill and above. This included Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, Shuabufan, and the others. The grand alchemy competition was considered to have ended. Master Jiao stood in the air and swept his gaze across the crowd. He said loudly, "This grand alchemy competition is considered to have ended. I will now announce the results of the grand alchemy competition. The top 10 of this grand alchemy competition are Shuabufan, Ling Xiao, Lu Wenlong, Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong. The champion of the grand alchemy competition is Zhao Ritian." Master Jiao's voice was extremely clear as it traveled into everyone's ears. At that moment, Shuabufan, who had been unconscious, slowly woke up. He happened to hear Master Jiao's words. His eyes widened as he struggled to stand up. "What? I am the champion of the grand alchemy competition. Who is Zhao Ritian? And Master Jiao, are you wrong? The champion of the grand alchemy competition is me, not Zhao Ritian." Shuabufan's face was filled with anxiety as he stared at Master Jiao. The champion of the grand alchemy talisman ceremony was too important to him. Even the second place was meaningless to him. Only the champion of the grand alchemy competition was something he had to fight for. Otherwise, he would not have used his blood essence to cast the blood spirit elixir upgrading technique to forcefully raise the 7-star sacred heart elixir to a 4th-grade Saint Spiritual pill. However, just as Shuabufan finished speaking, he felt that the people around him were looking at him strangely. "Young master, Master Jiao's announcement was right. When you were unconscious just now, Zhao Ritian refined a 4th-grade Saint Spiritual pill and passed through 30 pill tribulations." The grey-robed elder beside Shuabufan said awkwardly. His eyes were filled with helplessness. "What? 4th-grade Saint Spiritual pill. 30 lightning tribulations. Impossible, this is impossible." Pfft. Shuabufan's face instantly turned pale as he mumbled to himself. He seemed to have lost his soul, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted to one side as he fainted again. He fainted from anger? Shuabufan is too pitiful. A trace of sympathy appeared in everyone's eyes. Anyone who heard this result would have fainted from anger. After all, to see the alchemy champion get his hands on the championship, and then watch it slip away, this kind of huge blow was not something an ordinary person could bear. The grand alchemy competition had ended. No one had expected Ling Xiao to become a dark horse. He had emerged from the crowd of alchemists and won the grand alchemy competition. Zhao Ritian and Shuabufan, who were favored by everyone, had lost without a doubt. Shuabufan was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. Buzz, a light flashed in Master Jiao's palm, and a black flame appeared instantly. It contained a terrifying destructive power that seemed to be able to corrode everything. "Zhao Ritian, this is the reward for the grand alchemy competition, the bone-chilling flame." Master Jiao smiled faintly. He then placed the bone-chilling flame in a white jade bottle and handed it to Ling Xiao. "What? It's the bone-chilling flame? I heard that the bone-chilling flame is ranked 340th on the origin source list. It's the origin source flame that was born in the land of Extreme. It can corrode everything and is extremely terrifying." Everyone was shocked when they saw the bone-chilling flame in Master Jiao's palm. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the bone-chilling flame was not ranked as high as the Xianxia origin source flame, it was extremely rare. It contained the origin source of Extreme, and its attack power was extremely terrifying. Even a saint would not want to be contaminated by the bone-chilling flame. I heard that the origin source flames can devour each other to evolve. If Shuabufan obtains the bone-chilling flame, he might be able to evolve the Xianxia origin source flame even more. What a pity. Devour to evolve? You're thinking too much. The origin source flames are all rare treasures. Even if a higher-ranked origin source flame wants to devour a lower-ranked origin source flame, the conditions are extremely harsh. The success rate is extremely low. Otherwise, Pill Talisman Mountain would have given the bone-chilling flame to Shuabufan. This is the bone-chilling flame. Even many alchemy saints don't have the origin source flame. I'm afraid Pill Talisman Mountain has miscalculated this time. Everyone stared at the bone-chilling flame in disgust. Fortunately, Shuabufan had fainted. Otherwise, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Shuabufan had already regarded the bone-chilling flame as his, but now it had flown away and landed in Ling Zhao's hands. Bone-chilling flame? Thank you, Master Jiao. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. He took the bone-chilling flame and bowed to Master Jiao. You don't need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Master Wine said with a faint smile. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He could feel the heaven-devouring fire in his body emitting waves of desire. It was as if it desired the bone-corroding cold flame very much. If it weren't for Ling Zhao suppressing it, it would have directly charged out. Could it be that the heaven-devouring fire wants to devour the bone-corroding cold fire? Although he had heard that origin flames could devour one another, the sky-devouring fire was only on par with saint flames right now. He did not dare to take the risk and let the sky-devouring fire devour it. Moreover, now was not the time. Sensing the strong fluctuation of the sky-devouring fire, Ling Zhao planned to find a time to give it a try. If the sky-devouring fire could really devour the bone-corroding cold fire, it might be able to improve his sky-devouring secret skill, which had been stagnant for a long time. The top 10 in the Pill Dao competition this time possess the qualifications to enter the Pill Scripture Pavilion on my Mount Pill Talisman to comprehend the quintessence of the Pill Dao. Every single one of them will be able to obtain an ancient pill formula. Will all of you choose to head to the Pill Scripture Pavilion now or head there after the competition ends? Master Wine's gaze landed on Ling Zhao and the others as he spoke with a smile. I choose to head to the Pill Scripture Pavilion now. Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up as he spoke immediately. Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, and the others also chose to head to the Pill Scripture Pavilion now without any hesitation. Although they were all genius disciples of Mount Pill Talisman, they knew what the Pill Scripture Pavilion meant to them. Even with their status, they had only been there a few times. We'll head there after the competition. Lu Wenlong thought for a moment. He wanted to wait for the results of Lu Qingwan's Talisman Dao competition. Ling Zhao pondered for a moment and glanced at Xianxia in the distance. However, Xianxia seemed to know what Ling Zhao was thinking. She transmitted her voice to Ling Zhao, go to the Pill Scripture Pavilion. I won't participate in the Talisman Dao competition. This time, it's purely for Lin Shi. Alright. Xianxia, wait for me. Ling Zhao thought for a moment and spoke to Xianxia seriously. Ling Zhao did not know why, but he felt a sense of danger. That sense of danger forced him to choose to enter the Pill Scripture Pavilion in advance to find the pill formula of the Eternal Creation Pill. Ling Zhao participated in the Alchemy Talisman ceremony for the pill formula of the Eternal Creation Pill. As for the Pill Scripture Pavilion, it did not attract him. After all, the inheritance of the Chaos Essence Alchemy Saint and the Sun Moon Alchemy Sect were in Ling Zhao's mind. Although the Pill Talisman Mountain was known as the Holy Land of Alchemy Talismans, it had only obtained part of the Sun Moon Alchemy Sect's inheritance. I choose to enter the Pill Scripture Pavilion now. Ling Zhao said calmly. Alright. Next, I'll bring you to the Pill Scripture Pavilion. As for what you can comprehend there, it will depend on your luck. Master Jiao smiled faintly. Then, his gaze paused on Ling Zhao for a moment. Don't worry, Master Jiao. When I come out of the Pill Scripture Pavilion, I'll go to the 8 Treasure Lotus Merit Pool to search for Xiaoyu's soul. Ling Zhao knew what Master Jiao was thinking and transmitted his voice to him. I believe in you. Master Jiao took a deep breath and said. Although he had already advanced to the sage stage, he could not help but feel excited at this moment. Senior brother Jiao, you still have to preside over the Talisman Dao competition here. Why don't I bring them to the Pill Scripture Pavilion? Xiao Hong, who was standing in front of Master Jiao, suddenly smiled and said with a bright light in his eyes. You're going? Forget about it. I'll be back soon. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Master Jiao frowned slightly. He glanced at Xiao Hong and rejected him in the end. Alright. Senior Brother Jiao, come back soon. You still need to preside over the situation here. Xiaohong did not force him and smiled faintly. However, his gaze paused on Ling Xiao for a moment before he left without a trace. Eh? Xiaohong is hostile towards me? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. His divine senses were extremely sharp, and he instantly sensed the hostility hidden in Xiaohong's gaze. Could it be that the sense of danger came from Xiaohong? Ling Xiao thought to himself. I don't seem to have offended Xiaohong. Could it be because of Xiao Rui? Ling Xiao's thoughts turned, and he started to be alert. Come with me. Master Jiao said to Ling Xiao and the others. Then, he waved his sleeves, and a blazing light bloomed. The void in front of Master Jiao instantly broke open. The void turbulence surged, and chaotic fog filled the air. A void passage was formed in front of Master Jiao. Rumble, the surroundings were filled with mysterious light. The void was distorted, and chaotic mist rose. This void passage was extremely mysterious. It traversed hundreds of millions of miles of the void, as if it led to an unknown world. When Ling Xiao and the others stepped out of the void passage with Master Jiao, a bright light flashed before their eyes. An ancient and vast aura filled the air. They appeared in an ancient valley. There were a few towering mountains around them. They were majestic, ancient, and mysterious. They were hidden in the clouds, and blazing divine light rose from them. In front of Ling Xiao and the others, there was a 7-story glazed pagoda. It was glowing, and mist rose. It was magnificent. Although the 7-story glazed pagoda was only a few hundred feet tall, Ling Xiao and the others felt that it was not any smaller than the surrounding mountains. It was even more ancient and majestic. There was a golden plaque on top of the 7-story glazed pagoda. 3 ancient words were carved on it. Alchemy Library. So, this is the Alchemy Library. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The Alchemy Library gave him a mysterious feeling. It was like an extremely powerful holy treasure. The holy aura filled the air, and it made people's hearts palpitate. At the entrance of the Alchemy Library, 2 white-haired elders sat cross-legged. One was wearing a white robe, and the other was wearing a black robe. One was as hot as the sun, and the other was as cold as ice. The aura of the 2 elders was unfathomable. They were both sages, other than Xiao Rui and a few disciples of Alchemy Seal Mountain, Zhao Ritian, Huang Xuanzong, and the others were shocked. There were 2 sages. It was obvious that the Alchemy Library was extraordinary. When the 2 elders sensed Master Jiao's aura, they slowly opened their eyes. Their eyes were deep and filled with the vicissitudes of life. They immediately stood up and cupped their fists towards Master Jiao. Senior Brother Jiao, are these people the geniuses of this grand alchemy competition? Master Jiao nodded and said, that's right. Junior Brother He, Junior Brother Bai, the top 10 in the grand alchemy competition. Other than Lu Wenlong and Shuabufan, the other 8 are all here. I will bring them into the Alchemy Library to feel the origin of alchemy. Shuabufan was still unconscious. Master Jiao was ready to let him enter the Alchemy Library with Lu Wenlong. No problem. Within the Alchemy Compendium Pavilion, other than the 7th level, they could freely view the other 6 levels. However, each person could only choose 1 pill formula from the 6th level. You have 1 month's time. After 1 month, you will be teleported out of the Alchemy Library. The 2 old men looked at Ling Xiao and the others and said slowly. Junior Brother He, Junior Brother Bai, Zhao Ritian is the alchemy champion this time. He is qualified to enter the 7th level. Master Wine pointed at Ling Xiao. What? Isn't the Pill Dao champion this time Shuabufan? The black-robed old man and the black-robed old man also revealed a trace of surprise in their eyes. They could not help but take a deep look at Ling Xiao. That's right. The Alchemy Dao champion this time is him. Master Wine nodded and said. All right. He has the qualifications to enter the 7th floor. The black-robed old man and the white-robed old man suppressed the shock in their eyes and opened the door of the Alchemy Library. Rumble, the door of the Alchemy Library opened. Mist filled the air and light spewed out. Streaks of mysterious Taoist rhymes were emitted from within. Under the jealous and envious gazes of the crowd, Ling Xiao walked into the Alchemy Library. Following him were Zhao Ritian, Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, and the others. Try to stay on the 7th level for as long as possible. It will be beneficial for you. Before Ling Xiao entered the alchemy library, Master Wine's voice was transmitted into Ling Xiao's mind. The 7th level? Ling Xiao could not help but be moved. Could it be that there was a secret on the 7th level? Ling Xiao, how about you sell me your bone-chilling flame? As long as you're willing, I can use sage treasures or divine pills to exchange for it. Zhao Ritian suddenly approached Ling Xiao and transmitted his voice. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Ritian and said, Sage treasures? Do you think your sage treasures are comparable to my flipping sky seal? As for divine pills, forget about ordinary divine pills. If you can take out a grade 9 divine pill, perhaps I can consider it. Grade 9 divine pill? You. Why don't you just rob me? Zhao Ritian said angrily. A grade 9 divine pill was a supreme treasure that even sage kings would fight for. Although it might not be as precious as the origin source flame, it was too rare. If a grade 9 divine pill was used to exchange for the origin source flame, there would definitely be people who would be willing to do so. Then there's no need to talk about it. Zhao Ritian, don't forget about our bet. When we leave the alchemy library, remember to use your Supreme Emperor weapon to help me refine pills. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Bastard. Zhao Ritian said angrily and gritted his teeth. As soon as the bet was mentioned, Zhao Ritian felt his forehead cramping. This time, he thought that he would definitely win. He did not expect to lose to Ling Xiao in the end. Helping Ling Xiao refine pills was nothing. However, the bet this time made him extremely depressed. Looking at Zhao Ritian's furious yet helpless expression, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Then, he walked into the depths of the alchemy library. The first level of the alchemy library was about the most basic knowledge of alchemy. Most of it was about the refinement of divine pills and the principles of alchemy. Ling Xiao roughly looked at it and realized that it was useless to him. He then walked up to the 2nd level. The knowledge of alchemy on the 2nd level was much more profound. It was basically about the sage-to-be divine pills. However, it was still not attractive to Ling Xiao. They're heading to the 6th level? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He realized that Xiao Rui was leading Huang Xuanzong and the others to the 6th level without hesitation. They did not even look at the first few levels. The 6th level is all about alchemy recipes. Could there be something else? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he immediately quickened his pace. The 3rd level of the alchemy library involved the application of many principles of alchemy. It involved the origin of alchemy and the refinement of divine pills. Most of it was the cultivation experience of the predecessors of Alchemy Seal Mountain. There were also various alchemy classics collected by Alchemy Seal Mountain. Including the 4th and 5th levels, they were also incomparably profound alchemy classics. Ling Xiao only skimmed through them roughly and felt that the records in those classics were incomparably profound. They would be of great use to a real alchemy saint. I'd like to see what's on the 6th level. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. His eyes revealed a trace of brilliance. He temporarily suppressed his curiosity about those alchemy classics and ascended to the 6th level. The layout of the 6th level was completely different from the previous 5 levels. Within the 6th level, a series of resplendent balls of light floated in the void. They looked extremely dazzling, just like the stars in the sky. God knows how many thousands of these balls of light there were. Among those light clusters, there was an incomparably huge golden light cluster. It was like a blazing sun, exuding a mysterious and vast fluctuation. It floated in the center of all the light clusters. Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, and the others were standing in front of that light cluster at this moment. Their faces were full of excitement and anticipation. The golden ball of light was like a blazing sun. It emitted a dazzling radiance and a mysterious Taoist rhyme. Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, and the rest were sitting in front of the golden ball of light with their eyes closed. They were emitting a mysterious aura as though they were in a state of enlightenment. It was as though they were trying to comprehend something from the ball of light. What's this? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a golden radiance as he slowly approached the ball of light. He could see that there were mysterious runes in the ball of light that seemed to contain the truth of the great Tao. In the middle of the ball of light, there was a golden fruit the size of a fist. It was hidden between reality and illusion. It was very mysterious. It's a Dao fruit? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He just realized that the golden fruit in the ball of light was a sage's Dao fruit. The mysterious Daoist rhyme contained the truth of the alchemy Dao. This was a Dao fruit left behind by an alchemy saint. The Dao fruit was formed from the great Dao origin. If a sage-to-be wanted to become a sage, he would have to comprehend a great Dao origin and condense it into a Dao fruit to become a true sage. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that the Dao fruit was only the great Dao origin of a sage. For an existence like Pill Talisman Mountain that was not weaker than a saint ground, sages were not rare. There should even be great sage-level experts. Why would Zhao Rui and the rest place so much importance on a Dao fruit from an alchemy saint? Do you know what's going on? Ling Xiao asked when he saw Zhao Ritian standing in front of the Dao fruit. Of course I know. You don't know that this is an alchemy saint's Dao fruit? Zhao Ritian looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. I know that this is an alchemy saint's Dao fruit. But why would they place so much importance on it? Ling Xiao said snappily. You don't know, right? Hee, this isn't an ordinary alchemy saint's Dao fruit. If I'm not wrong, this alchemy saint's Dao fruit contains a trace of the great emperor's origin. Zhao Ritian said proudly to Ling Xiao. Great emperor's origin? Ling Xiao's body shook. The great emperor's source was the legendary power of a supreme great emperor. How could it appear in an alchemy saint's fruit? Ling Xiao could not help but activate the flipping sky seal. The extreme emperor's aura in the flipping sky seal flashed slightly. The alchemy saint's Dao fruit in front of him also emitted a strange light. Ling Xiao immediately understood. At this moment, the alchemy saint Dao fruit indeed contained the great emperor's origin. Otherwise, the extreme emperor's might and the cyclic sky seal would not have formed a connection with the alchemy saint Dao fruit. Ling Xiao understood that Zhao Ritian must have activated the Yan Emperor cauldron to sense the existence of the great emperor's origin. Hee, that trace of great emperor's origin is good stuff. If you could refine a trace of the great emperor's origin, it would be enough for you to break through to the 9th revolution half-saint realm. How about it? Are you interested? How about we snatch this alchemy sage Dao fruit? Zhao Ritian transmitted his voice. His voice was filled with eagerness. Snatch this alchemy saint Dao fruit? No problem. If you're not afraid of being hunted down by the Pill Talisman Mountain, you can go ahead and rob them. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said. The alchemy library was located in the Alchemy Talisman Mountain. It must be one of the core forbidden grounds of the Alchemy Talisman Mountain. Snatching the alchemy Saint Tao fruit was like eating arsenic for an old man who was tired of living. TSK. It's just 2 sages. They can't stop me, Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian laughed proudly. I know you have an extreme emperor weapon. However, with your current cultivation, I'm afraid you can only fight alone, right? Even if you can kill the black-robed sage and the white-robed sage, are you sure you can escape the pursuit of the other sages of the Alchemy Talisman Mountain? Ling Xiao glared at Zhao Ritian and warned him. He was afraid that Zhao Ritian would really run away after snatching the alchemy Saint Tao fruit. It's just a trace of the great emperor's origin. It's not worth my risk. If I'm not wrong, that trace of the great emperor's origin could be the alchemy emperor's origin. It contains the secrets of the alchemy Dao. You can try it out. It should be beneficial to you. Zhao Ritian snorted coldly. He looked at the alchemy Saint Tao fruit in front of him reluctantly. Then, he turned his head away and walked towards the light that contained the pill formula. The alchemy emperor's origin? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He had heard that the alchemy emperor was the ruler of the alchemy realm. He was an ancient antique that had survived from the primordial era until now. He was extremely mysterious as he had survived several great calamities. There were countless ancient and mysterious pills in the alchemy realm. Those pills could even transform into a human form to cultivate. It was a sacred place for countless pills. Legend had it that the alchemy saint pills that were refined had powerful spirituality. If they managed to escape, they would escape into the alchemy realm. Then, the alchemy emperor would bestow upon them supreme fortune and transform them into a human. It could be said that the alchemy emperor held the ultimate secrets of the alchemy Tao. Ling Xiao would believe it if the alchemy Saint Tao fruit contained the alchemy emperor's origin. However, most of the alchemy saints might not have seen an alchemy saint in their entire lives. What was so special about this alchemy Saint Tao fruit that it contained a trace of the alchemy emperor's origin? Ling Xiao had some doubts in his heart. He simply sat down with his legs crossed to see if he could comprehend anything from this alchemy Saint Tao fruit. Boom! When Ling Xiao's primordial spirit spread out and slowly probed towards the alchemy Saint Tao fruit, he felt a vast and mysterious aura gushing out. His primordial spirit seemed to have entered an extremely mysterious world. It was a world formed by flames and pills. Endless flames rose. Each pill seemed to have its own spirituality and lived on this land. They had actually multiplied into a race just like the human race. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit seemed to have transformed into the heavenly Tao of this world. He began to pay attention to every movement of the pills and flames and comprehended a trace of the alchemy Tao from them. No wonder Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong couldn't wait. It turns out that this alchemy Saint Tao fruit has such a magical effect. I'm afraid that even an entry-level alchemist can become an alchemy saint if he meditates here for a long time. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He could feel the mystery of this world. It was as if the alchemy Tao knowledge was like a torrent that constantly poured into his sea of consciousness and became a part of his memory. However, Ling Xiao had already obtained the inheritance of the Origin Alchemy Saint and the Sun Moon Alchemy Sect. Therefore, he didn't feel anything about the alchemy Tao knowledge. However, he knew that this alchemy Saint Tao fruit was indeed an incredible treasure. Just this alchemy Saint Tao fruit alone was enough to create a powerful alchemy sect. This was the foundation of Alchemy Talisman Mountain. This alchemy Saint Tao fruit was indeed not bad. It could be considered a great opportunity. Even for an alchemy saint, it was a very important reference. However, Ling Xiao already had the inheritance of the mixed Yuan alchemy saint and the Sun Moon alchemy sect. This alchemy Saint Tao fruit was nothing to him. Ling Xiao did not intend to waste any more time here. He was ready to find the elixir formula of the eternal creation elixir. According to Master Jiao, the elixir formula of the eternal creation elixir was on the 6th level. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, his primordial spirit suddenly trembled. He actually felt a very familiar aura from the alchemy Saint Tao fruit. Boom! The mixed Yuan Heart Elixir Sutra and the Sun Moon Elixir Sutra that Ling Xiao had already refined trembled slightly. Ling Xiao felt a strange fluctuation in his soul. The alchemy Saint Tao fruit seemed to be of the same origin as the mixed Yuan Heart Elixir Sutra. It caused the mixed Yuan Heart Elixir Sutra and the Sun Moon Elixir Sutra to tremble. Could this alchemy Saint Tao fruit have been left behind by an expert from the Sun Moon Alchemy sect? Ling Xiao was shocked. Only someone who had cultivated the Sun Moon Elixir Sutra could condense a Tao fruit that caused such a strong reaction from the Sun Moon Elixir Sutra. Perhaps I can try to investigate this alchemy Saint Tao fruit. Ling Xiao thought. The Sun Moon Elixir Sutra was the inheritance of the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. It had records of how to collect a Tao fruit. Especially the Tao fruit condensed by the Sun Moon Alchemy sect, it was of the same origin. It was not difficult for Ling Xiao. Buzz, with a thought, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit emitted a faint light. Ancient runes condensed, forming a mysterious scene of the sun and moon in the sky around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit slowly flew toward the golden Tao fruit. Ling Xiao's small movements were silent. Xiao Rui and the others were now in a state of cultivation. They did not notice Ling Xiao's primordial spirit approaching the alchemy Saint Tao fruit. Just as Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was about to touch the alchemy Saint Tao fruit, the alchemy Saint Tao fruit trembled slightly and a ripple appeared. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit directly. And it's an expert from the Sun Moon Alchemy sect. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Boom! His primordial spirit seemed to have entered a chaotic world. The surroundings were filled with blazing divine light. Flames rose, and chaotic mist permeated the air. This place was formed purely from the laws of the Great Tao, and it transformed into various mysterious scenes. If an ordinary person dared to let their soul touch the fruit, they would probably be instantly assimilated by the laws of the Great Tao within the fruit. However, Ling Zhao's primordial spirit was of the same origin as the alchemy Saint Dao fruit, so he was not affected at all. He immediately saw the deepest part of the alchemy Saint Dao fruit. There was a mysterious purple aura floating there. It was like a purple river of stars traversing the sky, emitting an ancient, mysterious, and vast aura. It was just a single strand of purple qi, but it gave Ling Xiao the feeling that it could crush the world. Even 1,000,000,000,000 divine mountains would not be as heavy as this strand of mysterious purple qi. Could this be the Pill Emperor's source? Ling Zhao's heart trembled slightly. Standing in front of the purple galaxy, he was like an ant looking up at a dragon. Naturally, he felt small and insignificant. The mysterious purple aura drifted, and it vaguely transformed into a human figure. His head was the endless sky, and his feet were stepping on the vast river of stars. He emitted an invincible aura that could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Ling Xiao felt his blood boil, and his primordial spirit trembled violently. Just sensing a trace of aura made his primordial spirit feel like it was about to collapse. Sensing the instability of Ling Zhao's primordial spirit, the wordless heavenly book trembled slightly. In an instant, it emitted a mysterious light, covering Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. The light from the wordless heavenly book blazed, forming an ancient book shadow outside Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. It seemed to be able to encompass the heavens, and it faintly contended with the strand of purple qi. At the same time, the wordless heavenly book emitted an extremely strong wave, as if it wanted to break free from Ling Zhao's control and fly towards the strand of purple qi, wanting to devour it directly. Ling Xiao had never felt such a strong impulse from the wordless heavenly book. It was as if the strand of purple qi was a supreme delicacy, causing the wordless heavenly book to be unable to hold back. Could it be that the wordless heavenly book can devour this Pill Emperor's source? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but loosen his control over the wordless heavenly book, wanting to let it try. Although Ling Xiao had a good impression of Lu Wenlong, Lu Qingluan, and Master Wine, he did not have a good impression of Pill Talisman Mountain, especially when he heard that Ji Feishuan was beaten into the demon burial abyss by ancestor Yuan Ling. If there was a chance to obtain this Pill Emperor's source, Ling Xiao naturally would not hold back, and he would not have any psychological burden. Whoosh! After the wordless heavenly book received Ling Zhao's permission, it instantly turned into a bright stream of light. A vast and mysterious aura erupted, like a devouring vortex, and rushed towards the strand of purple qi. Boom! The purple galaxy trembled slightly, as if it felt the threat of the wordless heavenly book. In an instant, it shot out billions of beams of divine light. Each beam of divine light contained an aura that could destroy everything. It wanted to completely destroy the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao felt his scalp go numb. He felt that each of the billions of divine lights was not weaker than the full blow of a saint. If Ling Xiao faced such a blow, he was afraid that even with the protection of the flipping sky seal, he would die without a doubt. As expected of the Great Emperor's source, just a trace of the Great Emperor's source had the terrifying power to crush a saint. However, the wordless heavenly book was not a saint, nor was it an ordinary saint path. Those blazing divine lights were instantly devoured by the wordless heavenly book, and a vast and mysterious power descended, as if to completely devour the strand of purple qi. Boom! It was as if an ancient great emperor had awakened from a deep sleep. An extreme emperor's aura that made Ling Zhao's hair stand on end spread out, mysterious and vast, as if to destroy everything. However, all the power of the extreme emperor's aura fell on the wordless heavenly book, as if it was careful. Otherwise, the alchemy saint's Tao fruit would not be able to withstand the extreme emperor's aura and would collapse in an instant. How dare you! A majestic and mysterious voice rang out from the purple qi. It was extremely terrifying, as if to shatter Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. Rumble! The wordless heavenly book and the Pill Emperor's source were in a stalemate. Divine lights bloomed between them, fiercely contending with each other. Endless power of law filled the air, drowning everything in the surroundings. Could that be the voice of an elixir emperor? Ling Zhao's heart trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. An elixir emperor's origin had existed in the elixir saint's Tao fruit for many years. How could it contain the will of an emperor? This sudden change made Ling Xiao extremely shocked. The wordless heavenly book seemed to have met its natural enemy. Although it unleashed a terrifying divine aura in an attempt to break through everything and devour the purple gas, it was met with a strong resistance from the emperor's will. An emperor could not be humiliated. Even if it was just an emperor's origin, it was not something that could be easily shaken. Although the wordless heavenly book was a chaotic treasure that surpassed an extreme Tao emperor weapon when it was at its peak, it was only in a severely injured state and was not even a billionth of its peak state. Therefore, it could not do anything to the emperor's origin. Buzz, the textless heavenly book floated in the air above the purple galaxy. The 108 pages of the book slowly unfolded. The 9-colored light was dazzling, and the chaotic mist rose. There seemed to be a beam of divine light shooting out from each of the 108 pages, converging into one and shooting toward the purple galaxy. The purple galaxy surged and the mysterious figure seemed to be enraged. Just as he was about to launch an attack, his body suddenly trembled. It's the wordless heavenly book. Since it's the person you've chosen, then take this origin source as my greeting gift. The majestic and mysterious voice sounded again. The purple galaxy calmed down in an instant. It was as if it no longer resisted. It turned into a mysterious purple light and flew into the wordless heavenly book. It recognizes the wordless heavenly book. Could it really be the will of an elixir emperor? Ling Zhao's heart trembled. Although that sentence was somewhat inexplicable, it vaguely reminded him of something. The elixir emperor's origin should not have been devoured by the wordless heavenly book so easily. However, because of the wordless heavenly book, the elixir emperor's origin gave up resisting and allowed the wordless heavenly book to devour it. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book shone brightly. The elixir emperor's origin seemed to contain a vast amount of energy. The wordless heavenly book started to emit dazzling rays of light as though it had eaten too much. Even the wordless heavenly book began to emit a mysterious power that surged towards Ling Zhao's body. The energy was extremely pure and vast, just like the energy that Ling Zhao cultivated himself. It contained the extremely vast origin energy of the ways, directly shattering Ling Zhao's already loosened bottleneck in an instant. Ling Zhao felt that the third nirvana tribulation was about to descend. Not good. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly woke up from his state of comprehension. Ignoring the others, he directly sat down in a corner of the 6th floor. A mysterious formation plate lit up in his hand, and it turned into a powerful formation in an instant, enveloping Ling Zhao. This was the heaven concealment array disc that Ling Zhao had obtained by chance. It could form a heaven concealment array. Although it did not have a strong defensive ability, its concealment ability was extremely strong. Once the heaven concealment array was activated, even a saint would not be able to see through everything within the array. However, Ling Zhao still felt that it was not safe. 2 more holy talismans filled with holy might appeared in his palm. One was the earth prison talisman, and the other was the heaven concealing holy talisman. At the same time, they shattered, forming a mysterious spiritual fog around him. After doing all this, Ling Zhao felt that the energy pouring into his body was getting stronger and stronger. He could no longer suppress it, so he immediately connected to the heart realm and entered the void temple. Ling Zhao naturally did not feel at ease breaking through in the alchemy library, so he chose to enter the void temple. With his various arrangements, even a saint would not be able to know that he had left the alchemy library and entered the void temple. Moreover, fighting was prohibited in the alchemy library. Even if Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong had malicious intentions towards him, they would not dare to attack him. In the Time Palace, Ling Zhao exchanged a large amount of holy liquid for 30 times the flow of time. Then, he sat cross-legged in the void and released the suppression on his cultivation. Rumble, terrifying lightning flashed, and Ling Zhao's body exploded with thunderous sounds. An incomparably dense tribulation chi spread out from his body. The boundless nirvana tribulation instantly erupted, a blazing divine light enveloped Ling Zhao. Outside the alchemy library, the black-robed saint and the white-robed saint opened their eyes at the same time. There was a trace of doubt in their eyes. What is Zhao Ritian doing? How did he set up a formation? Even we can't see what he's doing. The black-robed saint's eyes flashed. I just sensed a trace of a breakthrough fluctuation from his body. Could it be that he wants to undergo the nirvana tribulation in the alchemy library? The white-robed saint pondered for a moment and speculated. Undergoing the nirvana tribulation in the alchemy library? What a joke. This kid is really daring. The black-robed saint's eyes widened. He was not worried about Ling Zhao's life, but he was afraid that Ling Zhao's nirvana tribulation would destroy the treasures in the alchemy library. One had to know that this was the collection of Mount Dan talisman for hundreds of millions of years. All the alchemy classics were here. He should know what he's doing. Let's pay more attention. If the formation he set up is not broken, then so be it. If the formation he set up is broken, then we'll take action. The white-robed saint said slowly. Although he guessed that Ling Xiao was undergoing the nirvana tribulation, he could not stop him. After all, Ling Xiao and the others had a month to comprehend in the alchemy library. As long as Ling Xiao did not destroy the alchemy library, they could not chase him out. They could only place most of their attention on Ling Xiao. Eh? Could it be that this guy has broken through? Zhao Ritian was originally looking for the pill formula, but Ling Xiao's actions made him a little confused. Even if he has broken through, he can't surpass you. Don't worry about him. Go look for the pill formula of the Hunyuan Golden Pill. Mount Dan Talisman has obtained the inheritance of the Sun Moon Elixir sect. It's very likely that they have the pill formula of the Hunyuan Golden Pill. As long as you can get the pill formula of the Hunyuan Golden Pill, it's only a matter of time before you become a sage. The second elder's voice rang in Zhao Ritian's mind. All right. Zhao Ritian nodded and no longer paid attention to Ling Xiao. Instead, he turned around and continued looking for the pill formula. In the space of the 6th floor, there were tens of thousands of light balls. They represented the tens of thousands of ancient pill formulas in Mount Dan Talisman's collection. It could be said to be as vast as the sea. Moreover, there were many pill formulas that made Zhao Ritian drool. However, for the pill formula of the Hunyuan Golden Pill, he could only accept it. Damn it, I really want to snatch all these pill formulas. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the Time Palace, surrounded by divine light. It was as if a mysterious river of time extended to the end of the world. The Pill Emperor's origin had been devoured by the wordless heavenly book, but the wordless heavenly book seemed to understand the meaning of the last sentence of the Pill Emperor's origin. Although it was extremely eager for the Pill Emperor's origin, it still refined the Pill Emperor's origin and gave half to Ling Xiao. The Pill Emperor's origin was the Pill Emperor's comprehension of the Supreme Heavenly Way. It was the origin energy formed by gathering the fortune of the heavens. It could be said that it contained a trace of the power of the Heavenly Way. Now that Ling Xiao had devoured the Pill Emperor's origin, it was equivalent to devouring a trace of the power of the Heavenly Way. What kind of supreme fortune was this? However, even Ling Xiao himself didn't know what had happened to his body. Because the third nirvana tribulation had arrived, asterisk crack. Asterisk spiderweb-like cracks appeared all over Ling Xiao's body. It was as if he was about to shatter like porcelain. Strands of mysterious tribulation chi, invisible and formless, spread out from his body and enveloped him completely. In the end, his entire body exploded with a loud bang. Ling Xiao's entire body shattered into a resplendent rain of light. His entire body had turned into the tiniest of particles. He seemed extremely mysterious. Although he still maintained his human form, he seemed like he would shatter at any moment. The strands of tribulation chi continued to temper Ling Xiao's body. They contained a mysterious origin energy and slowly integrated into Ling Xiao's body. Chaotic mist pervaded the air. The light formed by Ling Xiao's shattered body was chaotic and mysterious, as if it encompassed the heavens. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk at this moment, a wisp of mysterious purple chi dissipated, and unceasingly integrated into that ball of light. That formidable nirvana tribulation was originally very difficult for Ling Xiao to cross. However, at this moment, the nirvana tribulation melted like ice and snow when it came in contact with the purple chi. The tribulation chi slowly integrated into Ling Xiao's body. The strands of purple chi also integrated into Ling Xiao's body, causing his originally shattered body to slowly fuse together in an instant. It was not just his physical body. Ling Xiao's soul, the small world in his body, and the various origins of the great ways that he had comprehended were all shattered. However, as the streaks of purple chi flowed, they merged back together almost instantly. Rumble, resplendent divine light gushed out as a vast and mysterious power rose up. Ling Xiao's entire body shone with purple light. Chaotic chi permeated the air around him, giving him a mysterious aura. The third nirvana tribulation ended just like that? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. The third nirvana tribulation came violently and left quickly as well. It was actually much faster than his usual nirvana tribulation. In just a few hours, it was over. Ling Xiao's cultivation had also broken through to the third revolution half-saint realm. Crack, Ling Xiao didn't even have the time to check the condition of his body. He only felt a vast and unparalleled force explode, and his entire body actually shattered once again. This is the fourth nirvana tribulation? Ling Xiao was instantly shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had just crossed the third nirvana tribulation. How could the fourth nirvana tribulation come? This is the power of the Elixir Emperor's origin? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. He finally understood how powerful the Elixir Emperor's origin was. It didn't take much effort for him to break through to the fourth revolution half-saint realm from the third revolution half-saint realm. Rumble, Ling Xiao's entire body was filled with blazing light. Tribulation Qi rose up. The fourth nirvana tribulation was even more dangerous. However, as the streaks of purple light flowed, his entire body seemed to be protected by a mysterious force. The fourth nirvana tribulation had ended. Next, the fifth nirvana tribulation broke out. In this way, Ling Xiao refined the power of the Elixir Emperor's origin while crossing the nirvana tribulation. His entire aura became more and more terrifying. An incomparably mysterious change was taking place from the inside out. Roar, roar, Ling Xiao's body trembled, and divine light rose. There was an ancient dragon's roar that shook the void, and there was a powerful beast's roar that reverberated in all directions. On his chest, a mysterious dragon's shadow appeared, and at the same time, there was a purple divine sun in his mouth. That was the tribulation seed formed by the indestructible saint technique. The foundation of Ling Xiao's body was the ancestral dragon's secret technique. Although he had obtained the 5 secret techniques of the 5 sacred beasts, his body only had the bloodline of the dragon clan. He didn't have the bloodline of the other 4 sacred beasts. Therefore, Ling Xiao mainly cultivated the ancestral dragon's secret technique. As for the white tiger secret technique, the true phoenix secret technique, the black tortoise secret technique, and the Qilin secret technique, he only cultivated a few of them. With the cultivation of the ancestral dragon secret technique, Ling Xiao had now reached the complete divine dragon body. However, the gap between it and the final level of the ancestral dragon body was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao wanted to turn his body into a saint realm expert. However, he knew that relying on the ancestral dragon secret technique alone wouldn't be enough. After all, the reason why it was so difficult to turn one's body into a saint realm expert was that there were only a few people in a macro world who could turn one's body into a saint realm expert. Therefore, Ling Xiao cultivated the indestructible saint technique at the same time. He cultivated the indestructible saint technique to the level of the leakless true body, which made his body even more powerful. However, the ancestral dragon secret technique and the indestructible saint technique were 2 different techniques after all. Therefore, there was no way to merge them into one. Previously, in the Void Saint world, Ling Xiao had inadvertently comprehended the true meaning of the chaotic body refining technique. Thus, he had begun to merge the ancestral dragon secret technique and the indestructible saint celestial appearance. However, that was only the beginning. Now, because of the Pill Emperor's origin, the ancestral dragon secret technique and the indestructible saint technique that Ling Xiao cultivated had completely merged into one. They were enveloped by the endless chaos and became a part of Ling Xiao. There was no longer any distinction between the two. Although Ling Xiao's body hadn't been strengthened by much, just the merging of the ancestral dragon secret technique and the indestructible saint celestial appearance was an unimaginable supreme fortune for Ling Xiao. Rumble. When Ling Xiao's body reformed once again, his body spewed out endless blazing divine light. A powerful force erupted from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao felt as if he could blast open the void in front of him with a single punch. An unprecedented feeling of power surged in his heart. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. 6 Nirvana tribulations, 6th revolution half-saint realm? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. 2 blazing divine lights flashed in his eyes. The void in front of him suddenly trembled. Although more than half of the Pill Saint's source had been devoured by the wordless heavenly book, only a small part of it had been sent back to Ling Xiao by the wordless heavenly book. However, this small part had allowed Ling Zhao's cultivation to directly break through to the sixth revolution from the second revolution half-saint realm. After crossing 4 nirvana tribulations, the saint chi in Ling Zhao's body was surging, and the divine light around his body was blazing. His whole body was brimming with power. After crossing 6 nirvana tribulations, Ling Zhao's vision of the world had become clearer. The 108,000 pores on Ling Zhao's body seemed to be swallowing and spitting out the essence of heaven and earth at any time and place. His whole body was in harmony with the great Tao principle, giving him a mysterious and holy temperament. After his cultivation had broken through to the sixth revolution half-saint realm, Ling Zhao's strength had naturally increased tremendously. However, the most important thing for Ling Zhao was the Pale Saint's source. It had allowed his ancestral dragon's secret art and the indestructible holy technique to completely fuse together. Ling Zhao's blood had turned purple gold, and it was full of mysterious, noble, dignified and ancient fluctuations. It made his every move contain unfathomable heavenly might. After the fusion of the ancestral dragon's secret art and the indestructible holy technique, I can be considered to have truly stepped on the path of the sage body. Although it's still far from the sage body, as long as I continue on this path, my body will become a sage body one day. Ling Zhao thought to himself, and his eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. This Pale Saint's source is really a supreme fortune. It's a pity that it can only be encountered by chance, and not sought. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can directly become a sage body with a few more Pale Saint's source. Ling Zhao thought to himself. With his original cultivation speed, it would have taken him a few years to break through to the sixth revolution half-saint realm. However, the Pale Saint's source had allowed him to break through in an instant. Ling Zhao had never thought that there would be such a fortune in the alchemy pavilion. Only a few days have passed? It should have only been a few hours in the alchemy pavilion, right? Fortunately, Ling Zhao opened his eyes and sensed that only a few days had passed in the flowing time palace. He originally thought that this breakthrough would take at least a month, but he had never thought that it would be so fast. Young lord, you actually broke through to the sixth revolution half-saint realm? Uncle Su couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the changes in Ling Zhao after leaving the Time Moon Hall. I was lucky enough to obtain an alchemy emperor's essence in the alchemy library. Ling Zhao didn't hide anything from Uncle Su. Pale Emperor's origin? Young master, you are indeed a person with great luck and good fortune. It was said that the alchemy emperor was one of the most ancient great emperors. He had survived the great calamity of an epoch. It was not easy to obtain his alchemy emperor source. Even a sage king realm expert would probably go back and fight for a great emperor's origin. Uncle Su lamented. Perhaps Ling Zhao did not fully understand the importance of the great emperor's source, but Uncle Su knew that it was extremely difficult for a saint king to take that final step. It was thousands of times more difficult than becoming a saint. Therefore, although there were not many saint kings in the divine world, there were still a few of them. As for emperor realm experts, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. The number of emperor realm experts in the 12 immortal sanctuaries could be counted with one hand. A great emperor's origin was an extremely important reference for a saint king. It might be able to help them understand their own path and take that final step. Young lord, you must not tell anyone that you have obtained the alchemy emperor's origin. Moreover, you have to hide your cultivation level. You can't let the people of Pale Seal Mountain see through you. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Uncle Su looked at Ling Zhao sternly. Uncle Su, don't worry. I know what to do. Moreover, I have the heaven-shrouding secret technique. They won't be able to discover my cultivation. Ling Zhao said with an indifferent smile. A mysterious aura fluctuated around his body. His cultivation of the sixth revolution half-saint was concealed. He still looked like a second revolution half-saint. Since you know, I won't say anything more. Young lord, please be careful. Uncle Su nodded. Thank you, Uncle Su. I'll take my leave first. Ling Zhao nodded with a smile. He then activated his heart realm and left the Great Void Temple, returning to the alchemy library. Buzz, with a flash of resplendent light, Ling Zhao appeared on the 6th floor of the alchemy library. When he opened his eyes, he immediately carefully inspected the concealment formation disc and the 2 saint talismans he had thrown out. He only relaxed when he discovered that no one had forced their way in. Ling Xiao removed the heaven-concealing disc array and the 2 saint talismans and walked out. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Why aren't you using your time to comprehend the alchemy saint's Tao fruit or looking for the pill formula? What are you doing? Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed as he saw Ling Xiao walking out of the array. He immediately asked through telepathy. Nothing much. I gained something when I was comprehending the alchemy saint's Tao fruit. That's why I need a quiet space to comprehend it. Have you found the pill formula you need? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Zhao Ritian did not know that the great emperor's origin that he had been thinking about had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. If he knew, he would not be as relaxed as he was now. You're being so mysterious. You can say that I found it, but it's just an incomplete pill formula. This pill talisman mountain is not that great. They don't even have a complete pill formula. Zhao Ritian said with displeasure. Oh, what pill formula are you looking for? It's incomplete? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. It's fine to tell you. I'm looking for the Hunyuan golden pill formula created by the Hunyuan elixir saint during the Antiquity Age. Zhao Ritian said nonchalantly. The Hunyuan golden pill formula? Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly revealed a strange look. He had obtained the Hunyuan heart pill scripture and it recorded the Hunyuan golden pill formula. Ling Xiao even had a Hunyuan golden pill with him, however, the alchemy library actually had an incomplete pill formula for the Hunyuan golden pill. It seemed like Pill Talisman Mountain had obtained part of the Sun Moon elixir sect's inheritance. That's right. However, this incomplete pill formula is not very useful. Refining an incomplete Hunyuan golden pill will at most allow me to pass through the Nirvana tribulation. It won't help anyone to become a saint. Oh right, what pill formula are you looking for? I've already seen all the pill formulas on the 6th level. I'll tell you where it is. Zhao Ritian said regretfully. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao curiously. I'm looking for the pill formula for the eternal creation pill. Have you seen it? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He did not hide it from Zhao Ritian and told him directly. The pill formula for the eternal creation pill? This is only a tier 6 divine pill. Moreover, the main ingredient, the snow lotus of creation, is almost extinct. It's very difficult to obtain it. Why don't you change it? I see that there are quite a few pill formulas for tier 7, tier 8, and tier 9 divine pills here. The eternal creation pill is very useful to me. I've already found the snow lotus of creation. Once we leave the alchemy library, I'll have to trouble you to help me refine the eternal creation pill. As for the other divine pills, I don't have any use for them at the moment. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You want me to refine a tier 6 divine pill for you using an extreme Tao Emperor weapon? You've got a good plan. That's the pill formula for the eternal creation pill. Go and get it. Zhao Ritian said gloomily as he pointed at a green ball of light in front of him. Thank you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then, he walked over and grabbed the green ball of light in his palm. Eternal creation pill. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit reached out and saw the words on the green ball of light. He knew that he had found the right target and could not help but feel excited. As long as he could refine the eternal creation pill, his 3 senior brothers would be able to recover their cultivation as sages. This was great news for the battle temple. Ling Xiao placed the green ball of light between his eyebrows. Immediately, the pill formula for the regeneration pill was imprinted in his sea of consciousness, including the various spiritual herbs needed, the refining method, the method of condensing the pill, the method of controlling the fire, and so on. It was very detailed. After obtaining the pill formula for the eternal creation pill, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally achieved his goal of participating in the alchemy talisman ceremony. Ling Xiao, why don't you go to the 7th level? There should be something good there. Zhao Ritian suddenly came up and whispered to Ling Xiao through telepathy. The 7th level of the alchemy library? I heard that it's the forbidden area of the alchemy talisman mountain. I'm planning to take a look. Why are you so concerned about it? You can't go there. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Ritian. Ling Xiao, let's make a deal. Can you bring me to the 7th level to take a look? Zhao Ritian said with a smile. The 7th level? The Alchemy Talisman Pavilion must be under the surveillance of the two sages. Moreover, there must be a powerful array set up on the 7th level. How are you going to sneak in? Ling Xiao said snappily. Hehe, I have a plan. I have a transformation technique. I'll leave a clone here to cultivate. Then, my real body will attach to your body and follow you to the 7th level. Zhao Ritian said with a smile. Transformation technique? Sure. If you can really deceive the two sages and the array formation on the 7th level, I don't mind bringing you to the 7th level. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao's heaven-shrouding secret technique was also a powerful transformation technique. However, Ling Xiao didn't have a deep understanding of transformation techniques and couldn't transform as he wished, so he rarely used it. Ling Xiao was also curious about what kind of transformation technique Zhao Ritian would use. Thank you. Don't worry, after we leave the Alchemy Book Pavilion, I'll help you refine the Revival Creation Pill. Zhao Ritian was overjoyed as he said to Ling Xiao. Rumble, just like Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian took out an ancient array disc and formed a powerful array that enveloped him and Ling Xiao. Mist filled the air and runes rose, containing an extremely powerful fluctuation. This is the Tianyi Great Array. Those two old fellows definitely can't see through this great array. Zhao Ritian explained to Ling Xiao. Then, with a flash of light, a stream of light appeared in his body and transformed into a body that looked exactly like him. The body then sat down with its legs crossed. As for Zhao Ritian, his body flashed and transformed into a white line. He inserted himself into the clothes on Ling Xiao's arm without making a sound. Even when Ling Xiao's primordial spirit covered him, he didn't notice Zhao Ritian's existence. What a magical transformation technique. What's the name of this transformation technique? If that's the case, I can bring you to the 7th level. Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. He was sure that Zhao Ritian's transformation technique wasn't any weaker than his heaven-shrouding secret technique. When Zhao Ritian transformed into a white line, he really did become a white line. It was a transformation of the level of life. It wasn't a simple transformation technique. It was extremely profound. This transformation technique is called the Tianyi 36 transformations. It can transform into anything in the universe. Don't worry, those two old fellows definitely won't notice me. Zhao Ritian's voice was transmitted into Ling Xiao's mind. It was filled with confidence. Tianyi 36 transformations? I've heard of it before. It seems to be a supreme sacred technique from the ancient times. You actually have such an opportunity? Not bad. Alright, let's go. Ling Xiao nodded and walked out of Zhao Ritian's Tianyi formation. Then, he walked towards the 7th level of the Alchemy Library. At the entrance of the 7th level of the Alchemy Library, there was indeed a 7-colored barrier. It was filled with mysterious light and the runes were extremely beautiful. Ling Xiao could feel that it contained an incomparably terrifying power. If he were to force his way in, he would probably trigger a backlash from the barrier. Ling Xiao stood in front of the 7-colored barrier. Then, he stretched out a hand and patted the 7-colored barrier. Buzz, the 7-colored barrier trembled slightly. In an instant, a light flashed and a passageway appeared. Zhao Ritian wasn't discovered. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he walked into the 7th level of the Alchemy Library. Outside the Alchemy Library, the black-robed old man's eyes flashed. Why did that guy copy Zhao Ritian and set up a formation? Is he trying to sneak into the 7th level? Impossible. You should know about the Rainbow Huanling formation on the 7th level. Even if he hides in a spatial treasure, he won't be able to enter. I think that guy should be cultivating. Moreover, I can feel that he's still in the formation. The white-robed old man's eyes flashed as he said calmly. That's for the best. However, the 7th level is extremely mysterious. It's a small world. We can't see what's going on inside. We don't know what benefits Zhao Ritian will obtain. The black-robed old man said slowly. That's a place of fortune. Everyone's fortune is different. Their opportunities are different. However, a month's time is still a little short. The white-robed old man said calmly. To be able to defeat Zhuo Bufan, Mount Dan Talisman can't let go of such a peerless genius. I'm sure the Mountain Master already knows about it. When they come out of the alchemy library, let the Mountain Master keep Zhao Ritian in Mount Dan Talisman. The black-robed old man nodded his head. Rumble, after Ling Xiao stepped into the 7th level, a dazzling light flashed before his eyes. Mist filled the air and he seemed to be walking through a mysterious tunnel. Not long after, the light in front of Ling Xiao changed. He took a step forward and arrived in an extremely mysterious space. This is the 7th level of the alchemy library? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. Ling Xiao was standing on a hillside, and in front of him was a vast expanse of land. There were continuous mountain ranges, towering ancient trees, and blooming exotic flowers and herbs. There were even all kinds of spiritual beasts running on the ground. Ling Xiao did not expect the 7th level of the alchemy library to be a small world. Ling Xiao stood on the hillside and looked around. This small world was extremely vast and he couldn't see the end of it. However, it exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. This isn't the real world. Ling Xiao's heart suddenly jolted as his eyes revealed a trace of light. A strange aura fluctuation appeared on his body. His heart realm was activated by Ling Xiao. His eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of 7-colored light. The world in front of him instantly changed. Rumble, the vast land, mountains, and ancient trees all disappeared. In an instant, it turned into a vast flame. The flame was blazing and dazzling as if it wanted to burn everything into ashes. Ling Xiao could feel the scorching aura, but with a thought, the sea of fire in front of him disappeared in an instant. Instead, an ancient primeval forest appeared. It was full of vitality, and there were mysterious flowers and herbs everywhere. The small world in front of him seemed to be able to change according to Ling Xiao's thoughts. It was extremely mysterious. Ling Xiao then understood that the 7th level of the alchemy library wasn't a small world. It was a heart realm that was hidden between reality and illusion. Is this a heart realm condensed from the mixed Yuan heart pill scripture? It seems like Mount Dan Talisman has obtained quite a lot of Sun-Moon elixir sex inheritance. Ling Xiao thought to himself. It was difficult for ordinary people to discover that this was a heart realm. Even if they could discover it, they wouldn't be able to make the heart realm change as they wished. Ling Xiao had obtained the mixed Yuan elixir saint's inheritance. Therefore, when he activated his heart realm, he discovered that this small world was the heart realm of an almighty expert. Interesting. The 6th level has an alchemy Saint Dao fruit that contains an alchemy emperor's origin. The 7th level is a heart realm. The foundation of Mount Dan Talisman really can't be underestimated. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Rumble, Ling Xiao's powerful heart force spread out and spread towards the small world. Ling Xiao cultivated the Great Void Heart Charm scripture and his heart force was extremely strong. Now that he had obtained the mixed Yuan heart pill scripture, he had the inheritance of alchemy Dao and talisman Dao. After verifying each other, Ling Xiao's heart realm became even stronger. Although it hadn't reached the prominent divine realm, it already had the power to interfere with reality to a certain extent. Ling Xiao wanted to find out what secrets were hidden in this small world. After all, the 7th level of Pill Talisman Mountain was a forbidden area of the alchemy library. Even the genius disciples of Pill Talisman Mountain were not qualified to enter. Presumably, it contained very important treasures. Ling Xiao, there's something wrong with this small world. This doesn't seem to be a real small world. Zhao Ritian, who was hiding on Ling Xiao's clothes, did not appear. After all, he was a little guilty of sneaking into the 7th level. Naturally, he became extremely cautious. Moreover, hiding it on Ling Xiao's clothes did not affect his observation of the 7th level. You noticed it too? This should be the heart realm of a powerful expert. Ling Xiao did not hide anything from Zhao Ritian and smiled. Heart realm? Could it be left behind by a heart saint expert? The legendary heart saint can create things out of thin air and kill people with a thought. Their strength is unfathomable. It is very difficult to prove one's Dao heart saint. It is not much easier than achieving the saint. Physique. Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up as he transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. You're right. This should be the heart realm of a heart saint. However, even if there were any treasures in the heart realm, they would have been taken by Pill Talisman Mountain long ago. I can't guess what they are trying to do by leaving this heart realm as the 7th level of the alchemy library. Ling Xiao nodded his head. What are their intentions? Isn't this a simple matter? Zhao Ritian smiled proudly. Oh, you know? Ling Xiao asked, a little surprised. Of course I know. Using the heart realm as the 7th level of the alchemy library is both a test and an opportunity. If a disciple of Pill Talisman Mountain has the chance to enter the 7th level and comprehend the heart force, it means that this disciple has the chance to prove his Tao as a pill saint using the heart force. One must know that the Tao of the heart pill is extremely mysterious. Using the heart force to refine pills in the heart realm is countless times faster than refining pills normally. Moreover, the effects are better. The reason why Pill Talisman Mountain left this heart realm behind must be to choose a successor. I guess that the heart realm must contain the origin of the Tao of the heart pill. Let's go and look for it. Perhaps we can obtain some good fortune. Zhao Ritian said confidently. The Tao of the heart pill? We can give it a try. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he nodded his head. The Great Void Heart Talisman scripture should be considered the Tao of the Heart Talisman, while the Mixed Yuan Heart Pill scripture was the Tao of the Heart Pill. Although Ling Xiao had condensed the heart realm and cultivated the Tao of the heart pill with half the effort, if he could find the origin of the heart pill hidden here and devour it, it would be greatly beneficial to Ling Xiao's heart realm. This small world might be very vast, but it was not difficult for Ling Xiao. As long as he activated the Mixed Yuan Heart Pill scripture, it should be easy for him to find the origin of the heart pill. Whoosh, Ling Xiao leaped up and stepped on the void. His white robe fluttered in the wind as he flew towards the depths of the small world. According to the Mixed Yuan Heart Pill scripture, the origin of the heart pill should be in the depths of the small world. Rumble, the changes of the heart realm seemed mysterious and unpredictable. At one moment, it was raging flames. At the next moment, it was raging waves. At the next moment, it was an ancient forest formed by towering ancient trees. At the next moment, it was an endless galaxy. If an ordinary person entered the small world, it would probably take a very long time just to decipher the changes of the heart realm. However, Ling Xiao did not have any concerns. He stood in the void with an extremely calm expression as he looked at the changes of the heart realm below. It was as if he was standing from the perspective of a bystander. He was untainted and could not be affected at all. In the end, Ling Xiao landed on a barren mountain. The barren mountain was only a few hundred feet tall and there was no vegetation. It was all bare rocks that were dark brown in color as if it had been burned by a raging fire. Ling Xiao stood on the barren mountain and felt as if he was standing in the center of the world. In front of Ling Xiao, there was a simple and unadorned stone house. There was a black stone cauldron outside the house. It looked as tall as a person and its stone surface was mottled. It had a sense of vicissitudes of life. Other than the stone house and stone cauldron, there was nothing else on the barren mountain. Could the origin of the heart pill be here? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat as his gaze landed on the stone house and stone cauldron. There was a strange light in his eyes. He could feel that although the stone house and stone cauldron looked very ordinary, they did not seem to be real and did not exist in this void. It was as if they were separated by endless time and space. Ling Xiao reached out his hand, wanting to touch the stone cauldron. Buzz. Everything is possible, like a dream or a bubble. Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of a Buddhist scripture as he mumbled to himself. The stone cauldron in front of him looked extremely ordinary, as if it was within his reach. However, it also felt like it was on the other side of the world. This was neither a formation nor the power of space. Ling Xiao did not sense any fluctuations in spacetime. This was the power of the heart. An Almighty had hidden the stone house and stone cauldron away. Unless he could understand the means of the Almighty, he might be able to break through the power of the heart and touch the stone cauldron. Buzz, a mysterious fluctuation spread out from the stone house and stone cauldron, enveloping Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could sense that the mysterious ripples contained an incomparably profound truth of alchemy, allowing him to gain many insights. Ling Xiao, could it be that the origin of the heart pill is hidden in the stone house and stone cauldron? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. It's possible. However, it has been sealed by an Almighty using his power of heart. We can only rely on ourselves to understand it. Ling Xiao said slowly. has it been sealed? Hee, why don't we see if we can break it open by force? Zhao Ritian said eagerly. Don't act rashly. I'm afraid that the 7th level is under the surveillance of the Saint of Mount Pill Talisman. If you dare to come out, you'll be chased out before we can obtain the origin of the heart pill. Let me try first. Ling Xiao stopped Zhao Ritian. He knew what Zhao Ritian was thinking. This guy must be planning to rely on the Supreme Emperor weapon, the Emperor Yin Cauldron, to break the seal on the stone house and stone cauldron by force. All right then. Zhao Ritian nodded his head. Ling Xiao sat down in front of the stone cauldron with his legs crossed. The stone cauldron looked extremely simple. The walls of the cauldron were modeled and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. Originally, there should be runes or drawings on the walls of the cauldron. However, they were now extremely blurry. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in front of the stone cauldron. His heart was as calm as an ancient well. There was no joy or sorrow. His heart realm appeared around him. Powerful heart force permeated the air as he carefully touched the stone cauldron. Ling Xiao's great void heart talisman scripture was cultivated to the peak of the 5th level. He was only one step away from the prominent divine stage. However, it was this one-step difference that caused his heart realm to be incomparably illusory. It was formless and formless. Others couldn't sense it at all. Only he could see that it was a world filled with primal chaos that was faintly appearing around him. When Ling Xiao's powerful heart force touched the stone cauldron trembled slightly. Ling Xiao couldn't touch the stone cauldron with his hands, but his heart force could. In order to verify Ling Xiao's thoughts, he began to circulate the power of the mixed Yuan Heart Dan Sutra, slowly channeling his vast heart force into the stone cauldron. There was no resistance, not even a hint of sluggishness. Ling Xiao's heart force directly entered the stone cauldron. It is indeed of the same origin as the mixed Yuan Heart Dan Sutra. Ling Xiao understood in his heart. Without any hesitation, the vast amount of heart energy in his heart realm gushed into the stone cauldron at this moment. The stone cauldron trembled slightly, producing the sound of metal and stone. As Ling Xiao channeled his heart force into the stone cauldron trembled more and more violently. Strands of mysterious light shot out from the stone cauldron. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out. The mottled surface of the stone cauldron began to fall off. Resplendent light shot out from within. Mysterious patterns appeared, forming strange runes. Mysterious images appeared on the walls of the stone cauldron. The light from the stone cauldron became more and more dazzling. In the end, the stone cauldron trembled violently. The mottled surface of the stone cauldron completely fell off. In an instant, millions of resplendent rays of golden light shone from it. Strands of golden flames began to burn fiercely. Ling Xiao could sense that the stone cauldron was not a real stone cauldron. Instead, it was an entity condensed from his vast heart force. When Ling Xiao channeled his heart force into the stone cauldron gave off an extremely familiar ripple. Perhaps I can completely devour the stone cauldron. Ling Xiao thought. The stone cauldron was formed from his vast heart force. It came from the same source as the mixed Yuan heart pill scripture. Ling Xiao did not even need to refine it. He could directly fuse it into his heart realm. Refining this stone cauldron might allow his heart force to break through to the prominent domain stage even faster. However, the only thing he needed to worry about right now was Mount Pill Talisman. Ling Xiao was certain that there was a saint observing his every move. If he refined the stone cauldron, he would definitely be discovered by Mount Pill Talisman. I can't care about that anymore. This is a great opportunity. If I don't take it, I will definitely be punished. At most, I'll just leave behind a portion of my heart force. Ling Xiao's heart stirred. He instantly made his decision. Rumble, in Ling Xiao's eyes, golden flames erupted from the stone cauldron. Then, an incomparably vast and pure heart force surged out from the stone cauldron. All of it flew towards Ling Xiao's heart realm. Just as Ling Xiao was refining the stone cauldron, in a mysterious space on the 7th floor, a black-robed old man's eyes flashed. The light in front of him was dense. What appeared was the scene of Ling Xiao sitting cross-legged in front of the stone cauldron. This Zhao Ritian actually cultivated heart force? To be able to move the stone cauldron, he must have obtained the inheritance of the mixed Yuan heart pill scripture. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to activate the heart force in the stone cauldron. Could it be that the person who obtained the inheritance of the mixed yuan pill saint is really him? The black-robed old man's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Then, it became incomparably fiery. This Zhao Ritian definitely has a huge secret on him. If you didn't come to the 7th floor, perhaps I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you didn't take the path to heaven and barged into hell. Since that's the case, then hand over all the secrets on your body. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed with killing intent. A piece of black ancient stone appeared in his palm. Rumble, the black-robed old man's majestic divine power poured into the black stone. The black stone emitted a bright light. Runes rose up one after another. In an instant, a powerful void fluctuation spread out silently. Ling Xiao, who was devouring the heart force in the stone cauldron, suddenly felt a sense of danger. Then, a blazing light bloomed around him. Runes rose up and gathered into an incomparably terrifying sacred array, enveloping him within. Who's there? Ling Xiao opened his eyes and stood up. His eyes were filled with vigilance. He had already devoured 90% of the heart force in the stone cauldron. Ling Xiao's spiritual sense was incomparably powerful. To be able to silently trap him with a powerful sacred array, it could only mean that it was someone from Mount Pill Talisman. Could it be that the saint of Mount Pill Talisman had discovered that he was devouring the heart force in the stone cauldron, so he made a move? Just as Ling Xiao was guessing, a light flashed in the void. An incomparably vast saint's aura enveloped the void. A black-robed old man appeared in the void. His aura was monstrous and unfathomable. The old man in the black robe was surrounded by a layer of black light. He looked extremely skinny and his face was full of wrinkles. His eyes were indifferent and his body contained a terrifying power. You are Xiaohong? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. When he saw the old man in the black robe, he immediately recognized his identity. The Grand Elder of Pill Talisman Mountain, one of the 3 sages in charge of the Pill Talisman ceremony, Xiaohong of the Xiao clan. Ling Xiao did not expect him to appear here. Zhao Ritian, you can actually shake the heart power in the stone cauldron? It seems like you have a huge secret. Xiaohong stared at Ling Xiao and said. He did not hide the passion in his eyes. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He could clearly feel the evil intent from Xiaohong. He said coldly, Grand Elder Xiaohong, you should be in charge of the Pill Talisman ceremony now. Why are you here? I don't know how I have offended Grand Elder Xiaohong. This old man is up to no good. Ling Xiao, why don't you beg me? I'll kill him for you. Zhao Ritian's voice was transmitted into Ling Zhao's consciousness. He was eager to try. Kill him? Don't worry, I can still handle it. I really want to see what he's up to. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He did not know why Xiaohong would set up a formation on the 7th level of the Pill Book Pavilion. Could it be because of the grudge between Ling Xiao and Xiao Rui? However, it did not seem like it. You really did not offend me. However, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Zhao Ritian, the person who obtained the inheritance of the Origin Pill Saint in the Void Saint world should be you, right? To be able to refine the Saint Spirit Pill, and to have such high attainments in alchemy, without the Origin Source Flame, to be able to refine a 4th grade Saint Spirit Pill, this is not something you can do. Xiaohong stared at Ling Xiao and said faintly. Oh? Just based on the fact that I refined the Saint Spiritual Pill, you can deduce that I obtained the inheritance of the Origin Pill Saint? Ling Xiao glanced at Xiaohong curiously and said noncommittally. Ling Xiao, you actually obtained the inheritance of the Origin Pill Saint? I should have thought of it earlier. I should have known. Those ant-like trash, in terms of skills, strength, and intelligence, they are no match for you. If there is someone who obtained the inheritance of the Origin Pill Saint, that person must be you. Does this mean that you have the Origin Pill formula? Zhao Ritian, who was hiding on Ling Zhao's arm, suddenly became excited. His voice was transmitted into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. It was clear that he was very excited. Zhao Ritian had come to the Alchemy Talisman ceremony for the Golden Origin Pill formula. Unfortunately, he had only found a fragment of the Golden Origin Pill formula in the Alchemy Library. Now that he had heard Xiaohong's words, he immediately reacted. Ling Xiao, I'll help you kill this old fellow. How about you give me a portion of the Hunyuan Golden Dance pill formula? Zhao Ritian said impatiently. Shut up. The origin pill saint world of the origin pill of the void. Zhao Ritians of Zhao of the pill of the world of the world of the world of the world of Zhao of the world 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 of the world. You. Zhao Ritian nodded quickly. Xiaohong looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, Zhao Ritian, I have my evidence for being able to deduce that you obtained the inheritance of the origin pill saint. You don't have to deny it. As long as I search your soul, I will be able to see your secret. If you don't resist, I might go easy on you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xiaohong's voice was cold as if it came from the depths of hell. It contained an extreme chill that could freeze one's body. You want to search my soul? That's a good idea. However, I'm afraid a mere saint's avatar is not enough. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His gaze was extremely calm, without a trace of fear. You can tell that I'm a saint's avatar? Zhao Ritian, I'm getting more and more curious about you. You're only a second revolution half-saint and yet you managed to obtain the inheritance of the origin pill saint. However, under the yin-yang reversal formation, you will die even if you are a saint. Xiaohong looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. His eyes were getting colder and colder. He was indeed Xiaohong's saint's avatar. Xiaohong still had to preside over the pill talisman ceremony. It was impossible for him to send a saint's avatar here without anyone knowing. Even if someone suspected him, there would be no evidence. The 7th level of the alchemy library was Xiaohong's home ground. Although he knew that Zhao Ritian had a lot of secrets and might have a lot of trump cards, he was confident that he could suppress Zhao Ritian and force him to reveal his secrets. Xiaohong knew how precious the origin pill saint's inheritance was. If he could obtain it, he might have the chance to become the next mountain master of Pill Talisman Mountain. At that time, he might even be able to take a peek at the highest level. Yin-yang reversal formation? Legend has it that it was the Sun-Moon Elixir Sex protective formation. However, it has been lost for a long time. It can kill all living things. Even a saint can't escape. In addition to a saint's avatar, it does indeed have the ability to kill a saint. Ling Xiao said with interest as he looked at the blazing array around him. The surrounding light shone brightly as runes rose into the air, forming an extremely powerful spirit formation boundary that enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could see that the runes around him were like black and white dragons. They coiled together and contained the power of extreme yin and yang. It was as if they could kill everything, exuding a peerless killing force. Even with Ling Xiao's eyesight, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The yin-yang reversal formation that Xiaohong had set up was indeed very powerful. To be able to recognize the yin-yang reversal formation, you have indeed obtained the origin pill saint's inheritance. Kid, I don't understand. Are you really stupid or do you have something to rely on? This is a peerless killing formation that I deduced from the Sun-Moon Elixir Sex yin-yang reversal formation. Even if the origin pill saint is resurrected, he will definitely die. Xiaohong sneered with incomparable confidence. You can try. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He stood there calmly, but his powerful primordial spirit power and heart realm had already spread out. He was paying attention to every movement around him. Ling Xiao felt that Xiaohong was extremely dangerous and cunning. After all, Xiaohong's saint's avatar had the combat strength of a saint. In addition to the yin-yang reversal formation, it could even kill a saint. Using such a powerful method to deal with Ling Xiao showed that Xiaohong was extremely cautious. During the conversation between Ling Xiao and Xiaohong, it seemed very casual. However, it contained an extremely dangerous situation. Xiaohong seemed to be looking for a flaw in Ling Xiao's one-hit kill. Ling Xiao was also preparing to take out the flipping sky seal at any time. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the 6th revolution half-saint realm. However, because he had used the heaven-shrouding secret technique, he looked like a 2nd revolution half-saint realm cultivator. Even Xiaohong couldn't see through his true cultivation. Inside Ling Xiao's body, his blood and bones converged to form a purple-gold divine dragon. It was filled with a mysterious chaotic aura, as if it could explode with terrifying physical strength at any time. After being refined by the Pill Emperor's origin, Ling Xiao's physical body had become one. The ancestral dragon's secret skill and the indestructible saint technique had merged together, causing the energy in Ling Zhao's body to be as pure as one. Zhao Ritian, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for this. Xiao Hong's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. A saint comprehended the heaven and earth and merged with the great Tao. He could feel a trace of threat from Ling Zhao's body. He could not help but be vigilant. Zhao Ritian in front of him indeed had a trump card. Rumble. Xiao Hong stretched out a palm and clawed at the void. Suddenly, a blazing flame condensed from the void and turned into a dazzling sun. It flew across the sky towards Ling Xiao. The sun covered the sky, causing the surrounding void to distort. It was as if it could burn the void and turn everything into ashes. This was the supreme superpower of a saint, void creation. Its power was unparalleled. Under this attack, even a 9th revolution half-saint would be turned into ashes if he was caught off guard. Roar! Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. A clear dragon's roar was heard from his body. His body was surrounded by purple gold divine light. He punched out, causing the void to tremble. It was as if a purple gold divine dragon was flying across the sky and rushing towards the sun. Ling Zhao's cultivation of a 6th revolution half-saint was completely unleashed. The extreme physical strength was terrifying. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient divine dragon, sweeping across the universe. 6th revolution half-saint? You've hidden your cultivation? A cold glint flashed across Xiao Hong's eyes. He had immediately seen through Ling Zhao's true cultivation when he made his move. Moreover, such a powerful physical body made him gasp in admiration. He could not help but increase the power in his palm and suppress it from the sky. Ling Xiao did not use any divine ability or saint technique in this attack. It was purely the ultimate release of his physical strength. After being tempered by the Elixir Emperor's origin, the invincible strength accumulated in Ling Zhao's physical body completely erupted. Crack! The void trembled violently as endless divine light gushed out. Ling Xiao did not dodge or evade. He faced the sun in the sky and punched it. His fist was unparalleled, directly blasting the sun apart. Flames spread out and sprinkled down from the sky, containing an incomparably terrifying power. Xiao Hong's eyes flashed. He revealed a trace of shock. This was only a probing attack. However, it wasn't something that an ordinary semi-sage expert could withstand. He hadn't expected that Ling Zhao's body would be so powerful. His fist was incomparably fierce. Xiao Hong, stop probing. Why don't you take one of my attacks too? Ling Xiao said indifferently. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce through the void. Boom! After his punch blasted the sun apart, he did not dodge at all. Instead, he leaped into the sky and punched towards Xiao Hong. This punch was even more powerful. It was like an immemorial divine mountain crashing down. The momentum was astonishing. You're courting death. Xiao Hong's gaze turned cold. He no longer held back and slapped his palm towards Ling Xiao. The huge palm emitted a dazzling tricolored divine light. It circled around each other as if it had condensed into a tricolored millstone. It covered the sky and the sun as it fell. It was extremely terrifying. This palm contained an incomparably terrifying saint aura. It was also Xiao Hong's true strength. It was far more powerful than the previous probing attack. Boom! Ling Zhao's fist collided with Xiao Hong's palm. The divine light in the sky was annihilated at the same time. Ling Xiao looked as if he had been slapped down by the sky and was about to be suppressed to the ground. However, at this moment, a black ancient seal rose from Ling Zhao's palm. The void in all directions shook at the same time. The huge palm that was suppressing Ling Xiao suddenly exploded. The black ancient seal rose into the air and smashed towards Xiao Hong's palm. As expected of the saint's avatar. I'm still no match for a saint. Ling Xiao sighed. Although his physical body was extremely strong and could even fight a 9 revolution half-saint with all his might, a saint had already surpassed the ordinary living beings. He was the embodiment of the great Tao. Even if Ling Zhao's physical body was extremely powerful, there was no way he could resist. Therefore, he took out the flipping sky seal. As soon as the flipping sky seal was taken out, the invincible and terrifying saint aura burst out and collided with Xiao Hong's palm in an instant. Puff! A blood-red light rose from Xiao Hong's palm. His palm shook violently, and then cracks appeared on it. In the end, it directly exploded. This is the flipping sky seal? Xiaohong's body shook violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His expression became extremely ugly. He did not expect that his full-strength attack would suffer such a great loss in the hands of Ling Xiao. His palm was directly smashed by Ling Xiao's flipping sky seal. Although this was not a serious injury to him, it could be said to be a great humiliation. You're not Zhao Ritian. You're Long Outyin, the battle hall master of the war god temple? Good, very good. No wonder you're so fearless. So your trump card is the flipping sky seal. Xiaohong stared at Ling Xiao. The killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. He finally understood why Ling Xiao was so fearless. It was because he had the flipping sky seal in his hand. The flipping sky seal's power was unparalleled. It was a peerless holy treasure. Even if a half-saint held the flipping sky seal, he could fight with a real sage. You're not blind to be able to recognize the flipping sky seal. Old man Xiaohong, you dare to attack me. Are you trying to start a war between Pill Talisman Mountain and the War God Temple? Ling Xiao held the flipping sky seal in his hand and stepped into the void. He stared at Xiaohong and sneered. Start a war between Pill Talisman Mountain and the War God Temple? You're not worthy. Long Outyin, I'm afraid you don't know how many people are looking for you outside. Since you dare to come to my Pill Talisman Mountain, then leave behind the Huyuan Alchemy Saint's inheritance and the flipping sky seal. Xiaohong was so angry that he laughed and stared at Ling Xiao. Rumble, Xiaohong's terrifying saint aura erupted like a tsunami. Divine light spread out in all directions. Runes converged. In an instant, two divine lights, one black and one white, soared into the sky. The void became incomparably chaotic in an instant. After seeing the flipping sky seal, Xiaohong did not dare to be careless. He was glad that he had been cautious and set up the yin-yang reversal array in advance. Otherwise, he might not have been able to capture Ling Xiao. So what if you have the flipping sky seal? With your sage-to-be cultivation, you can't activate the flipping sky seal more than once. When your cultivation is exhausted, it will be your time of death. Xiaohong stared at Ling Xiao and sneered in his heart. Gotcha, bolts of lightning flashed and dazzling divine light bloomed. The void shook violently. Ling Xiao seemed to be in the center of a storm and could be destroyed by it at any time. The yin-yang reversal array was a peerless killing array of the Sun-Moon Elixir sect in ancient times. It contained terrifying power and was famous for being able to kill a sage. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he examined the array in front of him. He could feel that the yin-yang reversal array set up by Xiaohong was different from the one set by the Sun-Moon Elixir sect. After all, other than Ling Xiao, no one knew what the real yin-yang reversal array was. Xiaohong had only deduced it from some remnant ancient arrays. It had to be said that Xiaohong was a genius in the field of arrays. The yin-yang reversal array he had set up had completely turned into a peerless killing array, which made Ling Xiao incomparably amazed. Boom, streaks of blazing divine light came from all directions like sword radiance, shooting toward Ling Xiao. They were so dense that they covered the sky and earth, making it impossible for anyone to guard against them. Ling Xiao's body flashed with purple-gold divine light. The flipping sky seal floated above Ling Xiao's head and dropped runes like a waterfall, blocking the light from all directions. However, this was only a portion of the yin-yang reversal array's power. Divine light filled the sky, and a terrifying chill descended. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shiver, as if his entire body was frozen. This was the power of extreme yin. If it were not for the flipping sky seal, Ling Xiao would have turned into an ice sculpture. Boom, the heaven-devouring fire within Ling Xiao's body burned fiercely. As the raging flames rose, the surroundings were filled with wisps of white smoke. Ling Xiao's blood boiled as his gaze became even more solemn. He knew what Xiaohong was planning. He wanted to use the yin-yang reversal array to exhaust his cultivation so that he could no longer use the flipping sky seal. However, in the end, the flipping sky seal was still a supreme treasure with unparalleled offensive power. In terms of defense, it was a little weak. It could only protect Ling Xiao from fatal attacks. As Ling Xiao used the flipping sky seal to break the killing intent that erupted from the formation, He observed the yin-yang reversal formation in front of him, trying to find a flaw in it. After all, Ling Xiao knew about the true yin-yang reversal formation. Although Xiaohong had innovated and walked on a new path, it was not completely unrelated. There were still traces to be found. Ling Xiao, why are you wasting so much effort? This yin-yang reversal array is not something you can break. Why don't you let me do it? I promise to help you kill this old bastard. You just have to give me the primordial chaos golden pills formula. Zhao Ritian said eagerly. He was still unwilling to give up. This is only one of Xiaohong's sage avatars. If you want him to know that you have an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, you can try. When the time comes, Ji Feishuan will be your example. Ling Xiao said snappily. Ling Xiao naturally knew what Zhao Ritian was trying to do. With his arrogant and boastful personality, he probably wanted to take out the Yan Emperor Cauldron and kill Xiaohong. However, Xiaohong was only one of the sage avatars. If he really killed Xiaohong would immediately know that Zhao Ritian had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. By then, it would be a big joke. If I don't do it, do you really think you can kill this old bastard? Zhao Ritian was at a loss for words as he said unhappily. Let's try. I'm not sure. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a wisp of wisdom flashed across his eyes. He realized that he had found a flaw in the yin-yang reversal array. If he could use it well, it might be of great use. Rumble, within the yin-yang reversal array, a chilly wind howled and swept across the area. Blazing flames burned the void. There were also various kinds of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning that gathered to form the ultimate killing intent. Even if a real sage was trapped within, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Although Ling Xiao was protected by the flipping sky seal, he still felt threatened. However, Xiaohong, who was hiding at the side, was a little anxious. This little bastard. Why doesn't he show any signs of exhaustion? Could it be that he has complete control over the flipping sky seal? Impossible. This is just his appearance. Xiaohong's eyes were gloomy and his face was ghastly. No one knew better than Xiaohong how powerful the yin-yang reversal array was. However, he could feel that Ling Xiao was like a tough rock under the protection of the flipping sky seal. Although the yin-yang reversal array had some effect on Ling Xiao, it was unable to break through the flipping sky seal's defense and injure Ling Xiao. Little bastard, I'd like to see how tough your tortoise shell is. Yin-yang life and death ray, kill him. Xiaohong stood at the eye of the yin-yang reversal array, runes swirling around his body. His hands rapidly formed a seal, and the essence blood within his body instantly gushed out. Xiaohong's aura began to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, a black and white light appeared in front of him. The yin-yang life and death ray was formed by Xiaohong's vitality. It was the strongest power that the yin-yang reversal array could condense. The moment this ray appeared, the surrounding void seemed to be unable to withstand its power and immediately collapsed. Surrounded by the void turbulence and chaotic qi, the yin-yang life and death ray appeared even stranger. Whoosh, the black and white yin-yang life and death ray silently integrated into the array. In a blazing divine light, it shot toward Ling Xiao's forehead. Boom, Ling Xiao controlled the flipping sky seal and shattered the flames in front of him. However, he felt his body tremble and a sense of extreme danger rose in his heart. That was the warning of the incomplete secret skill of fate. Although Ling Xiao had only obtained the incomplete secret skill of fate, it had given him an extreme sense of danger. Ling Xiao did not even think about it. The flipping sky seal directly struck forward, the purple-gold divine light around him bloomed and a terrifying aura spread. The blood in his body began to boil and the wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness firmly protected his primordial spirit. This was the best that Ling Xiao could do in an instant. He believed that under such protection, even if it was a full-powered attack from a great sage, he would have a chance to block it. Boom, the power of the flipping sky seal was so terrifying that it distorted the void in front of him. Then, it exploded. Endless divine light was annihilated, revealing the yin-yang life and death ray in the center. The moment the yin-yang life and death ray came into contact with the flipping sky seal, it bent instantly. Then, it bypassed the flipping sky seal and shot directly towards Ling Xiao's forehead. The yin-yang life and death ray seemed to contain the power to annihilate all life. Ling Xiao even saw that the void around the yin-yang life and death ray was silently annihilated. The yin-yang life and death ray arrived in front of Ling Xiao's forehead in an instant. Puff, there was a flash of blood between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead in an instant. Even the airy white bone was exposed. Ling Xiao felt an extreme pain coming from between his eyebrows. The yin-yang life and death ray seemed to penetrate his sea of consciousness and completely annihilate his primordial spirit. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in extreme danger of death. Ling Xiao let out a muffled groan, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. His heart was calm to the extreme at this moment, and he formed two hand seals with his mind. One hand pointed to the sky, and the other to the ground. The secret skill of life and the secret skill of death were activated by Ling Xiao at the same time. His eyes turned black and white, containing an incomparably mysterious light. Whoosh, the yin-yang life and death ray was originally going to shoot into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. However, at this moment, it flashed and split into two, merging into Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that his eyes seemed to have undergone some strange changes. However, Ling Xiao did not have time to investigate the changes in his eyes. He knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. Ling Xiao instantly rose into the sky. The flipping sky seal in the void expanded violently. Like an immemorial divine mountain, it directly traversed the void and suppressed the area. Mysterious runes appeared on Ling Xiao's fingertips. Golden light shone brightly, and the surrounding void rippled. Then, Ling Xiao pointed forward. Boom, the power of the flipping sky seal was unparalleled. The terrifying divine power exploded and shattered the void, turning it into endless chaotic turbulence. As Ling Xiao's finger fell, the surrounding space violently shook. Runes interweaved and the chaotic fog that filled the sky began to disperse. Xiao Hong, who had originally disappeared, appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Pfff, Xiao Hong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale, and even his life aura became much weaker. You can actually see through the yin-yang reversal array? This is impossible. Xiao Hong shrieked, his eyes filled with disbelief. The yin-yang life-death beam was formed from the life force within Xiao Hong's body fused with the power of the formation. It was indestructible, and Xiao Hong had once used it to kill a saint and devour all of his life force. The yin-yang life and death ray existed in between reality and illusion, so it was difficult for the flipping sky seal to block it. If Ling Xiao had not cultivated the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death, it would have been difficult for him to resolve the yin-yang life and death ray. After the yin-yang life and death ray was devoured by Ling Xiao, Xiao Hong suffered a great backlash. However, Ling Xiao did not give Xiao Hong any chance. Almost instantly, he unleashed a thunderous attack. First, he used the flipping sky seal to forcibly suppress the changes in the yin-yang reversal array. Then, he pointed out the flaws in the array. At this moment, although the yin-yang reversal array had not been broken, it did not have any effect on Ling Xiao. Nothing is impossible. Since you know that I have obtained the inheritance of the origin elixir saint, how dare you use the yin-yang reversal array to deal with me? How foolish. Xiao Hong, today I have destroyed one of your saint avatars. In the future, I will kill you with my own hands. Ling Xiao said coldly as he looked at Xiao Hong. Boom, at this moment, the flipping sky seal exploded with blazing light. The Supreme Emperor aura contained in it completely erupted. The surrounding void was destroyed at the same time, and the earth trembled violently. At this moment, the flipping sky seal seemed to be hundreds or thousands of times stronger than before. Xiao Hong's body shook violently, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can the flipping sky seal be so strong? Xiao Hong roared. His entire body turned into a ray of light, and he used his extreme speed to escape from the area covered by the flipping sky seal. He was scared out of his wits by the flipping sky seal. He no longer wanted to deal with Ling Xiao. He only wanted to escape from this place. Boom, however, this was the strongest attack of the flipping sky seal. It contained the Supreme Emperor aura, and it seemed to be able to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It swept across the universe and locked Xiao Hong in place. Xiao Hong's entire body exploded with a loud bang, directly turning into a dazzling rain of light, completely disappearing. The saint avatars were destroyed by Ling Xiao just like that. Ling Xiao, you really destroyed a saint avatars? This flipping sky seal is not a sage treasure. This is an incomplete Supreme Emperor weapon? Zhao Ritian was completely shocked as he looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would ask for his help in the end. He would then show off his strength and help Ling Xiao kill Xiao Hong. Then, he would obtain the elixir formula of the Hunyuan golden pill from Ling Xiao. However, it seemed that Ling Xiao had broken through the yin-yang reversal array and killed Xiao Hong with his own strength. In particular, Zhao Ritian was shocked when he felt the extreme emperor's might contained in the cyclic sky seal's final blow. Perhaps it was once an Supreme Emperor weapon, but now it's just a sage treasure. Zhao Ritian, let's leave this place quickly. My identity has been exposed, and I've destroyed one of Xiao Hong's saint avatars. I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. This pill talisman mountain is going to be very lively. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and his eyes shone with a dazzling light. Xiao Hong's saint avatars had been destroyed, and his identity had been exposed. Based on pill talisman mountain's behavior, they would probably send out a saint to deal with him. Ling Xiao had decided to escape. After all, he had obtained what he wanted from the pill talisman ceremony. He had gained a lot. All right. I'll kill my way out with you. Don't worry, I'll protect you. When the time comes, just give me the elixir formula of the Hunyuan golden pill as revenge. Zhao Ritian chuckled and said nonchalantly. However, he was still thinking about the elixir formula of the Hunyuan golden pill. Why are you still thinking about the elixir formula of the Hunyuan golden pill? Don't worry, once we leave this place, I'll give you the elixir formula of the Hunyuan golden pill. Ling Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he still nodded seriously. In Taishan City, the Grand Talisman contest had reached its final critical moment. There was no doubt that Lin Shi was the most outstanding one. Her attainments in talisman Taoism were extremely high. Although she was not as freakish as Xue Bufan and Ling Xiao in alchemy, she had still refined a third-grade 5-element shift sacred talisman and become the champion of talisman Taoism. In addition to Lin Shi, Lu Qingwan's performance was also very outstanding. She had refined a third-grade sacred fire talisman. Heavenly Talisman Lord was a veteran 9-star talisman master and had refined a second-grade heaven-breaking talisman. Master Jiao, Tai Yunzi, and Xiao Hong, the three saints, stood in the air. Their eyes were extremely calm as they watched everyone's every move. Cough, Xiao Hong's face suddenly turned pale. He grunted, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of violent killing intent, and his anger burned the sky. Xiao Hong's saint avatar had been destroyed, and he himself had suffered a lot of backlash. Long Outyen, you deserve to die. Xiao Hong's heart was filled with monstrous killing intent, and the aura around him became somewhat irritable. The saint avatars condensed by the saints were all powerful avatars that had been collected from all kinds of heaven and earth treasures and honed in all kinds of dangerous places for countless years. All kinds of secret methods to condense the saint avatars had always been secrets. Xiao Hong's saint avatar possessed 50% of his original body's battle strength. It could be considered a top-grade secret technique. Legend had it that top-grade secret techniques or even supreme secret techniques could allow the saint avatar to possess all of the original body's battle strength. Losing a sage's clone made Xiao Hong's heart bleed. What shocked Xiao Hong even more was that the yin-yang life and death ray condensed by his saint avatar had been silently swallowed by Ling Xiao. That was a supreme killing move that could kill a saint. It contained the power of life and death, but it could not even kill a half-saint. Long Outyen not only has the flipping sky seal and the origin alchemy saint's inheritance, but he also has other secrets. The anger and killing intent in Xiao Hong's eyes slowly faded, and they became deep again. He resisted the urge to kill his way into the alchemy pavilion and cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Brother Xiao, are you all right? Master Jiao could not help but ask when he saw the trace of blood at the corner of Xiao Hong's mouth. Tai Yunzi's face also changed slightly. Xiao Hong looked as if he had suffered some kind of serious injury, which made him a little suspicious. I'm fine. It's just that I've been cultivating a secret technique recently, and there are some side effects. Xiao Hong forced out a smile. The blood at the corner of his mouth dissipated, and his pale face became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if the person who had just vomited blood was not him. Although Xiaohong hated Ling Xiao to the bone, he didn't reveal Ling Xiao's true identity. On the contrary, the more Ling Xiao hurt him, the more he understood the preciousness of Ling Xiao's secret. He wanted to monopolize Ling Xiao's secret. Otherwise, if he revealed it now, he was afraid that the ancestors of Pill Talisman Mountain would be alerted. At that time, he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. Junior brother Xiao is really diligent. But you still have to take care of your body. Stay calm and don't think too much. Master Wine smiled faintly. There seemed to be a hidden meaning in his words. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I'm fine. Xiaohong said in an indifferent tone. That's good. Master Wine nodded and said. He was laughing coldly in his heart. He had just sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao and found out what had happened in the alchemy library. Xiaohong's Saint Avatar had been destroyed, and he naturally vomited blood because of the backlash. However, Master Wine didn't expose him. Instead, he secretly became more vigilant. Xiaohong was a scheming person. The more he endured it, the more it meant that he was after something big. I didn't expect Long Outyin to be able to destroy one of Xiaohong's Saint Avatars. But this way, his chances of entering the 8 Treasures Lotus Merit Pool will be much higher. Master Wine thought to himself. He was also a little shocked. After destroying Xiaohong's Saint Avatar in the alchemy library, Ling Xiao didn't hide his true identity and directly told Master Wine. This news naturally shocked Master Wine. He didn't expect Zhao Ritian to be the battle hall master of the combat god temple, Long Outyin. However, he didn't care about the grudges between the alchemy library and the combat god temple. He joined the alchemy library to search for Xiaoyu's soul. Now that he saw how powerful Ling Xiao was, he was more confident that Ling Xiao would be able to find Xiaoyu's soul. In the alchemy library, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian left the 7th level and returned to the formation that Zhao Ritian had set up on the 6th level. After Zhao Ritian revealed himself, they left the 6th level and walked out of the alchemy library. Are you sure you want to leave the alchemy library? You should know that each of you has a month to comprehend it. Outside the alchemy library, the black-robed saint and the white-robed saint looked at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian as if they were fools. They didn't expect Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian to leave the alchemy library after staying there for a few days. The alchemy library was the sacred ground of the alchemy library. It wasn't easy even for a true disciple to enter the alchemy library. We're sure. The alchemy library is useless to us. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's right. The alchemy knowledge in the alchemy library is too simple. I've already learned it. Zhao Ritian said with a proud smile. Useless? The alchemy knowledge is too simple? You've already learned it? Good. Very good. I hope you don't regret it. Get lost. The black-robed saint's eyes turned cold as he laughed. The white-robed saint also looked at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian with hostility. He had already determined that these two were stupid and ignorant. They were also arrogant and conceited. However, he was puzzled. How did Ling Xiao refine the grade 4 Saint Spiritual Pill and become the alchemy champion? Let's go. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other and smiled. They weren't angry and left the alchemy library immediately. Chirp, at this moment, a piercing cry of a crane could be heard. In the distant clouds, a huge red-crowned crane flew over at an extremely fast speed. Its aura was incomparably powerful. The red-crowned crane shone brightly and transformed into a little girl in a feathered robe. She looked like she was in her teens and was extremely cute. She skipped towards Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. You must be Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, right? Old Master asked me to pick you up. Come with me. The little girl looked at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian curiously as she tilted her head and asked. That's us. Thank you, Fairy Crane. In Ling Xiao and Master Jiu's telepathic conversation, Master Jiu had already introduced the young lady's identity. She was Master Jiu's mount, an ancient mutant. She could also be called Fairy He. She would bring Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian to Master Jiu's cave abode. Master Jiu was also afraid that Ling Xiao would be plotted against again, so he sent Fairy He to fetch Ling Xiao. I won't carry you. Come with me. Grab my claws. If you trigger the protective mountain array here, I won't be able to save you. Fairy, he said naively. Then, she shook her body and turned into a huge red-crowned crane again. She looked very handsome, and her eyes were very lively. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Each of them grabbed one of Fairy He's claws, and the red-crowned crane instantly soared into the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot into the misty void and disappeared without a trace. Fairy He actually came to fetch these two people personally? Could it be that they have something to do with senior brother Jiao? The black-robed saint's eyes flashed, and he said with a little surprise. He knew Fairy He's identity. She was not just Master Jiao's mount. Master Jiao doted on Fairy He very much, and he even raised her like a daughter. Fairy He was usually very arrogant. She did not even care about saints. When she came to the alchemy library, she did not even greet the black-robed saint and the white-robed saint. I'm not sure about that. But it seems that these two people are not simple. The white-robed saint said with a deep meaning. Not simple? I also feel that the two of them left the alchemy library so quickly. Could it be that they did something on the 7th level? The black-robed saint's eyes showed a trace of suspicion. It shouldn't be. The 7th level is guarded by senior brother Xiaohong's saint clone. If they want to do anything, they won't be able to hide it from senior brother Xiaohong. Don't worry so much. Our duty is to protect the alchemy library. The white-robed saint shook his head and closed his eyes again. After leaving the Danshu pavilion, he flew into the clouds with Fairy He. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that they were in the heart of the Danshu mountain. Around them were floating mountains, which looked like clouds and mist, with thousands of rays of light. Ancient trees were green, waterfalls were flowing, and there were palaces and pavilions hidden among them. It was like a paradise. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious energy in the air, causing Ling Xiao to feel a little scared. That was the protective formation of Pill Talisman Mountain. If anyone dared to barge in, they would probably be reduced to dust in an instant. Only Fairy He was very familiar with the defensive formation of Mount Dan Talisman. She dodged the traps with great agility and flew forward with Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Fortunately, that Xiaohong didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly expose my identity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for us to leave Pill Talisman Mountain. Ling Xiao lamented. That's right. The foundation of this Pill Talisman Mountain is indeed extraordinary. Zhao Ritian also put away his disdainful expression and said in agreement. However, Xiaohong did not pursue us even after we killed his saint avatar. I'm afraid he has a bigger plan. We have to leave Pill Talisman Mountain as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said slowly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He could vaguely guess what Xiaohong was thinking. The reason why Xiaohong did not act immediately was probably because he wanted to take all the secrets on him for himself. Don't worry. As long as you give me the elixir formula of the Golden Chaos Pill, I will definitely protect you and leave Pill Talisman Mountain. Zhao Ritian chuckled. Isn't it just the elixir formula of the Golden Chaos Pill? You're still not done yet. This is the elixir formula of the Golden Chaos Pill. I'll give it to you. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. Zhao Ritian could not stop talking about the elixir formula of the Golden Chaos Pill. He simply took out a jade talisman and imprinted the elixir formula of the Golden Chaos Pill on it. He then threw it to Zhao Ritian. You're giving me the elixir formula of the Golden Chaos Pill just like that? Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? Zhao Ritian asked in surprise. Will you? Ling Xiao asked with a faint smile. Of course not. Do you think I, Zhao Ritian, am such a disloyal person? I said that I will protect you and leave Pill Talisman Mountain. I, Zhao Ritian, will definitely do what I said. Zhao Ritian looked like he was about to jump up. His voice was much louder than before. He patted his chest and looked extremely loyal. Whoosh, as they spoke, Fairy He brought Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian to a floating mountain. This floating mountain was a huge snowy mountain covered in white snow. It was extremely cold and deserted. There were only a few small courtyards at the top of the mountain. It looked very simple and ordinary. The snowy mountain. Could this be where Master Jiao and Xiaoyu used to live? Ling Xiao could not help but think to himself. Ling Xiao could feel that the snowy mountain in front of him was formed by Master Zhou's supreme technique. It was not a naturally formed snowy mountain. After all, it was surrounded by tall mountains and ancient trees. Only this mountain was covered in snow. Based on what Master Zhou had told Ling Xiao immediately thought of the snowy mountain where Master Zhou and Xiaoyu used to live. The two of you, stay here and wait for Master Zhou to return. He left Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian on the snowy mountain. She then flew up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. No one knew where she had flown off to play. This snowy mountain is not ordinary. It has an extremely powerful holy formation. It is not weaker than the yin-yang reversal formation in the alchemy library. Zhao Ritian looked around curiously and said thoughtfully. Since Master Zhou allowed us to come to his cave, it means that this place can protect us. Let's stay here for a few days. When Master Zhou returns, we will leave Pill Talisman Mountain. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he slowly said. He could also feel that the void around this snowy mountain was distorted. There were ruins hidden in the void. There was an extremely terrifying formation that was not much weaker than the yin-yang reversal formation. If anyone dared to barge in, they would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. Ling Xiao, why don't I make use of these few days to refine pills for you? Don't you want to use my Yan Emperor Cauldron to refine pills? Zhao Ritian suddenly rolled his eyes and chuckled at Ling Xiao. With Zhao Ritian's temper, the reason why he took the initiative to refine pills for Ling Xiao was mainly because Ling Xiao had given him the golden Hunyuan pill formula without hesitation. You want to refine pills now? The Eternal Creation pill is a grade 6 divine pill. Can you really control your Supreme Emperor weapon? Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Ritian suspiciously. Of course. Isn't it just refining the Eternal Creation pill? My Yan Emperor Cauldron can refine all kinds of pills. It's just a grade 6 divine pill. I can refine it in less than a day. If my cultivation is high enough, refining a grade 9 divine pill will not be difficult. I doubt it. Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Ritian and said honestly. You can doubt my cultivation, but please don't doubt the power of the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon. With my current cultivation, although I can only activate the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon once, it's not a problem for me to refine the Eternal Creation pill. Come on, take out all the spiritual medicine that you have. Let me, Zhao Ritian, refine the pill for you. Zhao Ritian said eagerly. His eyes were filled with excitement. No. I want to refine the Eternal Creation pill personally. You have to activate the Flame Emperor Cauldron to help me. The Eternal Creation pill is very important to me. I only have enough spiritual medicine for one attempt. So, I can only succeed. Ling Xiao shook his head. Alright. I'll let you control the Flame Emperor Cauldron temporarily. But don't you dare think about it. Zhao Ritian pursed his lips and did not insist on refining the pill for Ling Xiao. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled and said to Zhao Ritian seriously. Zhao Ritian waved his hand and said, don't mention it. I lost to you. I'm not used to seeing you being so serious. But remember, one day, I will definitely defeat you. Then I'm afraid you won't have the chance in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. Come on, let's refine the Eternal Creation pill. Ling Xiao said and laughed. Swoosh, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian sat down cross-legged in the courtyard. Ling Xiao took out the heaven-concealing disc array and formed a heaven-concealing grade array, enveloping the area around them. In order to hide the aura of the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon, Zhao Ritian took out the heaven-concealing grade array and formed an extremely tight barrier. Then, he carefully took out the Flame Emperor Cauldron. Rumble, the Flame Emperor Cauldron emitted an extremely hot light. It looked ancient and mysterious as it appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It had 3 legs and 2 ears. It was about 3 feet tall. There was a blazing sun on the body of the cauldron. There was the shadow of the sun god worshipped by the ancient people. There was also the image of Zhou Tian. It looked extremely mysterious. Is this the Flame Emperor Cauldron? Zhao Ritian, you're really lucky. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Emperor Yan Cauldron in front of him was a complete Supreme Emperor weapon. It was different from the half-baked flipping sky seal that Ling Xiao possessed. Once the Emperor Yan Cauldron was fully awakened, it would possess the supreme power of a great emperor for a short period of time. Ling Xiao had also heard of the Flame Emperor before. He was a great emperor from ancient times who created the fire world and was the ruler of the fire world. It was said that he had a very good relationship with the Pill Emperor. The fact that Zhao Ritian was able to obtain the complete inheritance of the Flame Emperor was simply heaven-defying. Of course. Who do you think I am? I am favored by the heavens and nurtured by fate. It is not my honor that the Flame Emperor has chosen me to inherit his legacy. It is the Flame Emperor's honor. Zhao Ritian laughed proudly and started to show off again. Stop showing off, we should hurry up and refine pills. Ling Xiao said in annoyance. He finally understood that this bastard Zhao Ritian could not be praised at all. Not only did he know how to take advantage of others, he could even take advantage of others. Hee, no problem. I will assist you and show you the power of the Emperor Yen Cauldron. If I were to use the Emperor Yen Cauldron to refine pills in the alchemy talisman ceremony, you would not be the champion. Zhao Ritian chuckled. Use the Emperor Yen Cauldron? Then you will be hunted down by all the sages in the divine world. Ling Xiao stared at him and said. He then took out all the spiritual herbs needed to refine the eternal creation pill, including the supreme elixir, Snow Lotus of Creation. He ignored Zhao Ritian as he was afraid that Zhao Ritian would fall ill from anger. This guy was simply a clown. The eternal creation pill was a grade 6 divine pill. It was much more difficult to refine than the saint spiritual pill. It was already extremely difficult for Ling Xiao to refine a grade 4 saint spiritual pill previously. If it were not for the Emperor Yen Cauldron, Ling Xiao would not have dared to refine the eternal creation pill alone. He had obtained the elixir formula of the eternal creation pill from the elixir book pavilion. It was extremely detailed and Ling Xiao had already memorized the elixir formula, including the various refining methods. Seeing that Ling Xiao had prepared all the spiritual herbs, Zhao Ritian patted the Emperor Yen Cauldron. Suddenly, the Emperor Yen Cauldron hummed and a resplendent sun flew out. It looked extremely mysterious as it landed in Zhao Ritian's palm. Ling Xiao, this is the Sun Soul Essence in the Emperor Yen Cauldron. You can refine the Sun Soul Essence and temporarily control the Emperor Yen Cauldron to refine pills. I will protect you. Zhao Ritian handed the resplendent sun to Ling Xiao. Sun Soul Essence? Good stuff. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. The Sun Soul Essence was a spirit that was nurtured in the sun. It was like the soul of the sun. However, in the vast starry sky, there were countless sun stars. It was rare for a Sun Soul Essence to be nurtured. Ling Xiao understood what Zhao Ritian meant. He did not stand on ceremony and took the Sun Soul Essence. Then, majestic primordial spirit power spread out and merged into the Sun Soul Essence. He started to refine the Sun Soul Essence. After taking control of the Sun Soul Essence, Ling Xiao immediately felt that he had established a mysterious connection with the Emperor Yen Cauldron before him. Rise! Ling Xiao shouted and immediately struck the Emperor Yen Cauldron with his palm. Boom! The Emperor Yen Cauldron shook slightly and slowly floated up. The ancient runes on the cauldron started to light up. Blazing flames burned fiercely and enveloped the Emperor Yen Cauldron. Ling Xiao felt that an extreme emperor's aura seemed to have awakened in the Emperor Yen Cauldron. In an instant, the Emperor Yen Cauldron became fiery red and golden rays of light shot out from the mouth of the cauldron. It looked mysterious. It is indeed an extreme emperor weapon. It refined the elixir cauldron in an instant. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. An ordinary elixir cauldron, even a flawless holy treasure, could not be refined so quickly. However, the Emperor Yen Cauldron seemed to have been refined in an instant. Everything was ready and waiting for Ling Xiao to refine the elixir. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and threw the Snow Lotus of Creation into the Emperor Yen Cauldron. Boom! A fire tornado rolled out from the Emperor Yen Cauldron and swept up the Snow Lotus of Creation. The blazing flames split into golden rays and covered the Snow Lotus of Creation like a lampshade. Ling Xiao could see that the Snow Lotus of Creation was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye under the burning flames. It turned into a ball of transparent and crystalline medicinal liquid. Even the impurities within it disappeared instantly, leaving behind the purest form of energy. The Emperor Yen Cauldron buzzed and vibrated. It emitted a strange sound wave that seemed to have a mysterious rhythm. The flames vibrated and golden rays of mist came out from the cauldron. They slowly merged into the elixir of the snow lotus of creation. This is the elixir energy of the elixir cauldron? Ling Xiao's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a trace of incomparable excitement. Elixir qi was the essence of elixir Dao accumulated in the elixir cauldron. It was extremely rare, and the quality of the elixir cauldron was extremely high. Only an elixir cauldron of holy treasure or above could condense elixir qi. It contained a trace of elixir Dao's power and was extremely mysterious. If a trace of elixir qi could be integrated into the elixir during the process of refining elixir pills, the quality of the elixir pills would be greatly improved. The Emperor Yan cauldron was an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. During the ancient times, the Emperor Yan had used the Emperor Yan cauldron to achieve Dao. No one knew how many elixir pills he had refined with the Emperor Yan cauldron or how many experts he had killed. The elixir qi formed was extremely mysterious. After the elixir qi of the Emperor Yan cauldron was integrated into the elixir qi of the Emperor Yan cauldron, the elixir qi of the snow lotus of creation shone brightly. It was as white and round as a star. There was a faint layer of mist around it, and it looked even more mysterious. Boom! The Emperor Yan cauldron trembled slightly and emitted a very rhythmic rhythm, as if it was breathing. In an instant, the heavens and the earth resonated with it. A vast amount of power merged into the Emperor Yan cauldron and poured into the brilliant medicinal liquid. Ling Xiao used the sun essence to control the Emperor Yan cauldron to refine the eternal creation elixir, and he did not dare to relax at all. It is indeed an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. If an ordinary holy treasure cauldron was used to refine the eternal creation elixir, I am afraid it would take a few months or even a few years. However, the Emperor Yan cauldron only took a few hours to complete the process. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. At the same time, when he used the Emperor Yan cauldron to refine elixir pills, he could vaguely see that the Emperor Yan cauldron contained an extremely terrifying power. It was like an endless volcano, and only a trace of it was used to refine the eternal creation elixir. Ling Xiao guessed that the power was probably the Emperor aura of the Emperor Yan cauldron. Once the power was completely released, the Emperor Yan cauldron would possess the power of a supreme emperor. In the process of controlling the Emperor Yan cauldron to refine the eternal creation elixir, Ling Xiao also saw the source of power and understood some changes in the great Dao. He benefited greatly from it. Zhao Ritian sat Emperor Yan cauldron and watched Ling Xiao's Yan cauldron was like flowing water, and he was Emperor Yan cauldron. Second uncle, Ling Xiao actually obtained the inheritance of the primordial chaos pill saint? Otherwise, I would have definitely defeated him. However, with the primordial chaos golden pills pill formula, I'm afraid the day of me becoming a saint won't be too far away, right? Zhao Ritian thought to himself. Proving the Dao and becoming a saint? How could it be so easy? If you want to prove your Dao and become the one and only first sage of all time, or even the peerless and invincible great emperor of all time, a mere Hunyuan golden core is not enough. You need more accumulation. This is the era of great competition. I'm afraid that countless ancient geniuses will awaken in this era to fight for the supreme good fortune. They will break through the limits again and again. Only then will they be able to prove their Dao and become saints. Only then will they become deathless saints, the first saint of all time. The second eldest uncle sneered. The first saint of all time? I, Zhao Ritian, will definitely become the first saint of all time. Not only did second uncle's words not affect Zhao Ritian at all, but it also made his blood boil. His eyes were filled with excitement. This guy never knows what fear is. Second uncle shook his head and laughed bitterly in his heart. One day later. Rumble, the trembling of the Emperor Flame Cauldron became more and more intense. The surrounding flames were also burning brightly. The Sun Essence Soul's energy had been depleted by more than half, and it became a little weak. Suddenly, a bright divine light shot into the sky. The Emperor Flame Cauldron bloomed with beautiful sparks. The mysterious runes and patterns around it also lit up at this moment. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they had come to life. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the medicinal liquid of the snow lotus of creation in the Emperor Flame Cauldron split into 9 balls and shot into the sky. In the flames and the void, they condensed into 9 dazzling elixirs. The primordial chaos golden core had condensed, the lightning in the void was dazzling. Bolts of lightning struck down and struck the 9 primordial chaos golden cores. They were constantly refining the elixirs, causing the 9 primordial chaos golden cores to become more and more crystal clear. In the end, the 9 primordial chaos golden cores went through a total of 54 lightning tribulations and became a top-notch grade 6 divine elixir. Originally, Ling Xiao could have refined a grade 7 divine elixir by condensing a trace of elixir energy in the Emperor Flame Cauldron. However, he needed more than 1 primordial chaos golden core. To be safe, Ling Xiao divided it into 9 elixirs. Hence, it was only a grade 6 divine elixir. However, a grade 6 divine elixir was enough. Even a supreme sage who was severely injured could recover after swallowing 1 primordial chaos golden core, let alone a sage. The primordial chaos golden core has finally been refined successfully. There was a hint of excitement in Ling Xiao's eyes as he leaped up and collected the 9 divine elixir pills in the void. Only then did he feel completely at ease. With the primordial chaos golden core, the Dao injuries of the senior brothers would be completely healed. Zhao Ritian, thank you. This primordial chaos golden core is for you. Ling Xiao said seriously to Zhao Ritian. Then, he handed Zhao Ritian a primordial chaos golden core. A grade 6 divine elixir was simply a supreme treasure for a sage to be. No matter how severe the injury, it could be healed immediately. Without the Emperor Flame Cauldron, Ling Xiao might not have been able to refine the primordial chaos golden core. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling the bet between us. Don't think that you can bribe me with a primordial chaos golden core. One day, I'll defeat you. Zhao Ritian hesitated for a moment before taking the primordial chaos golden core. He turned his head to the side and said arrogantly. I'll wait for you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The Emperor Flame Cauldron turned into a stream of light again and merged into Zhao Ritian's body. Chirp, suddenly, the sound of a crane piercing through golden stones could be heard. The clouds in the distance were misty. Crane Fairy shot towards the great snow mountain from the clouds. There was a sage-like old man standing on top of her. It was Master Wine. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian immediately put away the formation and went to greet Master Wine. Are you refining elixirs? 54 pill tribulations. This is a grade 6 divine elixir? It seems like I've underestimated you. Master Wine sensed the remnant aura of the pill tribulations on the great snow mountain. He could not help but be shocked. He looked deeply at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Master Wine, you're too kind. With our true strength, we can't refine a grade 6 divine elixir. We just used some tricks. It's not worth mentioning. No matter what method you used, to be able to refine a 6th grade sacred pill, this means that your alchemy cultivation is no longer below mine. If I'm not wrong, what you're refining should be the eternal creation pill, right? Master Wine lamented. That's right, it is the eternal creation pill. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything and nodded. Alright. Refining the eternal creation pill, looks like your goal has been achieved. However, since you've killed one of Xiao Hong's sage avatars, I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. However, he won't dare to act presumptuously on my snowy mountain. But if you leave Mount Dan Talisman, I'm afraid he will attack you. But after the matter of the 8 treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue and Virtue is over, I will ensure that you leave Mount Dan Talisman unscathed regardless of whether you succeed or not. Master Wine said seriously to Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Master Wine. I'll do my best to find Xiaoyu. Ling Xiao said solemnly. The reason why Ling Xiao had agreed to Master Wine's request was not because Master Wine had promised Ling Xiao anything. It was because Ling Xiao had seen too much deception in the God realm. He had seen too many people who were cold and indifferent to others. There were very few people like Master Wine who still had a true heart. After hearing the story of the scholar and Xiaoyu, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of himself and Jin Se. That was why he was willing to help Master Wine. 8 treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue? You actually want to go to the 8 treasures Lotus Merit and Virtue Pond? Bring me along, I'll go too. All of a sudden, Zhao Ritian came up to Lin Fan and said with sparkling eyes. You know about the 8 treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue? Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Ritian and said. Of course I know. The 8 treasure Lotus Pond of Virtue and Virtue was a holy land of the Buddhist sect. It was known as the Western Paradise, and it contained the greatest secrets of the Buddhist sect. Why did you enter it? Take me with you, Zhao Ritian said eagerly. I'm going to the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue to find someone for Master Zhou. Within the 8 Treasures Virtuous Pond is a powerful heart world. Only a heart force clone can enter. Furthermore, those who enter have to undergo a baptism of Buddhist light and a baptism of virtuous virtue. It's incomparably dangerous. If you die inside, even if you don't die, you'll become an idiot. Do you really want to enter? Ling Xiao explained the dangers of the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue and Virtue. Hehe, I know all that you're talking about. However, I know that in the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue, there is a Buddhist treasure that contains the secrets of the heart saint. If you take me to the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue, I will take you to find the Buddhist treasure. How about that? Zhao Ritian chuckled. Buddhist treasures? How do you know that there are Buddhist treasures in the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond? Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Ritian strangely. However, he guessed that it was the mysterious soul in Zhao Ritian's body that told him. I just know. And I have a way to create a heart force clone as well. Perhaps I can help you find the person you're looking for, Zhao Ritian said shamelessly. In the end, Ling Xiao could not resist Zhao Ritian's pestering and agreed to bring him to the 8 Treasures Lotus Merit Pool. As for Master Zhou, he naturally didn't object. The more people who entered the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue, the higher their chances of finding Xiaoyu. Moreover, Master Zhou could tell that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had a good relationship. Moreover, Zhao Ritian had an aura that Master Zhou couldn't see through. The fact that he knew about the Buddhist treasure in the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue meant that Zhao Ritian wasn't as simple as he looked. If that's the case, follow me. Master Zhou led Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian into the courtyard and into a house. Although this house looked very ordinary on the outside, there was actually another world inside. It contained a strange space, and Ling Xiao could feel the powerful fluctuations of a formation in the surroundings. Buzz, a light flashed in Master Zhou's palm and a string of purple Buddhist prayer beads appeared. There were 36 purple beads on it and they looked crystal clear. A faint Buddhist light flowed around them and they were mysterious. Is this a Buddhist treasure? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked. That's right. The 36 beads on the string of Buddhist beads were refined from the skull of a Sage King-level Buddhist monk. Furthermore, they were strung together by the meridians in his body, containing a vast amount of Buddhist energy. With this string of Buddhist prayer beads, I can open the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue once. However, the power of this string of Buddhist prayer beads is almost exhausted. At most, I can open the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue once or twice more. Master Zhou said slowly. The skull of a Sage King-level Buddhist monk? That's really evil. Zhao Ritian looked at the string of Buddhist prayer beads in shock. However, he also understood that only a Buddhist treasure of this level could open the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue. Otherwise, they would be dreaming if they wanted to enter the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue while they were in Pill Talisman Mountain and not Myriad Buddha Temple. This time I will activate the power of this string of Buddhist prayer beads. When the time comes, you will be able to enter the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue by channeling your heart force. Master Zhou said seriously to Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. All right. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian nodded and sat down with their legs crossed. Rumble, Master Zhou's body glowed with radiant light as he recited the scripture. His expression became benevolent and mysterious. His body glowed with light as the Buddhist beads in his palm floated up and emitted an incomparably pure and holy Buddhist light. The 36 Buddhist prayer beads rotated slowly and emitted a dazzling light. A mysterious vortex seemed to have appeared in the middle of the prayer beads. Vaguely, it seemed to be a void passage that led to an unknown space. Right now. Master Zhou's eyes flashed as he said to Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's bodies shone brightly. In an instant, 2 powerful waves of heart force exploded and flew directly towards the center of the prayer beads. Ling Xiao felt as if his consciousness had sunk into a mysterious void. All around him were brilliant streams of light. There was no up, down, left, right, past, or future. There was also no time or space. It was as if all that was left was eternal light. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's consciousness sank into the light forever, completely disappearing. Is that the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Although most of his heart force had merged into the passage, his heart realm was incomparably mysterious. Ling Xiao still left behind a portion of his heart force. Even if that portion of his heart force disappeared into the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue, it would only cause his heart force to be greatly damaged. It would not endanger his life. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao dared to enter the heart realm. Boom, the void trembled slightly as mysterious balls of light flowed in all directions. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between them as they emitted a faint spiritual fluctuation. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were 2 of the golden balls of light. Ling Xiao was surrounded by a faint golden glow as he emitted an immortal fluctuation. The golden balls of light that he and Zhao Ritian transformed into were the 2 largest balls of light in the void. Ling Xiao had an epiphany in his heart. Those balls of light were probably the living beings that were about to be born in the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue. The stronger the heart force, the stronger the balls of light that were formed naturally. A vast and boundless world appeared in front of him. There were mountains, rivers, lakes, and vast lands. Everywhere was emitting a mysterious aura. The boundary wall of this world was extremely strong. Ling Xiao could feel that even if the boundary wall of this world was not as strong as the realm of the gods, it was not far off. This world formed its own laws of the heavenly Tao, and it was suffused with an immortal Buddhist light. Its energy was incomparably pure and vast. It was a holy and soft energy that made people feel happy and at ease from the bottom of their hearts. Ling Xiao could even feel that every living being in this world had a mysterious thread on their body. Eventually, the thread gathered above the world, within a mysterious golden Buddhist light. Even though it was only for a moment, Ling Xiao could feel an extremely dangerous feeling coming from the golden Buddhist light. This was a bizarre world that was incomparably mysterious. Whoosh, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian followed the torrent of light balls and shot into the world, heading towards an ancient city below. Ling Xiao could vaguely see that there was a lotus pond. There were lotuses of different colors growing on it. They looked crystal clear, holy, and mysterious. All of the balls of light were flowing toward the lotus pond. Is that the birth lotus pond? Ling Xiao could not help but be moved. The ultimate land of bliss in the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue was extremely mysterious. It was said that there was no pain in this place, only freedom and joy. If a man and a woman didn't want to have children, they would go to the birth lotus pond and invite a child back. The lotus in the birth lotus pond would give birth to all kinds of children. It was very mysterious. Of course, according to legend, the children born in the lotus pond were all eminent monks of Buddhism. To be able to invite such a child back was a great honor for every family. However, there was a limit to the number of children that could be born in the birth lotus pond each time. Only a few people with status and the purest faith could invite the children back. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had already expected this. Their heart force was extremely strong. In terms of the strength of their heart force, Ling Xiao was even stronger than the average 9th revolution half-saint. He was only 1 step away from becoming a heart saint. Even in Buddhism, such a character would be a true disciple. They would only be born in the lotus pond and would not be tainted by the aura of the mortal world and enter the cycle of reincarnation. If there were no accidents, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian would be born in the lotus pond. Ling Xiao, I heard that the baptism of Buddha light in the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue is very strong. Even those with evil thoughts would be converted. Don't tell me that we will be converted the moment we enter the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue? Zhao Ritian's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Ling Xiao was shocked. They were in the process of reincarnation and Zhao Ritian was actually able to transmit his voice. This made Ling Xiao extremely shocked. Zhao Ritian's heart force was probably not much weaker than his. You can actually transmit your voice to me? Are you scared now? Although I don't know how strong the baptism of Buddha light is, with the strength of our heart force, it shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao said in his heart. He wasn't as capable as Zhao Ritian to transmit his heart force through the birth lotus pond of virtue into Zhao Ritian's mind. It's just a transmission. How can it stop me, Zhao Ritian? As for being scared? What a joke. Why would I be scared? However, if we were born as children, wouldn't we have to cultivate from the beginning? That's too troublesome. Zhao Ritian said with a proud smile. What do you have in mind? Ling Xiao asked. Why don't we just take over the bodies of two people? With my skills, it's easy for me to take over the bodies of two people. It would save us the trouble of cultivating from the beginning. Zhao Ritian said with a chuckle. Take over? Don't act rashly. This is the core of Buddhism. Who knows how many bodhisattvas and Buddhas are watching over this place? Even if you have an extreme emperor weapon, it won't work. Ling Xiao was shocked by Zhao Ritian's idea and quickly stopped him. He was already regretting it. Zhao Ritian was simply a troublemaker. He already had a premonition that there would be a lot of variables in this trip to the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue. If we don't take over the bodies, how long do we have to cultivate? Zhao Ritian said with a discouraged look. Let's observe the situation first. I'll warn you again. Don't act rashly. Get ready, we're about to be born. Ling Xiao warned Zhao Ritian. Rumble, in the void, a dazzling torrent descended from the heavens and shot towards the lotus pond below. Instantly, Buddhist light shone brightly and auspicious vapors rose. Golden lotuses appeared in the void and the Tao flowers fell from the heavens. There seemed to be a mysterious chanting of scriptures. The lotus pond was located in an ancient temple. That ancient temple was majestic and majestic. At this moment, it was dyed with a pure golden color and was enveloped by endless Buddhist light. Halos of light permeated the air, making it seem even more holy and mysterious. An old monk with white hair and a purple cassock was leading the group. Behind him, there were hundreds of monks in monk robes. All of them lowered their heads and looked merciful. They were chanting scriptures at the same time. In front of the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue, there were tens of thousands of figures kneeling down. Each of them looked excited and pious. They put their palms together and stared at the birth lotus pond in front of them. Weng, the birth lotus pond became even more mysterious. The lotuses that were just buds started to bloom slowly. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of Buddhist light were shot out. Golden lotuses, silver lotuses, red lotuses, purple lotuses. All kinds of lotuses bloomed at the same time, competing with each other in terms of beauty. The birth lotus pond seemed to have become a mysterious place. It was like a place where Buddha was passing on scriptures. It was solemn and solemn. Every time the lotus pond appeared, it was a grand event for Jinshan Temple. At this moment, even the abbot, Master Yuan Ming, raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Rumble, however, at this moment, the void suddenly shook violently. A black cloud suddenly appeared in midair, and in an instant, ghostly wails and howls were heard. Ghostly faces appeared from the dark cloud, looking extremely ferocious and evil. They suddenly swallowed the balls of light. Moreover, a huge demonic shadow that was hundreds of feet tall appeared in the sky above Jinshan Temple. Then, it slammed its palm down with a terrifying momentum. This unforeseen event stunned everyone around the birth lotus pond. This is the invasion of the heavenly demons? Oh no, run! Someone exclaimed. Suddenly, the entire Jinshan Temple became extremely chaotic. The people who were originally kneeling around the birth lotus pond were all horrified. They were all about to run down the Golden Mountain Temple. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Evil creature, how dare you? Yuan Ming's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened in anger, and the golden Buddhist light around him rose. In an instant, he slammed his palm across the sky. The golden palm print was unparalleled and ferocious, heading toward the demonic light that filled the sky. Although this world was known as the Western Paradise, where there was no pain, only freedom and joy, it was often invaded by the heavenly demons. These heavenly demons were shapeless and formless. They were all formed from the evil thoughts of living beings. They existed by attaching themselves to this world. They were like tarsal bones, and there was no way to kill them all. Therefore, there were often invasions by the heavenly demons. Although they were shapeless and formless, they could devour the flesh and primordial spirit of living beings. Moreover, the balls of light that were born were their favorite. If they could really devour the balls of light of an eminent monk, they might be able to gain intelligence and advance to a higher realm. Yuan Ming also did not expect that the heavenly demons would invade the Jinshan temple on the day of the birth of the lotus pond. After all, the Jinshan temple had not been invaded by heavenly demons for hundreds of years. After all, the Jinshan temple was only a medium-sized temple. Ordinary heavenly demons did not care about the Jinshan temple. Hee, a little monk who hasn't even reached the saint realm dares to be impudent in front of the saint. You really don't know what death is. The 100-meter-tall heavenly demon's voice boomed like thunder. His blood-red eyes were filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty light. His entire body exuded a vast demonic aura as he casually slapped down with his palm. Boom! Monk Yuan Ming knew that these heavenly demons were powerful, so he used his trump card, the great demon subduing palm. The golden palm was indestructible, as though it could destroy everything. However, the heavenly demon's casual palm strike shattered the great subduing demon palm. Monk Yuan Ming shuddered violently and was sent flying. Puff! Old Monk Yuan Ming suddenly spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood. His face turned extremely pale. Host! Save the abbot! The monks of Jinshan Temple hurriedly rushed over and helped the old Monk Yuan Ming up. Their faces were filled with anger and fear. You are the heavenly demon saint? This is bad. Activate the Jinshan demon subduing array. Monk Yuan Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the heavenly demon. His entire body was trembling. Although Yuan Ming hadn't proven his Tao and become a saint, he was already a 9-revolution half-saint. The heavenly demon's casual attack could injure him to this extent. Coupled with the vast demonic aura, Yuan Ming immediately understood. This was a heavenly demon saint. Generally speaking, heavenly demon saints would only go to larger temples or Buddhist holy lands. They wouldn't invade a small Jinshan temple. This puzzled Yuan Ming greatly. Rumble, the old monk, Yuan Ming, struggled to his feet. Buddhist light rose from his body as he endured his heavy injuries. He formed a seal with his hands and slammed his palms into the air. Immediately, runes rose from Jinshan Temple. The monks of Jinshan Temple simultaneously activated the Buddhist power within their bodies. They put their palms together and chanted scriptures. With the support of the Buddhist light, the Jinshan demon subduing array rose with a rumble. Feudal resistance. You want to stop me with just a mere array formation? Since I'm here today, I'll destroy this city. The heavenly demon saint smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with mockery. Rumble, he didn't even stop Yuan Ming from activating the Jinshan demon subduing array. Instead, he waited until the array was fully activated before gently slamming his palm down. Black demonic light condensed into a huge black curtain that blotted out the sun. The evil and dark aura seemed to want all living things to fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. Above the Jinshan temple, the Jinshan demon subduing matrix condensed into a golden mountain. It looked incomparably sturdy and exuded an aura of immortality. When the huge palm fell, the golden mountain immediately trembled violently. Then, it weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. No. Yuan Ming's eyes were filled with despair. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura became extremely weak. Hee. Children, kill everything and devour all the descending lights. The most important thing is, find him for me. The heavenly demon saint's eyes were filled with indifference as he spoke coldly. Boom, black demonic light gushed out from behind him. Illusory heavenly demons revealed ferocious and excited faces. They split into two torrents. One rushed toward the light balls in the sky, and the other rushed toward the crowd below. Crack, although the descending lights had some spirituality and wanted to dodge the otherworldly demons, how could they be faster than the demons? They were almost instantly devoured by the otherworldly demons. After devouring a descending light orb, the extraterrestrial demon seemed to have eaten a great tonic. Its aura instantly strengthened, and even its originally illusory body began to solidify. The ball of light was formed from pure heart force. Moreover, due to the restrictions of the world's laws, before one was born, even a saint's cultivation would be completely suppressed. Therefore, when facing these extraterrestrial demons, there was nothing they could do. The crowd around Jinshan Temple was even more miserable. When the otherworldly demons pounced on them, their flesh, blood, and primordial spirits were devoured, turning them into dried corpses. Help! It's the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons? Isn't our luck a little too bad? Zhao Ritian transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. His voice was filled with frustration and helplessness. I didn't expect it either. However, our strength has been sealed within the descending light ball. The only thing we have left is the ability to move. If this goes on, we'll be devoured by these damned extraterrestrial demons before we even get to be born. Ling Xiao also said somewhat gloomily. Whoosh! Whoosh! His and Zhao Ritian's descending light balls were moving like golden lightning. Generally speaking, the stronger one's heart force was, the faster the descending light ball would be. There were tens of thousands of descending light balls in the void. Sensing the threat of the extraterrestrial demons, they fled in all directions. However, the weaker descending light balls were in a pitiful state. Many of them were devoured by the extraterrestrial demons and turned into nourishment for them. Ling Xiao did not expect to encounter the extraterrestrial demons. This was too unlucky. If this was the case, they might not even be able to be born, let alone look for Xiaoyu. A few of the extraterritorial demons had their eyes on Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's descending light balls. After all, their descending light balls were too eye-catching. They were the two largest descending light balls in the area. They shone with golden light and looked extremely mysterious. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were busy running for their lives. However, as more and more extraterrestrial demons targeted them, the space for them to move was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian started to panic. Ling Xiao, these evil creatures are too despicable. I'll activate the Inferno Emperor Cauldron and burn these bastards to death. Zhao Ritian was so angry that he cursed. Don't panic. The extraterrestrial demons are a small matter. If your Inferno Emperor Cauldron is exposed, it won't be as simple as the extraterrestrial demons. Perhaps all the Buddhists will come after you. Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile. Then what should we do? Are we really going to let these bastards devour our heart-force doppelgangers? This is too frustrating. Zhao Ritian was about to explode from anger. Look. Ling Xiao was about to say something. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he looked at the descending lotus pond below. Rumble, the Empyrean demon saint's palm strike was unstoppable. It possessed the power of extreme evil and darkness, while the golden mountain array became weaker and weaker. It seemed like it could be shattered by the Empyrean demon saint at any time. The celestial demon saint's face was filled with cruelty and bloodlust. Although he could easily destroy the Jinshan subduing formation, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of gradually sinking people into despair. He was slowly crushing the resistance of monk Yuan Ming and the monks of Jinshan Temple. Yuan Ming and the monks of the Golden Mountain Temple all showed great despair when they saw that the formation was about to be shattered by the celestial demon saint. Boom! At this moment, in the middle of the lotus pond, a golden lotus slowly bloomed. The 12-petaled lotus floated in the pond, radiating a dazzling light. An endless amount of Buddha's aura gushed out from the lotus. A little doll was sitting cross-legged on top of the lotus. He looked very cute and chubby. His big eyes were sparkling and translucent. However, there was a deep sense of vicissitudes in his eyes. At the same time, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. At the same time, the Buddha's aura in the surroundings surged towards the little doll. He actually began to grow at a visible rate. What was originally a newborn baby quickly grew into a 4 or 5-year-old child, then an 8 or 9-year-old child, and then a teenager. Old bald donkey world illumination, when did you enter the birth lotus pond? Damn it. The Empyrean demon saint's expression changed when he saw the doll in the lotus pond. He said in exasperation. His eyes were filled with extremely dark killing intent. Rumble, he did not even think about it. Terrifying demonic chi surged around him, and he threw a punch at the doll below. The reason why the Empyrean demon saint had ambushed the Golden Mountain Temple this time was to destroy the reincarnation of the world-illuminating saint. As a result, he had always been paying attention to the ball of light, but before he knew it, the world-illuminating saint's ball of light had actually landed in the lotus pond. How did you know that I reincarnated today? But how dare you covet my descending light orb? Today, I'll purge the demon. Descending into the lotus pond, the world-illuminating saint instantly grew to look like he was in his 20s. He wore a moon-white monk robe and his head was smooth. His face looked valiant and handsome like jade. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Speaking of which, the World Illumination Saint's reincarnation had been destroyed by the Empyrean Demon Saint. The reincarnation of a Buddhist monk in the Pond of Merits was a trial. As a result, they needed to undergo a complete cycle of reincarnation and experience the various aspects of life. In the end, they would comprehend the Tao and attain immortality. Only then would it be considered a complete trial. However, in order to fend off the Empyrean Demon Saint this time, the World Illumination Saint was forced to destroy the reincarnation process. He forcefully broke through the seal and recovered his peak cultivation and strength. Swoosh, a demon fall pestle expanded in the World Illumination Saint's hand. It shone with scarlet gold light and was extremely tough. The World Illumination Saint grabbed the violet gold demon fall pestle and smashed it down at the Empyrean Demon Saint. The surrounding space shook violently as if it was about to completely shatter. The disturbance was extremely terrifying. Rumble, the collision between the Empyrean Demon Saint and the World Illumination Saint instantly caused a huge crack to appear in the void. Endless spatial turbulence spewed out as majestic saint auras erupted, burning the entire sky like flames. You actually gave up on reincarnation? Hee, World Illumination old monk, even if you gave up on reincarnation, you still have to die. The Empyrean Demon Saint's eyes revealed a cold smile as his attacks became even more vicious. Boom. Boom. Boom, the World Illumination Saint hated the Empyrean Demon Saint to the extreme. With the violet gold demon fall pestle in his hand, every strike seemed to be able to destroy the world. He was like the Buddha of destruction, and his aura was extremely terrifying. The World Illumination Saint and the Empyrean Demon Saint fought in the sky. Even many other worldly demons were affected and were reduced to dust. Ling Xiao, this is a good chance. Let's go and be born. Zhao Ritian's eyes immediately lit up as he called out to Ling Xiao. The two balls of light instantly turned into two resplendent beams of golden light and shot towards the lotus pond like lightning. Boom, the descending lotus pond was filled with dazzling Buddhist light and dense mist. Thousands of mysterious lotuses were growing within the pond. They were of different colors and were competing with each other in terms of beauty. They exuded a transcendent and holy aura. Ling Xiao chose the largest golden lotus, while Zhao Ritian chose a red lotus. Now that there were no descending light blobs to compete with them, they naturally chose the two most powerful lotuses in the descending lotus pond that had the densest Buddhist light. Buzz, the golden lotus and the red lotus buzzed. Instantly, dazzling rays of light shot out and the two lotuses slowly bloomed. When Ling Xiao's descending light ball entered the golden lotus, he felt as though he had entered a chaotic space. He was surrounded by warm rays of light. It was extremely comfortable, like a mother's body. Waves of powerful energy flowed from the golden lotus into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao felt that his physical body was slowly forming. I need more energy to recover my peak cultivation as soon as possible. With a thought, Ling Xiao used the heaven-devouring secret technique in a single instance. A resplendent golden glow gathered around him, turning into a huge vortex of devouring. It began to devour the energy in the lotus pond wildly. Rumble, the descending lotus pond contained pure Buddhist energy. It was formed from the faith of countless Buddhist believers. It was the source of energy for the Golden Mountain Temple and had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. When the eminent monks of Buddhism were born in the lotus pond, it was equivalent to being reincarnated in this world. Starting from an infant, they gradually grew up, comprehending the natural reincarnation, and the strange process from birth to death. Only then could it be considered a complete tribulation. However, Ling Xiao did not enter the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit to undergo the tribulation. He was looking for Xiaoyu. Therefore, he could not wait until he grew up naturally and gradually recovered his cultivation. He immediately used the heaven-devouring secret skill to plunder the energy. In the descending lotus pond, boundless Buddhist energy surged and flew towards the golden lotus that Ling Xiao was born in. The golden lotus became even more crystal clear and revealed a holy and mysterious light. Boom, at the same time, the red lotus that Zhao Ritian had entered also began to tremble slightly. It also emitted a majestic devouring power, devouring the Buddhist energy in the lotus pond. Although Zhao Ritian did not possess the heaven-devouring secret skill, he had the Yen Emperor Cauldron. Activating a trace of the Yen Emperor Cauldron's power was enough for him to devour the Buddhist energy in the lotus pond without restraint. Rumble, the battle between the World Illumination Saint and the Empyrean Demon Saint was just too intense. It could be described as apocalyptic. Although the Empyrean Demon Saint had the upper hand, he was unable to suppress the World Illumination Saint immediately. Without the hindrance of the two saints, the extraterrestrial demons that filled the sky wantonly pounced on the descending light balls. Many of the weaker descending light balls became nourishment for the extraterrestrial demons. Only a portion of the stronger descending light balls broke through the layers of seals and entered the descending lotus pond. Some powerful extraterritorial demons also rushed into the birth lotus pond, wanting to devour the birth lotuses. All in all, the descending lotus pond became incomparably chaotic. Buddhist light and demonic light flashed, the void was in a mess, the earth was shaking, and everything was in a mess. The monks of the Golden Mountain Temple, led by Master Yuan Ming, were all severely injured by the Empyrean Demon Saint. At this moment, they could only activate the Golden Mountain Exorcism formation to protect themselves. How could they care about the descending lotus pond? It was under such circumstances that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were born. Buzz, the void shook violently. Dazzling golden light and red light spewed out. Two lotuses slowly bloomed, and the mist was dense. The Buddhist light was dazzling. Two chubby babies appeared on the two lotus platforms. They were Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other, and a strange look appeared in their eyes. Anyone who saw themselves as a naked baby would not be able to remain calm. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, you were born later than me. Hurry up and call me big brother, Zhao Ritian said as he winked. However, because he was in the form of a baby, he looked very cute. Nonsense. I was the one who was born first. Zhao Ritian, I'm the big brother. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Ritian and said calmly. You're cheating. Ling Xiao, how about this? We'll devour the Buddhist energy in the descending lotus pond to recover our cultivation. In the end, whoever is the oldest will be the big brother. How about that? Zhao Ritian glared at Ling Xiao angrily. However, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile full of evil intentions. Sure, I'm afraid you'll cheat. Ling Xiao smiled and said noncommittally. Tisk, why would I cheat? You. Why did you start? Bastard, how dare you trick me? Zhao Ritian laughed arrogantly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Ling Xiao sitting on the lotus platform with his palms together. His body was emitting a dazzling golden light. He was already devouring the majestic Buddhist energy in the descending lotus pond. Ling Xiao's aura was also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Zhao Ritian was a little frustrated, he quickly activated the Yen Emperor Cauldron to devour the surrounding Buddhist energy. Rumble, blazing lightning seemed to be rising around Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. It was a shocking sight. As Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian devoured the surrounding Buddhist energy, their bodies began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. From infancy to 1 year old, 2 years old, 3 years old, it was as if a few years had passed in the blink of an eye. It looked extremely mysterious. Is this 8 treasures lotus pond of merit really a heart realm? Why is it so real? A thought suddenly flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. He could feel that although this body was formed from the lotus, it was extremely real. His flesh and bones could be seen clearly. Moreover, it was an innate Taoist body with all his meridians open. It was not tainted by the aura of immortal world. It was many times better than his physical body. Moreover, because of Ling Zhao's strong heart force, his cultivation had already reached the 6th revolution half-saint realm. In addition to the majestic Buddhist energy in the descending lotus pond, Ling Zhao's cultivation began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. It did not take long for Ling Xiao to reach the peak of the 6th revolution half-saint realm. Could it be that if I continue devouring like this, I'll be able to attain the Tao Heart Saint realm here? Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, when Ling Zhao's cultivation broke through to the 6th revolution half-saint realm, he suddenly realized that he could no longer absorb any Buddhist energy. This birth lotus pond can only restore the original body's true cultivation at most? That's right. If it can continue to improve, that would be unbelievable. A hint of understanding appeared in Ling Xiao's heart. No. My body is only 8 or 9 years old? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. When he saw his own appearance, he felt a little depressed. Ling Xiao was only 8 or 9 years old. He looked like he was carved out of jade. He was chubby and his eyes were bright. With his bald head, he looked very cute. However, when Ling Xiao saw Zhao Ritian, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ritian, why haven't you grown up at all? You still look like a kid? At this moment, Zhao Ritian still looked like a chubby baby. Although he had the cultivation of a 7th revolution half-saint, his body did not grow at all. Compared to Zhao Ritian, Ling Xiao's depression was greatly alleviated. This is so infuriating, so infuriating. What exactly was this birth lotus pond? Why can't my body grow after I've restored my peak cultivation level? Zhao Ritian was so angry that he shouted. His face was full of depression. However, his voice was still childish and even a little slurred. Hearing it, one couldn't help but laugh. I'm guessing that in the Advent Lotus Pond, if you first reconstruct your physical body and then restore your cultivation level, there shouldn't be a problem. However, once we restore our peak cultivation level, we can no longer absorb any Buddhist energy. Naturally, our bodies can't grow anymore. Ling Xiao said slowly. Then why did you grow so much? Zhao Ritian glared at him and asked. Me? When I was restoring my cultivation level, I unconsciously absorbed some Buddhist energy to strengthen my physical body. I didn't expect my body to grow a little. Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile. He had used the heaven-devouring secret skill to absorb the Buddhist energy in the Advent Lotus Pond. Although most of the energy was used to restore his cultivation level, the Buddhist energy that entered his body still made his body grow a little. As for Zhao Ritian, he used the Flame Emperor Cauldron to absorb the Buddhist energy to restore his cultivation level. He didn't even care about the growth of his body. However, when he remembered, it was already too late. Then what should I do? Don't tell me that it will take more than 10 years for it to grow up. Zhao Ritian was dumbfounded. He looked at Ling Xiao and said dejectedly. Not necessarily. The 8-treasure lotus pond of virtue and virtue was very mysterious. Perhaps there were other methods. Let's leave this place first. If we are caught by those monks, it won't be a good thing. Ling Xiao said to Zhao Ritian. Although the invasion of the heavenly demons almost killed Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, it was also a good thing from another perspective. It destroyed the baptism of the Buddha light and allowed them to devour the majestic Buddha energy in the birth lotus pond. It was considered a great gain. However, it was not hard to imagine how many years it would take for the Golden Mountain Temple's birth lotus pond to be reborn again after what Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had done. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had a guilty conscience. Naturally, they wanted to escape as soon as possible. Good. Let's go. Zhao Ritian was feeling a little guilty. Furthermore, there were 2 sages fighting above him. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Whoosh! Ling Xiao carried Zhao Ritian on his shoulder and used the heaven-shrouding secret skill to conceal their auras. They turned into a ray of light and shot out of the birth lotus pond. Ling Xiao was extremely fast. He was like a golden lightning bolt. In an instant, he flew out of the birth lotus pond and shot out of the Golden Mountain Temple. Who's that? Monk Yuan Ming's eyes flashed. He also felt a mysterious fluctuation in the birth lotus pond. A ray of golden light shot out from it. It vaguely looked like a human figure. However, Monk Yuan Ming was severely injured at the moment. He couldn't care less about what was happening in the birth lotus pond. Abbot, is there anyone? A Golden Mountain Temple disciple asked curiously. He didn't even see anyone. Someone has escaped from the birth lotus pond. I don't know if it's an expert or an extraterritorial demon. If it's an extraterritorial demon, we're in big trouble. A hint of worry appeared in Yuan Ming's eyes. Rumble, the battle in the void was getting more and more intense. The extraterritorial demon saint's demonic aura was monstrous. He was extremely ferocious. Even the world-illuminating saint was at a disadvantage. The world-illuminating saint was beaten back by the extraterritorial saint. It seemed like he would be suppressed by the extraterritorial saint at any time. Evil creature, how dare you? All of a sudden, a thunderous voice exploded in the void. Boom, the void trembled violently. Divine light gathered in the sky and finally formed a golden palm print. It came down from the 9 heavens and pressed down on the extraterritorial saint. The palm print seemed to contain the aura of 3,000 gods and demons. It was eternal and immortal. It could suppress thousands of worlds. It was extremely terrifying. Puji, you've come out of seclusion? The extraterritorial saint exclaimed. His expression turned serious. Boom, the demonic light around him surged into the sky and turned into a black demonic blade. It swept through the void as if it could cut through the sky. It slashed towards the golden palm print. Terrifying divine light exploded. With a crisp sound, the black demonic blade exploded. The golden palm print slammed into the extraterritorial saint, sending him flying several thousand meters. The extraterritorial saint stumbled back. His aura became rather disordered. Puji, old bald donkey, you win. The extraterritorial saint glanced at the world-illuminating saint with some reluctance. He did not dare to stay there any longer. His body exploded in an instant, turning into black light that flew into the sky. Where do you think you're going? The cold voice rang out. The resplendent palm print condensed in the void once again. It tore through the void in an instant and pursued the extraterritorial saint. Thank you for saving me, senior brother. The world-illuminating saint heaved a sigh of relief. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He put his palms together and bowed deeply. The world within the 8-treasure lotus pond of virtue was vast and boundless. There were countless living beings and countries in it. The region where the Xianxia temple was located was called the Tang Empire. Puji was the imperial advisor of the Tang Empire. He was also the strongest person in the region. His strength was unfathomable. The extraterritorial saint only dared to invade the Xianxia temple because Puji had been in seclusion. He did not expect Puji to come out at this time. It's the imperial advisor. Our Xianxia temple is saved. Great Master Yuan Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. Ba. Did a Buddhist powerhouse make a move? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had already arrived at the foot of the Golden Mountain Temple. Similarly, they could feel the vast and mysterious aura. They lifted their heads and saw the golden palm print in the sky. It was so powerful that it covered the entire sky. Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with emotions. He could feel that the golden palm print in the sky was extremely terrifying. It was no ordinary saint. Its strength was far beyond the heavenly demon saint and the world-illuminating saint. After all, this is the core of the Buddhist sect. Although I don't know why they kept the extraterrestrial demons, I can imagine that the extraterrestrial demons won't be able to take advantage of them. A glint flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes as he slowly spoke. Where are we going now? Do you know where Xiaoyu is? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. Ling Xiao had already told Zhao Ritian the story between Master Jiao and Xiaoyu. Zhao Ritian was extremely impressed. He finally took the matter of finding Xiaoyu seriously. No one knows where Xiaoyu is now. However, Master Jiao only showed me Xiaoyu's portrait and this wooden hairpin. Ling Xiao shook his head. A very ordinary and crude wooden hairpin appeared in his hand. The wooden hairpin was the only thing left behind by Xiaoyu. Moreover, it was personally made for Xiaoyu by the scholar when they were at the snowy mountain. It had a special meaning to both of them. Xiaoyu would definitely recognize the origin of the wooden hairpin. That's like looking for a needle in a haystack. After all, the 8 treasures lotus pool of merits is so huge. It's too difficult to find Xiaoyu with just a portrait. Zhao Ritian shook his head. Then what's your idea? Ling Xiao asked nonchalantly. Hee, of course I have an idea. Ling Xiao, it's impossible for us to find Xiaoyu with just the 2 of us. Why don't we look for the Buddhist sect's treasure and raise our cultivation first? Then, we'll see if we can sneak into the Buddhist sect and activate their power to find Xiaoyu. Zhao Ritian chuckled. Activate the power of the Buddhist sect? I think you're asking for it. According to Master Jiao, Xiaoyu must have an important position in the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the Buddhist sect wouldn't be unwilling to return Xiaoyu's primordial spirit to Master Jiao. Ling Xiao glared at Zhao Ritian. However, a thought came to his mind and he said slowly, "You reminded me. Although we can't use the power of Buddhism, we can use the power of secular countries. After all, there are many countries in the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue. Perhaps we can rely on them to find Xiaoyu." Hehe, why go through so much trouble? Since you said that Xiaoyu has a high position in the Buddhist sect, why don't we capture a Buddhist sect disciple and ask him? Maybe we'll have some information. Zhao Ritian sneered. That's one way. I have a feeling that it won't be long before we find Xiaoyu's whereabouts. Let's leave this troublesome place first. I'm afraid that after today, this city will become a dead city. Ling Xiao said slowly. Looking at the huge city before him, there was a tinge of emotion in his eyes. When the extraterrestrial demons arrived, most of them were wreaking havoc in the Golden Mountain City. Countless living beings were killed by the extraterrestrial demons. The entire Golden Mountain City was filled with a thick layer of blood qi. It was like hell on earth. With Zhao Ritian on his shoulder, Ling Xiao turned into a ray of light and flew out of the Golden Mountain City. Help! Sob! Who can save me? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had passed through more than half of the Golden Mountain City. When they were about to reach the outskirts of the city, they suddenly heard a cry for help not far away. It seemed to be a little girl. The voice was very clear and it was filled with hesitation and helplessness. There's still someone alive? Let's go take a look. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Along the way, the Golden Mountain City was dead silent. He didn't sense any living being's aura at all. He didn't expect that there was still someone alive. Ling Xiao only hesitated for a moment before flying in the direction of the cry for help. Whoosh, Ling Xiao stopped in front of a very quiet and secluded loft. It was a 3-story loft. It looked very exquisite. On the 3rd floor sat a little girl wearing a luxurious robe. She was about 11 or 12 years old. Her skin was snow white and her face was delicate. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with tears. Her eyelashes fluttered and she looked very weak. Her face was filled with helplessness and fear. A string of Buddhist beads hung in front of her chest, emitting a resplendent golden light. It formed a 3-meter-wide barrier around her. Talismans intertwined, and bolts of lightning flickered, protecting her within. Outside the barrier, there were hundreds of extraterrestrial demons. Their bodies emitted a monstrous killing intent. Their faces were extremely ferocious and their eyes were blood red. They looked at the little girl with greedy eyes. Boom! Boom, boom! Black demonic light blasted on the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Its power also weakened as if it could collapse at any time. Sob! Little monk, are you here to save me? But you're too weak. You're carrying a child. Don't come here. Leave quickly. These extraterrestrial demons are very ferocious. They've already killed many people. When the little girl saw that someone had arrived, her eyes couldn't help but light up. However, when she saw that the person was only an 8 or 9-year-old monk with a baby on his shoulder, her eyes immediately dimmed. Moreover, she was very anxious as she urged him to hurry up. This little girl has a good heart. She can't even protect herself and she's still thinking about others. Just based on this point, Ling Xiao, we have to save her. Zhao Ritian looked at the little girl in surprise. Of course we have to save her. This little girl's identity is not simple. We haven't seen a single extraterrestrial demon on our way here. I didn't expect all of them to be attacking her. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a strange look as he spoke slowly. Boom, although Ling Xiao was speaking, he did not hesitate at all. Bright lightning flashed in his palm. In an instant, it turned into a blazing golden lightning dragon and charged towards the extraterrestrial demons outside the pavilion. The lightning contained an extremely terrifying power. Ling Xiao directly unleashed the offensive power of the Lightning Emperor technique. Its power was unparalleled. It was as if it could break apart this part of the world. Immediately, the extraterrestrial demons felt a strong threat. Kiki! Kill these 2 little bald donkeys. The black demonic light changed and a huge demonic face surged out from it. It looked extremely ferocious and its eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. Whoosh! End of chapter 1923. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.